Am I not dead? Have I traversed to another realm? Where's this place? Liu Hong suddenly awoke, his mind a chaotic whirl of fragmented memories. After several moments of bewilderment, he finally grasped the situation. From the remnants of his recollections, Liu Hong discerned that he had arrived in the Tianyuan Continent. Unlike Earth, here on the Tianyuan Continent, individuals can cultivate and ascend to become esteemed practitioners merely by awakening their soul marks. However, everything can serve as a soul mark. Those with exceptional aptitude may awaken the soul marks of mythical beasts or divine weapons, while those with lesser talents might awaken the soul marks of mundane items, such as kitchen knives or benches. This is hardly surprising. A particularly inferior soul mark may render cultivation almost meaningless, yet can still possess its own utility. For instance, awakening a kitchen knife soul mark could potentially bestow the blessings of a heavenly chef, while awakening a wood planer soul mark might herald the reincarnation of the legendary craftsman Liu Ban. Moreover, there are no nations on the Tianyuan continent. All resources are monopolized by powerful families or formidable sections. Ordinary lives are as fragile as grass. Only those with strength are deemed worthy of possessing anything. Liu Hong, who had perished heroically on Earth, found himself fortuitously reborn into the body of another Liu Hong on the Tianyuan continent. Indeed, fate does not forsake the virtuous. If he could awaken a more formidable soul mark, would he not be able to stride confidently through this foreign land? The mere thought exhilarated Liu Hong. Just as he attempted to rise, a wave of weakness swept through his limbs, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed back onto the bed. What on earth? How could this body be so feeble? Am I truly trapped within the form of a worthless individual? Ding! Host awakening complete. Initiating the God-level squandering exchange system. A melodious female voice resonated within Liu Hong's mind, accompanied by a display of attributes before his eyes. Name, Liu Hong. Luck, 6 normal value, 50. Strength, 3 normal value, 10. Root bone, 2 normal value, 10. Stamina, 4 normal value, 20. Funds, 0 soul crystals. Soul mark, none. System rating, utterly useless, a combat machine among the worthless. What the hell? I truly am a waste. Liu Hong exclaimed in indignation. Host, there is no need for alarm. Simply complete the tasks assigned by the system to earn attribute points as rewards. Additionally, the squandering currency obtained from task completion can be exchanged for anything. Divine weapons, supreme soul marks, even romantic encounters with beautiful women, fortuitous lands, and extraordinary adventures. There is nothing the system cannot provide, only what you cannot imagine. The sweet system voice cheerfully elaborated. So, what you're saying is that I'm utterly broke and unable to do anything right now. Liu Hong rolled his eyes in exasperation. It sounded grandiose, but I need tangible rewards. The mere mention of violently dying sent a shiver down Liu Hong's spine. To perish again after having just been reborn, without even having savored the pleasures of life, he wished to avoid such a fate. All right, you're the master here. If you say I should squander, I shall do so. Just tell me how. Liu Hong replied with a mixture of amusement and despair, realizing he had fallen to such a lowly state that his survival in this realm depended on squandering. How could someone like me, a well-rounded socialist youth excelling in virtue, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor, be reduced to aimlessly squandering? The first squandering task, spend 10,000 soul crystals within 12 hours, and you shall be rewarded with 5 attribute points to allocate as you wish. Upon completing this initial novice task, the exchange system will be activated. 10,000 soul crystals? According to Liu Hong's memories, soul crystals were exceedingly rare on the Tianyuan continent, imbued with immense spiritual energy capable of directly facilitating cultivation. Even the most inferior soul crystal contained enough energy for an ordinary person to cultivate for a month. Thus, soul crystals had become the universal currency of the continent, a form of the highest value. 10,000 soul crystals, good heavens. Just a quick calculation revealed that this amount could allow an ordinary person to cultivate for over 800 years. Squandering sounds simple, but how could he even step out of bed, let alone embark on a spending spree? Just then, two figures flitted past the doorway, and a clear, anxious female voice broke the silence. Chapter 2. Lu Susu, it is all your fault, and that of my elder brother. Usually Liu Hong is quite the libertine. His constitution is already frail, and yet you dare to take him to your Hongxiu pavilion. Hong is the sole support of our second brother. If anything would happen to him, but I shudder to think how you will explain yourself to our second brother after your descent. In the next instant, the door to the room swung open, revealing a stunning woman draped in a crimson robe, her beautiful visage flushed with indignation as she strode in. This woman appeared to be no more than 26 or 27 years old. Her skin is white as snow, delicate and flawless, truly a paragon of beauty. Yet, who could ascertain her true age? Even Liu Hong was uncertain. All he knew was that his lackluster father had long since departed from this world, leaving him in the care of his sworn siblings. These three individuals were, without doubt, the pinnacle of Liu Hong's esteemed lineage, as mentioned by the system. The striking beauty who entered first was the third sibling, Lu Susu, whom Liu Hong affectionately referred to as Aunt Susu. Following closely behind her was a rather unfortunate-looking, scholarly man, who was the fourth sibling. By chit he appeared to be in his 40s, possessing a handsome and refined countenance. In his youth, he must have also been quite the heartthrob. Upon witnessing Liu Hong awaken, Aunt Susu's delicate frame trembled in astonishment, exclaiming, "Hunger, you have actually awakened." In the next breath, a fragrant breeze enveloped the room as her slender hands effortlessly lifted Liu Hong into her embrace. Good heavens, must you be so fervent? I feel as though I might suffocate. Held tightly in Aunt Susu's embrace, Liu Hong was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as if his very bones were shattering. Susu, I can hardly breathe. The fourth sibling, Bai Cheng, observed the scene with a hint of embarrassment, clearing his throat softly before speaking up. Aunt Susu then gently realized her fervor, quickly setting Liu Hong down. Noticing his flushed face, she inquired with concern, "Hunger, are you all right? Please tell Aunt Susu. How is your health now?" Through gritted teeth, Liu Hong took a moment to respond, "Aunt Susu, I'm not dead yet." Only then did Lu Susu feel a sense of relief, though her brows furrowed, and she shot a disapproving glance at Bai Cheng, saying, "Look at the trouble you've caused. What was the name of the maidservant attending to Hong? Summon her immediately. I shall have words with her." Bai Cheng trembled slightly, casting a hesitant glance at Liu Hong before replying, "That might not be appropriate." At this juncture, Liu Hong recalled the day Bai Cheng had promised to take him to a delightful place, which led them to the Hongxiu pavilion. Soon after, a beautiful maid had appeared, entertaining Liu Hong with music and dance, though her attire had progressively become scanty. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through Liu Hong's heart, causing him to faint. Putting aside all else, the Hongxiu pavilion Bai Cheng had introduced him to was indeed of exquisite taste. "Once my health is restored, Aunt Susu, is that truly necessary? I'm quite well now, am I not? Moreover, it is not entirely the maid's fault. In truth, had I not been an ordinary person, had I awakened my soul imprint, perhaps I would not have found myself in such a predicament. If only I possessed a bit more talent, perhaps I could awaken my soul imprint, just like you all." As Liu Hong noticed Bai Cheng casting a meaningful glances, he quickly attempted to mediate. But gradually, a sense of despondency began to wash over him. Liu Hong was acutely aware that if this matter were to escalate, given Susu's fiery temperament, it would not suffice to merely punish a single maid. The entire Hongxiu Bai Cheng would likely bear the brunt of it. Upon seeing Liu Hong's expression, Susu's heart softened immediately. She quickly patted Liu Hong's shoulder and comforted him, saying, "Do not fret, Hunger. I shall certainly find a way to awaken your soul imprint." With Liu Hong managing to defuse the situation, Bai Cheng let out a sigh of relief. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall squarely on Uncle Bai. Suddenly, Liu Hong lifted his head and, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Yes, it is all your fault. Lu Su promptly turned her head, stretching out her hand to pinch Bai Cheng's ear, exclaiming, "It's all you're doing. You took Hong to such a place, allowing my elder brother to waste 5 years of effort, resulting in the protective barrier for Hong being shattered. Don't you possess the Pishio soul imprint as well? Bestow the protective barrier upon Hong immediately. Right now. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Bai Cheng waved his hand, and Lu Su instantly released her grip, while Bai Cheng took the opportunity to sit beside Liu Hong. You little rascal. Uncle Bai believes he has treated you well, yet you betray me like this. As soon as he sat down, he began to communicate in a hushed tone. Oh dear. Annie Su, my chest aches. Liu Hong's eyes darted, and he immediately exclaimed softly, clutching his chest. Upon hearing this, Lu Su grew anxious, delivering a sharp slap to Bai Cheng's forehead, and chided, You scoundrel! Hurry up! Bai Cheng's handsome features contorted momentarily as he whispered. All right, you little brat, you are clever, using your Aunt Su to deal with me. Chapter 3. Pishio soul imprint. With that, Bai Cheng extended his arms, his gaze sharpening as a flicker of green light flashed in his eyes, and a green glow began to flow along his arms. What is the Pishio soul imprint? As Bai Cheng prepared to unleash it, Liu Hong held his breath in anticipation, while he could recall some common types of soul imprints. The Pishio soul imprint was entirely unfamiliar to him, and he had no inkling of its rank. In the next moment, Bai Cheng's robe suddenly swelled, and with a burst of green light from his back, an ethereal creature, neither entirely tiger nor dragon, emerged from his shoulder, roaring towards Liu Hong. In an instant, a soothing power surged into Liu Hong's body. Subsequently, Bai Cheng pressed his palm against Liu Hong's chest, and a sensation of unparalleled comfort spread throughout him. Ding! Enhanced effect activated. Pishio protective barrier. Effect. Strength 10, stamina 10, duration 3 days. What? So powerful! With the Pishio protective barrier's enhancement, Liu Hong instantly boasted 13 points in strength and 14 points in stamina. All right, Bai Cheng leisurely withdrew his hand, taking a deep breath. Pishio is my third soul imprint. I have only cultivated to the 4th layer, which is still far from my elder brother's perfected realm. This enhancement will only last for about 3 to 4 days. Lu Su, well aware of this, refrained from further troubling Bai Cheng and promptly sat beside Liu Hong's bed, gently stroking his forehead, her eyes reflecting a newfound sense of tranquility. What? A third soul imprint. I am unsure of the rank of the Pishio soul imprint, but it certainly sounds formidable. What is more impressive is that this is Bai Cheng's third soul imprint. To comprehend the realm of Tianyuan Continent, one must acknowledge that ordinary individuals are utterly incapable of awakening a soul imprint, that a typical cultivator may manage to awaken a single imprint, yet it requires a lifetime of arduous training to attain the 5th or 6th level of mastery, with those who achieve the pinnacle of perfection being exceedingly rare. Upon reaching the 5th level of their first soul imprint, one might be afforded the opportunity to awaken a second imprint. However, the second imprint is invariably inferior to the first. Nonetheless, those who succeed in awakening a second imprint are undoubtedly deemed prodigies. When the second imprint ascends to the 8th level, only then does the chance to awaken a third imprint present itself. And similarly, the third will surely be of lesser quality than the second. Individuals capable of awakening 3 soul imprints are regarded as formidable beings, so exceptional that it can be said they are unparalleled throughout the ages. As for Bai Cheng's third soul imprint, it is a Pishio. But what are the first 2 that Liu Hong dared not even ponder? Enough of this. Let Hong rest. Bai Cheng, fearing further entanglement with Liu Hong, hastily prepared to slip away. Lu Su nodded in agreement, just as she was about to rise when Liu Hong suddenly exclaimed, Wait, Aunt Su, do you have 1,000 soul crystals? Liu Hong sprang up from the bed, eager to inquire. Observing Bai Cheng's ostentatious display, one could presume that 100,000 soul crystals would pose no issue for them, right? Not only Bai Cheng, but even Lu Su was momentarily taken aback, quickly asking Hong, what do you need soul crystals for? Indeed, Liu Hong rarely found occasion to spend money. In the residence he occupied, everything one could desire was readily available, including beautiful maidservants. All it took was a word from Bai Cheng, and they would flock in abundance. Aunt Su, I am of age now. Even if I were an ordinary person, it is time for me to establish my own life, since I cannot awaken a soul imprint. I do not wish to burden you for a lifetime. I wish to acquire some funds to start my own venture in Tianyuan City, Liu Hong stated. This was not a mere flight of fancy. Though the three had treated Liu Hong with utmost kindness, he ultimately could not rely on them indefinitely, with no method yet discovered for awakening a soul imprint. If he were to squander resources, he might as well maximize their potential. Lu Susu trembled slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of emotion as she gently caressed Liu Hong's face, speaking with a tenderness akin to flowing water. Very well, Honger, you are ambitious. Your father would surely find peace in the afterlife knowing this. After all, Uncle Bai possesses abundant wealth. Old Bai, hand over the money. Bai Cheng, bewildered, was left with 1,000 questions, wondering why it fell upon him once more. Aren't you wealthy yourself? Bai Cheng dared not oppose Lu Susu and promptly smiled, reaching to his waist to produce a jade token of vibrant green hue, placing it into Liu Hong's hand. Hong, here are 50,000 soul crystals. Feel free to spend them as you wish. Chapter 4. A grand display of extravagance, thank you. Uncle Bai, Liu Hong exclaimed with a broad grin, swiftly grasping the palm-sized jade token and tugging it toward himself. Although Bai Cheng wore a displeased expression, he dared not show it in Lu Susu's presence. While Bai Cheng was indeed affluent, he was notoriously frugal. Throughout the continent, aside from Lu Susu, it was unlikely anyone else could compel him to part with his riches so freely. After cheerfully bidding farewell to the two, Liu Hong immediately sprang from the bed. With the protection of the Pishio heart barrier, Liu Hong now felt invigorated, nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. System, how might I awaken a soul imprint? One's bone structure must exceed 20 to awaken the soul imprint. The higher the luck value, the better the awakened soul imprint. It is said that on the west street of Tianyuan City, one can find anything for sale. As long as you possess wealth, there is no fear of scarcity. Let us venture to West Street. What a lavish expenditure. I am eager to indulge in extravagance. Ha ha! Finally, the time has come to splurge. A tinge of excitement swells within me. Upon stepping outside, Liu Hong sensed a few individuals subtly trailing him. They were likely sent by Aunt Susu to protect him discreetly. With wealth and bodyguards at his disposal, Liu Hong felt instantly reassured and confidently clutched the jade token as he swaggered towards West Street. Due to his frail health, Liu Hong seldom ventured out. Thus he had scant memories of West Street. Upon arrival, he was immediately awestruck at a cobblestone road wide enough for 8 horse-drawn carriages, filled with a myriad of pedestrians, fluttering flowers, dancing butterflies in the air, and a plethora of shops lining the streets, bustling with an unparalleled vibrancy. First and foremost, I shall acquire a shop. In chaotic times, one must establish a foothold. Purchasing a shop would provide a fitting explanation for Aunt Susu later. Liu Hong's gaze swept across the street until it settled on the entrance of an apothecary. Having perused countless fantasy novels, Liu Hong was well aware that in the realm of cultivation, the most vital commodities are medicine and equipment. With ample elixirs and gear, even a fool can outmatch a master. Acquiring an apothecary is undoubtedly the right choice. Liu Hong strode confidently to the entrance, where an attendant scrutinized him with evident disdain, waving dismissively. You beggar, begone. Do not tarnish our shop's reputation. Liu Hong was taken aback. Did this person not realize that he carried a full 50,000 soul crystals? How dare you address me as a beggar? Do you not know that I am here to purchase your establishment? Although Aunt Susu and Uncle Bai were both affluent, they maintain a low profile. Liu Hong had grown accustomed to this modesty. Clad in nothing but simple garments, he found it outrageous to be judged solely by appearance. Today, I, Liu Hong, shall teach you a lesson for such superficiality. With a puffed chest, he boldly approached the apothecary once more, determined to prove that this attendant could not lay a finger on him. Hey, what are you doing? Stop right there. If you don't halt, I swear I will make you regret it. The attendant, seeing Liu Hong's blatant disregard, shouted in fury. Liu Hong merely smirked disdainfully, turning his head. Oh really? You think you can strike me? Today, I shall enter. If you manage to pluck even a single hair from me, I shall concede defeat. Previously, Liu Hong had been low-key, which led to his demise. But now reborn, he was resolved to indulge without restraint. Can one splurge while remaining inconspicuous? Absolutely not. Thus, he would flaunt his extravagance boldly. If you cannot abide, then do your worst. With his hands clasped behind his back, Liu Hong stepped onto the threshold of the shop. The attendant's expression darkened, a cold smile creeping across his face. What an insolent commoner! Since you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for being impolite. The attendant raised his hand, and with a guttural growl, a large yellow dog materialized behind him. Are you jesting? The doorman is actually a practitioner, yet the awakened soul imprint manifests as a large yellow dog. Da ha ha ha. Chapter 5. The spirit seal of the native dog, Liu Hong, could not contain himself as he gazed at the dog head resting on the shoulder of the attendant. He suddenly burst into laughter. A large yellow dog, classified as an F-level spirit seal. F, D, and E levels are all considered secondary spirit seals that, in simpler terms, awakening such a seal merely grants one a slight edge over ordinary individuals. Even if one were to cultivate to perfection, it would only result in a lifespan extended by a mere 200 years at most. He unleashed the celestial dog's claw. The attendant transformed his right hand into a claw. His face contorted with menace, and lunged toward Liu Hong's face. Despite the inferiority of his spirit seal, he could discern that Liu Hong possessed no cultivation whatsoever. It was precisely because his spirit seal was that of a large yellow dog that he had squandered his chance to ascend to greatness in Tianyuan Mountain, ultimately relegating himself to the role of a mere shop attendant. Liu Hong's recent laughter had struck a nerve, igniting his ire. You scoundrel! Dare you laugh? Die! Liu Hong remained unfazed, standing his ground as the attendant's claw came hurtling toward him. In that fleeting moment, a shadow sprang forth from behind Liu Hong, delivering a powerful strike to the attendant's chest. The sound of bones cracking resonated in Liu Hong's ears. By the time Liu Hong regained his composure, the attendant had been sent flying into the street. The shadow paused beside Liu Hong, then turned with an air of utmost seriousness and inquired, "Young master, are you unharmed?" As Liu Hong opened his mouth to respond, he was momentarily stunned. Before him stood a cold and fierce young woman clad in black, her lower face obscured by a black veil, revealing only a pair of starry, enchanting eyes and a perfectly sculpted nose. Her slightly disheveled hair added to her extraordinary beauty and grace. "Younger master?" Noticing Liu Hong's dazed expression, the proud young woman continued, her tone icy. "I'm fine. You may withdraw." Liu Hong waved his hand, his heart suddenly racing. Those captivating eyes made Liu Hong almost certain that beneath that veil lay a beauty rivaling that of his esteemed Aunt Susu. So Aunt Susu truly understands me. She even sent a stunning beauty to protect me. The shopkeeper, alerted by the commotion outside, hastily emerged, accompanied by a few assistants. All of them bore expressions of concern, except for the shopkeeper, who, upon catching a glimpse of the rapidly retreating, cold young woman, broke into a smile. "My apologies, young master. Our attendant failed to recognize your stature. What do you require? Come inside." The shopkeeper, naturally perceptive, noted the extraordinary nature of this youth. Though he appeared unremarkable in attire, the bodyguard was undoubtedly formidable. The force behind that previous strike still sent shivers down the shopkeeper's spine. Although the attendant's spirit seal was weak, his personal strength reached the third tier of spirit practitioners. The fact that a single strike had sent a third-tier practitioner flying, without affording him a moment's reaction, indicated that the bodyguard's strength was at least at the 6th tier, and this young man's identity was surely anything but ordinary. Finally, a person with discernment had arrived. Liu Hong smiled faintly and stepped into the shop. "Shopkeeper, bring forth your most expensive, finest, and most exceptional medicinal materials. I wish to take a look." "Of course." The shopkeeper wasted no time, swiftly turning and gesturing for his assistants to retrieve a long, ornate box. The box stood a full half a person's height, intricately carved from rosewood. Upon lifting the lid, it revealed an enormous ginseng nestled within. A top-grade, 800-year-old ginseng. Just by observing the young master, one could tell he was of noble descent. Not much, merely 5 soul crystals. The shopkeeper grinned widely, extending 5 fingers. "Good heavens, 5 soul crystals! Is this not exorbitantly priced? Indeed, who could afford such a sum? Has the proprietor lost his senses?" With 5 soul crystals, One could procure a magnificent mansion on the outskirts of Tianyuan City. At that moment, the other customers in the shop, who were purchasing various herbs, erupted in disbelief. 0.5 soul crystals deemed expensive? I currently possess 50,000 soul crystals. If this crowd were to discover that, it would surely frighten them to death. You simply do not understand. This divine ginseng can grant longevity. For an ordinary person to consume such an 800-year-old ginseng, extending one's life by 10 years would pose no issue. An elderly man nearby stroked his white beard and interjected that a mansion, 10 additional years of life, which holds more value. Young master, this caliber ginseng is priceless and rarely found. Might you consider it? The shopkeeper inquired with a face full of deference. Do you genuinely believe he can afford it? Just look at his pitiful appearance, attempting to put on airs. Does he not realize where he is? Jiashantang, one of the most renowned herbal shops in Tianyuan City. At that moment, a hearty laugh rang out from outside, and a man as corpulent as a pig waddled in. Chapter 6. Dragon Candle Bone Blood. Is it merely 5 soul crystals? I have them. Upon seeing the rotund gentleman, the shopkeeper nearly burst into blooms of joy, hastily waving his hand. Why are you still dawdling? Quickly prepare the package for young Master Zhu and send it over. At this juncture, a butler-like figure emerged from behind young Master Zhu, wearing a troubled expression as he whispered, Young master, please do not purchase. 5 soul crystals is no trivial matter. If the master were to find out, what if the master knows? The family possesses ample wealth. Is it not intended for me to indulge? I am the sole heir. If I do not squander, who will? Young Master Zhu proclaimed with righteous conviction. Well said. It appears we are kindred spirits. Liu Hong immediately applauded, observing young Master Zhu's smug demeanor, while a cold smile crept across his face as he turned to the shopkeeper. Must you resort to such trifles to placate me? Present something of worth. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, glancing at young Master Zhu and then at Liu Hong, feigning confusion. Young master, what do you mean? Liu Hong slightly tilted his head, his gaze shifting towards the shop's interior, where atop a high platform rested a small vial containing a red liquid. The vial, no larger than a thumb, radiated a dazzling glow even from a distance. You wish to purchase that? Young Master Zhu erupted in laughter. Are you foolish? Do you even know what that is? You intend to buy it? Can you afford it? I wouldn't dare to purchase such an item. Are you dreaming? Liu Hong frowned, casting a sidelong glance at young Master Zhu, and replied, Dragon Candle Bone Blood. They say that a single drop can transform one's very being and enhance physical prowess. This item must surely be your store's treasure, correct? As Liu Hong entered the shop, he swiftly scanned the entire establishment using the system. The only item of any worth was a single vial of Candle Dragon Bone Blood. Candle Dragon Bone Blood. Quality. Inferior. Volume. 3 drops. Effect. Each drop consumed randomly enhances either strength or stamina by a single point. This, young master, I regret to inform you that this Candle Dragon Bone Blood is not for sale. The shopkeeper awkwardly chuckled. Yes, that's so. Not for any price. What then does your establishment offer? Please quote a price. Today, I am determined to acquire this Candle Dragon Bone Blood. Liu Hong declared with conviction. Liu Hong's words had scarcely left his lips when the corpulent Zhu Xiao Yi erupted into laughter. A person who cannot even afford a spirit ginseng worth 5 soul crystals dares to think of purchasing the Jiushantang? He inherited the business of Jiushantang from his family, a prestigious establishment with a history spanning centuries. It is not something a mere child can acquire at whim. Who told you I couldn't even afford your oversized radish? It's merely that such an item holds no appeal for me. Liu Hong scoffed disdainfully. You actually dare to say that my spirit ginseng is subpar? The rotund Zhu Xiao Yi trembled with fury, stuttering as he spoke. Humph. I shall see how much you possess to buy this Jiushantang. Zhu Xiao Yi commanded his steward to bring a chair, sitting himself at the entrance of the Jiushantang with a smug expression, ready to enjoy the spectacle. I offer 1,000 soul crystals. 1,000 soul crystals for your Jiushantang. Surely, that is not insufficient. Liu Hong maintained a calm demeanor, yet this figure sent shockwaves through the hearts of those around him. A single soul crystal contains the spiritual energy that an ordinary person cultivates over the span of a month. What? Then is the significance of 1,000 soul crystals, the total annual income of the largest family in Tianyuan City. The Lung family barely exceeds 3,000 soul crystals. To think that such a paltry sum could purchase my Jiushan. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the shopkeeper's face lit up with pride, glancing at Liu Hong before coldly stating, "Young master, do not think I am making things difficult for you, that if you can gather 5,000 soul crystals within a quarter of an hour, I shall sell you this Jiushan." Chapter 7. The Azure Pavilion Jade Slip. Hiss, 5,000 soul crystals. Good heavens, what a staggering amount, scarcely imaginable. Even the largest family, the Lung family, could not possibly gather such a sum within a mere 15 minutes. Are you out of your mind? The Lung family, the three great families of Tianyuan City, Lung, Wang, and Wu, would struggle to amass 5,000 soul crystals in that time frame. As Zhu Xiaoyi settled in at the entrance of Jiushan, he became a living advertisement, and the establishment was soon surrounded by throngs of curious onlookers. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's terms, chatter erupted among the crowd. Merely 5,000 soul crystals. Liu Hong observed the astonished expressions of those around him, and, adopting an air of nonchalance, reached for his waist and promptly drew forth the verdant jade token gifted to him by Uncle Bai Cheng, slapping it down before the shopkeeper. Do you think a mere jade token can intimidate me? Is this token truly worth 5,000 soul crystals? Do not attempt to bluff before me. I have encountered countless individuals. If you could present more than 100 soul crystals today, I shall eat my own words before you. The countenance of young Master Zhu darkened, his expression betraying the shock he felt upon hearing Liu Hong's proclamation of 500 soul crystals. He had long harbored suspicions that Liu Hong was merely posturing. If he did not expose Liu Hong now, he would be unable to swallow this affront. Simultaneously, the shopkeeper's demeanor shifted dramatically. His legs turned to jelly, and his lips quivered uncontrollably. It was evident that he comprehended the significance of the jade plaque in question. Ha! It is, in fact, the esteemed Tianzi First Silver House's jade slip from Tianqing Pavilion. To acquire such a jade slip, one must first deposit a staggering 100,000 soul crystals at Tianqing Pavilion. I had not anticipated that this young brother would possess such depth and hidden prowess. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent attire emerged from the Jiushan, with sharp brows and bright eyes. He exuded a demeanor of rugged strength. The flick of his right hand summoned an identical jade slip into his grasp, and as the two slips aligned, they emitted a faint green glow. Upon hearing the name Tianqing Pavilion, young Master Zhu trembled in fear, tumbling from his chair and landing unceremoniously on the ground. In that instant, he realized that the seemingly inconspicuous youth before him was, in fact, a formidable figure he could not afford to offend. Very well, the news regarding the transfer of soul crystals has been dispatched to the nearest Tianqing Pavilion. Young brother, you may take the time to confirm it there. However, I have only taken 4,000 soul crystals as a gesture of friendship towards you. The middle-aged man smiled warmly and extended his hand. May I inquire your name, young brother? I am Di Qing, and if you do not mind, you may call me Brother Di. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback by Di Qing's demeanor, and upon regaining his wits, his first utterance was, "Second deputy," as long as young brother does not find it disagreeable. Our Longshan Commerce has several other establishments in Tianyuan City. Should you choose to patronize us, we will treat you with the utmost courtesy, offering a generous discount of 30% on all items you fancy. Di Qing remarked with a calm smile. The Tianyuan Continent is divided into 9 provinces, with Tianyuan City belonging to Muzhou, and Longshan Commerce hold a place among the top 10 commercial establishments within the province. Such influence is what grants Longshan Commerce 3 jade slips from Tianqing Pavilion. It is no wonder that Di Qing was so courteous towards Liu Hong. Very well, if you do not mind. I shall collect my Zhu long bone blood now. Liu Hong cast a meaningful glance at the shopkeeper, his intent unmistakable. Why do you not fetch the Zhu long bone blood that the young brother desires? Di Qing turned sharply to the shopkeeper, issuing a stern command. The shopkeeper, trembling in fear, nodded vigorously and hurriedly retrieved a vial of Zhu long bone blood, presenting it with utmost reverence to Liu Hong. Discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow, that I was blind to your greatness and inadvertently offended the young master. I beseech you, Do not hold it against me, even if Liu Hong were to show him mercy. It was uncertain whether Longshan Commerce would do the same, that he was acutely aware that misfortune awaited him. It is of no consequence that I appreciate your diligence, shopkeeper. However, do I recall someone mentioning earlier that they wished to eat excrement? Liu Hong took the Zhu Long bone blood without hesitation, tucking it into his belt, and then turned his gaze towards a flabby young Master Zhu, who was collapsed at the entrance of Jia Shantang, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. Chapter 8 Brother, spare me. At that moment, young Master Zhu's face turned ashen, his expression transforming into one of pure dread as he stammered, What do you intend to do? You cannot harm me. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, my father will not let you off easily. Yet, despite such bravado, the young Master Zhu is nothing more than a paper tiger, someone whom even Di Qing, the second in command of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, treats with deference. How could he possibly be a worthy adversary? What else can I do but insist that you honor your promise? Liu Hong chuckled slyly, immediately rubbing his hands together, and with swift strides, he approached the young Master Zhu. The latter was already paralyzed with fear, and as he beheld Liu Hong advancing towards him, he was utterly overwhelmed, a sudden warmth spreading in his trousers, releasing a foul stench. Ha ha! Has he already soiled himself before the encounter even began? Quite splendid. He can market his own production. Stay back. If you are not afraid of my father, surely you must fear Headmaster Wang. The young Master Zhu, who had been engulfed in despair, suddenly appeared invigorated as if a thought had struck him, and he exclaimed, Headmaster Wang. Liu Hong raised an eyebrow, his movements momentarily halting. Observing Liu Hong's pause, the young Master Zhu felt a surge of elation, believing his words had managed to intimidate Liu Hong, and he burst into an odd, triumphant laugh. Ha! Ha! Are you scared now? Headmaster Wang is my godfather. If you dare to touch me, my godfather will personally cripple you, rendering you a mere shell of a man. A flicker of memory ignited in Liu Hong's mind, and he finally recalled who this Headmaster Wang was. The Tianyuan Continent is vast, with cities and villages belonging to various powerful families, and sections Tianlong City is under the jurisdiction of the formidable Xianlong sect. Within Tianlong City, several families exist, all under the control of the Xianlong sect, with the strongest family, the Lung clan, currently holding the reins of power, and its patriarch also serving as the city lord. To better dominate these families in Tianlong City, the Xianlong sect selects disciples from within the sect and assigns them to various families under the guise of educating them. But in reality, it is a means of exerting control over the family's influence. These individuals are known as instructors. It is not that these instructors possess overwhelming power that instills fear. Rather, it is their formidable backing. The Xianlong sect, this Headmaster Wang, is merely an instructor from an inconsequential family in Tianlong City. Yet with the backing of the Xianlong sect, the young Master Zhu feels emboldened. However, he is mistaken to think that Liu Hong would be intimidated by this. In the next moment, Liu Hong's hand moved, delivering a resounding slap to the young Master Zhu's face. Headmaster what? Liu Hong raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. The young Master Zhu, stunned by the sudden blow, was left dazed, clutching his face as tears threatened to spill. Wang Shuishan, Headmaster Wang. He still did not lose faith. Perhaps still in shock, he stubbornly repeated himself. Slap? Wang what mountain? Upon hearing this, Liu Hong laughed in defiance, delivering an even more forceful slap. Wang Shuishan, woo-woo. Though Liu Hong was unwell, the full force of his slap was beyond what the untrained young Master Zhu could withstand. Receiving a blow to each cheek, his face swelled, and he clutched his face in pain, tears streaming down his cheeks. In that moment, he was a tumult of confusion, fear, and above all, bewilderment. Why? Why is the person before me utterly unafraid? Slap. Slap. What is Wang Shui studying? Liu Hong observed that young Master Zhu might be rather dim-witted, as he still failed to comprehend his meaning, causing Liu's heart to swell with delight. With a resounding clap, he inquired again, Wang Shuishan, my dear brother, I implore you, cease your assault. Please, no more. I will eat. Is that not sufficient? Young Master Zhu, stamping his foot, pleaded with a quavering voice. Pray tell, why must you endure such a flurry of slaps to awaken to the reality? Liu Hong burst into laughter, hands on his hips, casting a glance at young Master Zhu's damp trousers. "Remove your trousers, place them over your head, and run a few laps outside, and I shall spare you." "Woo-woo!" Young Master Zhu clutched his waistband, a grimace upon his face, glancing around to find no one willing to advocate for him. Instead, he was met with mocking smiles. He now understood that, no matter how formidable Wang Jiaotu might be, he was far removed from any assistance. The consequences of his own misdeeds could only be borne by himself. What a stroke of misfortune! With trembling hands, young Master Zhu reluctantly removed his sodden trousers, gritting his teeth as he placed them over his head. The shorts within barely concealed his pale thighs. As he attempted to step outside, he inadvertently kicked the threshold, stumbling forward and crashing down, his face meeting his own trousers with a solid thud. "Ha! Serves him right. Indeed, I am utterly amused. I wonder where he will find a face to show himself again." Chapter 9. Summoning reinforcements amidst the laughter of the onlookers. Young Master Zhu, his body quivering with indignation, slowly raised his head. The flames of humiliation and rage blazed within him. He wished for Liu Hong's demise. Immediately, without hesitation, regardless of the cost, with a sudden gesture, young Master Zhu ripped away the large undergarment from his face, lifting his damp visage, his crimson eyes fixed menacingly upon Liu Hong. Indeed, he had been momentarily dazed by Liu Hong's unexpected slap, but the pain and humiliation of his fall had thoroughly awakened him. He had not noticed his steward following him, and now realized that the steward must have gone to fetch reinforcements. His savior would be Wang Jiaotu. "Boy, if you dare to leave, you shall soon learn the taste of death." Young Master Zhu's confidence surged, transforming his demeanor entirely, his countenance shadowed, with a hint of madness gleaming in his eyes. "Is that so? To be honest, I harbor a slight anticipation." Liu Hong scoffed dismissively, taking a seat in the guest area of Jai Shantang, retrieving a vial of candle dragon bone blood that he had recently acquired, and began his examination. Meanwhile, not far away, in the Tianyuan Pavilion of Tianyuan City, the atmosphere was warm and vibrant, filled with song and dance. In the center of the grand hall, a martial artist, clad in the garb of a warrior, was jovially toasting with a beautiful maid in his embrace. This martial artist, with a waxy complexion and glazed eyes, clearly had indulged excessively. He was none other than Wang Shueshan, known in whispers as Wang Deji, due to a prominent black mole upon his nose. Among the multitude of instructors, he stands alone in his decision to leave the Su Ning sect to serve as a mentor in Tianyuan City. A disciple departing from the Su Ning sect forfeits the invaluable resources and support of his sect, rendering his path of cultivation nearly futile. It is akin to being exiled. Such a choice truly reflects his lofty ambitions. This might be what they mean by preferring to be a crane among chickens rather than a chicken among cranes, just as Wing Su Shin was reveling in his drink. A sudden commotion erupted outside, followed by a figure stumbling. It was none other than the steward accompanying young Master H. Wing Gotu. "It's bad. Our young master has been attacked." The steward, in a state of frantic urgency, exclaimed. The Wing Gotu's brow furrowed, and the fleeting enthusiasm he had gathered vanished instantaneously. He slammed his cup down onto the table and turned sharply, glaring furiously. "Who dares to make such a racket?" Without hesitation, the steward rushed forward, clinging to Wing Gotu's leg, crying out, "Wing Gotu, please help. My young master is your godson." Wing Gotu, growing increasingly impatient, kicked the steward away, sending him tumbling across the floor. "Get your filthy hands off me." "What godson? I have far too many to keep track of." Wing Gotu spoke the truth. Since arriving in Tianyuan City, he had thrived among the affluent, accumulating numerous godsons and daughters from wealthy families, all with the ultimate aim of financial gain. Who truly has the time to concern themselves with the lives of these individuals? ZHG. Young Master H. The steward scrambled to his feet, disregarding his age and the pain of the fall, for the life of his young master was paramount. What does it matter if he is from the ZH family or the NI family? I am not a charitable organization. Do not come to me with every little problem. Get out of my sight and do not disturb my enjoyment. Wing Gotu waved his hand furiously, and the guards of Tianyuan Pavilion immediately closed in. No. Winggotu, you cannot turn a blind eye. As the steward felt himself being dragged away, a sudden thought struck him, and he cried out desperately, Winggotu, we have already invoked your name. He shows no fear, utterly disregarding your authority. If anything happens to young Master's Itch after invoking your name, it would be a slap in your face. Winggotu, who had just turned away, froze upon hearing these words. His cup shattered into countless pieces upon impact with the ground. What? There are those in Tianyuan City who dare to disregard me. Winggotu surged to his feet, roaring in wrath. I shall see for myself what sort of beast dare to act so brazenly. Is it now fashionable to eat the hearts of leopards? Seeing Winggotu stride forward with determination, the old steward finally breathed a sigh of relief, his heart resolute that their young master was indeed saved. Chapter 10. The efficacy of bone blood. Ju Shanting I.H. was manipulating the bone blood of the candle dragon in his hands, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable joy. Beside him floated a small frame, displaying the candle dragon bone blood. Candle dragon bone blood. Quality: low grade. Capacity: 3 drops. Effect: each drop consumed randomly increases either strength or stamina by 1 point. System: what level of treasure is this candle dragon bone blood? Does it possess any other effects? Li H. inquired. Ding. The blood of the candle dragon, a mere essence of a low-tier 9th grade monster, is contained within this vial, due to the inferior lineage of the primal beast. The quality of this blood is deemed subpar. Hence, aside from augmenting attributes, it possesses no extraordinary effects. Were it to be sourced from a more illustrious beast, it might yield special properties. I see. Liu Hong displayed no signs of disappointment on his countenance. After all, he had not expended any funds for this item. Thus it felt like a fortunate acquisition. His physical constitution had yet to reach that of an average person, making the attribute points particularly valuable to him. Ding! An additional prompt. Items of blood essence serve to nourish the bones and tendons and can also facilitate the healing of injuries, without detracting from their attribute-enhancing effects. Upon hearing this notification, Liu Hong nodded. This principle seemed akin to drinking a health potion in a game, merely a conventional rule unmentioned in the item description. Well then, shall I take a sip? Without hesitation, Liu Hong unscrewed the cap and let a droplet slip onto his tongue. The presence of the young Master Zhu lingered, indicating that this farce was far from over, but a throng still gathered outside the 9 Virtues Hall, and Liu Hong's every action instantly captivated all eyes upon him. Having sat so long in the 9 Virtues Hall, the efficacy of this candle dragoness blood had aroused immense curiosity among the onlookers. Liu Hong's impulsive consumption of a drop naturally drew everyone's attention. The droplet, imbued with a distinct briny taste, slid down Liu Hong's throat, followed by a wave of warmth that swiftly spread to his limbs. Though he bore no injuries, he could distinctly feel a sense of comfort emanating from within, banishing even the slightest fatigue accumulated from his time outdoors. Ding! Consumption of a drop of candle dragon blood has permanently increased strength by 1 point. Not long after, the system's announcement echoed in Liu Hong's ears. Having gauged the effects of the candle dragon blood, Liu Hong decided against further consumption. He did not urgently require it, and it would be prudent to reserve it for future use as a restorative. The surrounding crowd gazed at Liu Hong, who wore an expression of blissful comfort, their own desires igniting within them, each yearning for a taste. Yet, who would dare approach? Unbeknownst to Liu Hong, however, the black-clad female guard observing from a distance bore a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. She had been reluctantly assigned to protect Liu Hong, and in her view, though he was her master, he was undeniably a spoiled scion. She had hoped that this brush with danger might temper his excesses. Yet here he was, more extravagant than ever. In that moment, it dawned upon her that his previous restraint had merely been a result of his frail condition. Now that he was in better health, he had become even more incorrigible. All that filled her gaze towards Liu Hong was profound disappointment and aversion. As someone who loathed the frivolities of young masters, she likely wished more than anyone for Liu Hong to meet a swift demise in the street. Who dares disregard my reputation? Just then, a thunderous shout erupted from the throng outside, and the figure of Master Wang suddenly appeared at the entrance of the 9 Virtues Hall. Godfather, as soon as Wang Jiao made his appearance. Young Master Zhu's eyes gleamed with newfound vigor, his entire being seemingly infused with tenfold or even 100-fold strength. "Is someone here?" "Is it Wang Jiao?" The dark-clad beauty guard's enchanting eyes narrowed sharply. Her gaze fixated on the newcomer. The scene unfolding before her was utterly ludicrous. A scion of wealth had provoked a notorious spendthrift, and now this spendthrift had unwittingly antagonized an exiled disciple of the Xuanlong sect. Bound by her master Lu Susu's command, she found herself compelled to intervene. Wang Jiao was a figure she was well aware of. His capabilities were rather mediocre and utterly insufficient in her presence. However, to Liu Hong, he represented a formidable threat. Should she rush to his defense? Just as the dark-clad beauty hesitated, Liu Hong abruptly rose, his face devoid of any trace of fear, instead radiating an aura of remarkable calm and composure. These qualities were ones she had never witnessed in Liu Hong before, leaving her quite astonished. Liu Hong gestured towards the dark-clad beauty, urging her to refrain from taking action, for at that moment, a daring yet perilous plan began to unfurl in his mind with Wang Jiao's arrival. Chapter 11. What harm in enduring 3 moves at that moment? Wang Shuishan, flanked by the elderly steward, stood confidently at the entrance of the Jushan Hall, hands on his hips and chest puffed out, exuding an impressive presence that he chuckled. "So it is you." "Huh." Following the steward's pointed finger, his gaze landed squarely on Liu Hong. "Ha! I thought you were someone of significance. Turns out you're merely a pitifully weak cultivator, lacking even the most basic of skills. Your mere 5th-tier soul master status is laughable. I presume you could no longer endure in the Xuanlong sect and have come to Tianyuan City to play the role of the coach?" Liu Hong's words struck a nerve, causing Wang Shuishan's expression to shift dramatically. His eyes bulged, and he bellowed, "You lowly peasant! How dare you challenge my authority as Wang Jiao and belittle my strength? Do you truly believe that within 3 moves I cannot send your soul to the netherworld? Very well. What harm is there in enduring your 3 moves?" Liu Hong chuckled, stepping forth from the Jushan Hall. Closing the distance to a mere 3 paces from Wang Shuishan, in the inner sanctum of the hall, Di Qing raised an eyebrow in surprise, setting down his teacup, intrigued as he turned his attention toward the door. Di Qing was acutely aware of Liu Hong's unique status. Should an incident occur at the entrance of Jushan Hall involving such a figure, he could not escape the repercussions, which explained why he remained on site. As Liu Hong's declaration echoed, the crowd erupted into a chorus of astonishment, with the dark-clad beauty among the most anxious, silently observing Liu Hong. Was this man out of his mind? Rushing headlong into danger would only complicate matters for her. Frustrated, the dark-clad beauty ground her silver teeth. With Liu Hong's 5th-tier soul master prowess, a single move could incapacitate him entirely. The crux of the matter was that he had deliberately chosen to act grandiose, preventing her from intervening. Such was the flaw of a spendthrift disciple, reveling in posturing before others. Without hesitation, the dark-clad beauty pushed through the crowd and swiftly approached Liu Hong, whispering urgently, "What do you intend to do?" "Though Wang Shuishan's prowess may be lacking, it is not something you can withstand. Rest assured, I possess my own calculations. Being aware of his strength, I am confident I can endure 3 of his strikes." Liu Hong, with a newfound confidence, gestured for the black-clad beauty to withdraw. "What? Are you truly intent on enduring 3 of his attacks, you?" The black-clad beauty nearly exclaimed in haste, but suddenly reconsidered. How could Liu Hong, devoid of any cultivation, ascertain Wang Shuishan's capabilities? Did he possess some hidden trick? With various doubts swirling in her mind, the black-clad beauty reluctantly retreated. "So, Master Wang, is it not a challenge for you to allow me to withstand 3 of your strikes? After all, you're merely a cultivator, seeking to bully an ordinary person without a shred of cultivation like myself. If those 3 strikes fail to defeat me, what then will you do?" Liu Hong retorted. "Ha ha! That is impossible. Not to mention 3 strikes. If you manage to withstand even 1, it would be a stroke of fate. Should you endure 3, I, Wang Shuishan, shall immediately bow before you in respect and crawl out of Tianyuan City." Wang Shuishan laughed arrogantly, slowly raising his hand, his face contorted with menace. "Young man, today I shall impart a lesson to you. Do not boast without strength, and those who insult me shall surely perish. Heavens! Has he lost his mind? This is the end. This is it. Blood will inevitably flow today. Deservedly so. I detest such arrogant signs flaunting their superiority everywhere. If he were to be beaten to death, it would serve as a lesson for people like him. Liu Hong listened to the discussions around him, his expression remaining calm. Enduring 3 strikes from Wang Xueshan was not a sign of Liu Hong's madness, but rather the outcome of meticulous calculations by the system, reflecting Liu Hong's burgeoning ambition. Wang Xueshan was merely a pawn in Liu Hong's game. Liu Hong sought to demonstrate that he was different from the likes of young Master Zhu, not merely a wastrel squandering his family's fortune. Simultaneously, Liu Hong yearned for power. Having just arrived in this world, he wished to genuinely experience the might of a cultivator. Only through personal experience could he cultivate a fervent desire for strength, akin to a beast that, after its first taste of blood, is overwhelmed by an insatiable thirst for it. "Ha ha! Insolent brat, prepare to meet your end," Wang Xueshan bellowed, and behind him emerged a gaunt wild monkey, striking wildly as if possessed. Chapter 12. The indomitable cockroach as the torrential rain of punches rained down upon Liu Hong's chest. Young Master Zhu's eyes lit up, a wave of exhilaration flooding his being. "Excellent! Excellent! How delightful! Finish him!" Young Master Zhu leapt up, clapping his hands in sheer excitement. Liu Hong felt a series of sharp pains in his chest, his form staggering backward until he collapsed at the entrance of Jushan Hall. Pained, such agony! Liu Hong's face flushed crimson, tears welling in his eyes. After enduring those strikes, it felt as though firecrackers were exploding within his chest. He could not ascertain how many of his ribs were broken, and he realized he was gravely injured. Such wounds, if not treated promptly, would surely lead to his demise. System. Assess my injuries. Ding. Extensive hemorrhaging and rupture of the liver and spleen, 7 ribs fractured. Liu Hong grinned through the pain, his tongue moving to swallow a drop of candle dragon blood. Ding. With a single drop of candle dragon's bone blood consumed, 1's stamina is permanently augmented by a point. A warm sensation instantly envelopes his entire being, and Liu Hong can discern that his internal injuries are mending at an imperceptible yet rapid pace. By heavens, the essence of this beast is astonishingly potent. It takes a century of cultivation for a beast to produce even a single drop of its essence. The capacity to heal wounds is beyond the imagination of mere mortals. Observing Liu Hong's pallid complexion, the dark-clad beauty instinctively understands the gravity of his injuries. She clenches her fist, poised to charge forward. A sudden weight on her shoulder halts her. Someone has firmly restrained her. Di Qing, unbeknownst to her, had quietly emerged from the Jushan Hall, standing behind her, murmuring, "Do not rush. The time is not yet ripe. Your master is no ordinary individual. The true spectacle is yet to unfold." The dark-clad beauty is momentarily taken aback, glancing at Di Qing, her heart racing with trepidation that Di Qing seems shrouded in a faint mist. His power inscrutable even to her. Aware of his identity, she grits her teeth, suppressing her anxiety, and continues to observe intently. "Ha ha! Boy, can you not rise again? With your current state, you still wish to endure 3 of my strikes? While you still possess the strength to move, quickly bow to me 9 times, and I shall spare you. After all, if you continue like this and seek out a decent physician, you might just spend the latter half of your life in bed. As for women, do not even think about it." Wang Xueshan withdrew, strutting proudly in place, his face a mask of arrogant delight, and upon seeing Liu Hong's ashen face, he immediately jeered that, "Is that so? Cough, cough. Your monkey fist is quite impressive. Isn't it? Cough, cough. Perhaps you should consider leaving the coaching to pursue a career in monkey shows. You might earn a fortune." Liu Hong, bracing himself against his thigh, coughed a few times, astonishingly managing to stand once more, his complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue. "What? You dare mock me? No, you can still stand? How is this possible?" Wang Xueshan was incredulous. He had never anticipated that a mere mortal, having endured one of his blows, could still rise. "This is inconceivable. Godfather, finish him! End him!" Young Master Zhu's expression of unbridled joy abruptly froze, and he instantly erupted in excitement. "This is unnecessary. He is merely holding on. Wang Shuishan, feeling a surge of heat on his face, was determined to witness how long Liu Hong could endure. Behold my second strike. His frustration mounted. Having failed to fell even a mortal with his previous blow was already humiliating enough if he had held back last time. This time he intended to unleash 90% of his power. With a thunderous roar, Wang Shuishan's frenzied monkey expanded, transforming into a robust mountain ape in an instant, its arms crashing down with an enraged roar. Monkey King shatters mountains. Wang Shuishan leapt into the air, his arms swinging downwards, directly aimed at Liu Hong's shoulders. Thud! A resounding crash echoed. With the force of 1,000 pounds, his arm struck Liu Hong's shoulders, the immense power causing Liu Hong to buckle at the knees, half crouching in place. In that fleeting moment, Liu Hong had swallowed the last drop of Candle Dragon's bone blood. Ding! Consuming a drop of Candle Dragon's bone blood. Stamina is permanently increased by 1 point. The system's notification resonated in Liu Hong's ears once more. Da-da! Wang Shuishan lowered his head and was astonished to see that Liu Hong had not succumbed to his forceful strike, prompting him to roar in fury. Kneel before me. With a thunderous impact, he unleashed 2 more punches. The sound of cracking bones reverberated through the air, yet Liu Hong not only remained standing, but, gritting his teeth, displayed an incredible resilience and rose to his feet. Chapter 13. Master Wang He. Master Wang, has your second move met its end? Liu Hong slowly lifted his gaze, a fierce and menacing glare shooting forth from his eyes. Upon witnessing Liu Hong still standing, Wang Shuishan, already taken aback, was momentarily paralyzed by Liu Hong's sudden glare, letting out a startled gasp and retreating a step. Ding! Through relentless training of his muscles and bones, Liu Hong received a special reward, an increase of 1 point in stamina. To his surprise, the repeated use of the blood of the Candle Dragon for bodily repair had also granted him this unique reward for muscle honing. Considering the circumstances, 3 drops of Candle Dragon blood had bestowed upon Liu Hong an increase of 1 point in strength and 3 points in stamina. Quite a favorable exchange. Liu Hong nodded in satisfaction and then turned to the now terrified Wang Shuishan. Master Wang, what of your third move? Are you prepared to proceed? At the sound of this question, Wang Shuishan's body trembled. After the first 2 attacks, this fellow appeared unscathed. What efficacy could his third move possibly hold? Should it fail like the previous 2, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Observing Wang Shuishan's hesitation, Liu Hong burst into hearty laughter. There is no need for such apprehension. Master Wang, we are merely engaging in a friendly spar. Surely, there is some misunderstanding between us, perhaps instigated by others seeking to sow discord. How shall we address this? Young Master Zhu was about to urge Wang Shuishan to continue his assault when he was taken aback by Liu Hong's words. It was a moment of foolishness on my part, succumbing to the slander of others. I, Wang Shuishan, detest such instigators. With a stern expression, Wang Shuishan turned his gaze towards young Master Zhu. The portly Zhu stumbled back in fear. Panic etched across his face as he shouted, Godfather, what are you planning? I am your godson. I have no such godson. Wang Shuishan's expression darkened as he let out a thunderous roar, casually seizing young Master Zhu and turning to Liu Hong with a grin, inquiring, Little brother, how do you propose we deal with such treachery? All depends on your judgment, Master Wang. Liu Hong replied with a respectful gesture. Huh, excellent. Then let my little brother bow down 9 times. Liu Hong's words, which granted Wang Shuishan ample face, illuminated the latter's expression, lifting his spirits as he grasped young Master Zhu and hurled him towards Liu Hong, pressing down on his neck and forcing him to bow against the stone. Observe, striking first and using another's weapon to slay. Even when slaughtering a pig, one employs a bull knife. I have long surmised that your master is no ordinary individual. Di Qing suddenly burst into hearty laughter, gently patting the shoulder of the woman in black, before vanishing into the throng. The woman in black sighed in relief, as the unfolding situation resembled a tempestuous storm. Even she struggled to comprehend it fully. To this moment, she had yet to fathom how Liu Hong managed to mend his internal injuries in such a brief span, nor how he discerned Wang Shuishan's strength and grasped his psyche. At least at this juncture, her perception of Liu Hong had undergone a profound transformation. He was far from a mere debauched heir. He exuded composure and depth, coupled with both bravery and cunning. Were she in his position, even with a flawless plan, she would likely lack the courage to withstand a few moves from Wang Xueshan. Watching as young Master Zhu and Wang Xueshan were deftly manipulated by Liu Hong, an inexplicable sense of admiration blossomed within the heart of the woman in black. Well, what did I say? It's all fine. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Hong had already approached with a playful grin. Surprised? Are we? Unexpected, perhaps? Chapter 14. The Demon Market. Wait. Don't leave. Liu Hong chuckled mischievously and quickly caught up. If you remain silent, I shall call you Little Heart. The woman in black, striding briskly, shuddered at his words, her tone laced with mock indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? If you dare to speak again, be wary of my retribution. Little Heart, please don't be angry. Liu Hong continued to chuckle. Undeterred. Silence. The woman in black abruptly halted, turning to reveal her stunningly beautiful face, flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Little Heart, darling, you look truly enchanting when you're upset. Liu Hong showed no fear. After all, she was sent by Su Su to protect him, and she would never harm him. You infuriate me. The woman in black stamped her foot, gritting her teeth at Liu Hong, yet utterly helpless. Little Heart, darling, why must it be this way? If you simply told me your name, wouldn't that suffice? Liu Hong interjected, striking a pose of playful defiance. Do you wish for Su Su to hear me call you Little Heart, darling? I am called Lu Miaoyin. The woman in black, both flustered and furious, declared this and then leapt away, vanishing from Liu Hong's sight. Lu Miaoyin? What a lovely name. But why does it share the same surname as Su Su? I send T Su Su unmarried for life. Liu Hong mused, stroking his chin with intrigue, shaking his head as he resumed his stroll. Meanwhile, from a distant high tower, two figures observed this scene intently. Lu Su Su wore a frosty expression as she glanced at Bai Cheng beside her. What is your take? Fourth brother? Bai Cheng grinned broadly, responding with delight. Hong heiress knack for enchanting young ladies is certainly on par with second brother-s from years past. Ha! This sight brings to mind second brother-s former charm. No wonder cough. Upon hearing this, Lu Su Su's previously cold demeanor suddenly flushed with color, and she hastily retorted, That is not what I inquired about. Indeed, it is evident from our earlier conversation that our Honger has truly matured. With such cunning, I find myself less worried about him venturing out on his own. Bai Cheng's expression darkened as he slowly articulated his thoughts. Lu Su Su seemed to acknowledge this with a nod. Yet the worry etched upon her face remained indelible. Even with Miaoyin by his side, I still cannot find solace. After all, Honger is the sole connection to my second brother, and he bears an uncanny resemblance to him. As she spoke, Lu Su Su appeared to recall some unwelcome memories, and with a decisive turn, she vanished atop the tall tower. The vibrancy of Dashi Street indeed surpassed Liu Hong's expectations. Although he had already acquired Jushan Hall, he currently lacked the inclination to manage it, so he entrusted its affairs to the shopkeeper for the time being. His foremost priority now was to squander within a span of 12 hours. He aimed to dissipate 10,000 soul crystals. After all the effort he had exerted, he had barely managed to waste away less than half. Over 2 hours had passed, and if he did not act swiftly, his later years might be devoid of vigor. Nevertheless, Liu Hong discovered at Jushan Hall that the jade slips he possessed were not available for trading by just anyone. Hence he first exchanged some soul crystals at Tianyuan Pavilion on Dashi Street to carry with him. After wandering Dashi Street for half an hour, Liu Hong purchased a selection of exquisite jewelry and paintings as gifts for Uncle Bai and Aunt Susu, spending merely 7 or 8 soul crystals. This left Liu Hong in a quandary. With so much wealth, how could he squander it? With a furrowed brow, he meandered about, when suddenly he spotted a peculiar alley ahead. The alley was not only exceedingly narrow, but also eerily desolate. How could such a narrow passage exist in this bustling area of Dashi Street? Just as Liu Hong was about to investigate further, a passerby emerged from behind and seized him by the arm. Seeing Liu Hong's intent to approach, the stranger grew anxious and whispered, "Little brother, you must not go there. That is the monster market. It is filled with voracious creatures that devour without leaving bones. If you enter, you may never return." The mention of a monster market sent a jolt of surprise through Liu Hong. Such a strange place truly existed. He felt compelled to venture inside. No worries. Do not fret. Liu Hong reassured the passerby, patting him on the shoulder. Just as he was about to step forward, Lu Miaoying appeared from an unknown direction, abruptly positioning herself in front of Liu Hong with a sharp exclamation. You dare to enter the monster market? I forbid you to act recklessly. Chapter 15. Exorbitant prices. Liu Miaoying was so incensed that she wished to knock Liu Hong unconscious and drag him away. He was infuriatingly reckless. Money can indeed move mountains. Their demise must surely be due to the absence of my wealth. Liu Hong laughed heartily, suddenly spreading his arms wide as he lunged toward Liu Miaoying. Upon realizing his intent to embrace her, her heart raced, and she let out a soft gasp, swiftly dodging aside. Yet in that fleeting moment, Liu Hong had already stepped into the alley. You scoundrel! You infuriate me! Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Miaoying realized she had fallen into his trap, and in exasperation, she stamped her foot, steeling herself to follow him. As they entered the alley, the once constricted space suddenly opened up before them, revealing an astonishing array of bizarre figures, some with bird heads, others with serpent bodies, truly a marvel to behold. The moment Liu Miaoying stepped in, she was immediately startled by the sights before her and hurriedly took a few quick steps to follow Liu Hong. Aren't you afraid of death? Why did you still come along? Liu Hong asked with a smile, disregarding Liu Miaoying as he walked straight into the monster market. The monster market, as the name suggests, is a marketplace for demonic beasts, where various transformed or untransformed creatures engage in trade. Upon noticing someone entering, most of the creatures simultaneously lifted their heads, casting fierce and vengeful glances toward Liu Hong. Liu Miaoying shook her head. Liu Hong nodded and suddenly halted his steps. Beside him, a pig-headed man had several blood-red herbs displayed before him. The herbs, from their roots to their leaves and flowers, were all of vivid crimson, each standing as tall as a forearm. Bloodroot grass. Quality: medium grade. Effect: an excellent material for alchemy. Consuming it raw can increase stamina by 2 points, but doing so will also induce poisoning, accumulating 20 points of illusory poison per herb. How much for this herb? Liu Hong inquired cheerfully, crouching down with a friendly demeanor directed at the pig-headed him, and to his surprise, the pig-headed man became visibly anxious, grabbing the bloodroot grass and exclaiming, "Humph, humph, not for sale, human, not for sale." Liu Hong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and without hesitation, he pulled out a handful of soul crystals from his waist. Is this amount sufficient? Although the pig-headed man's eyes lit up momentarily, his fear outweighed his greed, and he continued to shake his head. Humph, humph, not for sale, human, not for sale. Liu Hong nodded, quickly realizing that the market was likely governed by some authority with special rules, one of which might be the prohibition of trading with humans. Human, by go. The pig-headed man clutched the bloodroot grass and reluctantly extended 2 hooves, pointing towards a distant stall. Following the direction indicated by the pig-headed man, Liu Hong soon spotted an elderly man with a head full of white hair, deeply wrinkled, dozing with his head bowed in a corner of the market. To his astonishment, there was indeed a human vendor in the monster market. Liu Hong hurriedly approached the old man, and upon examining the tattered cloth before him, he found a single worn book, upon which were inscribed a few words. Wild Monkey Fist Manual. Is that the Wild Monkey Fist? For those fond of martial arts, this style should evoke some recognition. Liu Hong could hardly believe that after traversing to this otherworldly continent, he would encounter a martial art connected to Earth. Wild Monkey Fist? You are indeed gazing upon this manual. Upon hearing those 3 words, the old man unexpectedly lifted his head, his gaze extraordinarily clear, devoid of the grogginess one would expect from waking. I didn't anticipate that you, young brother, would have such an affinity with this celestial artifact. Truly marvelous, marvelous, the old man chuckled, sweeping his eyes over Liu Hong. Young brother, are you interested? This manual can be yours for merely 5,000 soul crystals. 5,000 soul crystals? Liu Miaoying, standing behind Liu Hong, gasped in disbelief. Then let it be 7,000 soul crystals. The old man grinned, directly raising the price. You're just trying to swindle me, for such a few tattered pages. You dare to ask for 7,000 soul crystals. Liu Miaoying exclaimed, fuming. Yet her greatest fear was not just the price, but that Liu Hong, in a moment of folly, might actually purchase at 9,000 soul crystals. The old man was exceedingly forthright, boldly declaring a price double that of before. Liu Hong picked up the boxing manual and casually flipped through a few pages before exclaiming, 10,000 soul crystals. I shall take it, but you must assist me in obtaining the privileges to purchase from other stalls in the demon market. Liu Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. The old man fell silent, casting a few scrutinizing glances at Liu Hong before bursting into hearty laughter. Very well. Liu Hong nodded with a smile, paid the sum, and tucked away the boxing manual. Noticing the old man sinking back into a slumber, he chose not to linger and continued his exploration of the demon market. Have you lost your mind? Who spends so recklessly 10,000 soul crystals for a mere broken boxing manual, and it only contains the first 3 techniques? The remaining fragments are utterly untrainable. Liu Hong's companion, Lu Miaoying, followed closely behind, exasperation evident in her voice. Even a master wouldn't condone such frivolous spending, would they? Liu Hong abruptly halted his stride, turning to face Lu Miaoying with a mysterious smile. You are mistaken. Aunt Susu would never hinder me. This is precisely why she is your master and you her disciple. You still have much to learn compared to Aunt Susu. That scoundrel. How dare you look down upon her? Nonsense. You must provide me with a reasonable explanation today. As Liu Hong continued to stroll through the market, Lu Miaoying, unable to contain her frustration, seized his arm resolutely, determined that he would not escape without clarification. Indeed, the Wild Monkey Fist is a fragmented scroll, but take a closer look. Liu Hong, with a resigned smile, retrieved the Wild Monkey Fist manual and displayed it before Lu Miaoying. This is the technique employed by Wang Xueshan today. It bears a striking resemblance to the Wild Monkey Fist. Moreover, the Wild Monkey Fist is far more intricate than what Wang Xueshan demonstrated today. Could it be that this unassuming Wild Monkey Fist is actually a high-level technique? Lu Miaoying's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of sheer disbelief. However, it quickly shifted to concern. Though that may be the case, the Wild Monkey Fist only has the first 3 volumes. Even if you practice, you can only learn 3 moves. Not only is there the risk of going astray, but it is also bound to be riddled with flaws. This technique is not worth 10,000 soul crystals. At this, Liu Hong chuckled heartily. You are truly naive. Did you really think I was purchasing the Wild Monkey Fist? My 10,000 soul crystals are for this. He raised his hand, and the azure cloud pattern on his wrist shimmered instantly. Pray tell, how many items within the demon market can one find in the mortal realm? Lu Miaoying was rendered speechless, struck dumb by Liu Hong's inquiry. How could this be? She felt increasingly unable to fathom Liu Hong, as if he always possessed a clear plan in his heart. For the remainder of the time, Liu Hong was unreserved in his purchases, acquiring everything the demon market had to offer, regardless of quality. Bundles of all sizes adorned his person, and when he finally cleared the market of its wares, time in the demon market had also come to an end. Yes, he watched the market gradually fade from view. Liu Hong felt a sense of satisfaction. This venture was far from a loss. Illusory poison. 80 points. Ding. Consumed a dog ink, permanently increasing bone value by 2 points. Ding. Consumed 200 flower herbs, reducing all toxins by 200 points. As Liu Hong indiscriminately stuffed various items into his mouth, half of what he had purchased vanished in an instant. Lu Miaoying was left utterly astonished. Could it truly be safe to consume so recklessly? Burp. I'm full. What a delight. Liu Hong felt a wave of contentment wash over him as he gradually rose to his feet, an inexhaustible vigor coursing through his limbs, having devoured such an abundance. Surely he must now possess the attributes of an average person. Goodness, no wonder it is said that cultivation is a pastime for the affluent. If Liu Hong continued down this path of extravagance, wouldn't he soon ascend to the pinnacle of the world? Chapter 17. Task completed system. Attributes. Ding. Loading name. Liu Hong. Luck. 23. Normal value. 50. Strength. 34. Normal value. 10. Bone quality. 18. Normal value. 10. Stamina. 31. Normal value. 20. Funds. 31,585 soul crystals. Soul seal. None. System rating. Inferior mortal. Keep striving. Status. Peace show heart protection. Effect. Strength 10. Stamina 10. Duration. 3 days. After glancing at his attributes, Liu Hong nodded in satisfaction. With such a vast quantity of food consumed, it was only natural that his attributes would rise significantly. Even if the Pishio heart protection effect were to wear off, his stamina had already reached the normal value of 20. The only lingering dissatisfaction was his rather low luck value. Ding! The first extravagant task has been completed. The host gains 5 free attribute points and unlocks the exchange system, receiving 10 extravagance coins as a bonus. Completing the first task rewards an additional 5 extravagance coins. The exchange system is now available for use in the shop, allowing the utilization of extravagance coins to acquire various items. Ding! The second extravagant task is initiated. Please squander 20,000 soul crystals within 3 days. Failure penalty. All attributes will be reduced by 50 points. Upon hearing the exchange system was now operational, Liu Hong's joy lasted barely 3 seconds before the next announcement doused him with cold water. A reduction of 50 points in all attributes. His highest strength value was only 34 points. If he were to fail this task, wouldn't his attribute values plummet into the negatives? Good grief. This penalty was even more terrifying than the previous one. System, my attribute values aren't sufficient to be deducted. What will be the consequences? Liu Hong immediately inquired. Should any attribute value fall below 0? The host will meet an immediate demise. Open the shop. Begin the exchange. With Liu Hong's command, a simple interface materialized before him, displaying a total of 9 slots that rotated incessantly, clearly still determining what items would refresh for exchange. Stop! Please, let there be a soul seal. I do not wish to become useless, Liu Hong shouted, fervently praying to Buddha, Jesus, Guanyin, and Sun Wukong. As Liu Hong commanded, the 9 slots in the shop gradually slowed, soon coming to a halt before him. His gaze fixated instantly on a shimmering golden slot. Astonishingly, it was an S-grade soul seal, the Celestial Dragon Chaotic Beast Soul Seal. Ha! This is utterly exhilarating. However, Liu Hong's elation was short-lived. For the next moment, he found himself in despair. Because he could not afford it, an F-grade soul seal was priced at 1 extravagance coin. Level D requires 2 waste coins. Level E demands 4 waste coins, and so forth. Level C necessitates 8 coins. Level B calls for 16 coins, and Level A is priced at 32 coins. Yet astonishingly, the S-level soul imprint is a staggering 64 waste coins. Is this a ripoff? Liu Hong was on the verge of madness. Wait, it seems there is another option. Liu Hong's gaze shifted to the bottom left corner of the shop, where a gray soul imprint symbol appeared. Its icon depicted a large black question mark. The unknown soul imprint costs 10 waste coins. It can yield an FS-level soul imprint. Is this a gamble with one's life? Liu Hong glanced at his 23 luck points, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Ordinary individuals possess 50 luck points. What can he accomplish with a mere 23? Is he destined to step in dog excrement? Regardless, he desperately needed a soul imprint. He couldn't rely on women for every battle. Could he? He purchased it. Gritting his teeth, he realized everything hinged on this decision. The essence of his existence was at stake. Let it be opened. Chapter 18. The Demon Ape Soul Imprint Embracing a Fatalistic Mindset. Liu Hong clicked to buy. Bang! With a soft sound, the gray barrier surrounding the soul imprint shattered, revealing its inner crimson essence. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first soul imprint. The Demon Ape Soul Imprint. Demon Ape Soul Imprint. Attributes. Magic. Level. F. Devour Progress. 03. Soul Imprint Cultivation Progress. 09 layers. Soul Imprint Affinity. 100. Soul Imprint Effect. 10 increase in martial arts power. Description. A magic attribute soul imprint, derived from the ancient legacy of the demon ape, possessing a unique devouring effect. After devouring a certain quantity of same level or higher soul imprints, it can be upgraded. The devoured soul imprint will also influence the evolution path of the demon ape soul imprint, with an increased chance of acquiring the accompanying enhancement effects of the opponent's soul imprint. Ah, I knew it. With my minimal luck points, I could only obtain an F-level soul imprint. This is the end. It seems I am destined to be a dog in this life. Liu Hong was engulfed in despair, on the verge of wailing, when he suddenly noticed that this demon ape soul imprint seemingly possessed a devouring upgrade function. Liu Hong quickly composed himself and read the description of the demon ape soul imprint several times, an overwhelming joy surging within him. System, is there a level cap for the devouring evolution of the demon ape soul imprint? Liu Hong managed to suppress his elation and immediately inquired. Ding, there is none. Wow. Does that mean as long as I find enough soul imprints to devour, evolving into an SSS-level soul imprint is entirely feasible? Ahahaha. Moreover, I can seize the enhancement effects attached to the opponent's soul imprint. Wouldn't that mean one soul imprint could rival several others? Astounding. This F-level soul imprint is even more impressive than an S-level one. However, the rather vexing reality is that the second awakened soul imprint will inevitably be inferior to the first. If Liu Hong does not devour the demon ape soul imprint to a certain level before awakening the second imprinting, the host need not worry. The host is not affected by such rules, as long as the host fully cultivates the affinity and progress of the first soul imprint. The next soul imprint can be awakened without restriction on level or quantity. Listening to the system's considerate voice, Liu Hong felt as if he could soar with joy. Awakening soul imprints was unnecessary. He simply needed to cultivate his soul imprint, earn waste coins, and purchase more soul imprints from a shop. 1 is insufficient to acquire 2, and 2 is inadequate to obtain 3. Who possesses 3 soul seals simultaneously is truly a genius. Liu Hong can have 10, 30. He is a deity. Huh. Young master, are you all right? The concern etched on Lu Miaoyin's face was palpable as she observed Liu Hong, who was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. One moment laughing, the next crying, resembling a madman. Now, Lu Miaoyin began to wonder if Liu Hong had overindulged in food, thereby impairing his mental faculties. After obtaining the demon ape soul seal, Liu Hong's spirits soared. He perused the newly acquired Wild Monkey Fist manual while making his way to the 9 Virtues Hall. Perhaps due to his superior innate talent, after reading the first 3 volumes of the Wild Monkey Fist manual several times, he grasped its essence entirely. The profound insights into the martial technique lingered in his mind. An exquisite sensation indeed. Regrettably, he currently possessed no cultivation to speak of. Otherwise, he would have sought someone to spar with, to test the efficacy of this Wild Monkey Fist. After all, in those days, the junior master had relied on this very technique to best the masters of the martial world. As he approached the 9 Virtues Hall, he passed through a narrow alleyway, where few souls lingered. While still contemplating the Wild Monkey Fist, he suddenly sensed a hint of danger. Startled, he lifted his gaze and spotted a figure blocking the far end of the alley. It's you? Ha! Just as I was seeking a target for a beating, you appeared. Liu Hong chuckled upon seeing the person's face. Chapter 19. Instant annihilation. Ha! You can still smile? Now that someone is protecting you. It seems I'm out of luck, but with your protector absent, I wonder who will safeguard you now. The man gritted his teeth, his face shrouded in shadows, his tone chillingly cold. As he spoke, he slowly emerged from the darkness. It was indeed the escort from the 9 Virtues Hall. Having taken a slap from Miaoyin and survived, your strength must have been severely compromised. Liu Hong scoffed, deeming the man's power insufficient to warrant concern that if Liu Hong recalled correctly, this escort possessed merely the strength of a 3rd-tier soul wielder. Miaoyin's strike had nearly incapacitated him. What remained of his power now? 1st tier, 2nd tier, comparable to that of a novice. Hey, your diminished strength is hardly something mere mortals can contend with. Remember, my name is Xiao Huang. With a sneer, Xiao Huang declared, utilizing the effects of 2 drops of Candle Dragonbone blood to withstand 2 of Instructor Wang's strikes was indeed clever. But now that you lack the Candle Dragonbone blood, I wonder how you will fend off my attacks. Little Yellow, no wonder your soul seal is akin to a mutt. Even your name is dog-like. Such is fate, brother. Liu Hong laughed heartily. His attributes now surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and having awakened his soul seal, he viewed Xiao Huang's diminished strength with indifference. What was there to fear, even facing imminent demise? He dared to laugh. Let's see if he can still smile after this. With a furious shout, Xiao Huang's yellow dog soul seal re-emerged behind him, and with a swipe, he lunged toward Liu Hong's chest. In a moment of inspiration, the 3 moves of the Wild Monkey Fist he had recently seen flashed rapidly through his mind. Instantly, he raised his hand, silently reciting, Rising Wave Technique. This swinging motion represents the first form of the Wild Monkey Fist. inspired by the wild monkeys frolicking through the mountains, choosing branches to swing from. In Liu Hong's eyes, Xiao Huang's arm, which was swung towards him, resembled a branch. Liu Hong swiftly brought his hands together, instantly seizing Xiao Huang's arm and pressing it downwards, propelling himself into the air. One leg swept through the air, striking Xiao Huang on the forehead. But that was not the end. As Liu Hong flipped over, still gripping Xiao Huang's arm, he executed a deft maneuver, causing Xiao Huang to stumble and crash to the ground. The fruit-picking style. Liu Hong immediately released his grip, having already transitioned into the second form. Inspired by wild monkeys plucking fruit, each strike a seamless blend of attack and retreat, fluidly combining force and finesse. Thud, 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 thud. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 punches were unleashed, each landing on Xiao Huang's chest with excruciating impact, reopening old wounds and inflicting unbearable pain. Xiao Huang's body convulsed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. How could he be so easily overwhelmed? Liu Hong gradually withdrew his fists, pondering the situation. Little did he know that while an ordinary person's strength measures a mere 10 points, Liu Hong's had surged to a staggering 34 points. The force behind each punch was over 5 times that of an average individual. Each blow felt as if a 100-pound iron hammer had struck Xiao Huang's chest. Such overwhelming power, who could withstand it? Yu. Xiao Huang's eyes widened, his body trembling uncontrollably after enduring the barrage of punches. His internal organs lay in ruins, beyond the help of even a celestial being. No, it cannot be. The final words escaped Xiao Huang's lips unspoken, his legs giving way as he succumbed to his fate. By heavens, the wild monkey fist is truly effective. Xiao Huang couldn't even touch a single hair on me. He must not have anticipated being defeated in the blink of an eye, right? Ha! Just as Liu Hong was about to revel in his triumph, a faint chime echoed in his ears. Ding! Detection of a soul imprint available for devouring. Would you like to consume it? Consume. Liu Hong did not hesitate. He was in the process of absorbing the F-grade yellow dog's soul imprint. Liu Hong observed a flash of yellow light emanating from Xiao Huang, which swiftly coalesced into a peculiar mist that enveloped Liu Hong. Ding! Consumption successful. The Magic Ape Soul Imprint has absorbed a new effect. Magic Ape Soul Imprint. Attributes: Demon Beast. Level: F. Consumption progress. 1-3. Soul Imprint Cultivation progress. 0-9 levels. Soul Imprint Affinity. 2-100. Soul Imprint Effect. 15 increase in fist technique power, 5 increase in claw power. Description: a magic attribute soul imprint, inherited from ancient magic apes, possesses a unique devouring effect. Once a certain quantity of soul imprints of the same level or higher has been consumed, it can be upgraded. Liu Hong glanced and understood that the yellow dog soul imprint should enhance both fist techniques and claw power, now wholly absorbed by his magic ape soul imprint. Both consumption progress and affinity had increased. Strangely, the attribute of the magic ape soul imprint had shifted from magic to demon beast. It seems that consuming different soul imprints indeed affects the evolutionary path of the imprint. One wonders what the magic ape soul imprint will evolve into once fully consumed. If it could transform into something like the Sun Wukong soul imprint or the Fighting Buddha soul imprint, wouldn't that be delightful? Chapter 20. The magic ape emerges. How dare these fiends commit such atrocities here? Liu Hong had just finished devouring the soul seal when he prepared to turn and leave. Only to be startled by a sudden exclamation from behind, he spun around in confusion and beheld a figure clad in fiery red, standing directly behind him. The apparition was a girl of delicate stature, her face etched with urgency and indignation. Without uttering a word, she raised her hand, and a brilliant crimson dart shot toward Liu Hong. "What on earth? What are you doing?" Liu Hong exclaimed, narrowly evading the attack by swiftly sidestepping. "Silence, demon," she retorted fiercely. "You recklessly take the lives of cultivators. Do not utter another word. Prepare yourself." The crimson dart, sharp as a sword, whistled through the air, aimed straight at Liu Hong's chest. With a bitter smile, Liu Hong pondered the girl's impatience. Why did she not seek clarification before launching an assault? "I am not a demon. Please, do not act so rashly." He discerned that her cultivation far surpassed his own, compelling him to evade her strikes continuously, for a moment's hesitation could lead to his demise. With a resounding thud, Liu Hong once again rolled aside, as the dart collided with the adjacent wall, creating a gaping hole. The dart, seemingly delicate as silk, was indeed as formidable as adamantine, truly terrifying. Still attempting to argue, "I am Liu Yao of the Xianlong sect. Today, I shall uphold justice and bring you to account for your misdeeds." With a fierce cry, the girl intensified her grip on the crimson dart, which surged with a brilliant red light from behind her. Through the radiance, Liu Hong discerned a celestial maiden clad in red attire. The red sleeve celestial soul seal, an A-class celestial attribute. Celestials vanquish demons. Does she not realize the peril she invites? Liu Hong's heart raced, drenched in cold sweat as the system provided its initial assessment. In an instant, the crimson dart expanded to an immense height, encircling Liu Hong and leaving him with no avenue of escape. "Stop!" A voice echoed from the distance. Liu Miaoying's voice, with a soft whoosh. A dark blade sliced through the crimson dart, charging forward. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Liu Miaoying inquired as she positioned herself beside Liu Hong, her gaze fixed on the girl, ready to speak, but was preempted by the girl's fierce retort. "Who is this demoness? You will perish together. Prepare yourself." Enraged and anxious, the girl unleashed two crimson darts that soared toward Liu Miaoying like twin dragons emerging from the sea, recognizing the strength of her adversary. Liu Miaoying grew cautious, slicing the air with her ebony blade, unleashing three streams of black sword energy. With a series of explosive sounds, the two forces clashed mid-air, neither party willing to yield. Just as they prepared to engage once more, a thunderous rebuke rang out. Enough! The simple yet powerful command halted both Liu Miaoying and the girl in their tracks, their faces paling instantaneously, rendered immobile. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression and silver hair descended gracefully. He glared daggers at Liu Yao before admonishing, "Yaoer, I instructed you to stay by my side and not to cause trouble. How have you found yourself in this predicament again?" The girl, pouting her lips in a display of discontent, replied plaintively, "Master, that person is a demon. How did I witness him slay that cultivator and defile another's soul seal?" "Oh, is that so?" The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, swiftly turning his head to cast a glance at the deceased Xiao Huang, his expression instantly transforming into one of gravity. This individual bore the marks of a shattered soul imprint. "Did you do this?" The middle-aged man inquired in a deep voice, whether yes or no. "It is none of your concern. If you are wise, allow us to depart." Liu Miaoying understood that she must not permit Liu Hong to speak at this critical moment, lest they invite endless troubles. "I did not ask you." The middle-aged man slightly tilted his head, merely glancing at Liu Miaoying, causing her delicate form to tremble, and with a sudden gasp, she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. "Bastard, if you have the capability, come at me." Witnessing Liu Miaoying's injury ignited Liu Hong's fury. He surged forward and shouted, "I did it." "And so what?" Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man let out a chilling laugh. "And so what? The forces of evil cannot allow you to survive. Prepare to meet your end." The middle-aged man raised his hand, and an invisible force immediately seized Liu Hong's throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "Die!" The middle-aged man roared, lifting his left hand forcefully as if to strike Liu Hong's crown with a mighty blow. In that very instant, a blinding red light erupted from behind Liu Hong, and a massive crimson demon ape burst forth. Towering 3 to 4 stories high, it slammed its colossal fists against its chest, unleashing a tremendous roar. At that moment, the middle-aged man trembled, his body propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Sent flying several meters away, the gigantic demon ape slowly lowered its head, its blood-red eyes disdainfully surveying the middle-aged man. Chapter 21. Soul Imprint Guardian. It is indeed the Soul Imprint Guardian. The middle-aged man clutched his chest, his complexion paling slightly. He had only heard rumors of such a phenomenon. It was said that only exceptionally powerful soul imprints could serve as guardians. To think he would encounter such a situation. What manner of soul imprint resides within this youth? So peculiar. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze fixated on Liu Hong. He noticed that Liu Hong seemed to possess no cultivation whatsoever. Could it be that he had only recently awakened his soul imprint? If that is the case, it would be a tremendous stroke of fortune falling into his lap. Master, Liu Yao was momentarily stunned by the demon ape's furious roar, taking a while to regain her senses. Upon seeing her master half reclined on the ground, she cried out anxiously and rushed to his side. No. Exorcising demons and safeguarding the righteous is our duty. We cannot abandon our mission due to such minor obstacles. Moreover, that lad is already at the end of his tether. He merely needs that cough. Just as the middle-aged man was about to raise his hand, an intense pain surged within him, causing his brow to furrow. The spiritual energy within him, stirred by the demon ape's roar, boiled like water, entirely beyond his control. Yao Yao, you'd quickly fetch my demon-slaying staff and pierce it into that man's chest. Aware of his immobility, the middle-aged man immediately sat cross-legged and retrieved a jade short staff of emerald hue from his waist, issuing a solemn command. Good. Liu Yao nodded without hesitation, accepting the demon-slaying staff from the middle-aged man's hand. Just as she stood up, a flash of white light surged through the alley, enveloping Liu Hong's body, while the swaying demon ape's soul imprint suspended in midair shattered into oblivion. Fourth Master. Upon seeing that white figure, Liu Miaoyin let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Bai Cheng had arrived and Liu Hong's safety was assured. The soul imprint protecting the body. How could this be? When did Hong awaken the soul imprint? The commotion caused by the demon ape in Tianyuan City had drawn the attention of half the city. How could Bai Cheng and Lu Susu remain oblivious? Bai Cheng's gaze shifted to Liu Miaoyin, who shook her head bitterly, indicating that she too was in the dark. Who? Why protect that demon? Liu Yao tensed up upon sensing another presence, gripping the demon-slaying staff and immediately positioning herself in front of the middle-aged man. Bai Cheng, cradling the unconscious Liu Hong, turned leisurely, merely casting a glance at Liu Yao before casually stating, "What a little girl, spouting nonsense. Miaoyin, let us go," given the gravity of the situation concerning Liu Hong. Bai Cheng had little inclination to argue further and swiftly leaped away, vanishing into the alley. Stop. Just as Liu Yao was about to pursue Liu Hong, the middle-aged man's voice rang out behind her. Yao Yao, don't go. That person possesses profound skills. You and I are no match for him. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his internal energy before standing up. Profound skills? Master, you are a fourth-tier soul master, among the elite of our Xianlong sect. How could we not be his match? Liu Yao was momentarily taken aback. She could not discern Bai Cheng's cultivation level and had not anticipated such terror. A fourth-tier soul master, perhaps even his pinky, could easily dismiss that. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he murmured to himself, "This situation has become quite troublesome." What? Awakening the soul imprint and triggering the soul imprint protection? Lu Susu was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes trembling, at a loss for words. For all these years, Liu Hong had not awakened his soul imprint. The sudden stimulation felt akin to a dream, coupled with the earlier commotion. To learn that the principal subject was Hong, this matter likely bore both fortune and misfortune, rendering it difficult to reach a conclusion. In Lu Susu's heart, she felt both joy and concern. Joy that Hong finally had an opportunity to stand out, and concern that with the vastness of the sky and sea ahead, protecting him would become increasingly challenging. Lu Susu anxiously watched Bai Cheng take Liu Hong's pulse, and after a long while, she finally inquired, "How is he?" Bai Cheng's face was clouded with worry, and after several attempts to speak, he found himself at a loss that Hong is currently simply in the best condition imaginable. His physique now rivals that of a second-tier cultivator. This bout of unconsciousness was merely the result of his soul imprint protection being activated, leading to significant depletion of his energy. Only then did Lu Susu let out a sigh of relief and quickly turned to look at Liu Miaoyin, who had been closely following Liu Hong. Only she could clarify what had transpired. Just at that moment, Liu Hong's complexion suddenly flushed, and he coughed vigorously, awakening abruptly to Hong. Lu Susu quickly turned her head, immediately spotting Liu Hong, dazed, sitting up on the bed. "Aunt Susu? Uncle Bai? Ah, I am perfectly well." Liu Hong, upon observing those surrounding him, offered a bittersweet smile. The moment the soul imprint enveloped him, he fell into unconsciousness, leaving him oblivious to the events that transpired in between. Yet, given the current predicament, it was clear as day that he was in trouble. Like a fragile being, easily toppled by a mere breeze, had suddenly transformed into a robust individual, and a talent long deemed a failure for having never awakened his soul imprint had miraculously done so. How could he possibly explain all of this to them? With a flash of cleverness, Liu Hong's eyes gleamed as he conjured an excellent topic to divert attention. Aunt Susu, I hold a deep affection for Miss Lu Miaoyin. Would you be so kind as to bestow her upon me as my wife? Upon utterance of these words, everyone present, save for Liu Hong, was left utterly dumbfounded, while Lu Miaoyin's delicate countenance flushed crimson. Rendering her speechless, the suddenness of the situation caught everyone off guard. Even Lu Susu was unprepared for such an announcement. Truly worthy of being my second brother's son, awakening from slumber with thoughts of marriage. The first to recover was Bai Cheng, who cast a decidedly mischievous glance at the blushing Lu Miaoyin, his expression peculiar to hunger. What on earth has come over you? Lu Susu, momentarily taken aback, furrowed her brows lightly. It would not be an issue to promise Miaoyin to you, but she cannot be your wife. She may only be a concubine. After speaking, Lu Susu seemed to reconsider her words, hastily adding, though I have raised Miaoyin as my own, akin to a daughter, this matter hinges upon her consent, and I shall raise no objections. Upon hearing Lu Susu's words, Lu Miaoyin felt an inexplicable wave of emotion. Throughout her life, Lu Susu had always treated Liu Hong as a treasure gem, accommodating him in every way. And in this instance, she had relinquished her control, granting Miaoyin her autonomy, which filled her with unexpected gratitude. As all eyes turned toward her, Lu Miaoyin could only stammer. To serve the young master for a lifetime would indeed be a blessing for Miaoyin. Yet the notion of marriage and concubinage feels far too distant. And just like that, matters had escalated. Liu Hong did not shy away from the truth, recounting everything in detail. You actually ventured to the demon market and purchased items there? Lu Susu's beautiful eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Both she and Bai Cheng understood the significance of the demon market. Could it be that this young man was destined for extraordinary fortune? Since those events had already transpired, they need not dwell on them. The pressing matter now was that since Honger had awakened his soul imprint, he must be taught to cultivate it without delay. Bai Cheng asserted, indeed, the cultivation method is of utmost importance. Before you reach the realm of the soul master, you should first practice the Peiranju. Although the cultivation speed of Peiranju is somewhat slower than other methods, it excels in establishing a solid foundation. Lu Susu concluded, turning her head. Miaoyin, you shall be responsible for teaching the Peiranju to the young master and practice alongside him. Following Liu Hong's unexpected declaration of affection, Lu Miaoyin now felt a tinge of shyness and quietly acquiesced. Very well. Without further ado, Susu, let's take our leave. Bai Cheng cast a sidelong glance at Liu Hong, offering a knowing expression that any man would comprehend, before promptly leading Lu Susu out of the room. Inside, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Lu Miaoyin swiftly seized the moment before Liu Hong could speak, initiating the transmission of the incantation to him. Outside, Lu Susu shot a resentful look at Bai Cheng, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Why did you pull me out so quickly? I haven't clarified the matter of the soul seal yet. The soul seal's protective power is no trivial affair." Bai Cheng, whose previously playful demeanor had turned serious, replied, I am well aware that the soul seal's protection is significant, yet the two individuals from the Shenlong sect I encountered regard Hong Er as a demon. Liu Hong took a deep breath and immediately began to execute the Peiranju incantation. Yes, he did so. The system's notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Detection of the operation of mental techniques. Peiranju, new mental technique has been recorded in the system. Achievement unlocked. Pioneer, reward. 10 spent currency, new technique operational effect. 100. Mental technique is being rated. Ding! Rating successful. Peiranju. Mental technique level. Spiritual energy absorption rate. 6060. Reward operational effect. 100. The effectiveness of the technique during cultivation is stabilized. During cultivation, the chance of mental demons is reduced by 50. Technique and combat skill effect. 15. The reverse cultivation effect escalates. During cultivation, The chance of mental demons is 50 spiritual energy absorption rate. 100. What on earth? Is this truly an A-level mental technique? However, the effects of the technique are divided into forward and reverse cultivation. Yet, it seems that the reverse cultivation effect is superior. Moreover, it appears Liu Hong has also achieved a system accomplishment and received spent currency as a reward. Liu Hong glanced at the achievement. Finally comprehending that it turns out that the system cannot possibly record all mental techniques and combat skills. Once the protagonist collects a mental technique or combat skill, a reward will be granted. Young master, there is no need to rush. For an average person, progressing to the first stage of a soul cultivator typically requires about a month. And with Peiranju, the speed may be slightly slower. Lu Miao-yin reassured Liu Hong, noticing that he had begun to attempt cultivation. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges. One cannot afford to be overly hasty. The first stage of a soul cultivator is the initial step in cultivation, beginning with sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, followed by guiding this energy into the body and ultimately absorbing it to circulate through the microcosmic orbit, successfully opening the dantian to store the spiritual energy, thereby achieving the first stage. As mere mortals, the act of cultivation is an endeavor against the heavens. Thus, opening the dantian is the most arduous step, with the majority of the time spent by an average person in this stage dedicated to that very task. Just as Lu Miao-yin finished her statement, she immediately sensed a peculiar disturbance in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, her heart racing with alarm. Had Liu Hong, having just grasped the incantation of Peiranju, already begun to guide energy into his body? That was far too swift. No, wait, why was the spiritual energy dissipating at such a rapid pace? Could something be amiss? Lu Miao-yin hastily reached out, placing her hand atop Liu Hong's head, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. She had made no error in teaching the incantation, yet the route Liu Hong was following for Peiranju was entirely incorrect. This is disastrous. Just as Lu Miao-yin withdrew her hand, she saw Liu Hong tremble violently, a shadow of dark energy instantly shrouding his face. That moment, Lu Miao-yin's mind erupted with a thunderous realization, leaving only 4 words echoing in her thoughts. Deviated from the path. Chapter 23. The unfathomable encounter. Liu Hong felt his head spinning, as if engulfed by a powerful force the moment he commenced the operation of the Peiranju. When he regained consciousness, he discovered himself suspended within a peculiar blood-red expanse, devoid of any discernible horizon, surrounded by swirling black mist. With a resounding, elongated roar, the crimson clouds quivered, and a colossal demonic ape leaped forth from a mist, the manifestation of his soul imprint. Liu Hong instantly recognized his soul imprint avatar. Just as he pondered why this apparition had materialized, another roar echoed from the opposite end of the space, and a massive golden dog bounded into view. Could this be the process of soul imprint absorption? Liu Hong's conjecture was swiftly validated as the 2 soul imprint avatars collided, launching into a fierce skirmish. However, the golden dog was dwarfed by the demonic ape, and, as it lunged forward, it was effortlessly swatted away by the ape's massive paw. Yet, both soul imprints were classified as Grade F, exhibiting no significant disparity in power, save for their vastly differing sizes. Crouch down and engage. Huddle together. This will minimize your vulnerabilities. Liu Hong urged desperately. To his astonishment, the demonic ape seemed to heed his words, immediately crouching down and reaching out to effortlessly grasp the flailing golden dog, consuming it in a single bite. With a mournful cry from the golden dog, a brilliant yellow light erupted from within the demonic ape, which gradually enveloped its form. The yellow glow coursed through the demonic ape, causing it to shrink slightly, while tufts of yellow fur sprouted along its once mighty arms. Had they fused into one? As Liu Hong momentarily pondered this, he felt that overwhelming force surge once more, and the scene before him dissolved into nothingness, his consciousness returning to his own body. Young master, are you all right? Please do not frighten me. Have you truly succumbed to madness? I shall immediately seek out Lord Bai. Upon opening his eyes, Liu Hong heard the anxious voice of Lu Miao-yin beside him. An idea struck him, and he feigned distress, forcing out the words, "Seeking uncle Bai's feudal. I have fallen prey to the demon of passion. To untie the knot, One must be tied by it. All it takes is a kiss from you to dispel this passion demon. Seeing Liu Hong awaken, Lu Miaoying's face was about to break into a smile. But his words instantly rendered her flustered. The demon of passion? I have never heard of such a heart's affliction, and that must it be in that manner to dispel it? Lu Miaoying's cheeks flushed as she seemed to grasp the implications. Could it be that the young master's affliction was due to me? After all, just moments ago, she had experienced Liu Hong's sudden confession, and coupled with the term passion demon, it was difficult for her not to draw such connections. Miaoying, that you present a valid point. I cannot compel you, that we still have ample time ahead. Liu Hong held his breath in his throat. With a sudden exertion, he immediately broke into a fit of coughs. It is my fault. When I first laid eyes on you, I could not suppress my emotions. At this juncture, Liu Hong deliberately shuddered, as if enduring immense agony, his face turning the color of a liver from holding his breath. Well, Lu Miaoying's beautiful eyes flickered. Though indecisive within, her words conveyed urgency. Saving a life is paramount. In the next moment, a figure flashed before Liu Hong, and two soft, vermilion lips gently pressed against his forehead. In the blink of an eye, Lu Miaoying stepped back a few paces, slightly turned her head, her charming face already flushed with crimson. After a moment's pause, realizing Liu Hong had not responded, she turned back to him and exclaimed, "Young master, why are you not feeling better?" Liu Hong stifled a laugh, and holding his breath, replied, "I do not know. Perhaps a kiss on the forehead is insufficient. A kiss on the lips is needed." Ah! Lu Miaoying suddenly grew more anxious. Clearly, she had already kissed him. Oh! Noticing Lu Miaoying seemed to waver, Liu Hong let out a pained cry. "Young master." Seeing him appear to suffer further, Lu Miaoying became even more frantic. Stamping her delicate foot, biting her pearly teeth, and resolutely decided to take the plunge. Without hesitation, she leapt gracefully to Liu Hong's side, gently entwining her arm around his, closed her eyes, and deeply kissed him. Liu Hong was enveloped by a fragrant breeze, his lips experiencing a warm, sweet sensation that was fleeting yet utterly sublime. Back on Earth, he had merely been an ordinary individual, perhaps even a somewhat hapless fellow. Having only dated once, his physique and looks unremarkable, with few opportunities for hand-holding, let alone kissing. Now, unexpectedly, with a beauty of Lu Miaoying's caliber initiating a kiss, his heart raced wildly. Goodness, being a rich young master is exhilarating. With just a flimsy excuse, I can indulge myself. It seems Lu Miaoying will entirely succumb to my charm. Ha ha ha, Liu Hong thought to himself, reveling in delight. Once Lu Miaoying withdrew her embrace, he took a deep breath, his complexion gradually returning to normal. "Young master, you are finally better." Lu Miaoying's fair face was flushed to the point of nearly bleeding, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito's hum. Throughout her life, she had never been so intimately close to a man. "Thank you, Miaoying. This matter, you and I alone shall know. It must not be spoken of." Liu Hong immediately adopted a serious expression. "Yes, young master." Lu Miaoying nodded earnestly, understanding that Liu Hong was safeguarding her reputation, filling her heart with warmth and gratitude. Slowly, Liu Hong stood up. A slight lift of his hand revealed that he could sense some spiritual energy stirring within him, causing a flutter of excitement in his heart. He promptly inquired, "Miaoying, it seems I have successfully opened my Dantian and reached the first tier of a soul practitioner. Is it possible to progress so swiftly?" Lu Miaoying's flushed face still bore traces of embarrassment, but surprise quickly overtook her features as she scanned Liu Hong, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. How can this be possible? "Young master, if my feelings are not mistaken, your current strength has already reached the third tier of soul master." Third tier of soul master. What does that mean? Liu Hong also wore a puzzled expression. Just a moment ago, Lu Miaoying had mentioned that one would need a month of cultivation to reach the first tier of soul master. How could he leap several levels and directly ascend to the third tier? Could it be due to the influence of the seductive demon he encountered earlier? To some extent, the seductive demon. When the young master was opening his dantian, it directly shattered the shackles of his meridians, rapidly expanding his dantian. As Lu Miaoying contemplated, her cheeks flushed deeper. "Oh, I see." Liu Hong immediately chuckled. his mind flooded with images of the fierce battle between the great yellow dog and the demon ape, where the crimson space was continuously torn apart. Yet, he mischievously remarked, "I truly must express my gratitude to Miaoyin. I wonder how I should repay you, dear young master, perhaps by offering myself?" Chapter 24. Celestial Cuisine Pavilion. Ah, this simply cannot be. Your identity is far too noble, and I am but a mere maid. Lu Miaoyin shyly lowered her head, hastily retreating a step as she spoke. "It's quite all right. I don't mind at all." Liu Hong responded with a grin. "Young master, you should really rest well. Miaoyin shall take her leave now." Upon seeing Liu Hong attempt to rise, Lu Miaoyin was startled and quickly exclaimed, turning to flee in a fluster. Witnessing this scene, Liu Hong couldn't help but chuckle softly. Initially, he had merely intended to tease Lu Miaoyin to assert a little dominance. This young lady, who had shown him disdain upon their first meeting, had transformed into this flustered being. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such adaptability. It seems that Liu Hong's fortunate days are about to begin. In the realm of strength levels, tiers are classified based on the size of 1's dantian. A soul master possesses a dantian where spiritual energy takes the form of vapor, while a soul venerable's spiritual energy manifests as threads, and a soul emperor's as an ocean. However, instances like Liu Hong's, where one dreams of soul beasts and forcefully opens their dantian, are quite rare. Thanks to Liu Hong's rebellious cultivation technique, coupled with the system's reward enhancements, his cultivation speed is a staggering 3 times that of an ordinary person. Thus, within just over an hour, the spiritual energy in Liu Hong's dantian had already reached its capacity, and it was now evening. Typically, at this hour, Lu Susu would send someone to deliver a meal to Liu Hong, and the chefs dispatched by Lu Susu were top-tier culinary artists, crafting dishes far superior to those found in any tavern. However, Liu Hong was no longer the same. Dining at home would be a waste. Now, he intended to visit the most upscale establishment in Tianyuan City to indulge in the finest delicacies and exquisite wines. Although Dashi Street is the most bustling thoroughfare in Tianyuan City, it isn't the prime location for the best taverns. Within Tianyuan City, there exists a renowned celestial cuisine pavilion, famed for its culinary excellence. The place may be small, yet it boasts unparalleled prestige, as the name suggests. The food there is akin to celestial fare, exquisite and delectable beyond description. Only those who have tasted it can truly comprehend its flavors. The Celestial Cuisine Pavilion is also notorious for its exorbitant prices. Even its most common dishes are crafted from the flesh of magical beasts. Not only delicious, but also renowned for their potent, invigorating properties. That it is said that Xian Shanfang boasts 3 eminent chefs. One of them, known as Teaspoon Soul Seal, has honed his culinary skills in frying and sought ing for decades, achieving an almost divine level of expertise. The second, recognized as Ingon Soul Seal, produces exquisite wines that, upon mere inhalation, could intoxicate an ordinary person for an entire night. However, the most formidable of all is the head chef of Xian Shanfang. Famously dubbed Hua Jindao, bearer of the golden knife Soul Seal, his dishes are nothing short of masterpieces, crafted with a divine touch. What sets him apart is his haughty disposition. He prepares only 1 dish a day, and only for patrons he deems worthy. On occasions, if he does not find a suitable guest, he may refrain from cooking for 3 consecutive days. Once, someone offered a full 100 soul crystals simply to savor one of his creations. Yet he remained unmoved, leaving behind a single remark. "I, Hua Jindao, have cultivated the golden knife culinary art for 30 years, wasting countless heavenly ingredients and rare beast materials. Your mere 100 crystals are inconsequential. The 7-color divine ox, worth 1,000 crystals, allows me to take merely a few ounces of meat from its rib. If you wish to taste it, perhaps you should consider reincarnating." It is said that Tianyuan City spans 100 miles. Renowned for 1,000. Yet, Hua Jindao alone is celebrated for 10,000 miles. As Liu Hong ambled along, absorbing the tales, he soon arrived at the entrance of Xian Shanfang. As usual, it bustled with activity, with an entrance fee of 5 soul crystals required. Braised by long meat, 10 soul crystals, reputed to invigorate the heart and extend life by 3 years. "No, thank you." Liu Hong surveyed the menu, shaking his head. "Steamed Longhu whip, 20 soul crystals, a potent aphrodisiac, beneficial for the elderly. Cough, that too is unnecessary. Liu Hong perused a dozen dishes, seemingly unsatisfied, continually shaking his head. The server at Xin Shanfang, ever polite, smiled and remarked, "It seems you are a person of wealth, sir. Surely you did not come to Xin Shanfang merely to jest with us after parting with 5 soul crystals? Please, feel free to express your desires. If it is not on the menu, the kitchen shall accommodate your request. I wish to taste the dishes prepared by Hui Jindao," Liu Hong declared, setting aside the menu with a smile. The server burst into laughter, gesturing, "If only you had mentioned that sooner. Allow me to escort you to the 3rd floor, where guests await the honor of dining with Mr. Hua." Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Liu Hong was taken aback. Though seemingly small, it accommodated no fewer than 40 or 50 individuals, each brimming with eagerness to impress Mr. Hua in hopes of sampling his culinary delights. Liu Hong chose to remain discreet, settling into a quiet corner while nibbling on pastries at his table. Tea that moment. A conversation arose nearby. "Brother Shi, you are here too. Tianyuan City is likely 1,000 miles away, yet you have come specifically for one of Mr. Hua's meals." A tall, slender figure approached a portly man with a grin. "What a load of nonsense. I've been waiting here for nearly half a month, and he hasn't acknowledged me once. If he doesn't recognize me today, I swear I'll dismantle Xin Shanfang." Brother Shi, upon noticing the tall figure, voiced his grievances. Brother Shi, you simply do not understand. While others are clamoring to get to the front, fawning over Mr. Hua, how could he possibly be inclined to favor them? At this moment, one should seek out a humble corner to wait, for this is the way to stand apart. Do you not see? The tall figure replied, "I'm hearing you. Cole, brother, I find your reasoning quite compelling. A few days ago, I observed Mr. Hua selecting individuals from obscure corners, so it would be quite helpful if Brother Lung could provide some guidance on which position is currently favorable." Upon hearing this, Fatty Shi's expression grew serious, and he immediately inquired earnestly. Brother Lung, with a raised eyebrow, casually scanned the area before his gaze landed on Liu Hong. "I believe that gentleman's position is quite commendable." Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback, pondering, what is it about my mere presence that has led to such a favorable assessment? In the next moment, Fatty Shi rushed over, seizing Liu Hong's arm. "Step aside. This spot now belongs to me. Go find somewhere cooler to linger." While Liu Hong was still indulging in a pastry, Fatty Shi's abrupt tug sent the treat flying, landing squarely on Fatty Shi's attire. "How dare you, you scoundrel! What do you mean by throwing such trash at me? Are you looking for a fight? Do you believe I wouldn't dispose of you in an instant?" Fatty Shi's eyes widened, and he immediately shouted in outrage. Liu Hong merely smiled faintly, rising from his spot. "If you desire this position, take it. After all, even if excrement were placed upon a golden pedestal, it would still be excrement. My sole virtue is that I do not engage in disputes over refuse." "What do you mean? Are you calling me excrement?" Fatty Shi's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. "No, I merely heard this esteemed gentleman refer to you as Brother Shi. But since we are not related, I cannot address you as such. However, I am unaware of your name, so I could only respectfully refer to you as Shi. As I previously stated, I do not engage in disputes with excrement." That is the essence of my remark. Standing nearby, the tall gentleman named Lung immediately took on the role of mediator. "That is simply impossible. I have never feared anyone in my life. If you say I cannot proceed, I shall proceed regardless. I assure you, even if the King of Heaven himself appeared today, I would still vanquish him." Fatty Shi, with hands on his hips, continued to rant, refusing to take action. The tall gentleman named Lung, seemingly accustomed to Fatty Shi's demeanor, turned to Liu Hong, clasping his hands in greeting. "But if I am not mistaken, this esteemed gentleman is Liu Hong, is it not?" The abrupt shift in Lung's tone left Fatty Shi momentarily stunned. Fatty Shi was well aware of Lung Yan's character. He was warm on the outside, but cold within, fiercely independent. Given that the Lung family was the foremost clan in Tianyuan City, he would never extend greetings to strangers unless they were longtime acquaintances. Today, however, he was unexpectedly engaging with a stranger. "Who are you?" Liu Hong raised an eyebrow, curious as to how this individual recognized him. Prior to his rebirth, Liu Hong had maintained a low profile, Could it be that his recent exploits at Jushan Hall had garnered attention? Liu Gongzi generously spent thousands of soul crystals to acquire Jushan Hall, earning the respect of even the second-in-command of the Merchant Association, Diqing. Such news had spread like wildfire throughout Tianyuan City by afternoon. Lung Yin chuckled heartily, wearing a face full of delight. I was just pondering when such a remarkable young talent would emerge in Tianyuan City, and lo and behold, I encounter you at Xian Shanfang tonight. It is an immense honor to meet you, Liu Gongzi. Liu Hong's eyes narrowed instantly, realizing that this fellow had long been aware of his identity and had even lured Shipengzi to trouble him. What could this possibly mean? Meanwhile, Shipengzi's expression shifted drastically. The presence of several thousand soul crystals had already begun to intimidate him. The crucial factor was that even Diqing treated this individual with utmost respect, indicating that his status was far from ordinary at that moment. Beads of perspiration had already begun to Shipengzi's forehead, and he inwardly rejoiced for not having acted rashly, for he truly did not know how to resolve the animosity that would have ensued. Thankfully, it was Cold Yin who had timely intervened to halt his actions. It seemed that Cold Yin truly had his best interests at heart. You already know my name. I wish to refrain from getting involved in any other matters. I am merely here to dine. Since your friend desires this seat, I shall yield it to him and find another place to sit. Liu Hong felt a nagging suspicion that Cold Yin was not as simple as he appeared, uncertain of the intentions lurking within his mind, and thus decided to take his leave. Hey, young Master Liu, please do not, Shipengzi exclaimed, his heart quaking at the prospect of Liu Hong's departure, fearing it was a sign of his displeasure. He hastily added, Young Master Liu, I was initially blind to your greatness. If I have caused any offense, I implore you to forgive me. Liu Hong furrowed his brows. He had been untroubled until he beheld Shipengzi's insipid demeanor, which instantly repulsed him. Impatiently, he retorted, Weren't you fearless just moments ago? Now you come to me with this charade? Sit down and spare me your incessant prattle. Shipengzi was momentarily taken aback, wearing an awkward smile. Very well. Whatever young Master Liu dictates shall be. Naturally, he dared not provoke Liu Hong further. Not long after Liu Hong settled into a quiet corner, Cold Yin approached him with a smile. You seem to enjoy tranquility. Young Master Liu, I hope I have not disturbed you, Cold Yin inquired, his face adorned with a smile. The adage of not striking a smiling face held true, and Liu Hong bore no malice, simply shaking his head in mild refusal. That is well. Should fortune favor you today with Mr. Hua's culinary delights, do not forget me. With that, Cold Yin took his leave, leaving Liu Hong somewhat bewildered, as if Cold Yin implied that should he partake in the meal, it would be attributed to his merit. As soon as Cold Yin departed, several attendants emerged from the side of a small stage, balancing gleaming silver platters in their hands. Someone in the crowd called out, Mr. Hua is coming out. Instantly, all eyes in the audience were drawn to the stage. As the curtain was gently lifted, a man in his 40s strode forth with purpose, his complexion rosy, yet his expression grave. Was this Mr. Hua? Renowned as Hua Jindao, Liu Hong couldn't help but scrutinize him further. He possessed a square face and a bushy beard, exuding an air of integrity, albeit with a peculiar long braid trailing behind him, blending rigidity with an odd touch of femininity. Mr. Hua, I have prepared 1,000 soul crystals and 10 pearls. Should you choose me today, I shall present these offerings in full. What is that? I brought a millennium-old fine brew and 2 bottles of ancient rare wine. I know you have a fondness for good liquor. Should you select me, these libations shall be yours. Mr. Hua is a chef. Naturally, his greatest passion is for quality ingredients. Mr. Hua, I have brought green yak, colorful butterfly cocoons, and iron dragon meat. Young Master Liu, have you not brought anything along? The rotundure unexpectedly made his entrance once more, a cloth bundle in hand, containing items that were presumably of considerable value, albeit not quite as significant as those carried by the earlier arrivals. If they were, he would have already proclaimed them. What are you bringing? Is there such a custom? Liu Hong scoffed. I only bring my mouth. After all, we are here to dine. Bringing my mouth is the utmost respect for the chef. What a delightful expression, bringing my mouth. At that moment, Hua Jindao suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The roar from Hua Jindao rendered the crowd below utterly silent. What does bringing my mouth mean? Could it be that Mr. Hua has swiftly summoned tonight's guests? Hu Jindao's gaze shifted and settled upon Liu Hong. To bring one's mouth is the highest form of respect for the chef. I did not expect such a young brother to possess such profound insight. Today, I shall observe how you utilize this mouth to honor me. The audience fell into a hushed stillness, and the attendant beside Hu Jindao quietly stepped down to invite Liu Hong onto the stage. Liu Hong's eyes swept over the three ingredients, and he comprehended their significance immediately. The millennium-long dragon carp, having cultivated for 1,000 years, was on the cusp of leaping over the dragon gate to become a true dragon. Brimming with spiritual energy, consuming it would greatly enhance one's cultivation and nourish the dantian. Truly a sacred item. 12 snow mountain eye silkworms, exceptional detoxifying materials, when consumed, could permanently augment resistance to toxins, if cooked skillfully. They could also harmonize yin and yang, improving one's constitution. And this 7-colored celestial lotus root tip was even more extraordinary. It would directly enhance fortune. Liu Hong raised an eyebrow and proclaimed in a deep, resonant voice, "I want them all." Chapter 26. Fortuitous windfall. I find you quite agreeable, young brother, so I can offer you a discount of 20%, making it 1,200 soul crystals. Hiss, the crowd gasped in astonishment. 1,200 soul crystals. That was an astronomical sum. One soul crystal was sufficient to dine at a regular tavern for half a month, and even at this immortal banquet hall, the most expensive dish on the menu downstairs cost merely 20 soul crystals. 1,200 soul crystals, if spent at an ordinary tavern, would likely last a lifetime. Who offered you a discount? To enjoy dishes prepared by Mr. Hua himself is a blessing. Asking for a discount would surely disrespect Mr. Hua's labor. Liu Hong replied with a faint smile. Typically, Mr. Hua only needs to prepare one dish, but today he must prepare 3, hence I shall pay triple the price. 4,500 soul crystals. Heavens, 4,500 soul crystals. Is there even such a sum of money? Could he be bluffing? I think so. I shall see how this young man handles the aftermath if he cannot produce such wealth after dining. However, upon hearing this, Hu Jindao's eyes lit up. It was not that he was indifferent to wealth. Rather, a gentleman values money earned ethically. The money brandished by those raucous individuals below was something he looked down upon. Yet Liu Hong was different. Having chosen Liu Hong, he was now his customer, and any excess funds were akin to a gratuity, something Hu Jindao rightfully deserved. Well, young brother, you are indeed quite generous. Today, I shall surely employ all my skills, ensuring you are not disappointed. Hu Jindao laughed heartily, waving his hand, and a dazzling flash of golden light appeared on his forehead, coalescing into a magnificent golden knife. Ha! With a gentle command from Hu Jindao, the golden blade instantly shrank to the size of a kitchen knife, resting in his hand. The soul imprint summon was unexpected. It turned out that Hu Jindao was not only an exceptional chef, but also possessed formidable strength. Once a cultivator reaches the realm of a soul practitioner, they can externalize their soul imprint, essentially revealing their intrinsic essence. It is only upon reaching the level of a soul master that one can summon their soul imprint, utilizing it either as a weapon or as a companion. This is the profound mystery of the golden blade's soul imprint. It can transform into countless forms according to the user's will. A single strike surpassing 100 as long as one's cultivation is sufficient, there is nothing in the world that this soul imprint golden blade cannot sever. However, it must be said that watching Hu Jindao prepare dishes is a true delight. In his hands, the golden blade seemed to possess a life of its own, slicing with impeccable precision and astonishing speed. In no time, the Millennium Dragon Carp was expertly filleted, leaving only the bones behind. Following this, Hu Jindao extracted the fish gall, giving it a gentle tap, causing a jade-like green liquid to flow forth, cascading over the fish. Unlike the bitter gall from ordinary fish, which is laden with impurities, the gall of this Millennium Dragon Carp, refined over 1,000 years of spiritual energy, was not only rich in essence, but also exceptionally sweet and nourishing. Soon after, the steamed Millennium Dragon Carp was presented. The moment Hu Jindao lifted the lid, a unique fragrance reminiscent of verdant flora wafted into the air. This scent was, in truth, an intense aroma of spiritual energy, a blend of the essence of sun and moon, and the vitality of plants. the dragon carp, having fed on spiritual herd from the depths of the water, absorbed these essences, imparting the distinctive aroma to its flesh, observing those around him eagerly inhaling the refreshing fragrance. Liu Hong could not help but smirk disdainfully as he picked up his chopsticks, delicately grasped a piece, and took a bite. The fish meat carried a unique sweetness that melted in his mouth, flowing smoothly down his throat. Instantly, Liu Hong felt a warm sensation enveloping his body as his meridians gradually absorbed the nourishment. Identification. Liu Hong mused inwardly. Steamed Millennium Dragon Carp. Category. Ingredient. Grade. Effect. Nourishes meridians and replenishes spiritual energy, with an efficacy equivalent to 5 in Constitution. Increasing a common person's cultivation by 24 months, and granting A-grade spiritual affinity. A-grade spiritual affinity increases the rate of spiritual energy absorption by 300 during cultivation, lasting for 7 days. Remarkable. To directly enhance a common person's cultivation by 24 months with a single dish. What an astonishing feat. Liu Hong leisurely savored the fish, consuming it entirely before Hu Jindao could present the next dish, feeling as though his internal spiritual energy had undergone refinement. After nourishing his dantian and meridians, they rapidly expanded, leaving Liu Hong uncertain of his own realm and strength. The next dish, ice silkworm soup. In essence, it was a broth made from ice silkworms, yet strangely, no matter how it was prepared, the soup remained cold, exuding white vapors even upon serving. Liu Hong lifted a spoon, gently scooping up a portion of the soup, its liquid impressively thick, with the ice silkworms having dissolved, resulting in a pale pink hue throughout the broth. As the spoonful of soup slid down his throat, Liu Hong was immediately struck by a chilling sensation that coursed through him, causing his entire being to shudder. Identification. Ice silk soup. Category. Ingredient. Grade. A. Effect. Consuming this soup, concocted using the ice fire technique to dissolve the rare ice silkworm, grants a toxin resistance of 1,000 and a constitution boost of 10. Acquiring A-grade tranquility effect. A-grade tranquility effect increases the probability of comprehension and cultivation by 300, while ensuring the practitioner remains free from the perils of madness, lasting for 7 days. Comprehension probability. After glancing at the system's explanation, Liu Hong realized that the dream he had, featuring the battle between the demon ape soul seal and the yellow dog soul seal, was indeed a state of comprehension. In this state, the enhancement for practitioners is extraordinarily formidable. For Liu Hong, it meant directly opening his dantian and swiftly reaching the strength of a third-tier soul master. All of this transpired in an instant, merely a moment of enlightenment. Wow, this is even more exceptional. He quickly finished the soup and found himself eagerly anticipating the next dish. Although the 7-colored lotus root tips were few, they were sufficient to prepare a small plate of salad. Hu Jindao skillfully processed them in just a few swift motions, yet this seemingly simple dish required even more effort than the previous two. Most extraordinary ingredients surpass ordinary ones in terms of hardness and resilience, and the 7-colored lotus root tips were no exception. Slicing through the raw lotus tips took Hu Jindao considerable effort, and during the mixing process, he had to perform preliminary refinement to ensure the customers could consume and absorb the nutrients within. All right, please taste. Hu Jindao gently wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and promptly presented the cold 7-colored lotus root tips. Identification. Cold 7-colored lotus root tips. Category. Ingredient. Grade. Effect. The initially refined 7-colored lotus root tips yield even better results, granting an effect of luck 20. Acquiring S-grade fortuitous blessing effect. S-grade fortuitous blessing. Luck 600. Luck and fortune are two distinct entities. Luck is a fixed value, a base value, whereas fortune fluctuates within a certain range, naturally influenced by the luck value. To think that this dish is an S-grade item, increasing luck by 20 points, is truly astonishing. Being chosen by Hu Jindao indicates that his fortune is already quite favorable, and now with an additional 600 boost, one can only wonder what the outcome will be. Liu Hong finished the cold 7-colored lotus root tips in a few bites, a mischievous grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps upon stepping outside, he would be swarmed by a throng of beautiful women. Ha! Chapter 27. Become my disciple? So, little brother, Are you satisfied? Hu Jindao observed Liu Hong's expression, feeling a flicker of anticipation within. Typically, those who tasted Hu Jindao's dishes would rave about them. Yet Liu Hong seemed different. He had not uttered a single word of critique after consuming 3 dishes, which only fueled Hu Jindao's competitive spirit, eager to learn Liu Hong's opinion. The dishes are quite decent, but as for the flavor, well, that was rather mediocre. Liu Hong took the napkin from the attendant, wiped his mouth, and immediately spoke. He actually claimed that Hu Jindao's dishes were merely average. How utterly pretentious could it be that after tasting the dishes, he had no money to pay and thus sought to feign dissatisfaction to escape his debt? I'm dying of laughter to think he would say Hu Jindao's cooking was subpar. Had he perhaps tasted some heavenly delicacies? Listening to the incessant jeers from the audience, Liu Hong merely smiled faintly and cast a glance at Hu Jindao. Although Hu Jindao's expression had darkened somewhat, he suppressed the fury within and clasped his hands together, saying, "I kindly ask you to speak plainly, young brother." Prior to Liu Hong's arrival, Di Qing had come by to extend a greeting, mentioning that this young man was rather intriguing. The Xian Shanfeng was Hu Jindao's personal establishment, not part of Di Qing's affiliated Longxing Chamber of Commerce. However, Di Qing and Hu Jindao shared a close friendship. Therefore, Di Qing had taken the initiative to visit Xian Shanfeng beforehand, and at that moment, he was still waiting for Hu Jindao in the back hall. Had it not been for Di Qing's prior remarks, Hu Jindao would have long since exploded in anger. After all, he was a renowned chef of his generation. How could he allow anyone to disrupt his venue so casually? Mr. Hu's culinary skills in handling ingredients were indeed top-notch, yet his excessive focus on technique often led him to overlook the inherent flavors of the ingredients themselves. Indeed, the entire process of Hu Jindao's cooking resembled a display of skill, extravagantly beautiful and visually impressive. Naturally, there existed the possibility that the culinary standards in this world were still rather rudimentary, resulting in dishes that were rather unremarkable. That it was akin to the time back on Earth when foreigners could cook delectable meals, yet their culinary prowess paled in comparison to that of our great Huaxia. It is said that even a Michelin-starred chef's knife skills might not surpass those of an ordinary chef from Huaxia's Lanxiang Technical Institute. After savoring Huaxia cuisine, how many foreigners did not sing its praises? This principle applied equally to the present situation. Although Liu Hong was not a chef, he often cooked for himself in daily life and had garnered some insights into the culinary arts. Frankly, Liu Hong believed that while Hu Jindao's dishes displayed exquisite knife skills, they still belonged to a rather rudimentary level of cooking. The flavor of the ingredients themselves? Upon hearing this, the anger on Hu Jindao's face seemed to dissipate instantly, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Meanwhile, the audience, who had been mocking moments ago, fell into a hushed silence, their breaths held in anticipation. If Hu Jindao remained silent, speaking up would only make them appear more arrogant than him. Young brother, that I am somewhat perplexed. Hu Jindao pondered for a moment, about to speak, when he suddenly saw Liu Hong spring to his feet, an expression of resignation upon his face. Never mind, discussing this with you yields little fruit. Allow me to prepare a dish for you. At this declaration, not only the audience, but Hu Jindao himself was taken aback. What? He actually intended to cook for Hu Jindao. Was he out of his mind? Could his cooking even be palatable? It was akin to brandishing a great sword before Guangong, not fearing the possibility of severing one's own foot. How utterly ridiculous. Liu Hong paid no heed to the ignorant spectators below, picking up a bowl of rice that he had not touched and approaching Hu Jindao. Without hesitation, Hu Jindao made way for him, not out of respect, but rather out of curiosity. Young brother, what are you planning to do? Seeing the bowl of rice in Liu Hong's hands, he wondered what could possibly be created from mere white rice. Surely no ingredient was more accessible than this. Fried rice, perhaps? Did he have any eggs? Liu Hong had someone bring him a large ladle for cooking and inquired, "There are no eggs, but there are Liu Hong eggs." Hu Jindao chuckled awkwardly, for Liu Hong and Liu Hong are homophones. Is that not tailor-made for me? Liu Hong, unfazed, smiled and picked up the ingredients from Hu Jindao's side. The Liu Hong eggs. These Liu Hong eggs, sourced from the Liu Hong chicken, appeared only slightly larger than ordinary eggs, but upon cracking them open, the yolk flowed forth in a cascade of colors. Reminiscent of a rainbow, No wonder they were called Liu Hong. Liu Hong glanced at the other ingredients and was momentarily speechless. The soy sauce was brewed from fragrant beans that, much like the egg itself, it was simply extravagant. However, this did not deter Liu Hong from his culinary endeavor. In just a few minutes, Liu Hong's Liu Hong egg fried rice was ready. Although not prepared with leftover rice, the quality of the grains seemed exceptional. Each grain distinct, and combined with the vibrant yolk, this seemingly simple fried rice resembled a bowl of rainbows. Observing Liu Hong's adept cooking process, the audience fell silent, and after catching a whiff of the fragrant fried rice, countless spectators even stood on tiptoe, greedily inhaling the aroma wafting through the air. That it was simply irresistibly delightful. All right, Mr. Hua, please indulge. Liu Hong held high opinion of his culinary skills, although the ingredients were somewhat unconventional. The flavor was undoubtedly superb. Hua Jindao had long been enticed by the aroma, immediately scooping a spoonful and sending it to his mouth. He chewed twice, his eyes widening in astonishment, frozen in place. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Observing Hua Jindao's expression, one could easily discern the remarkable flavor of the fried rice, as the sounds of spectators swallowing echoed incessantly. Take half a bowl down to share. Liu Hong scooped another half bowl from the pot and handed it to the attendant, who descended with the bowl, causing an uproar below. Step aside. Let me have a taste. Who was first? I've been waiting for so long. Wow, this is incredibly delicious. This is the taste of happiness. Wow. Why? Why is this happening? I've lived 70 years and have only now tasted such exquisite flavor. Have my previous 70 years been in vain? An elderly man, after savoring a mouthful of fried rice, was moved to tears, wearing an expression that lamented having been born decades later. How could it be that fried rice can possess such flavor? I cannot bear it. Woe is me that it's too delicious. What will I do? Will I never eat such delectable fried rice again? Am I doomed? After a brief sampling of Liu Hong's fried rice, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of emotions, each person reflecting on their own sentiments. Hearing the uproar, Hua Jindao realized that half a bowl of fried rice was far too little. Only a third of the audience had tasted it, while the rest gazed longingly at the half bowl in Hua Jindao's hands. This rice, Hua Jindao swallowed hard, unable to resist scooping another spoonful, then turned to declare, "Take this half bowl down to share as well." The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations. Meanwhile, Liu Hong on stage wore a look of amusement. Was it merely fried rice? Was it really that extraordinary? Hua Jindao, after savoring another mouthful of fried rice, promptly approached Liu Hong, having already altered his tone. "Your fried rice, sir, fills me with profound embarrassment. I now comprehend your intent. Might I inquire the name of this exquisite dish?" In Chapter 28, titled Great Tea, Enlightenment, it is evident that Hua Jindao did not genuinely wish to become a disciple. His words were articulated with considerable finesse. After all, he was a renowned chef in his own right, unable to directly profess his desire to be a student. Instead, he cleverly requested Liu Hong to prepare this dish, thus granting Liu Hong due respect while preserving his own dignity. Liu Hong, momentarily caught off guard, responded with an awkward smile, "Mr. Hua, there is no need for such flattery. This dish in my hometown is merely commonplace." However, to Hua Jindao's ears, this statement bore an entirely different connotation, leading him to surmise that Liu Hong's hometown may have suffered a great calamity or perhaps even faced obliteration. Such a thought was truly lamentable. Hua Jindao's expression darkened momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. "Nevertheless, it is fortunate that you are here. I implore you, sir, to ensure that your remarkable culinary skills are passed down." Boldly, Hua Jindao extended an invitation for Liu Hong to be a guest chef at his establishment, Xin Shanfang, sharing a name with him. An exceptionally prestigious offer. It is important to note that countless chefs vie desperately for the opportunity to enter Xin Shanfang, which remains elusive. Liu Hong, once again feeling the weight of embarrassment, graciously declined. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Hua. I shall indeed engage in culinary exchanges with you in the future. However, I am a wanderer, reluctant to settle in one place, and I hope you can forgive my transient nature." Hua Jindao, though his pride had been momentarily bruised, exhibited no signs of irritation, instead gesturing with a wave of his hand. "Since we have finished our meal, Might I invite you to a refined conversation? It appeared that Huijin Dao had no intention of accepting payment from Liu Hong, yet the latter was unwilling to acquiesce. After all, what logic dictates that one dines without recompense? Moreover, Liu Hong was not short of funds. Please wait, for I have yet to fulfill a promise. Liu Hong declared with clarity, I previously pledged you threefold remuneration for 1,500 soul crystals. By this juncture, no one in the audience doubted Liu Hong's financial capability. The earlier dish of rainbow fried rice had thoroughly captivated them. With a flourish, Liu Hong produced a substantial handful of soul crystals, depositing them onto the tray presented by the attendant. The harmonious clinking of the crystals against the plate filled the room with astonishment. Indeed, it was 4,500 soul crystals. Such wealth was astonishing. To present such an amount for a mere meal without a hint of hesitation was remarkable. Some who had not tasted the rainbow fried rice muttered enviously. Yet those who had savored it were quick to defend Liu Hong's honor. Young Master Liu's magnanimity is beyond your comprehension, they exclaimed, with his culinary prowess and talent, to have dined with Mr. Hua, imparting wisdom, and still offer payment. Do you grasp the nobility of such an act? Precisely. What right do you have to judge? They continued, you possess young Master Liu's wealth. Do you have his culinary skill? They retorted, you know nothing, so best remain silent. Upon hearing this, the dissenters fell silent, for the wrath of the crowd is not to be trifled with. I truly regret imposing such an expense on Mr. Liu. They lamented, I am deeply ashamed. Hawking Dao, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, remarked, now I understand why Mr. Liu was willing to relinquish that corner seat to another at the outset. Could he be referring to his own decision to yield his place to Fatty Sure? Upon hearing this, Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly know about this? Ha! Did Mr. Liu genuinely believe I chose you based on a mere statement? With a hearty laugh, Hawking Dao gestured for Liu Hong to follow him into the back hall of the immortal dining hall. As they stepped into the back hall, Liu Hong instantly spotted a familiar figure. None other than Di Qing. Old Hua. How are you? I trust what haven't disappointed you. Alas, I missed out on that rainbow fried rice. Which is quite a pity. Di Qing chuckled, gesturing to the teacups on the table, inviting them to join him for tea. Mr. Liu's skills are truly remarkable. I find myself humbled in comparison, with no outsiders present. Hawking Dao felt free to drop the formalities that tea turned out to be Mr. D. Liu Hong's understanding deepened, yet his curiosity grew even more profound. Initially, he had coldly stated that if he were to taste Hawking Dao's culinary creations today, he must not forget him. However, the likelihood of him enjoying Hawking Dao's dishes seemed largely connected to Di Qing, and not to cold words. How did cold words anticipate this? It appeared that cold words possessed some depth. He would need to be more cautious next time. This tea is called Da'in. Di Qing lifted his cup, gradually elaborating, grown atop Lantau Island, it absorbs the first rays of sunlight each day. Brimming with spiritual essence that IT can harmonize one's meridians and even has a calming effect on the mind. Moreover, it may assist in breakthroughs if consumed prior. Had I not arrived, Hawking Dao would not have brought out such exquisite tea. It is indeed his treasure. Hawking Dao burst into laughter. Old D, you always accuse me of being stingy. The two shared a hearty camaraderie, clearly enjoying a close relationship. Yet, after just a few sips, Liu Hong's brow furrowed, as if a surge of spiritual energy was rising within him, signaling that something was about to occur. Mr. Liu Dao, what is happening? Hawking Dao inquired, noticing Liu Hong's unusual demeanor. Di Qing, possessing a higher cultivation level, merely glanced at Liu Hong and exclaimed, he just consumed your Millennium Dragon Carp. His internal energy is surging. With this sip of the tea, he is likely on the verge of a breakthrough. Upon hearing the word breakthrough, Hawking Dao's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately stood up. The next moment, a golden light erupted from Liu Hong's back, causing both Hawking Dao and Di Qing to change countenance simultaneously. The soul imprint awakens. He has even awakened the soul imprint. This is truly a fortuitous opportunity. Old Hua, your tea has indeed played a significant role. The two hurriedly positioned themselves to protect Liu Hong. Yet he suddenly felt darkness enveloping him, plunging him into an abyss without any warning. This sensation felt vaguely familiar. It was enlightenment. Enlightenment differs from the breakthroughs experienced during cultivation, breakthroughs can be controlled and anticipated. However, enlightenment hinges on chance and arrives unexpectedly. It seemed that Liu Hong was now being drawn into the state of enlightenment without any forewarning, to achieve enlightenment twice in one day. If this were to be revealed, Di Qing and Hawking Dao would surely be left in stunned disbelief. Within the vast, blood-red expanse, the demon ape loomed like an imminent threat. Liu Hong gradually regained consciousness, and the first sight that greeted him was the blood-red expanse beyond, where a blinding golden light pierced through the crimson mist, cascading towards him. Liu Hong was uncertain whether he had awakened Soul Seal, pondering the fact that he had not devoured any Soul Seal. From whence had this new Soul Seal emerged? In the next moment, the golden light surged forth, and from within it emerged a figure, landing before him, leaving Liu Hong momentarily astounded. Chapter 29. Evolution of the Soul Seal. The entity that materialized from the golden radiance was a curious hybrid of man and bird, its upper half possessing the head of an eagle and the form of a human, draped in a thick layer of feathers upon its shoulders, while beneath it were two robust arms. Astonishingly, below its human form were two remarkably sharp talons. But what drew the most attention were the magnificent golden wings that sprouted from its back. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the thunder god, its hawk-like gaze piercing and unyielding, fixated intently on the demon ape. This half-man, half-bird monstrosity was also quite large, easily half the size of the demon ape. Upon the emergence of this new adversary within the space, the demon ape instantly tensed up, leaping forth to rescue itself from the airborne avian figure. The birdman, unfazed by the demon ape's charge, elegantly flapped its wings and executed a deft leap in midair, its talons swiftly grasping the demon ape's arms and, with a powerful twist, flung the massive creature aside. The sole determinant of their combat prowess lay in the level of their soul seals. Previously, the great yellow dog and the demon ape possessed soul seals of the same F grade. Despite their significant size disparity, their battles were evenly matched. Now, with the demon ape and the birdman comparable in size, the demon ape was utterly outclassed. This indicated that the birdman, whose origin remained a mystery, possessed a soul seal superior to that of the demon ape. T could very well be D grade, or perhaps even E grade, C grade, or even B grade. Thunder. The birdman, seemingly bored with the demon ape, opened its beak and uttered a single word of human speech, a simple utterance, yet it caused the blood-red space to erupt into a tempest. As several flashes converged, twisting into a golden lightning bolt as thick as the demon ape's arm, descending upon its head. "Watch out! Roll!" Liu Hong exclaimed urgently. The demon ape received Liu Hong's command, executing a roll with remarkable ease, narrowly evading the lightning strike. That a peculiar glint appeared in the birdman's eyes, and then, with a flick of its wings, it summoned the winds. Whoosh! As the birdman's words echoed, a tempest arose within the blood-red space. Fierce gusts swirling around the demon ape, threatening to destabilize it. Thunder! At that moment, the birdman launched another assault, gathering another bolt of lightning. What to do? Such fierce winds. If the demon ape rolled again, it would be swept up into the hurricane, leaving it utterly defenseless in the air. Wait, this could work. One must venture into the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub. Roll! Liu Hong ordered once more. Despite the perilous circumstances, the demon ape showed no hesitation in following Liu Hong's command, executing a roll and propelling itself forward. Yes, soon as his body had not yet touched the ground, it was immediately swept up by the raging winds, and the formidable figure of the demon ape soared into the air. This was the moment. Liu Hong fixed his gaze intently on the form of the demon ape, which was being lifted higher and higher by the hurricane, swiftly approaching a position alarmingly close to the birdman. The demon ape seemed to instantly grasp Liu Hong's intent. With a powerful stretch of its massive arm, it seized the birdman by the shoulder and, in a spectacular display of acrobatics, mounted the birdman's head. Observing this, Liu Hong understood that the outcome was sealed and let out a sigh of relief. Before the birdman could react, the demon ape had already clutched the birdman's head, sinking its teeth into it. And the ensuing scene was beyond the realm of mere horror. It was only after the demon ape had completely consumed the birdman that the notification from the system finally arrived. Ding! Host has awakened the soul imprint. Golden-winged Pung immortal. Attributes: immortal. Level: A. Soul imprint cultivation progress. 0-9 layers. Soul imprint affinity. 0-100. Soul imprint effect. 60 movement skill efficacy. During attacks, may randomly carry the effects of wind and thunder attributes, with the strength of the effects influenced by the soul imprint level and the host cultivation. Ding! Demon Ape Soul Imprint has defeated the golden-winged Pung Immortal Soul Imprint and is currently devouring it. Ding! The Demon Attribute Soul Imprint is devouring the Immortal Level Soul Imprint, receiving double the devouring progress reward. For the first time, the Demon Ape Soul Imprint devoured a Soul Imprint of the same level. The Yellow Dog Soul Imprint, increasing the devouring progress by 1 point. For every level higher the devoured Soul Imprint is compared to its own, an additional point of progress is gained. For instance, devouring an F-level imprint yields 1 point of progress, while devouring a D-level imprint grants 2 points. This time, the Demon Ape devoured an A-level Immortal Attribute Soul Imprint, based on the Soul Imprint level. It could achieve 6 points of devouring progress, and since it was a demon consuming an immortal, the 6 points were doubled again, resulting in 12 points of devouring progress. This was bound to lead to a tremendous breakthrough. Ding! Devouring progress has been met, upgrading the Demon Ape Soul Imprint to D level. Ding! Devouring progress has been met, upgrading the Demon Ape Soul Imprint to E level. Hiss! The Demon Ape Soul Imprint had astonishingly ascended 2 levels. How powerful is this? Liu Hong wondered what transformations awaited the Demon Ape's Soul Imprint. Shifting his gaze, he focused on the Demon Ape, which had now completely consumed and digested the golden-winged Pung Immortal. Its originally crimson eyes had transformed into a dazzling gold, and its fur had morphed into a resplendent suit of shimmering armor, exuding an aura of majestic might. This was undoubtedly the influence of the immortal attribute. The Demon Ape had begun to take on an ethereal quality. Check the Soul Imprint, Liu Hong exclaimed excitedly. Ding! Reading in progress. Demon Ape Soul Imprint. Attributes: Immortal Beast. Level: E. Devouring progress. 164. Soul Imprint Cultivation Progress. 0-9 layers. Soul Imprint Affinity. 8-100. Soul Imprint Effect. 15 Fist Technique Power. 5 Claw Power. 60 Movement Skill Efficacy. During attacks, may randomly carry the effects of wind and thunder attributes. Description: the Demon Attribute Soul Imprint, derived from the ancient legacy of the Demon Ape, possesses a unique devouring effect. After devouring a certain quantity of soul imprints of the same level or higher, it can be upgraded perhaps due to the overwhelming power of the devoured immortal attribute. It has completely obliterated the demon attribute within the Demon Ape, resulting in a hybrid attribute of an immortal beast. Regrettably, both the cultivation of the soul imprint and the affinity towards it are insufficient. Despite wielding such a formidable soul imprint, its maximum potential cannot be realized. System: this time the successful absorption was merely a stroke of luck. What would have happened had the absorption failed? Liu Hong has already discerned that this golden-winged rock celestial was awakened by him. If it were an ordinary individual, awakening an A-grade soul imprint would indeed be quite remarkable. Chapter 30. The twin thieves of the heavenly dragon. Liu Hong gradually emerged from a state of enlightenment, and his gaze immediately fell upon Di Qing and Huijin Dao, who were exchanging bewildered glances at him. Little brother, that your strength has increased, and you didn't even need to break through any barriers? Di Qing inquired enviously, swallowing hard. Strength enhancement? Barriers? What are those? Liu Hong scratched his head, smiling innocently. Indeed, from the onset of his cultivation until now, Liu Hong had never encountered the so-called barriers. What level of strength do I possess now? In the presence of Di Qing, Liu Hong felt little apprehension. Di Qing radiated the warmth of a benevolent elder, someone who would not wish him harm, while Huijin Dao was equally unpretentious, continuing to treat him with fine tea despite having previously lost face in front of Liu Hong. This is precisely why Liu Hong cherished their friendship. 5th stage of the soul imprint. When I first saw you today, you seemed to possess no cultivation at all. Di Qing stroked his chin, wearing an expression of incredulity. Could it be that you managed to elevate yourself by 5 whole levels in just half a day? This is simply impossible. Initially, Hui Dao was not particularly surprised upon hearing about the fifth stage of the soul imprint. After all, this fellow had just undergone a moment of enlightenment. If he had consumed the Millennium Dragon Carp he had prepared, a surge in strength of 1 or 2 levels would not be astonishing. However, upon hearing Di Qing mention that just half a day prior, Liu Hong had exhibited no cultivation whatsoever, Hui Dao was utterly astounded. Perhaps little brother possesses some unique method to conceal his aura, Hui Dao remarked seriously to Di Qing. After all, this fellow has just purchased your Jiushantang and spent 4,500 soul crystals on my meal. The gazes of Hui Dao and Di Qing swiftly converged upon Liu Hong. This was likely the only reason they could muster to believe that Liu Hong had reached the 5th stage of soul mastery within half a day, which seemed exceedingly implausible. Haha, Mr. Hua has an exceptional eye, yet this enhancement and enlightenment is largely owed to your tea and the dragon carp. I must pay my respects to you, sir. Liu Hong pretended to bow. But Hui Dao swiftly interjected, pulling Liu Hong back with a grin. Having immersed himself in the culinary arts for so many years, Hui Dao was quick to comprehend. After listening to Liu Hong's account, he nodded in understanding that I see. Truly remarkable, such ingenuity. It is a pity that little brother's hometown is no more. Otherwise, I would indeed wish to visit. It must be a beautiful and prosperous place, for how else could one possess such exquisite culinary skills? Not anymore. Yes. Upon hearing this, Liu Hong realized Hui Dao had misunderstood, and he chuckled heartily to dismiss the matter. After a pleasant exchange over tea, as the evening wore on, Liu Hong rose to take his leave. Before embarking on this journey, Liu Hong had deliberately sent Liu Miaoying away. After spending an extended period outside, one cannot help but feel a sense of concern for oneself. Upon leaving the Xianshan Fang, numerous individuals recognized Liu Hong along the way, hastening to greet him with expressions of reverence. After all, just moments ago, Liu Hong had achieved fame comparable to that of Hawking with his exquisite rainbow fried rice. Following Lung Yan's words, his extravagant purchase of the illustrious Jushan Hall had already become the talk of Dashi Street, and many affluent young heirs were now familiar with the name Liu Hong. This particular dish of rainbow fried rice was bound to elevate Liu Hong's reputation even further. It was likely that by tomorrow, half of Tianlong City would recognize him. While reveling in his own glory, Liu Hong strolled towards his quaint villa. However, after a short distance, he sensed 2 presences trailing him, which immediately heightened his vigilance. Although Liu Hong had only recently begun his cultivation journey and was unable to introspectively examine his own strength, the sensation of energy trailing him was something one could perceive once their abilities reached a certain level, requiring no special skills. The 2 energies locked onto him, following closely behind, and as Liu Hong turned onto a narrow path, 2 shadowy figures suddenly appeared, blocking his way. Kid, knowing full well that someone is tailing you, you still dare to take a back alley? Truly, you must be tired of living. Exclaimed one of the figures. Brother, this kid clearly feels invincible. I am rather curious to see what tricks he can conjure. The 2 figures, one tall and one short, both had beady eyes and rat-like features. One sported a half-twist of a mustache on the left, while the other had a similar one on the right, making them quite the peculiar sight, causing Liu Hong to stifle a laugh. What are you laughing at? Our notorious Tianlong bandits are name known throughout Tianlong City. Who hasn't heard of us? Even children dare not cry upon hearing our name. You, a mere youth, actually dare to... The left-mustached bandit had yet to finish his sentence when Liu Hong, growing impatient, interjected, Enough of your nonsense. What do you want? The right-mustached bandit grinned widely. Are you in a hurry to meet your maker? I wouldn't mind playing with you a bit before your demise. I've heard you're quite wealthy. My brother and I have been a bit strapped lately and are hoping to borrow 100,000 or so from you. However, we brothers are known for our ruthless ways. You can either obediently hand over your money and face your fate, or you can struggle a little longer. Nonsense. You 2 are hardly my match. So where does this misplaced confidence come from? Liu Hong scoffed, casting a discerning glance over the duo, his understanding deepening. That may be so, but who says you have the advantage of numbers? The left-mustached bandit chuckled darkly, his expression turning cold. Brother, stop wasting time with him. Let us make our move. The night is deep, and the warmth of the bed awaits us. Why waste words with him? The right mustached bandit nodded in agreement, raising his hands to conjure a phantom silver-ringed serpent behind him. Meanwhile, the left mustached bandit released a strange cry, causing a mottled flying sparrow to materialize behind him out of a nest of snakes and sparrows. Watch as I serve you all a delectable feast today. Let us stew together, and with the previous great yellow dog, we shall create a triad of land, sea, and air delicacies. Liu Hong experienced yet another epiphany, his prowess soaring to new heights at this moment. He felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, and without a hint of hesitation, he summoned the spiritual energy within him, and a radiant golden light erupted from behind him, and an armored, resplendent, strength-bearing ape materialized instantly at his back. Goodness, brother, have you ever encountered such a soul imprint? It's quite formidable. Left Huzi, witnessing the imposing strength-bearing ape behind Liu Hong, felt his heart quiver with trepidation. Even if the power levels were equivalent, a significant disparity in soul imprint strength would undoubtedly lead to defeat. I see nothing more than a paper tiger. Mere bluster. Let's eliminate it. Right Huzi's expression darkened as he gestured with his hands, akin to a dancing serpent, and lunged forward. Chapter 31. A series of blows. Liu Hong could not help but scoff. The strength-bearing ape was a celestial beast, evidently a guardian of the heavenly palace. How could these mundane creatures, these snakes and birds, possibly compare? As he observed Right Huzi twisting his body to attack, Liu Hong swiftly delivered a sharp uppercut aimed directly at Right Huzi's face. Right Huzi, having clearly seen Liu Hong's punch and preparing to evade, was caught off guard by the sheer speed of the blow. Just as he attempted to turn away, Liu Hong's fist connected with his face, producing a resounding crash, sending him flying. Grandfather. This move is called the turtle fist, specialized in countering all manner of flamboyant techniques. Liu Hong laughed heartily, indeed feeling a sense of satisfaction. He could hardly be bothered to utilize his wild monkey fist. With power levels equivalent and his soul imprint overwhelming, having absorbed the soul imprint of the golden-winged Pong, Liu Hong's agility had significantly improved. Though he had not mastered any specific techniques, his natural speed far surpassed that of these ordinary beings. Brother, behold my eagle stomp. Upon witnessing Right Huzi hurled away by a single punch, Left Huzi's eyes widened with alarm. With a shriek, he leaped into the air, aiming both feet at Liu Hong's head. Playing with me like an eagle? In my eyes, you are but a little sparrow. Liu Hong snorted disdainfully, recalling how even the golden-winged Peng had fallen into his grasp. Surely, a mere sparrow could not hope to outmaneuver him. As Left Huzi's feet approached, Liu Hong reacted instantly, gripping his legs as tightly as iron hoops, and forcefully slammed him downwards. Thud. Feeling unsatisfied, Liu Hong seized his legs once more and swung him to the opposite side. Thud. Still not content, he repeated the action. Thud. 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 Left Huzi's body flailed like a rag, as Liu Hong wielded him with ease, shattering the cobblestones beneath them. Not to mention, the poor Left Huzi's bones and flesh were likely fractured beyond recognition. Delight surged through Liu Hong as he exerted his pent-up energy, feeling a rush of relief as he released Left Huzi, sending him flying to it. Is worth noting that Liu Hong had consumed a 1,000-year-old dragon carp, and the spiritual energy accumulated within him could not possibly be fully dissipated in a single epiphany. The energy had been pent up inside him, causing discomfort. This outburst of frustration allowed the spiritual energy to flow through his meridians, alleviating much of his burden, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. Second brother, Right Huzi, just rising from the ground, beheld Left Huzi nearly stripped of his life by Liu Hong's antics. Now, he too was struggling for breath, and seeing his brother in such dire straits ignited a surge of resentment within him. You scoundrel, you have wronged us, and you shall not enjoy a moment of peace. With a clenched jaw, the right bearded man recognized that he was no match for Liu Hong. This individual possessed an overwhelming strength that was unwise to confront directly. Resolute in his decision, he determined that retreat was the wisest course of action. You wait, young lad. I shall certainly avenge my second brother. As he turned to leap away, a cold sneer echoed from behind him. Thinking of escaping? It's not that simple. In the next moment, a powerful hand grasped his leg, halting his airborne form abruptly. It was over. A sinking feeling gripped the right bearded man's heart as he realized he had become a mere casualty. Overwhelming regret flooding his mind. Why had he provoked such a formidable foe? Who could have foreseen that this seemingly unremarkable individual was, in fact, a tough adversary? One misstep could lead to total defeat. Thud, thud. Two fists struck the right bearded man's chest, who appeared devoid of any desire to resist. Liu Hong, finding the encounter increasingly tedious, quickly dispatched him and tossed him aside. How dull. He couldn't even find a suitable sparring partner. Liu Hong clapped his hands, smirking, and was about to depart when he suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from the alley's end. The individual in question possessed a low level of cultivation. Clearly, upon hearing the sounds of combat, they had drawn near, surely up to no good. Liu Hong swiftly concealed himself in the shadows of a nearby wall. Before long, a plump figure appeared at the alley's end. Upon seeing two bodies sprawled on the ground, panic surged through him, and he rushed forward. Heavens! Left brother! Right brother! What happened to you two? The rotund figure was none other than the corpulent Zhu Xiaoyi, whom Liu Hong had encountered earlier at the Jiushan Tang. Humph! This glutton truly lacked self-awareness. Having summoned Instructor Wang and failed to deal with him, he now dared to seek out trouble with these two ruffians. It seemed that unless he resolved their past grievances today, peace would elude him in the future. How could that be possible? That fellow couldn't be this strong. Zhu Xiaoyi reached out to check the pulse of the two men. Immediately realizing they were lifeless, panic set in. The truth was evident. What more could be said? Liu Hong emerged from the shadows with a cold smirk. Zhu Xiaoyi let out a strangled cry, and upon seeing Liu Hong's face, his heart plummeted. Big brother, please allow me to explain. Terrified, Zhu Xiaoyi's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, with both left and right bearded men lying motionless on the ground. The outcome was painfully clear. Explain? What is there to explain? Liu Hong replied coldly. Big brother, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please don't kill me. I still wish to live. Oh. Zhu Xiaoyi sank to the ground, weeping profusely, snot and tears flowing freely. Oh, so you wish to live yet seek death? Is that not a desire for self-destruction? Liu Hong, utterly intolerant of such pitiful displays, stated impatiently, while it is not impossible for me to spare your life. What can you offer in exchange? Liu Hong found the scuffle between the left and right bearded men unsatisfactory. Why would he waste energy dealing with Zhu Xiaoyi? As long as this fellow could present something of value, Liu Hong wouldn't mind letting him off the hook. After all, who would refuse money? After all, Liu Hong is now solely intent on squandering his wealth. Indulgence brings a sense of authenticity and exhilaration like nothing else. However, observing young Master Zhu struggle to produce 5 soul crystals for a mere large radish during the day, it seems he can hardly offer anything of value. It appears that today, one must inevitably dirty their hands. Very well, dear brother, let me ponder. Upon hearing there was a chance for survival, young Master Zhu was instantly overwhelmed with joy, only to succumb to despair after rummaging through his belongings and producing a jade pendant. It is essential to recognize that this individual before him is a wealthy magnate who can casually purchase from 9 Virtues Hall. How could he possibly regard this trivial jade pendant with any esteem? It is hopeless, utterly hopeless. Is there truly nothing? Then it seems one is left with no choice but to await their demise. Liu Hong could only shake his head in resignation. One could hardly claim that he was lacking in benevolence. Having already afforded you an opportunity, as Liu Hong raised his hand, the rotund young Master Zhu suddenly let out a peculiar cry. Wait, I may not have anything on me, but I know of a place that does. Liu Hong's hand, which had been uplifted, gradually descended once more. Brother, are you aware that there exists a type of jade in this world known as heavenly wheel jade? It is an excellent item for cultivating soul seals. I know where to find it, provided you are bold enough to retrieve it. An excellent item for cultivating soul seals. Upon hearing these words, Liu Hong's interest was piqued, although his current soul seal was formidable. He had not engaged in any cultivation, thus his abilities remained limited. Heavenly wheel jade could facilitate the cultivation of soul seals. Was this not precisely what Liu Hong required? Very well, if I can procure the heavenly wheel jade, I shall certainly spare you. However, should I discover that you are deceiving me, Liu Hong's gaze swiftly darted toward young Master Zhu's legs, his piercing eyes prompting Zhu to hastily cover himself. Are you aware of the Thieves' Guild? Liu Ge, these two fellows are members of it. Ha! When mentioning these individuals, young Master Zhu could only manage an awkward smile. The heavenly wheel jade I mentioned is indeed housed within the Thieves' Guild. It is the guild's prized treasure, stored in the basement of their treasury. Young Master Zhu spoke each word with utmost seriousness. How do you come by such information upon hearing about the Thieves' Guild? Liu Hong's brow furrowed. While he was uncertain of the guild's nature, if they truly possessed the heavenly wheel jade, it would undoubtedly be well hidden. How could you have access to such confidential information? Young Master Zhu grinned. You see, the heavenly wheel jade was originally a family heirloom of the Wu family, one of the 3 prominent clans in Tianyuan City. What is the role of the Thieves' Guild leader? Any treasure that reaches his ears in Tianyuan City is bound to be snatched away. It is said that a few months ago, the Wu family had displayed the heavenly wheel jade, only for it to be stolen by the Thieves' Guild leader the very next day. Dahaha. Some might say it serves him right. Liu Hong raised an eyebrow. Judging by Zhu's account, there seemed to be a modicum of credibility. Then how do you know the location of the heavenly wheel jade? Liu Hong inquired further. I, of course, do not know the specifics. However, while drinking with those two fellows, I overheard them mention that beneath the Thieves' Guild treasury, there is a hidden chamber specifically designated for the storage of stolen treasures. Young Master Zhu spoke with unwavering confidence, but soon his demeanor shifted, and he began to flatter. However, these two fellows are of no use. It is still Brother Liu who is formidable, able to take down 2 with ease. Impressive indeed. As for these 2 thieves with their bushy beards, they possess little of value. Their soul imprints are merely of F rank, while my own magical ape soul imprint has already reached E rank, rendering it incapable of being devoured. Liu Hong immediately began to feel troubled. The opponents he encountered were all lowly scum, and with his soul imprint at E rank, the inability to continue devouring was tantamount to wasting time. Upon hearing this, Liu Miaoyin was taken aback. She distinctly recalled that after Liu Hong established his Dantian, his strength had surged to the 3rd tier of soul practitioners. How could he have now ascended to the 5th tier? This was merely a day's time. How could it be possible? Liu Miaoyin's aptitude was already commendable. It had taken her nearly a year to reach the 3rd tier, and 3 additional years to attain the 5th. How could Liu Hong achieve in a single day what had taken her 4 years of arduous cultivation? How was she to believe such a thing? Had he encountered some extraordinary fortune? Even if he had, it should not have allowed for such rapid advancement. Lu Susu, instead of feeling elated, became increasingly concerned. The initial intention of your cultivation of the Paran method was to ensure a solid foundation. Otherwise, you will face grave difficulties from inner demons later on. Come here, Hunger. Let me examine you closely. Liu Hong understood that Lu Susu's intentions were solely for his benefit, and so he obediently approached her. Your foundation appears quite stable, she remarked. There were no signs of any breakthroughs or damage to his meridians or dantian, and the spiritual energy within him remained abundant. Lu Susu gently placed her hand on Liu Hong's forehead, and his condition became clear to her. Could it be that your strength is solely derived from the comprehension of the Tao? Only through such understanding could one bypass obstacles without the need for breakthroughs. Yet how did you acquire such rich spiritual energy? It permeates your very flesh and bone, akin to one who has cultivated for many years. Lu Susu's face was filled with confusion. Liu Hong then cleared his throat softly. Perhaps it is because I dined at the Xianshan Fang, where Hui Jindao prepared a dish of Millennium Dragon carp for me, that I've heard this delicacy is immensely nourishing. Though I didn't quite detect its flavor. Hui-san prepared a Millennium Dragon carp for you. Lu Susu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She was already familiar with Hui Jindao, but she had never heard Liu Hong mention that his true name was Hui-san. What of Hui Jindao preparing a Millennium Dragon carp for me? Liu Hong scratched his head in confusion. He understood from the name that the Millennium Dragon carp was a rare ingredient. Yet he did not expect Lu Susu to be so surprised. He also gave me some bean tea. Thought in tea taste much from it, so that is how it is. Honger, you may not realize, but the Millennium Dragon carp is a treasure that Hui-san obtained years ago. He has kept it for himself and has been reluctant to consume it AS with the EMT. Even a small amount could purchase our little courtyard, along with 24 servants. For him to spend so lavishly on you, he must be aware of his close friend. Di Qing, I have heard you purchased the Jioshan Tang today. It seems you encountered Di Qing, did you not? Lu Susu's smile was tinged with bitterness. It appears Di Qing has discerned your true identity and knows we are behind you. It is all due to that jade slip given to you by Lao Si. Lu Susu elaborated extensively, astonishingly deducing Liu Hong's tribulations of the day with remarkable precision. Liu Hong could only feel an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Could it be that this was all due to the favor bestowed upon him by Aunt Susu and Uncle Bai? While this was indeed a fact, relying on the goodwill of others left Liu Hong with a lingering discomfort. Yet, simultaneously, he was even more intrigued by the nature of the relationship between Lu Susu and Bai Cheng, which could elicit such a response from Di Qing who had Jin Dao towards him. Furthermore, what are the uncle far away in a distant land and his deceased father? Were they truly figures of considerable significance? Chapter 33. The demonic calamity of Ping Nan even within the memories of Liu Hong's original self. Information regarding these four siblings was scant. The eldest brother, Ma Zhayuan, was a robust man with a bushy beard, remembered by Liu Hong as a rather stern individual. The second brother was Liu Hong's father, of whom he only knew that he had passed away at a young age under mysterious circumstances, while Liu Hong's mother was notably absent from his recollections. Perhaps the former Liu Hong had not grasped the gravity of the situation. But the current Liu Hong recognized that the truth behind it all was undoubtedly complex. The identities of Ma Zhayuan, Lu Susu, and Bai Cheng were certainly not ordinary. Hung, noticing Liu Hong lost in thought, Lu Susu gently interrupted, her expression softening slightly. Well, these fortunes may well be the heaven's compensation for you. Do not overthink it. Allow it to unfold naturally. Liu Hong acquiesced verbally, but inwardly mused that this was hardly a divine arrangement. Rather, it was the benefits bestowed upon him since acquiring this system. All right, Aunt Susu, yet I would like to inquire further that I believe that solely immersing myself in cultivation is not the solution, that I may require some practical experience or combat training. However, it seems there are limited opportunities in Tianyuan City, and I cannot fathom what to do. Perhaps you could offer some guidance, Aunt Susu? Liu Hong remarked with a smile. Combat experience? At the mention of this, Lu Susu's concerns began to surface. Nevertheless, children naturally must venture forth to carve their own paths. If this Liu Hong were still the previous version of himself, she could have protected him for a lifetime. However, now that Liu Hong's talents were beginning to manifest, there was no doubt he might have greater potential to explore, making it incorrect to hinder him. For practical experience, you could consider the Xianlong sect. Lu Miaoyin exclaimed candidly, revealing her thoughts without reservation. However, it seemed Lu Susu did not entirely concur, lightly clearing her throat and reproaching gently. If he were to go to the Xianlong sect, would you accompany him? Such experiences need not always involve others. Sometimes, encountering magical beasts can be quite beneficial. There are currently disturbances caused by magical beasts in Pingnan. Miaoyin, you should accompany the young master there, proceeding according to your capabilities. The phrase according to your capabilities was emphasized, seemingly a reminder to Lu Miaoyin. Understood. Lu Miaoyin nodded eagerly, her delicate face flushed with an uncontrollable excitement. At Liu Hong's request, Lu Susu further imparted the foundational incantations of the soul seal cultivation method, instructing Lu Miaoyin to protect Liu Hong diligently before departing. Excellent, young master. We can embark on our adventure to Pingnan tomorrow. Upon witnessing Lu Susu's departure, Lu Miaoyin immediately leaped with joy, her face illuminated by a radiant expression, the unique sentiments of youthful exuberance stirring within her, causing Liu Hong to cast a sidelong glance in her direction. What manner of place is Pingnan, and what chaos do the demon beasts bring? Shouldn't these creatures remain obediently within the mountains? Puzzled, Liu Hong inquired. The turmoil caused by the demon beasts extends beyond those merely residing in the mountains. Lu Miaoyin took a seat at the table and began to elucidate earnestly. Young master, you have grown up within this courtyard. Thus your knowledge is limited to Tianyuan City, leaving you unaware of Pingnan County. Geographically speaking, Tianyuan City belongs to Pingbei County, which comprises 24 cities, with Tianyuan City being but one. However, Tianyuan City is situated in the southern part of Pingbei County, making it quite close to Pingnan County if we travel south along the official road and cross the mountain range. We can reach Pingnan County in a short span of time, perhaps within a day at best, or 2 to 3 days at the most. At this juncture, Liu Miaoyin paused, pouting slightly. When discussing the chaos of demon beasts, it is imperative to mention a nefarious sect in Pingnan County, the Baidu sect. This sect exclusively recruits disciples with poisonous souls, dedicating themselves to the study of toxins and the cultivation of poisonous arts. In the past, they would capture innocent civilians to experiment with poisons on their bodies, eventually discovering that certain toxins had efficacy on ordinary people, but their effects diminished significantly when applied to cultivators. Consequently, they began to capture demon beasts for their experiments, and some of these creatures, when poisoned, would succumb to their primal instincts, which the sect then exploited, turning them into formidable sentinels for their mountain gate. Lord Bai has already set off to Pingnan County this afternoon. It will certainly be a lively affair there. As Liu Miaoyin recounted the entirety of the situation with clarity, Liu Hong finally grasped the matter. The Baidu sect, a mere minor sect, how could it still possess the audacity to resist such a concerted crackdown from righteous factions, thereby creating such a significant predicament? Liu Hong continued to probe, which sect's location is not easily defensible yet difficult to assault. The vicinity surrounding the Baidu sect's headquarters is enshrouded in a poisonous forest spanning 100 miles. Without their antidote, even cultivators would succumb to poisoning after merely advancing 100 steps. Liu Miaoyin gently huffed. Unless one could fly in, Liu Hong managed a wry smile. Those capable of flight would likely not concern themselves with such a minor sect as the Baidu sect. Once Liu Miaoyin departed, Liu Hong promptly summoned someone to procure a map, swiftly locating the location of the thief sect mentioned by young Master Zhu. However, the address of the thief sect lay in a direction entirely opposite to that of Pingnan County. With plans to set out for Pingnan County tomorrow, Liu Hong realized he would have to embark on a visit to the thief sect tonight instead. He carefully tucked away the map and, under the cover of night, set off without delay. Unbeknownst to Liu Hong, Liu Miaoyin had taken the precaution of keeping a watchful eye, fearing he might slip away from beneath her very nose. Should he escape today, she would surely face a stern reprimand from Liu Susu. Just as Liu Hong commenced his journey, Liu Miaoyin stealthily followed behind, her curiosity piqued by the extraordinary events of the day. How had he managed to achieve such a formidable surge in power within a single day? Thus, Liu Miaoyin trailed him quietly, ensuring her presence remained undetected. The thieves' sect lacks the grandeur of the hunter-poison sect. Liu Hong traversed the official road for over half an hour and finally discovered the location of the thieves' sect atop a mountain, a modest stronghold. What a ridiculous name for the thieves' sect. It sounded quite impressive, yet it turned out to be merely a band of insignificant mountain bandits that I hope the leader of this thieves' sect possesses some worth. I would hate to have made this trip in vain. Liu Hong let out a soft hum, immediately lowering his stance as he stealthily approached the stronghold. Chapter 34. The Thieves' Sect. 100 steps as he neared the Thieves' Sect stronghold, Liu Hong suddenly sensed 2 formidable auras patrolling the vicinity. He quickly held his breath and concealed himself. Although the stronghold appeared dilapidated, it was in fact replete with hidden mechanisms. Countless secret passages lay embedded within its walls, and he occasionally caught glimpses of shadows flitting past the windows of these passages. Could this truly be a fruitless endeavor? Liu Hong frowned, feeling quite displeased. Just then, a soft voice emanated from within the stronghold's walls. "Who goes there?" "Oh no, I've been discovered." Had the patrolling guards merely been lowly 5 or 6 ranked soul practitioners, Liu Hong might have contemplated infiltrating the thieves' sect. Yet he had sensed 2 powerful presences, which left him feeling reluctant. Now, it seemed that those 2 auras had indeed noticed him. Whoosh! The gates of the stronghold swung open, and 2 figures immediately soared forth. Liu Hong's heart raced, and he hastily turned to flee. Their strength far surpassed his own, and he had no desire to meet his demise in this desolate wilderness before achieving his goals. However, those 2 figures swiftly navigated through the woods, and within mere moments, they positioned themselves both in front of and behind Liu Hong, blocking his escape. Cling! A hidden mission has been activated. learn the elusive footwork of the thieves' sect. 100 steps from the two members. During the mission, temporary root bone will be set to 100 mission completion rewards, 15 squander coins, and the true secrets of the thieves' sect's footwork. At that moment, the system chimed, presenting him with a mission. Was it due to his recent streak of good fortune that a hidden task was triggered? Yet the mission's content required him to comprehend the thieves' sect's footwork, the 100 steps from these two individuals? How was he to accomplish such a feat? Liu Hong let out a bitter smile. The system indeed offered a commendable option, in a situation where combat was futile. Only through exceptional footwork could he hope to extricate himself, or even emerge victorious. But this was a matter of covertly learning while in the midst of combat. Who knew if he could grasp their techniques before they struck him down? Fortunately, the system was rather humane, granting Liu Hong a temporary boost of 100 in root bone, significantly enhancing his chances of comprehending the techniques. At that moment, the effeminate figure behind him sprang into action, the shadows at his feet shifting as he instantly appeared at Liu Hong's rear. Liu Hong took a deep breath, his mind sharpening in an instant. He turned his gaze sideways, disregarding the incoming attack, solely focused on observing the unusual footwork beneath that individual. Slower, slower, and even slower. Let me see it clearly. In the moonlight, discerning a person's footwork was indeed a tall order. Yet Liu Hong was left with no choice but to press on. Thud! A single sudden punch landed squarely on Liu Hong's chest, causing his entire body to shudder as a wave of excruciating pain radiated from his torso. Observing that both adversaries had become momentarily motionless, Liu Hong felt a surge of urgency. He had sensed a glimmer of insight when that effeminate fighter had taken a few steps forward. If only they would strike a few more times, he might just grasp the profound essence of the thief's 100 steps technique. What are you doing? Come at me. Did you not express a desire to fight? Liu Hong exclaimed in frustration, stamping his foot in anger. His eyes darted around, and he began to taunt. What are you staring at? Yes, I'm talking to you, you pathetic coward. Having taken that blow from the man, Liu Hong realized he had sustained little harm, which emboldened him to provoke further. Upon reflection, after consuming several dishes prepared with Hawking's knife, his physical constitution had surged impressively, increasing by a staggering 15 points. With enhanced resilience, he found himself more capable of enduring blows, serendipitously creating an exceptional opportunity to surreptitiously learn the thief's 100 steps. Upon hearing Liu Hong insult him, the effeminate fighter was momentarily taken aback. Despite not comprehending the term effeminate, the presence of the character for female undoubtedly pierced through his fragile pride. You dare to insult me? I shall end you. With a furious cry, the fighter unleashed a second punch towards Liu Hong. Suddenly, a realization struck Liu Hong. Standing still was not an option. As his opponent could close the distance in mere strides, he needed to flee. With this thought, Liu Hong felt a surge of speed as he dashed deeper into the dense forest. The fighter's punch missed, igniting further frustration. With a graceful leap, a brilliant purple light erupted behind him, revealing a majestic purple bird. What? An E-grade soul mark, purple kite. No wonder he is such a coward. Ha! I'll devour you in no time. Seeing the opponent reveal their soul mark signaled a refusal to relent, but Liu Hong felt emboldened and laughed heartily, running even more energetically. The purple kite soul mark provided a slight enhancement to speed. Yet under the influence of the thief's 100 steps, the effeminate fighter found himself struggling to catch up to Liu Hong. This disparity in abilities illustrated the difference between an E-grade purple kite soul mark and an A-grade golden winged rock soul mark. Should Liu Hong manage to further assimilate the thief's 100 steps, these two would barely be able to lay a finger on him. As Liu Hong accelerated, the fighter's pace noticeably slowed. After only 100 meters of pursuit, Liu Hong's vision suddenly sharpened, and the fighter's movement patterns became vividly clear to him. So that is how it works. Liu Hong chuckled, recalling the principles of the thief's 100 steps, using speed to evade and redirecting when faced with obstacles. The essence lay in agility and quick reflexes, qualities essential for a thief. With a swift motion, Liu Hong mimicked the fighter's steps, pivoting sharply and launching a punch towards him. Thief's 100 steps. In that instant of Liu Hong's turn, the fighter discerned his intentions, exclaiming in shock, "How do you know the thief's 100 steps?" Chapter 35. The unique dog-walking technique. Liu Hong, however, did not possess a true mastery of the thief's 100 steps. He had merely gleaned some insights from observing his opponent's movements. Nothing to warrant such astonishment at that moment. Another individual approached, letting out a disdainful snort. "Your eyesight is commendable." Liu Hong grinned mischievously, quickening his pace to a point where both adversaries could scarcely keep up. With a sudden cold shout from another individual, a radiant burst of white light erupted behind him, and a magnificent snow-white, striped tiger materialized in an instant. The tiger descended from the mountain. Another person immediately bellowed, leaping into the air, as his hands transformed into two enormous, snow-colored tiger claws, lunging towards Liu Hong. And Erank's soul imprint, the white-eared, white-eyed tiger. Intriguing. Having grasped a fragment of the essence of the thief's 100 steps, Liu Hong felt he had gained the means to contend with them in one-on-one confrontation. As long as Liu Hong remained cautious, he still held a chance of victory. Boom! The golden radiance of the Hercules ape behind Liu Hong flared, illuminating the surrounding space for several meters. Liu Hong skillfully sidestepped, seizing the opportunity as the man's tiger claws approached, twisting his arm, ready to execute a sweeping throw. However, the man let out a deafening roar, his arms thrashing, leaving Liu Hong's hands numb and forcing his arm to slip free. "A mere 5th-tier soul practitioner dares to confront me, a 7th-tier soul practitioner head-on. You must be tired of living." The man scoffed disdainfully as his tiger claws turned once more to seize Liu Hong. This individual possessed an advantage of 2 tiers over Liu Hong. Liu Hong had initially believed that his superior physique and relatively high strength could bridge that gap. But he had miscalculated. He would have to rely on agility. The adept with the white tiger soul imprint took action, prompting the other man to pause, as if they had reached an unspoken understanding. Dealing with a novice like Liu Hong required no joint effort. Yet, they were unaware that underestimating an opponent often proved fatal. Liu Hong already possessed the agility enhancement from his soul imprint, inherited from the A-rank soul imprint of the golden-winged pung bird. Coupled with his partial understanding of the thief's 100 steps, the expert with the white tiger soul imprint found himself slightly slower than Liu Hong. Each time his attack approached Liu Hong managed to evade at the last moment, leaving him grasping at air. After dodging a flurry of attacks, the white tiger soul imprint expert grew anxious, a 7th tier against a 5th tier, failing to secure victory after a prolonged engagement was quite embarrassing. Yet Liu Hong was also in a predicament, as his speed was merely marginally superior to that of his opponent. Although he had evaded most of the attacks, he found no opportunity to counterattack. He needed to continue mastering the thief's 100 steps. Shifting his center of gravity, Liu Hong began to distance himself from the white tiger soul imprint expert at full speed, scrutinizing his movements. Damn it, gritting his teeth, Liu Hong's gaze rapidly darted between the two individuals, and suddenly, a realization struck him. Their movements had not been executed to their fullest potential, as they had sensed Liu Hong's intention to learn and had deliberately concealed their techniques. However, having initially pressed Liu Hong, they had relaxed, hoping for a swift resolution, believing he had no room to learn under their dual assault. Yet just moments ago, it seemed Liu Hong had observed all their techniques. Every maneuver flashed through Liu Hong's mind, swiftly rearranging and recombining. Yes, just like that. Ding! The essence of the thief's 100 steps was fully comprehended, and Liu Hong acquired the true technique of the thief's 100 steps. Obtained 15 Baijia coins? Check. Hearing the system's notification, Liu Hong's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately declared the true technique of the thief's 100 steps. Level of body technique. Proficiency in body technique. 09 layers. Effect of correct body practice. Speed 50. Total speed increase of 35. Additional effect of achieving mastery in correct body practice. Upon reaching mastery, one can perform a brief levitation. Obtaining the true formula of the thief's 100 steps technique has resulted in a fixed increase in body speed, complemented by significant enhancements from the golden winged rocks technique, allowing Liu Hong's speed to surpass that of both opponents in an instant. Aha! You are finished. Liu Hong suddenly lifted his head, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Hee. Young man, it's 2 of us against you. Do you truly believe you have a chance? If the 2 of us combined cannot defeat you, then living would indeed be pointless. Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Liu Hong sneered disdainfully. Then come and try it. As soon as he uttered these words, his feet moved, creating an illusory afterimage. How is this possible? How did his speed increase so dramatically? The white tiger spirit user was left dumbfounded. This speed, it's terrifying. I can't keep up. The effeminate one gritted his teeth in frustration and immediately shouted, "Surround him from both sides. Force him into a corner." The two of them instantly sprang into action, rushing towards Liu Hong. This moment, Liu Hong's speed was 1/3 faster than theirs, treating them like mere dogs to be played with. The tiger descends the mountain. Slap. What a descent of tiger. I see only a sickly cat rolling. Just as the white tiger spirit user was about to strike, Liu Hong's slap landed on his face, spinning him around in confusion. Feathered arrows. The effeminate one, unwilling to yield, raised his hand, only for Liu Hong's fist to crash into his face. What nonsense is this? Watch as I turn you into a mountain chicken shaking its feathers. Tigers roar in the plains. I'll transform you into a yapping pup. Cold sands falling geese. I'll make you into an ostrich hiding its head. After a few exchanges, both opponents were left battered and bruised, suffering not only physical torment, but also immense psychological pressure. 2 7th-tier masters were utterly unable to touch this 5th-tier novice, being toyed with as if they were mere playthings. How unbearable. This is too excruciating. Chapter 36. Black Vulture Feather. Call for reinforcements. 2 7th-tier spirit users were being thoroughly dominated by a 5th-tier spirit user, and to add insult to injury, they were subjected to ridicule. Who could endure such humiliation? The effeminate one, filled with pent-up frustration, swiftly proposed this suggestion. Call for reinforcements? With 2 7th-tier against 1 5th-tier, do you not find that already shameful enough? The white tiger spirit master's expression darkened. Unleash your ultimate move. Today, this brat cannot escape. Upon hearing this, Liu Hong grinned broadly. You think you can prevent my escape? Shouldn't your concern be how to avoid being toyed with to death? Very well. The effeminate one paused as the white tiger spirit master spoke, quickly nodding and retrieving a black feather from his waist. The feather was as long as his palm, its dark sheen glistening. Most notably, the end of the feather, which should have been white, emitted a shimmering purple-black glow, clearly indicating it had been tainted with poison. Hee, young man, forcing me to reveal the black vulture feather today. Even if I die, it shall be worth it. With a delicate flick of his effeminate fingers, he sent the feathers into a frenzy, each strand exploding outward like a myriad of steel needles, instantly occupying every inch of space before him. The feathers of the black vulture. These were harvested from the longest and most rigid plumes on the bird's wings. A creature notorious for its lethal toxicity, its feathers inherently infused with potent venom. Whoosh! The feather filaments scattered like dandelion seeds, blanketing the area and hurtling towards Liu Hong. Although Liu Hong attempted to evade, the sheer volume of the feather fibers sealed off his surroundings with relentless precision. Thud, thud, thud! Countless filaments clung to the trees and foliage, and any plant tainted by these fibers withered at an alarming rate, visibly darkening and crumbling to ash. The venom! Bang, bang, bang! Liu Hong exerted every effort to dodge, yet he was still pierced by no fewer than 100 of the feather fibers. These filaments, harder than steel, penetrated his skin and flesh, instantly delivering an agonizing sting. Damn it! Overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the feather fibers, Liu Hong trembled and staggered backward until he crashed against a tree. Ha! You little rascal! It seems you have no tricks left now. The effeminate figure strutted up to Liu Hong, smugly proclaiming, each black vulture can only yield 6 feathers, each requiring a soak in deadly toxins for 49 days to ensure the venom thoroughly permeates the fibers. The most critical point is that this black vulture feather can only be used once. You may not realize it, but this single feather is far more precious than your life. The master of the white tiger soul seal approached with an irritated expression. Kid, weren't you quite the hotshot a moment ago? Now, try to move. Still so arrogant. Now that you've been poisoned by the black vulture feather, you can hardly stir. The effeminate figure chuckled mischievously. Now, tell me, who sent you here and what is your purpose? Liu Hong gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing, internally screaming, did I not consume the ice silkworm goo? Did I not gain 1,000 points in toxin resistance? Why is it having no effect at all? At this moment, Liu Hong found himself ensnared in a state of complete paralysis, though he did not experience the itching sensation of the white tiger soul seal master. His skin radiated an unbearable heat. "Speak up?" Observing Liu Hong's silence, the white tiger soul seal master was instantly enraged, having been humiliated under Liu Hong's hand earlier, his anger boiling over. Wait, perhaps his mouth has gone numb, and he cannot articulate. Ha ha! The effeminate figure was quite confident in the efficacy of the black vulture feather, crossing his arms over his chest as he awaited the unfolding scene. Just then, Liu Hong's fingers twitched, and he slightly lifted his head. System, when will the poison be resolved? Ding! Detoxification in progress. 92%. 93%. Whoosh! In a sudden burst, Liu Hong leaped into the air. The moment the poison was fully neutralized, he soared upwards, arms raised high, striking each of his adversaries in the head with a powerful punch. Liu Hong's abrupt assault caught both individuals off guard, as darkness enveloped their vision before they were simultaneously sent flying. Is this possible? The effeminate figure crashed into a tree, clutching his dazed head, uttering in disbelief tinged with fear. Alas, to think that one would resort to poison to plot against me. It is truly unbearable to feel the heat coursing through my veins, as if I am being roasted alive. Liu Hong, now thoroughly incensed, ceased his playful antics and unleashed the third form of the wild monkey fist. Iron Monkey crashes the mountain. Meanwhile, 10 miles away, Lu Miaoying anxiously darted through the forest in her attempt to avoid detection by Liu Hong. She had kept her distance, trailing him from afar. However, upon entering the woods, Liu Hong inexplicably concealed his aura, causing her to lose track of him. After several minutes of searching in vain, she was still unable to locate him. At that moment, a flicker of yellow light caught her eye in the distance. Her heart skipped a beat as she instinctively recognized it as Liu Hong's soul imprint. Without hesitation, she hurried toward it. As she drew closer, she sensed two powerful presences nearby. Two 7th-tier soul practitioners. Liu Hong was only at the 5th tier. He was certainly no match for them. Consequently, Lu Miaoying quickened her pace. However, just as she was about to arrive, she noticed the two 7th-tier soul practitioners' auras were gradually diminishing, as if they were on the brink of death. Could it be that Liu Hong had triumphed? A wave of confusion washed over her. Now that Liu Hong seemed to be out of danger, she felt it prudent to keep her distance. Any closer, and he might notice her presence 10 miles away. Liu Hong coldly regarded the two incapacitated figures on the ground. Slowly raising his hand. Devour! A piercing scream erupted from one, his face draining of color as a purple light was drawn from him, a sight that was utterly horrifying. What are you doing? The white tiger soul practitioner's face was suddenly etched with terror. Patience. Your turn shall come shortly. Liu Hong replied with a faint smile, waving his hand and taking a deep breath as the purple light fully entered his body. The other, upon feeling the immense drain, convulsed violently, his face pale, and then he breathed his last. E-grade purple kite soul imprint successfully devoured. Purple kite soul imprint. Attributes. Beast. Level. Soul imprint cultivation progress. 0-9 layers. Soul imprint affinity. 0-100. Soul imprint effect. 30 enhancement of agility. Ding. New soul imprint devoured. Progress of the demon ape soul imprint now at 3. Current progress. For 64. Soul imprint effect. 30 enhancement of agility. Since it does not exceed the original effect of 60, it is automatically cancelled. Liu Hong then turned his gaze back to the white tiger soul practitioner, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This weakling's soul imprint holds little value. I hope yours proves more useful. Stop. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from afar, causing Liu Hong's hair to stand on end, as an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. Chapter 37. The Holy Maiden of the Phoenix who dares to be so bold as to wreak havoc in the territory of my thieves' guild. A figure cloaked in black suddenly materialized before Liu Hong. Floating effortlessly in mid-air, a surge of ominous premonition washed over him. This individual clearly possessed the strength of at least a soul sovereign. Such figures were exceedingly rare in the entirety of Tianyuan City. The Lung family, Lung Shuofeng. The Wang family, Wang Huqing. The Wu family, Wu Yong. The three prominent clans of Tianyuan City are renowned as such precisely because only within these three families do soul-revered experts reside. This is no mere disparity in strength. It is an utter, overwhelming oppression. Yet this time, it is Liu Hong who finds himself beneath this crushing weight. The black robe of that individual billowed without a breath of wind, and an immense aura descended upon Liu Hong like an impenetrable wall. Gritting his teeth, Liu Hong felt as though the air around him had solidified, and it was as if he bore the burden of 1,000 pounds of iron upon his back, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. The sect leader, upon seeing the arrival of that individual, the white tiger soul imprint expert, who was on the brink of death, suddenly found a flicker of light return to his eyes. Begone! 2 7th-tier soul practitioners cannot even contend with a mere 5th-tier soul practitioner. What right do you have to remain in the thieves' sect? The icy reprimand rang out, followed by a swift motion of the right hand. And a sharp crack echoed in Liu Hong's ears as the neck of the white tiger soul practitioner was abruptly twisted in midair. Liu Hong was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Had that old man employed the same tactic against him, he would have had hardly any time to react before meeting his demise. What did you just do to him? In the next moment, the thieves' sect leader inquired coldly. What did I do? Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Could he be referring to the soul imprint devouring? I have heard whispers of such things. The world is vast and full of wonders. Even soul imprints can be classified into categories of beasts, immortals, and demons. Thus it stands to reason that there exist heavenly defying soul imprints that I never imagined such a remarkable soul imprint would manifest in the form of a mere child, and that this child would be presented before me. Ha ha! Truly, a blessing from the heavens. The thieves' sect leader erupted into hearty laughter, only for his tone to turn frigid once more. Little child, a corpse lies before you. Continue to devour. Absorb his soul imprint and grow stronger. Liu Hong indeed desired to absorb the soul imprint of the white tiger soul practitioner, but certainly not under such circumstances. The moment he attempted to do so, this old man would undoubtedly discern the nature of his soul imprint's power, and who was the master of the thief sect, that they would heed her words so readily, releasing their grip at her command. Moreover, the master's prowess far surpasses that of the two individuals, rendering them utterly insignificant. Even if 10 more of their ilk were to join the fray, it would scarcely amount to a mere flick of her wrist. The saintess of the rainbow phoenix. Who could have anticipated that upon hearing Lu Miaoyin's delicate exclamation and beholding her visage, the master of the thief sect would tremble uncontrollably, instinctively loosening their hold on Liu Hong's shoulder. Young master, are you unharmed? Lu Miaoyin hastened to support Liu Hong, who promptly shook his head in reassurance. Yet, despite her proximity, Liu Hong remained perplexed by the unfolding events. Master Huang, you possess remarkable audacity. How dare you lay a hand upon him? Do you comprehend his true identity? Lu Miaoyin's countenance suddenly turned icy as she whirled to confront the master of the thief sect with a sharp retort. He is. Could it be? The master of the thief sect paused, momentarily taken aback, his mind racing to piece together the implications of Lu Miaoyin's earlier address of young master. Young master, you must leave at once. Without hesitation, Lu Miaoyin pivoted, intending to forcefully propel Liu Hong away, only to realize he had somehow maneuvered to her side. Flight was not an option. A man of honor would never cower in fear. Yet, he was willing to die alongside her, even if it meant becoming a ghost. Liu Hong understood that the overwhelming allure of his soul imprint had driven Huang Xiansheng to a desperate path, extinguishing any hope of escaping alive. Thus, they were left with no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Standing tall in defiance of death was preferable to a life spent in cowardice. What was death, after all? He had faced it before, and perhaps in another life, he would emerge even more formidable. A self-deprecating smile played upon Liu Hong's lips as he instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Miaoyin. A pang of pain surged through her heart, quickly followed by a warm sensation as she realized that her young master possessed a remarkable spirit. In that fleeting moment, it became clear that he was no frivolous scion devoid of merit. Very well, young master, I shall stand by your side. Lu Miaoyin's eyes hardened with resolve as she nodded emphatically, taking her place beside Liu Hong. Chapter 38. The twin soul-absorbing bells, what a pair of desperate lovebirds. Enveloped in affection, yet alas, time is not on your side. The master of the thief sect's murderous intent surged forth. Within his domain, he felt empowered to act without restraint. Ha ha ha! By sinister means. You shall not harm these two children while I draw breath. Just as the master prepared to strike, a chilling laughter echoed from the shadows. Liu Hong, Liu Miaoyin, and the master of the thief sect all recoiled in surprise, turning in unison towards the source of the sound. And no sooner had the words been spoken than a figure gradually emerged from the darkness, hands clasped behind their back, strolling leisurely as if utterly unconcerned, exuding an air of confidence that promised the safety of both Liu Hong and Liu Miaoyin. Who are you? Liu Hong furrowed his brow, feeling a strange familiarity with the figure, yet could not place them. It's you. In stark contrast, Liu Miaoyin immediately recognized the individual, though her expression soured. Do you not consider us to be of the sinister sort? Why then do you wish to save us? The words of Liu Miaoyin were imbued with a distinctly sour flavor. Upon her insinuation, Liu Hong immediately recalled that this was the very person he had sought to eliminate after witnessing his devouring of the yellow dog soul seal. Ah, so it is you, old fiend. How curious. What has become of that little enchantress by your side? Liu Hong, too, felt a pang of bitterness, letting out a soft huff, though his heart was vehemently opposed to being rescued. The preservation of his life took precedence. Liu Miaoyin, more direct in her approach, was resolute in her mission to protect Liu Hong. Now that he had a chance to survive, she was determined to seize it by any means necessary. Her inquiry was merely a means to probe into the intentions of the individual who had come to their aid. He Songhai. The face of Huang Xiansheng, the leader of the thieves' sect, darkened. He was all too familiar with that visage. The Xianlong sect was merely 100 miles from the thieves' sect, and it was inconceivable that there had been no friction between them. That think that one could take lives within the territory of my Xianlong sect. Does it mean that we are merely ghosts? He Songhai smiled lightly, brazenly approaching Liu Hong and gently patting him on the shoulder right before Huang Xianzong. Is this truly the territory of your Xianlong sect? Do you not see that this is the domain of my thieves' sect? Should you intrude upon my grounds, do not expect me to be courteous. The leader of the thieves' sect spoke through gritted teeth, seething with rage. Is that so? Even Tianyuan City yields to the decrees of my Xianlong sect. What is your thieves' sect but a small encampment outside of Tianyuan City? And yet you dare to claim this is not the domain of my Xianlong sect? He Songhai scoffed derisively, further challenging, if you wish to be discourteous to me, then by all means, take action. At that moment, the entrance of the thieves' sect fell into silence, hands clenching into fists. The prowess of Songhai and Huang Xiansheng was nearly equal. While they could engage in combat, it would undoubtedly come at a significant cost to both parties. However, if they refrained from action and allowed the saintess of the Rainbow Phoenix to escape, should that individual learn of Huang Hong's ambitions, it would not be long before the thieves' sect was reduced to ruins. Indeed, this was a misstep. Point one that led to another misstep. He Songhai, that you are forcing my hand. He Songhai raised an eyebrow, observing the thieves' sect leader on the verge of striking while maintaining an air of leisure. Was this not a complete derision of the thieves' sect leader? The latter, incensed, stamped his foot and bellowed. Old thief he! Prepare to meet your end. Only then did he Songhai leisurely turn to face him, noticing a surge of dark energy erupting from the thieves' sect leader, revealing a large, pitch-black scorpion looming ominously behind him. Dingling! He Songhai promptly produced a bell of twin-headed, silvery brilliance, the size of a fist, and gave it a gentle shake. Instantly, the scorpion behind the thieves' sect leader quivered as if stimulated, its claws trembling and tail drooping, appearing utterly listless. What an extraordinary contraption! Liu Hong discerned that this bell seemed to possess a restraining effect on other soul seals. Ah, the face of the thieves' sect leader paled instantly as he roared. The Twin Souls Bell! How did it come to be in your possession? This is the treasure of your Xianlong sect. I have received a secret order from the sect leader to bring the Twin Souls Bell to you for tea. He Songhai chuckled coldly. Never expected it, did you? With the Twin Souls Bell in my grasp, do you still believe yourself my match? Surrender promptly. You scoundrel, you shall not succeed. With a furious roar, the leader of the thieves' sect swiftly drew forth 3 black feathers, revealing yet again the sinister plumage of the ominous raven. 3 more, astonishingly. Liu Hong's heart raced. The toxicity of this substance was notoriously malevolent. Even after consuming the ice silkworm and bolstering his poison resistance by 1,000 points, it took considerable time for him to recover, illustrating just how potent this poison truly was. Upon seeing the raven feathers in the leader's grasp, Songhai's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Be cautious!" Without hesitation, Songhai raised his hand, and a brilliant fire erupted behind him, materializing into a majestic fire lion. Fast, the leader of the thieves' sect bellowed, and the 3 raven feathers in his hand exploded forth, forming an impenetrable wall of dense black fibers that surged ominously towards them. Songhai wasted no time. He opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames that incinerated a portion of the raven feathers. Yet it was insufficient to halt their entirety. "Watch out!" Lu Miaoyin instantly recognized the threat. If even Songhai feared it, how could she remain untroubled? Just as she prepared to step forward to shield Liu Hong, he had already turned and stood before her. "Young master," Lu Miaoyin exclaimed in alarm. "Do not speak. Come here." In a moment of dire urgency, Liu Hong reached out and pulled Lu Miaoyin into his embrace. "Don't, young master. You will perish." Lu Miaoyin's anxiety intensified as her delicate form struggled against Liu Hong's firm grasp, yet he held her tightly, rendering her efforts futile. "Young master, release me. Let me go. Young master, you fool. Idiot!" Lu Miaoyin cried out in exasperation, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. In that moment, her thoughts were not consumed by the failure to protect Liu Hong. Rather, the precariousness of their situation stirred within her an unexpected tenderness for him. Coupled with his sudden act of shielding her, her heart swelled with emotion. Thud! Feeling the tremors reverberate through Liu Hong's back, Lu Miaoyin's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. "Young master, why must you be so foolish? My life cannot compare to yours." As she sensed Liu Hong leaning back, she lost herself in a moment, collapsing into his embrace and softly sobbing. "You fool, why would you shield me? Why? Why, cough, cough, I'm not dead yet. So why do you weep?" Liu Hong managed to utter, feeling a tingling warmth spread across his back. Fortunately, Songhai had intervened in time to deflect some of the poisonous feathers, sparing Liu Hong from the severity of his previous injuries. Chapter 39. Drunken Peach's Young Master. Lu Miaoyin trembled, utterly astounded that Liu Hong, despite being poisoned by the raven feathers, was still able to speak. As she looked up, she was met with his face, swollen and comical, resembling that of a pig. Yet in this dire situation, no laughter could escape her lips. "What now?" Songhai inquired, swatting away the embers still swirling in the air, visibly frustrated to see the leader of the thieves' sect had vanished from sight. "He shielded me for a moment. I am unsure of the details," Lu Miaoyin replied. Lu Miaoyin, her face contorted in anguish, lamented that Ning Yuan Liu Hong had failed to shield her. Now, the one lying on the ground was none other than herself. As I observed, Songhai approached, his gaze sweeping over Liu Hong, and his brow immediately furrowed in concern. Present. Liu Hong was truly in a dire state, his body covered with a dense array of black raven feathers, and the sites of the stabs were already swollen and reddened. Were it not for Liu Hong's labored breathing, one might assume he had already succumbed to death. His injuries were alarmingly severe. The toxicity of the raven feathers was ferocious, and common cultivators could scarcely withstand it. Within half an hour, his organs might succumb to liquefaction, and at that point, even the mightiest of beings would be powerless to save him. Songhai's expression was grave, yet Lu Miaoyin understood the truth of his words, which only heightened her anxiety. "Very well." Lu Miaoyin nodded fervently. "However, I must accompany you. Otherwise, I cannot rest easy. Here, take this token of the Xianlong sect. To the northwest, 100 miles hence, lies the sect's entrance. I shall carry him first. Lives are at stake, and you must follow closely afterward." Songhai nodded, producing a jade tablet and handing it to Lu Miaoyin before swiftly lifting Liu Hong. "I have urgent matters to attend to tomorrow." Yet Liu Hong, now rendered immobile and unable to speak due to Songhai's pressure point technique, could not hide his recovery from Songhai's keen perception. Nevertheless, he needed to transport Liu Hong to the Xianlong sect without delay. Lu Miaoyin, too, was not overly concerned. Believing Songhai's intentions were genuinely for Liu Hong's benefit, she followed his lead. With his eyes shut, Liu Hong felt himself being lifted and swiftly ascending into the air, the biting cold night wind stinging his face painfully, after what felt like over 10 minutes of soaring through the void. He sensed a gradual deceleration, and soon he was laid upon 8BED. In his haze, he could faintly hear voices arguing outside. Moreover, this fellow is a demon. Liu Yao, filled with stubbornness and ire, seemed resolute in her refusal to tend to Liu Hong. Then do not blame the master. Master, what are you intending to do? With two soft thuds, a sound of something crashing to the ground followed. Moments later, someone approached and pinched Liu Hong's mouth, forcefully pouring an unknown substance into him. Humph, kid, consider this a stroke of luck for you. The voice belonged to none other than Songhai. Damn it, old monster. What have you made me drink? Liu Hong gulped down the liquid, sensing a sweet flavor in his throat. A fragrant aroma wafting through the air. System, identify, ding, currently detecting, peach blossom drunk. Type, medicinal wine food. Rating, beat out effect. A medicinal wine brewed with peach blossom love bugs, it ignites one's true nature, rendering the drinker uncontrollable in their pursuit of a mate. After consummation, the two will experience a resonant connection. Good heavens, isn't this that sort of potion? Just as Liu Hong was left bewildered, he felt the quilt covering him being lifted, and another person was brought beside him. Liu Yao still seemed somewhat aware, instinctively exclaiming, "Bastard, what do you intend to do to me?" Liu Hong could only manage a bitter smile. "I'm currently unable to move. What could I possibly do to you? You demon, what have you done to me?" Liu Yao exclaimed with immense fury, only to pause momentarily, soon realizing that the true instigator of this affair was not Liu Hong, but rather her master. Songhai. You did. Liu Yao's delicate form trembled, and she found herself unable to restrain her hands, gently wrapping them around Liu Hong's shoulders. A faint, uniquely feminine fragrance enveloped Liu Hong's neck, infiltrating his nostrils. The moment he inhaled this scent, the effects of the medicine coursed through his body with sudden intensity, as the acupoints that had been sealed off were instantaneously released. This is disastrous. Liu Hong's mind raced, and in the next moment, her soft peach blossom lips entwined with his fervently. Chapter 40. Tender affection in the throes of passion influenced by the intoxicating effects of the peach blossom elixir, although both individuals were somewhat unclear in their awareness. They had both recognized what was about to transpire beforehand. Any resistance or awkwardness gradually transformed into joy amidst their increasingly familiar movements. After what felt like an eternity, they finally ceased their actions. Liu Yao tightly wrapped herself in the quilt, turning her head away, tears brimming in her eyes, unwilling to meet Liu Hong's gaze even for a fleeting moment. "Ahem, I shall take responsibility for you," Liu Hong declared after a gentle cough, feeling that such matters should not be initiated by the woman. A man. One must possess grace. Who asked for your responsibility? Can you even compensate me for what I have lost? Once quiet, Liu Hong's words ignited a spark that set off the entire situation, prompting Liu Yao to cry out with a quivering voice. Liu Hong instantly panicked. How could he possibly comfort her? Though innocent in this affair, he was nevertheless involved. "Just go away. I do not wish to see you. You have 5 minutes. If you do not disappear from my sight, I will kill you immediately." After a brief moment of calm, Liu Yao stated resolutely, "Though this matter is not your fault, sparing you is already my greatest act of tolerance. Do not let me see your face again." Liu Hong gritted his teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly helpless, silently rising to don his clothes. Upon leaving the room and taking a few steps, he sensed a faint yet undeniable force drawing him back. It dawned on Liu Hong that the peach blossom elixir would create a bond of energy between the two, but what exactly was this force? As he descended the mountain, he carefully attuned himself to the pull of that energy. The further he walked, the stronger the sensation became, soon accompanied by a profound wave of sorrow and indignation that began to subtly affect Liu Hong's state of mind. This energy bond was peculiar. When close, it felt almost intangible, yet when distant, one could readily sense the other's emotional state. But what use was this? Liu Hong mused, quickening his pace as he neared the gates of the Shenlong sect. Suddenly, an excruciating pain pierced through him, causing his complexion to drain of color and his legs to buckle, leaving him kneeling on the ground. Hiss! Liu Hong clutched his chest, his face contorted in distress. Liu Hong's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. As he bent down to pick up several pebbles, he took a few steps, and with each stride that sent a jolt of excruciating pain through him. He dropped a pebble. After discarding 5 or 6, Liu Hong was astonished to discover that these stones had formed an enormous arc, with its center precisely at Liu Yao's dwelling. What a predicament! Did this not imply that Liu Hong could not depart from the Xinlong sect? Given his current position, he was still 5 or 6 li away from the mountain gate of the sect. According to the plan, after tonight, he and Lu Miaoying were supposed to head to Pingnan and Baiqing for a meeting. Now, with this energy compelling him, would he not be unable to go? Young master. At that moment, a figure rushed swiftly from the direction of the Xianlong sect's mountain gate. Upon seeing Liu Hong unscathed, Lu Miaoying was instantly filled with joy. She leaped forward and tightly embraced Liu Hong, her voice trembling with happiness as she exclaimed, "You're safe, young master. This is wonderful." Feeling the warmth radiating from Lu Miaoying's delicate form, all his previous worries evaporated into thin air, leaving Liu Hong with a singular thought. "Ha! Is this little girl so anxious because she has developed feelings for me? Of course, and find that I am blessed and fortunate, with divine favor shining upon me." Liu Hong replied with a nonchalant smile, lowering his head slightly to inhale the faint fragrance emanating from Lu Miaoying, momentarily lost in reverie. "Yes, young master is indeed blessed," Lu Miaoying promptly echoed, her face alight with excitement. In the next instant. However, her expression turned serious as she quickly released him and stepped back, exclaiming, I apologize, young master, for my rudeness." Observing Lu Miaoying retreat hastily, a blush crept on her charming face, further affirming Liu Hong's suspicion that this young lady harbored feelings for him. He cleared his throat gently. "Since you are aware that we share a master-servant relationship, should you not heed my words?" Lu Miaoying nodded earnestly, feeling a touch of embarrassment at her earlier impulsiveness. "Then come here and give your young master a hug. I need to examine your condition to ensure you weren't injured during that recent skirmish." Liu Hong chuckled inwardly, though his expression remained solemn. Young master Q." Lu Miaoying blushed deeply, fully comprehending Liu Hong's intentions, and lightly stomped her foot. "Young master, you mustn't jest with me." "Who is jesting?" Liu Hong's demeanor suddenly turned serious as he stepped forward decisively, wrapping his arms around the taken-aback Lu Miaoying. "Young master merely wishes to embrace you and check for any injuries. If you were to be hurt, it would be my grave misdeed." At that moment, Lu Miaoying's heart raced wildly. She wanted to scream but feared being overheard, so she merely struggled in Liu Hong's embrace, her protests barely audible, like the faint buzzing of a mosquito. "Do not move," Liu Hong commanded with a tone of sternness, shifting his right hand to press Lu Miaoying firmly against his chest. Leaning slightly to the side, he whispered near her ear, "Seeing me unscathed, why are you so joyful? Were you worried about me? Feeling anxious for my well-being?" When Liu Hong laid bare his heart, Lu Miaoying was instantly flustered, stammering, and unable to respond. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally mustered the conviction to assert, "My duty is to protect the young master. If the young master is harmed, it is undoubtedly my failure in safeguarding him. My concern for the young master is only natural. Yet, why do I sense an unusual nuance in this situation?" Liu Hong smiled faintly, lowering his voice deliberately to whisper in Lu Miaoying's ear, provoking a sensation akin to millions of ants gnawing at her heart. But I did not. At that moment, Liu Hong suddenly let out a muffled groan, his entire being quivering, and he stumbled, his weight collapsing onto Lu Miaoying. Oh no! Could the young master have succumbed to poison? A jolt of panic surged through Lu Miaoying's heart. Chapter 41. Senior Brother Chunfeng. Just as the pain lingered for a few seconds, the sensation immediately dissipated, likely due to Lu Yao's movement. "Young master, are you all right?" Lu Miaoying hurriedly supported Liu Hong, her concern palpable. Could it be that the toxin had yet to be purged? Liu Hong could only shake his head bitterly, replying, "It is not the poison of the Wu Zhanyu, but it is more troublesome than that." Lu Miaoying cast a puzzled glance at Liu Hong, noticing that despite what had just transpired, he now appeared completely unscathed. "Let us set that aside for now. I must find someone." Liu Hong waved his hand, regaining his footing and leading Lu Miaoyin toward Lu Yao's residence. Lu Yao seemed to have finished her preparations to depart, her demeanor cold. The moment she encountered Liu Hong outside her abode, her expression instantly hardened. "Did I not warn you? If I see you again, I shall kill you. I had no desire to seek you out." Liu Hong replied with a bitter smile, realizing that the pain induced by the energy connection seemed ineffective against Liu Yao. She appeared entirely oblivious to her recent experience. Due to the intoxication of the peach blossom, a peculiar energy connection has formed between us. Thus, once I exceed a certain distance from you, I experience heartache. Liu Hong elucidated. Liu Yao responded with a chilling laugh. "What? Do you intend to deceive me with such childish reasoning?" Although Lu Miaoyin was unaware of the specifics of their past, she had witnessed the young master's sudden distress. And given their previous encounter, she held no fondness for Liu Yao. Perhaps it was the inevitable friction between beautiful women that prompted Lu Miaoyin to speak up. "If Liu Yao does not depart from the Xinlong sect, then I too cannot leave the Xinlong sect. Now that Bai Cheng is in Pingnan, the unique toxicity of this peach blossom intoxication can likely only be resolved by finding Bai Cheng. However, before that, it seems I must cunningly lure Liu Yao to Pingnan." "Where are you heading?" Liu Hong inquired immediately. "What business is it of yours? We are ready to depart. We are merely awaiting you." Liu Hong's brow furrowed as his gaze shifted to the handsome man beside Liu Yao. Men can be quite perceptive at times, and in this instance, Liu Hong sensed the handsome man's interest in Liu Yao. After the events of the previous night, Liu Hong's mindset was exceedingly delicate. The presence of a tall, handsome male near Liu Yao immediately sparked his vigilance. "Where are you headed?" Liu Hong inquired immediately. Little did he know that the man directly ignored him and continued to address Liu Yao, saying, "Junior sister, there is something I'm uncertain whether I should share with you. Master has unexpectedly changed the arrangements, and San Shidi will be taking your place in Pingnan. However, I am aware of your strong desire to go, so I specifically came to find you and discreetly take you away." As he spoke, the man offered a warm smile, appearing quite considerate. Upon hearing this, Liu Yao's expression dramatically shifted. Among Master-S disciples, only she and the senior brother Chen Feng possessed the highest cultivation levels, making them the most suitable candidates to handle the demonic turmoil in Pingnan. How could Master do this? First, and now he has revoked my qualification to go to Pingnan? Liu Yao furrowed her brows, clearly displeased. As she spoke, her expression momentarily froze, indicating she was contemplating the matter referred to earlier. Liu Hong also vaguely guessed that the issue mentioned pertained to the relationship between him and Liu Yao. The fact that Songhai could take Liu Yao down the mountain to Tianyuan City demonstrated that she was indeed a favored disciple of Songhai. Faced with such abrupt changes, the stark contrast was naturally perplexing to her. Not only was she bewildered, but Liu Hong was equally puzzled. Why would Songhai sacrifice his most cherished disciple for some ulterior motive? Previously, Lu Miaoyin had mentioned that the demonic turmoil in Pingnan would also attract the attention of the Xinyan sect, and this was indeed an opportunity, since your senior brother is willing to defy Master-S orders to bring you to Pingnan. You should go, and take me along as well. Liu Hong chuckled like a tea that moment. Senior brother Chun Feng's brows knitted together. Initially, upon hearing the first half of Liu Hong's statement, he felt a sense of delight, as Liu Hong had deliberately highlighted his defiance of Master-S orders to underscore his goodwill towards Liu Yao. However, upon hearing the latter part about Liu Hong accompanying them, his mood soured. "This is a matter for our Xinyan sect. How can an outsider like you interfere?" With that, senior brother Chen Feng cast a disdainful glance at Liu Hong, sneering, "With your level of 5th-tier soul master, do you even comprehend the dangers of Pingnan? With your abilities, you would merely be courting death. You would be nothing but a burden to us. Do you understand? I'm sorry, but we do not take along the useless." "Who are you calling useless?" Lu Miaoyin exclaimed in alarm. Chun Feng, being an 8th-tier soul master, was comparable to her, yet as a disciple of the Xinyan sect, he was akin to a flower in a greenhouse. In contrast, Lu Miaoyin's 8th-tier status was forged through countless lives lost that I must see Master, Liu Yao declared resolutely, having packed her belongings and slinging her bag over her shoulder. In a way, at her declaration, both Chun Feng and Liu Hong grew anxious. If Lu Yao went, the matter would be exposed, and she would undoubtedly be barred from going to Pingnan. This was unwelcome news for both Chun Feng and Liu Hong. At this juncture, Lu Miaoyin could no longer contain herself and gently tugged at Liu Hong's sleeve, saying, "Young master, we need not concern ourselves with them. We can go to Pingnan on our own. Lord Bai Si should have already received word of our intention to visit, and will likely be waiting for us tomorrow. We cannot afford to delay our journey." Liu Hong offered a bitter smile. He wished to go as well, but the key issue was that it seemed impossible. Chapter 42. Resentment in the heart. Lu Miaoyin lifted her gaze to glance at Chun Feng, then turned her attention to Liu Hong, letting out a soft huff and tea that moment. It was clear she had categorized Liu Hong and Chun Feng together. The matter of going to Pingnan could be postponed, but there were certain issues I must clarify with my master. Why has he treated me this way? As Liu Yao spoke, she shot a fierce glare at Liu Hong. "Scoundrel!" Upon witnessing Liu Yao's glare directed at Liu Hong, Chun Feng immediately grasped that this situation was somehow connected to Liu Hong. With the chaos of the battlefield in Pingnan, Chun Feng was counting on this incident to win Liu Yao's heart. If all else failed, he was prepared with the exquisite 10-fragrance soft bone powder. At a critical moment, presenting it would compel Liu Yao to heed his every command, submitting to his will. What a splendid opportunity this had been, yet it was unexpectedly disrupted by this incompetent fool. "What have you done to Yao Yao?" Chun Feng, infuriated, turned pale and charged forward, seizing Liu Hong by the collar. Liu Hong's expression grew icy, and with a thunderous roar, he bellowed, "Let go!" Instantly, a surge of overwhelming force erupted from Liu Hong's body. Although Liu Hong's cultivation was inferior to Chun Feng's, his physical prowess and strength far surpassed Chun Feng's. At that moment, Chun Feng felt a jolt in his arm, and he was pushed back 2 steps, his palms tingling with numbness. How could this fellow be so formidable? Chun Feng gasped in astonishment. Wasn't he merely a 5th-tier soul cultivator? The energy he had focused on Liu Hong was effortlessly dispelled, and Liu Hong had freed himself from Chun Feng's grip. How audacious of him! Chun Feng glanced at Liu Yao, who was equally taken aback by Liu Hong's display of power, regarding him with newfound intrigue. Realizing that the one being marginalized was himself, Chun Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. With a loud shout, he stepped forward, declaring, "This is the territory of my Xianlong sect, and you dare to act recklessly here. Have you a death wish?" With a commanding stride, he advanced, his presence fierce as he struck his palm directly at Liu Hong's chest. Having mastered the agile footwork of the thieves' sect, Liu Hong now perceived Chun Feng's strike as sluggish as a snail's crawl. A mere parlor trick. Liu Hong scoffed coldly, slightly sidestepping and seizing Chun Feng's arm with both hands. He swiftly kicked at Chun Feng's feet while pulling him forward. Caught off guard, Chun Feng stumbled, losing his balance, and fell to his knees, nearly landing face first in the dirt. "Scoundrel! You infuriate me!" Chun Feng howled, abandoning his previously polished and charismatic demeanor as he sprang to his feet, arms outstretched. The golden light emanated from behind him, revealing a gleaming 9-ringed blade. "Stop!" At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the air, and Chun Feng turned to see Liu Yao's icy gaze. Her beautiful eyes, indescribably enchanting, bore a chill akin to a winter's gale, tinged with a profound disappointment. "Forget it. Let us proceed to Pingnan directly, and take them along." With a calm yet decisive turn, Liu Yao briskly made her way towards the mountain gate. The realization that she was disappointed in him struck Chun Feng deeply. Chun Feng was suddenly struck by a profound pang of heartache as he recalled Liu Yao's gaze directed at him. Yet upon realizing that all of this turmoil was the doing of Liu Hong, a wave of fury surged within him. "Scoundrel! It is all because of this rascal. Since he has come to Pingnan, it is certain that with such meager strength, he will not survive here. The venomous beasts of Pingnan are no trifles. Given the slightest opportunity, they will surely dispose of him. Scoundrel that I, Chun Feng, shall ensure that you regret today's events." With a cold snort, Chun Feng turned on his heel and swept away. Within the Xianlong sect, apart from the sect leader, there were 3 masters, signifying that the sect comprised 4 branches: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. The sect leader presided over the Xian branch, while Songhai governed the Tian branch. This expedition to Pingnan to quell the beastly calamity involved 2 members from each branch, forming a team of 8, led by the esteemed senior brother Wang Shiming. Wang Ximing, being the direct disciple of the sect leader, also served as the senior of the Xian branch, boasting the strongest prowess and the most experience among the group. At just over 30 years of age, he had already attained the formidable level of a sole master of the first rank. In addition to Wang Ximing, another formidable member of the team was Shi Minyan, the senior brother of the Huang branch, who also possessed the strength of a sole master of the first rank, albeit having just broken through a fortnight ago, thus still lagging behind Wang Ximing. Concurrently, Dong Dong, the senior brother of the D branch, was on the verge of breaking through to the first rank of Soul Master, being a pinnacle 9-stage soul practitioner, merely awaiting the right opportunity. Among the 4 branches, Chun Feng held the lowest standing in terms of strength within the Tian branch. Oh my, who do we have here? Upon seeing Chun Feng approach with Liu Yao and Liu Hong, Dong Dong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, crossing his arms that aren't those the so-called waste from the Tian branch. Ha! They always drag our Xianlong sect down every year. I bet they will once again hold us back on this trip to Pingnan. Following Dong Dong, another disciple from the D branch, Wang Mingliang, chimed in with a grin. With his own strength reaching the 8th stage of soul practitioner, he was on par with Chun Feng. Chun Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, and he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Hey, Fengzi, can you really protect this little junior sister of yours? If you can't, allow me to step in for you. Dong Dong, noticing Chun Feng's silence, burst into laughter and drew closer, playfully wrapping an arm around Chun Feng's neck, casting a lewd glance at Liu Yao that was unmistakably suggestive. You do not need to protect me. Chun Feng's expression darkened further. Being held by Dong Dong was already uncomfortable, but the latter's superior strength made it clear that he intended to humiliate him. After struggling a few times, Chun Feng realized that Dong Dong had secretly employed the D branch's unique soul lock technique, rendering him unable to break free. Seeing Dong Dong eyeing Liu Yao, Liu Hong felt a surge of displeasure. He stealthily stepped on a small stone beneath his foot, flicking it up into his hand. The wild monkey fist, perhaps deeply rooted in the monkey clan's techniques, even included a move involving the throwing of small stones. Its power may be minimal, but it was effective due to its suddenness. At that moment, Liu Hong, with a swift motion, flipped the small stone in his hand, launching it forth. Bang! A crisp sound resonated through the air. Dong Dong was struck by a stone, causing his entire body to shudder, and a bright red bump instantly appeared on his forehead. Ouch! Who the hell threw that stone? Dong Dong had not anticipated an ambush, and with a cry of anguish, he released Chun Feng and scanned the crowd, eager to identify the culprit. Chapter 43. Dong Dong's confrontation. Dong Dong's identity was well known to all. He was the esteemed senior brother of the Earth Court from the Xianlong sect. Who would dare to provoke him? As he surveyed the area, he realized that no one dared to challenge him, especially since even the senior brother of the Heavenly Court, Chun Feng, had to endure humiliation at his hands. Hence, the assailant must undoubtedly be an outsider. Among the many outsiders present, only Liu Hong and Lu Miaoyin remained. "It must be you, you little brat," Dong Dong firmly accused Liu Hong, storming towards him in a fit of rage. "How dare you ambush me, you bastard? Who gave you the audacity to wreak havoc in the Xianlong sect?" At this moment, Chun Feng stood to the side, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had been searching for an opportunity to deal with Liu Hong, and he couldn't believe this fool had unwittingly provoked Dong Dong. "Ha! You deserve it." Though Liu Hong had arrived with Chun Feng, there was no way Chun Feng would come to his aid now. He wanted nothing more than to see Liu Hong meet his demise. Liu Hong raised an eyebrow and asked nonchalantly, "With so many people here, on what grounds do you accuse me? Do you have any evidence?" Barking mad dog, Dong Dong was momentarily taken aback, his anger surging within him. As the senior brother of the Xianlong sect, he was accustomed to being revered wherever he went. Yet this wildling had the audacity to insult him as a mad dog. At that moment, Liu Yao also frowned. Although she harbored no fondness for Liu Hong, she did not wish to witness such a spectacle. However, she could not shift the blame onto the Heavenly Court and chose to remain silent, watching intently. You bold young man, to ambush and insult the senior brother of the Earth Court and to trespass upon the gates of the Xianlong sect. Do you realize that either of these offenses could cost you your life? Dong Dong's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "However, I disdain to dirty my hands with you." Wang Mingliang, Execute the sect's rules and eliminate this scoundrel on the spot. Immediately, Lu Miaoying grew anxious. The disciples dispatched by the Xianlong sect to handle the troubles in Pingnan were all elite. And among the 8 present, none were weaker than her. Wang Mingliang, although not her match, posed a significant threat to Liu Hong. Stop. Lu Miaoying stepped forward, hastily producing the item given to her by He Songhai. The guest seal of the heavenly court. Wang Mingliang recognized the item immediately, his eyes widening in shock. The guest seal could only be issued by the masters of the 4 courts, meaning that both Lu Miaoying and Liu Hong were brought in by He Songhai from the heavenly court. No matter how bold Wang Mingliang was, he would not dare to oppose He Songhai. Senior brother did this. Wang Mingliang's expression faltered. Dong Dong, realizing that Wang Mingliang was reluctant to act, turned his gaze to Chen Feng. Ah, Chen Feng, so it was you who brought this trouble from the heavenly court. You stand by silently, pretending not to know, do you? The smile on Dong Dong's face grew increasingly frigid. Coward, since this matter pertains to your Tian Academy, I shall refrain from interfering. However, rules must be upheld, and even Master He Seal is no exception. But according to protocol, this must be handled by your own hands. Wouldn't you agree, senior brother of Tian Academy? Dong Dong's tactic of diverting trouble was executed with remarkable finesse. That guest seal undoubtedly belonged to someone of significance in He Songhai's eyes. Should Dong Dong act against him, he would surely incur He Songhai's wrath. In contrast, if it were Chen Feng, the situation would differ entirely. As the senior brother of Tian Academy, he possessed the authority to manage the academy and even enforce the rules on behalf of He Songhai. This maneuver would eliminate Liu Hong while placing the blame squarely on Chen Feng. 2 birds with 1 stone. Truly, the senior brother is astute. It was no surprise that Wang Mingliang was nearby flattering him, causing Dong Dong to swell with pride. Chen Feng's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Had it not been for that guest seal, he would have acted immediately, seizing the opportunity to deal with Liu Hong, something he longed for. But now, allow me. At that moment, Lu Yao unexpectedly stepped forward, her expression stern at awe. It is junior sister Liu. Junior sister Liu is indeed sensible and understands righteousness. Chen Feng, you are even outdone by a woman. Dong Dong continued to mock him, further darkening Chen Feng's expression. Once again, he felt humiliated because of Liu Hong. That scoundrel. As Chen Feng contemplated this, someone audibly voiced his inner thoughts. You scoundrel, without hesitation. Lu Yao sprang into action, her face flushed with indignation, delivering a fierce strike to Liu Hong's chest. Ugh! The sounds of 2 muffled groans echoed simultaneously. Liu Hong clutched the spot where he had been struck, stumbling back a step, his face paling. Although Lu Yao's strike had considerable force, it was not enough to seriously harm Liu Hong. Painful yet not injurious, perfectly measured. Yet astonishingly, Lu Yao also grasped her own chest. Retreating a step, her delicate face as pale as a ghost. In that instant, chaos enveloped the scene. Lu Miaoying, witnessing Lu Yao's unexpected severity, cried out in alarm. What are you doing? Liu Hong quickly interjected. It's nothing. I owe her this, that if she demands my life, I would not contest it. Lu Yao, however, wore a look of astonishment. Why did she feel a portion of the force from her strike against Liu Hong? That sensation flitted through her mind, although it did not injure her. The pain was strikingly real. Could it be that what that scoundrel said about their energies being connected is true? Lu Yao's thoughts became a whirlwind. Junior sister Liu, what troubles you? In front of so many. Chen Feng refrained from calling her Yao Yao, his face betraying sheer anxiety. After confirming that Lu Yao was unharmed, he turned abruptly, glaring fiercely at Liu Hong. Scoundrel! What wicked sorcery did you employ to endanger my junior sister Liu? I will kill you! Chen Feng shouted, raising his hand, the soul seal behind him radiating brilliance. Yet this fellow remained rooted to the spot, his eagerness to strike evidently a performance for Lu Yao's sake. Lu Yao's expression shifted. The connections intertwined in an enigmatic manner that she could not articulate. She only knew that if Liu Hong were injured, she would not fare well either, and thus she called out, Brother, stop! Chapter 44. The Westlake soared. The sudden change in Liu Yao seemed to attract the attention of another individual, the aloof and observant Shimin Yin. Shimin Yin exuded an aura of cold severity, akin to a sharp sword concealed within its scabbard. Upon hearing Shimin Yan's unexpected voice, Lu Yao momentarily paused, her expression revealing a touch of unease. "It's nothing, senior brother Shimin," she replied with a hint of detachment. Upon hearing her words, Shimin Yan's gaze shifted subtly, landing upon Liu Hong. His piercing stare was reminiscent of a blade gliding across Liu Hong, as if it sought to cleave him in two. That Liu Hong felt a shiver run through him. Yet he retaliated with a defiant glare, unperturbed by Shimin Yan's intensity. That moment, Liu Hong noticed an unusual sword strapped to Shimin Yan's back, shrouded entirely in a gray cloth, with only a segment of its bluish-gray hilt visible. Ding! A hidden chain quest has been triggered. The Sword of Shimin. The instant Liu Hong beheld the sword, the system's notification resonated within his mind. What? A chain-hidden quest? Liu Hong's heart raced with astonishment. Within a mere 7 days, he had been extraordinarily fortunate, and now he had inadvertently triggered yet another chain-hidden quest. Ding! Shimin Yan, a mysterious disciple of the Su Enling sect, bears a broken sword. Repairing the broken sword will unlock the forging system. Additionally, you will receive 10 Baijia coins as a reward. Ding! The forging system allows the use of Baijia coins or soul crystals to repair any weapon or equipment, or to upgrade and enchant them. This forging system appears to be an innate feature of the Baijia system, akin to a shop where one can exchange for items with Baijia coins. Initially concealed, it requires gradual exploration to uncover. Recalling his previous gaming experiences, where he would forge weapons with ratings of 10 or 15, be they common or rare, he realized that even the simplest items could rival divine artifacts when properly forged. Moreover, this broken sword seemed to hold significant importance for Shimin Yan. Following the narrative trajectory, it was likely that he would first need to repair the sword, thereby unlocking a connection with Shimin Yan, which would lead to further revelations about his background. Ultimately, it was conceivable that he might even acquire some splendid treasures. Furthermore, earning Shimin Yan's approval would be immensely advantageous for Liu Hong. After all, among the 8 individuals from the Su Enling sect, none had regarded Liu Hong with favor. Perhaps outsiders should refrain from intervening. This is, after all, a matter concerning the Su Enling sect. The extermination of demons is of utmost importance. Leaving no time to attend to others, Shimin Yan coldly remarked as he turned to leave. Yet from behind him came a jovial retort. "Shimin brother, what do you mean by that? Might I borrow your sword for a moment?" At this utterance, the expressions of those present shifted in unison. Shimin Yan's sword was renowned within the Su Enling sect. This individual was not only indifferent to the fairer sex, but also held a disinterest in anything unrelated to martial practice, save for his sword, which he treasured as dearly as his own life. To suggest borrowing it was audacious. Merely casting a glance at Shimin Yan's sword would likely lead to one's eyes being gouged out. Haha, this lad truly has a knack for courting disaster, Chen Feng thought to himself, reveling in a sense of dark delight at Liu Hong's boldness that he and individuals like Shimin Yan and Wang Shiming occupy entirely different echelons of status. Among the several hundred disciples of the Xianlong sect, only Shimin Yan and Wang Shiming have reached the realm of soul masters, and the significance that the sect places on them is unmistakable. It could be said that Chen Feng and Dong Dong might face severe consequences for killing Liu Hong, given their current status as guest disciples of the Heavenly Academy. However, Shimin Yan harbors no fear. Considering his position within the Xianlong sect, he could easily commit murder without hesitation. After all, he could very well be the future sect master. "You wish to see my sword?" The expression on Shimin Yan's face suddenly turned icy. As he turned to the side, his aura surging. "Are you seeking death?" Liu Yao immediately panicked. After all, Liu Hong shared a connection with her, and this matter could not be taken lightly. "Senior brother Shimin, do not act recklessly," Liu Yao urgently exclaimed. "What if I could repair your sword?" Liu Hong interjected, striking a pose of arrogance, exuding an air of superiority to Ha! Dong Dong burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Do you even know what kind of sword this is? Our Xianlong sect S-Master and the Master S-Advisor have both examined it, and they were at a loss. How dare you boast that you could repair this sword?" Shimin Yan too responded with a cold smile, treating Liu Hong's words as a mere jest, before turning to mount his horse. coldly remarking, "Out of respect for your status as a guest disciple of the Heavenly Academy, I shall spare your life this time. Speak such reckless words again, and do not blame me, Shi Min Yin, for being ungracious." System identification. Liu Hong silently contemplated. The Shi sword, forged from top-quality Xiantian iron, belonged to the illustrious master Shi Min Lai, who had shone brightly 500 years ago. For reasons unknown, it had shattered, and thus the Shi Min family fell into decline. It is said that to restore the glory of the Shi Min family, one must first find a way to repair the Shi sword. Shi Min Lai had no recorded history prior to his emergence as a sole master of the 9th tier, defeating the infamous beast Xiao Yu that plagued the world with the Shi sword. So this sword is tied to the honor of the Shi Min family. It is no wonder Shi Min Yin treasures it so dearly. However, it seems that the Shi Min family was indeed a formidable clan 500 years ago. How is it that now Shi Min Yin finds himself reduced to the status of a disciple in the Xianlong sect? Ahem. This sword is named Shi, forged from Xiantian iron. The reason for its breakage is perhaps something even you, Shi Min Yin, are unaware of. Isn't it? The reason you hold this sword in such high regard is due to its connection to your family's honor. Yet, given such a splendid opportunity before you, can you truly bear to let it slip through your fingers? Liu Hong called out to the departing Shi Min. Shi Min Yin was taken aback, the reins in his hand coming to a halt as he immediately pulled his horse to a stop. The name of this sword is indeed widely recognized, and many are familiar with the legends surrounding the honor of the Shi Min family. However, only those from the Shi Min family or master craftsmen could discern what it was forged from at a glance. Could it be that this fellow truly possesses the ability to repair the Shi sword? Observing the subtle change in Shi Min Yan's expression, Liu Hong sensed an opportunity, and his own demeanor became even more confident. "Junior brother, it is worth a try." The relationship between Wang Shiming, the chief disciple of the sect master, and Shi Min Yin is the closest, and he too learned the secrets of the Shi Min sword from the master's advisor. This Xiantian iron, a treasure born from the great collision at the dawn of creation, is known to but a scant few, and even fewer possess the skill to forge it. Rarely does this substance circulate in the realm, rendering it nearly unrecognizable to the common folk. Despite the unassuming appearance of this guest from the Heavenly Academy, he could discern the Xiantian iron at a glance. Perhaps there lies genuine hope. You truly possess the ability to restore the West Lake sword. Upon hearing Wang Shiming's words, Shi Min Yan's doubts diminished by half, and he replied earnestly that "I apologize, but your previous demeanor was quite displeasing to me. I have no inclination to assist you unless you first offer an apology." Liu Hong remarked with a slight curl of his lips. The moment those words escaped his lips, all present were left in stunned silence, to demand an apology from Shi Min Yin, this wild monkey of unknown origin. What audacity! Did he not fear being slain by Shi Min Yan's sword? Chapter 45. Subduing the crowd with a slight tug of the reins, Shi Min Yin halted his steed and advanced towards Liu Hong step by step. The onlookers collectively held their breath, while Lu Miaoyin silently worried for Liu Hong. Shi Min Yin was a formidable master who had already entered the realm of soul masters, should he choose to strike. Lu Miaoyin would be unable to shield Liu Hong. Swish! Without uttering a word, Shi Min Yin unsheathed the West Lake sword, its cold gleam slicing through the air, bringing an immediate chill. As Shi Min Yin brandished his sword, the hearts of all present raced with trepidation. Whoosh! The broad West Lake sword swept through the air, aimed directly at Liu Hong's neck. Yet Liu Hong remained utterly unfazed, defiantly holding his neck high. Rooted to the spot, the West Lake sword suddenly quivered, halting precisely 3 inches from Liu Hong's neck, and Shi Min Yan's voice soon followed. "Apologize, and you may repair my sword at your leisure." Shi Min Yin scoffed coldly. "Should you fail to mend it, next time, this sword may very well claim your life." Upon witnessing the sword suspended mid-air, Lu Miaoyin and Lu Yao simultaneously exhaled in relief. With a smile, Liu Hong extended his hand and received the West Lake sword from Shi Min Yin. The sword was approximately the width of a palm and as thick as a thumb, its blade length akin to a human arm. Yet one segment was broken off, roughly the length of a forearm. Then, Shi Min Yin reached for his waist and produced a bundle, tossing it in Liu Hong's direction. Clearly, it contained the severed blade. Liu Hong opened the bundle to reveal 5 shattered pieces of the blade, which, when assembled, outlined the sword's original form. The heavy sword bore no edge. Though it was unsharpened, one could sense a chilling aura of lethality when held. "What? Do you wish to observe me as I work?" Liu Hong raised an eyebrow and gestured. "You may all step back. Retreat beyond my line of sight." Dong Dong's eyes widened in disbelief at these words. "What did you say? You want us to step back? What if you take the sword and flee?" He could not escape from their grasp, especially since they were within the confines of the Xianlong sect. The one speaking was none other than Shimin Yan. Having relinquished the Westlake sword, he signified his trust in Liu Hong that if such apprehension persisted, let one person remain. Liu Hong's gaze shifted, landing squarely on Liu Yao. Upon discovering that the individual Liu Hong had called out by name was none other than Liu Yao, rather than herself, Liu Miaoyin's delicate brows furrowed instantly, a wave of intense jealousy surging within her heart. Me. Liu Yao gazed at Liu Hong in confusion, then shifted her glance towards Shimin Yan. Having faith in Liu Yao demonstrated his concern for her. Moreover, Liu Hong intended to use the matter of repairing the Shizi sword to prove to Liu Yao that he was far from a villain. Shimin Yan promptly nodded and waved his hand, leading the others away. As Liu Yao observed the retreating figures, she gently bit her lip and leaned in closer. "How do you intend to repair it? After all, this sword has been examined by my master and the others, who claim that those capable of mending it are." Before Liu Yao could finish her sentence, Liu Hong waved his hand dismissively. "The fact that few can repair this sword does not imply that I am incapable of doing so. Am I right?" Liu Hong placed the Shizi sword on the ground, meticulously aligning the sword with its shattered pieces. Silently invoking System, Repair, Ding, detected Shizi sword. Soul weapon level. Repair consists of 3 steps: body repair, soul repair, and heart repair. First step, body repair, can mend the Shizi sword's body. Repair cost 980 soul crystals. Hiss, so expensive. Liu Hong immediately clicked to view the details of the costs. Every weapon possesses an inherent rating, classified as A, B, C, or D, determined by factors such as material and power, which ascertain the weapon's value. Additionally, the weapon's capabilities and effects are categorized into 5 levels: mundane weapons, spirit weapons, soul weapons, divine weapons, legendary, and ancient divine artifacts. Mundane weapons are, as the name suggests, basic. Spirit weapons refer to those with initial sentience. Soul weapons have developed a sword or knife soul. Divine weapons, legendary, and ancient divine artifacts possess even greater sword soul power, often infused with other forces. Repairing mundane weapons is free. Spirit weapons cost 98 soul crystals, soul weapons 980, divine weapons 9,880 soul crystals, and so forth. The body repair can be accomplished with sufficient funds, while soul repair requires special materials. Liu Hong gently waved his hand, and as his fingers brushed over the sword's body, the assembled pieces emitted a dazzling light. Following the brilliance, the shattered fissures vanished, leaving the sword appearing as if it had seamlessly rejoined. Such a miraculous occurrence. To restore the famed Shizi sword, all Liu Hong needed was a mere wave of his hand. Liu Yao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Liu Hong. Had she not witnessed this astonishing event unfold before her very eyes, she would have surely dismissed it as a mere jest. Could this individual truly be a master swordsmith of divine caliber? An ancient being who had lived for centuries? Is it truly fixed? Liu Yao asked incredulously, holding the Shizi sword. Liu Hong shook his head firmly. Not nearly enough. This is merely the first step. Ding! First step of body repair completed. Second step, soul repair. To repair the soul of the Shizi sword, it requires an absorption of 980 spirit energy points. Spirit energy can be refined from this sword by its wielder or obtained through materials such as demon cores. Liu Hong nodded slightly. The second step was no concern of his, while the third step, heart repair, pertained to the cultivation of the sword's wielder, again not his affair. All right, summon them back. Liu Hong picked up the bundle from the ground, wrapping the sword securely, and spoke with an air of profound wisdom. This moment, Liu Yao finally grasped the gravity of Shimin Yan's greatest affliction, which had been unexpectedly remedied by Liu Hong. Her tone brimmed with exhilaration as she promptly turned to relay the news. Upon hearing the revelation, Those in the distance rushed over, and the expressions of Dong Dong and Chun Feng shifted in unison. They were astounded to discover that Liu Hong was such an extraordinary individual. No wonder He Songhai revered him as a guest lecturer at the Tianyuan Academy. At this juncture, Chun Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankful that he had refrained from taking action earlier. Had Liu Hong perished, the consequences would have transcended mere reprimand. Meanwhile, Dong Dong was engulfed by dread, acutely aware that he had offended Liu Hong. If matters continued in this vein, even the leader of the Xianlong sect would likely have to afford Liu Hong a modicum of respect. What would become of him thereafter? Thud! In that instant, Dong Dong's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, his face a mask of despair as he implored Liu Hong. Brother Liu, it was my folly not to recognize your remarkable talents. I humbly beseech you to overlook my transgressions and not hold them against me. Dong Dong, the wretched coward. Liu Hong merely chuckled at the sight, choosing to disregard him, while his gaze fixed intently on Shi Minyan. Trembling, Shi Minyan accepted the Shizi sword and carefully unveiled the cloth covering it, revealing that the previously damaged blade was now restored to its former glory, causing him to tremble with excitement. The Shizi sword at IT was truly. Despite Shi Minyan's typically stoic demeanor, he could no longer contain his exhilaration. He dismounted with haste and approached Liu Hong, performing a deep bow with both hands clasped in reverence. Sir, your restoration of the Shizi sword is akin to a rebirth for me. If I have shown any disrespect before, I earnestly request your forgiveness. Please, if you have any demands, Shi Minyan is willing to brave fire and water for you. Liu Hong raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Shi Minyan was both apologizing and expressing gratitude. He paid little heed to any form of recompense. Even if Shi Minyan were to strip himself of his 980 soul crystals to sell, he would be unable to meet such a demand. To Liu Hong, those soul crystals were but a fleeting concern. What he sought was the favor of Shi Minyan, who informed you that the Shizi sword has been restored, amidst the joyous celebration of the crowd. Liu Hong spoke with an air of indifference, causing Shi Minyan to look up sharply, bewilderment etched upon his face. Pardon, but might you enlighten me? Upon hearing this, Shi Minyan grew increasingly anxious, more so than when the sword had first broken. Although the sword was indeed mended, Liu Hong's assertion that it was not yet whole suggested an underlying complexity. Chapter 46. Powerful new equipment, the Shizi sword's fracture lay within the blade itself. While its spirit had been damaged, to fully master the Shizi sword, one must also learn to cultivate the heart. Liu Hong slightly lifted his gaze, his profound eyes surveying the distant, twinkling stars, cultivating the heart. Shi Minyan was momentarily taken aback. What was the sword's heart? Why'd he never heard anyone speak of it? Uncertain of what cultivating the heart entailed, Shi Minyan quickly clasped his hands in salute, his tone imbued with greater respect as he inquired further that cultivate the heart is to nurture the sword's essence. Liu Hong suddenly turned his head towards the disciples stationed at the Xianlong sect's gate. Among them was one who bore a slender sword upon his back. You see that disciple? Why does he carry that long sword? Surely it is to restore the honor of the Shi Min family and to resurrect the glory of our lineage. Shi Minyan abruptly lifted his head, and a brilliant light erupted in his eyes. That resolute gaze, imbued with an unwavering purpose, left Liu Hong in awe. So, when your esteemed ancestors of the Shi Min family forged this sword, what was their intention for wielding it? Liu Hong inquired further. Upon hearing this, Shi Minyan was momentarily taken aback, as if Liu Hong had suddenly illuminated a profound truth within him. It was for the sake of all living beings. Liu Hong nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Shi Minyan's keen insight, thus sparing him the need for further explanation. Wield a sword for oneself is a common path. The so-called martial artist must strengthen both body and spirit. However, such a mindset is rather pedestrian. Wield a sword for one's family. Sacrificing oneself for the sake of the clan is commendable but insufficient to be deemed truly noble. Your ancestors of the Shi Min family, wielding their swords to bring peace to the world with their hearts devoted to the people, embody the highest ideals of the swordsmanship. Liu Hong softly mused. I have already repaired the blade of the Shizi sword. Perhaps I can also assist in restoring its spirit. However, the cultivation of your heart, your sword's essence, is a journey you must undertake alone. Shimin Yin nodded, the light in his eyes suddenly shining like a galaxy. Lowering his head slightly, he caressed the Shizi sword in his hand, murmuring to himself, "Shizi sword, I shall not let you down. The honor of the Shimin family rests upon you, but more so, upon me." After uttering these words, Shimin Yin promptly set the Shizi sword aside, took a step forward, and knelt before Liu Hong on one knee. "Thank you, Brother Liu, for your guidance. Shimin Yin is eternally grateful and, in return, offers you 3 bows." Before Liu Hong could intervene, Shimin Yin prostrated himself on the ground, quickly bowing 3 times. Beside them, Dong Dong and Shun Feng exchanged glances, while Wang Mingliang chuckled heartily. Although Shimin Yin was usually aloof and taciturn, his heart was fiercely straightforward. He appeared indifferent to social niceties merely because his goals were clearly defined. He was unwilling to involve himself in trivial matters. Yet, it is often such individuals who possess the truest of natures. Ding! Task completed. You have earned 10 extravagance coins. The notification echoed in Liu Hong's ears. The forging system has been successfully unlocked. The beginner gear delivered by the system has been sent to your inbox. Please check your email. Liu Hong had just been pondering whether, with the forging system at his disposal, he should craft a set of equipment for himself. Who would have thought that in the next moment, beginner gear would arrive? With a thought, Liu Hong immediately opened his inbox. There was an email marked as a beginner reward, and upon opening it, he discovered a complete set of equipment. This set comprised the usual beginner trio: a weapon, clothing, and shoes. Liu Hong's gaze shifted, filled with anticipation. White Tiger Claw. Category: Claw Weapon. Rating: C. Beginner Gear. Quality: Spiritual Artifact. Attributes: Strength 5, Constitution 2, Fist Claw Skill Power 20. Effect: Unrestrained. Each successful attack will accumulate a layer of swiftness effect, with each layer increasing attack speed by 8, lasting for 4 seconds. Up to 5 layers can be stacked. White Tiger Soft Armor. Category: Inner Armor. Rating: C. Beginner Gear. Quality: Spiritual Artifact. Attributes: Constitution 12. Effect: Growing braver in battle. Each time you are attacked, a layer of Tiger Might effect is stacked. Each layer of Tiger Might increases strength by 2 points and constitution by 1 point, lasting for 4 seconds. A maximum of 20 layers can be accumulated. White Tiger Beast Boots. Category: Footwear Lower Garment. Rating: C. Novice Gear. Quality: Spiritual Artifact. Attribute: Agility Speed 45, enhancing grip and climbing ability. Effect: Dragon Stride. Tiger Step. For every meter moved, a layer of Posture effect is stacked. Each layer of Posture provides a damage bonus for the next attack or damage reduction for the next hit. The Posture effect can stack up to 100 layers. At full capacity, it can increase damage by up to 100 or provide damage reduction of up to 50. Hiss! Liu Hong glanced at the 3 pieces of equipment and immediately drew in sharp breath. Do not be deceived by their ordinary novice appearance. Each piece possesses unique effects. The first, Unrestrained, simply means that the more you fight, the faster you become. Once fully stacked, it grants a direct 40 increase in attack speed. The second, Growing Braver in Battle, is truly remarkable, providing a temporary boost of attributes. At 20 layers, it results in an increase of 40 points in strength and 20 points in constitution. This value nearly doubles Liu Hong's current attributes. As for the effect of the boots, Dragon Stride, Tiger Step, it is even more straightforward. Either an attack boost or damage reduction. Imagine the power of a punch after fully stacking, growing braver in battle, and consuming 100 layers of posture. Liu Hong dared not even contemplate it. Perhaps even soul masters would be unable to withstand such a wild monkey punch. Equipment. Equipments. I must equip them all. Ha ha. Liu Hong exclaimed with immense excitement. Ding. The mall has automatically refreshed. The mall refreshes every 8 hours. New items have arrived. Please check them out. Suddenly, a new announcement echoed in Liu Hong's ears, and he felt a surge of joy. Finally, the savings he'd accumulated could be put to good use. Chapter 47. The Book Without Words opened the mall. Liu Hong's gaze swept across the mall and immediately fixated on a somewhat tattered, peculiarly styled book. The Book Without Words. Category: Special Book. Rating: SSS. Attributes: Volume 1, Incomplete. Volume 2, incomplete. Volume 3, incomplete. Volume 4, complete. Volume 5, complete. Volume 6, incomplete. Volume 7, complete. Volume 8, incomplete. Volume 9, incomplete. Volume 10, incomplete. Description: a book without a single word. It can merge with other text to complete any missing pages. After reading the description, Liu Hong instantly recognized the extraordinary value of this book without words. It is a universal book capable of completing all incomplete martial arts scrolls. Currently, Liu Hong possesses only the Wild Monkey Fist. The Wild Monkey Fist consists of 10 volumes, and Liu Hong only has volumes 1, 3, and 6, which are complete. In total, he can only execute 3 moves from 10 styles, and with an incomplete martial art, the power of the Wild Monkey Fist he can unleash is naturally limited. Now, with the acquisition of this book without words, he can complete 3 more volumes. The Wild Monkey Fist technique is poised to reach new heights of power through further enhancement. Originally, the Wild Monkey Fist is of an extraordinary caliber, and Liu Hong stumbled upon a fragmentary scroll consisting of merely 3 volumes in the demon market, a stroke of luck that may never be repeated in his lifetime. Fortune has once again favored Liu Hong, as he has been presented with the enigmatic book of the Unwritten. With uncontainable joy, he glanced at the price. Though it pained him slightly, he decisively made the purchase. Ding! You have acquired the book of the Unwritten. Please select the martial arts manual you wish to complete. Wild Monkey Fist. Liu Hong declared without hesitation. In the next moment, the manuals of the Wild Monkey Fist and the book of the Unwritten appeared before him, their covers radiating a dazzling divine light. As they spun together, they merged into one. Remarkably, the Wild Monkey Fist manual thickened slightly, and with a wave of his hand, Liu Hong opened it. The current manual indeed contains 6 complete volumes, namely volumes 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Furthermore, the techniques at Liu Hong's disposal expanded from 3 techniques comprising 10 moves to 6 techniques encompassing 21 moves. 6 out of 10. The Wild Monkey Fist has been partially perfected. With just 2 more instances of the Book of the Unwritten, the manual could be fully completed. System: are there any other methods to acquire additional extravagance coins? Liu Hong silently inquired. The primary means of acquiring extravagance coins remains through lavish spending. The more extravagant the actions, the greater the likelihood of receiving rewards in extravagance coins. Spending over 100,000 soul crystals or their equivalent in a single instance will also yield a modest reward of extravagance coins. Additionally, completing tasks and unlocking achievements can also grant extravagance coins, the system explained. Achievements? There is even an achievement system. Liu Hong was momentarily perplexed. What could these achievements entail? Spending a total of 100,000. Spending a total of 1 million. Such achievements seem rather trivial, do they not? Achievements are categorized into active and passive. Active achievements offer rewards that are twice as generous as those from passive achievements. The system continued to elucidate. There's a distinction between active and passive achievements. The more Liu Hong listened, the more bewildered he became. Active achievements refer to those randomly designated by the system, which, if completed within the given time frame, yield double the extravagance coin rewards. Passive achievements, on the other hand, are attained without any specification from the system and only grant the standard rewards upon reaching the achievement goals. After a brief contemplation, Liu Hong recognized the apparent superiority of active achievements. For instance, if all achievements collectively yield 1,000 extravagance coins, completing them all actively would grant him 2,000 extravagance coins. An additional 1,000 extravagance coins is no trivial matter. When he initially drew the Demon Ape Soul Seal, he only received a handful of extravagance coins. If he could earn an extra 1,000 extravagance coins, hissing that just imagine how many exquisite items he could procure. Immediately, I shall pursue active achievements. System: designate them at random. Liu Hong promptly declared. Ding! Randomly designating achievements. Ding! Achievement barely making ends meet. Locked in. This achievement must be completed within 3 days. Achievement reward: 100 extravagance coins. With active completion, reward: 200 extravagance coins. Within 3 days, through sheer determination, one must gather 100,000 soul crystals. What? Liu Hong felt a chill run down his spine. 100,000 soul crystals? And it must be obtained through one's own efforts. Such a vast amount of soul crystals. Even robbery would be futile. Young master, what troubles you? At this moment, the group had already departed from the gates of Xinlong's sect. Though it was the dead of night, the urgency to reach Pingnan for support necessitated a swift journey. Upon hearing this, Lu Miaoyin's expression shifted, revealing a hint of peculiar intrigue. She was aware that Liu Hong had extracted a considerable sum from Bai Cheng, and it was improbable that he had squandered it all in just a single day. With such wealth still unspent, how much more did this young master intend to save? Saving money. Just how much do you intend to save? Young master? Lu Miaoyin pressed on. In the past, she would have presumed Liu Hong sought funds for indulgent pursuits. Yet after witnessing his acquisition of Jia Shantang and being saved by him at the cost of his own life, her perception of him had irrevocably altered. Now, she harbored an inkling that his sudden desire to save money must serve a significant purpose. 100,000 soul crystals. Liu Hong did not anticipate voicing such a notion and could only muster a wry smile. Since he had already spoken, he inquired, "Do you have any ideas? 100,000? Such a staggering amount." Upon hearing this figure, Lu Miaoyin's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Liu Hong, being a traveler from another realm, lacked a direct understanding of the value and means of acquiring soul crystals. Seeking advice from others would be far more effective. Currently, Lu Miaoyin represented the best option. She lowered her head slightly and hesitated before saying, "There might indeed be a way, albeit a challenging one. Moreover, it carries significant risk." Chapter 48. The ingenious plan for wealth at present. There exist two methods to amass 100,000 soul crystals. Yet both are fraught with peril. Lu Miaoyin wore an expression of indecision. Her foremost duty in Liu Hong's presence was to ensure his safety. Revealing both methods to him would be contrary to her initial intentions. However, upon witnessing Liu Hong's anxious eyes and his desperate longing for answers, she found herself unable to resist. The demonic calamities in Pingnan involved poisoned beasts. Their madness without death suggested the presence of antidotal substances within them. As she spoke, Lu Miaoyin's countenance darkened. However, extracting those antidotal organs is no simple task. Those beasts are often riddled with toxins. Even cultivators risk immediate death upon contact. Liu Hong nodded in understanding. It was no wonder the demonic beasts of Pingnan were so difficult to handle. This was undoubtedly a critical factor. Engaging them in close combat would result in mutual destruction. Hence, no one dared to act recklessly. As long as one could procure the antidotal substances from those beasts, under such circumstances, they would be immensely valuable. This was indeed a promising avenue for profit. However, the endeavor of extracting antidotal substances from the beasts posed a daunting challenge. He had yet to conceive of anyone capable of accomplishing such a feat. Lu Miaoyin paused momentarily before continuing. It is also due to the fact that the opportunity is not quite ripe, which leads me to consider a second approach. The 100 Poison Sect. The 100 Poison Sect has endured for such a long time, and within their sect's treasury, the soul crystals and treasures must be abundant. Now that so many people are heading to Pingnan to quell the demonic calamity, if all goes well, there may even be a chance to eradicate the 100 Poison Sect entirely. All you need to do, young master, is to locate the sect's treasury before the others. At this point, Lu Miaoyin's expression turned slightly flushed, for this was not the sort of undertaking befitting a righteous person. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, it was a course of action that could not be avoided. Plunder the 100 Poison Sect. Tsk. Liu Hong was taken aback, followed by a wave of astonishment. Such a bold notion had not even crossed his mind. However, if one were to indeed act before the others and successfully raid the 100 Poison Sect, then the number of soul crystals would surely exceed a mere 100,000. Young master, both methods could potentially yield the 100,000 soul crystals. But Lu Miaoyin sighed softly. Despite her words, she was deeply reluctant to see Liu Hong embark on either path. While attacking the 100 Poison Sect seemed advantageous, time was of the essence, and urgency could not be overstated. I need to gather the 100,000 soul crystals within 3 days. With the current situation, it is unlikely that the group can eliminate the demonic threat, let alone breach the 100 Poison Sect. Liu Hong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is time truly so pressing? Just as Lu Miaoyin displayed a hint of distress, she noticed Liu Hong's expression abruptly shift. However, there may indeed be someone capable of accomplishing what we cannot. Liu Hong chuckled mischievously. Dissecting demonic beasts is a task that ordinary cultivators struggle to comprehend, as they lack an understanding of the anatomical structure of these creatures. Any misstep could ignite peril and potentially destroy the antidotes within the beasts. The commercial faction led by Di Qing is vast, and they undoubtedly possess their own intelligence network. Just this evening, Di Qing was conversing over tea with Hu Jindao, the three of them chatting amicably. Was he not? As long as he remains in Tianyuan City tomorrow, finding Hu Jindao should be a simple matter. The next day, under Wang Mingliang's guidance, the group took a brief rest during the night, and by noon had arrived at the first major city of Pingnan. Jiangsheng, the 100-poison sect, is situated merely over 40 miles from Jiangsheng, and due to this proximity, the demonic calamity in Jiangsheng was not particularly severe. Before the group arrived, some other cultivators from Pingbei had already cleared many of the demons in the vicinity, making Jiangsheng a pivotal point for those traveling from Pingbei to Pingnan, a gathering place for the righteous supporting the cause. However, at this moment, Baiqing was still in closer proximity to the 100-poison sect. The group would take a brief respite in Jiangsheng before setting out again. After settling into the inn, Liu Hong ventured out with Lu Miaoying, while Lu Yao remained to rest. Liu Hong could not stray too far, and thus sought nearby branches of the Longxing Commercial Association affiliated with Di Qing. Due to the demonic calamity in Pingnan, many cultivators from Pingbei had converged in Jiangsheng, and the streets quickly came alive with bustling activity. As they stepped onto the street, the lively and vibrant scene immediately captivated Lu Miaoying's attention. She had long been confined within the confines of Tianyuan City, seldom venturing outside, and upon witnessing such a lively scene, her youngest daughter could hardly contain her excitement at the vibrant array of trinkets lining the streets. Eagerly gazing around as they strolled, Liu Hong noticed a particularly bustling shop ahead and promptly made his way over. The establishment, adorned with opulent decor, was significantly larger, by 5 or 6 times, than the renowned Yushan Hall in Tianyuan City. Inside, it was comprised of numerous enclosures, each approximately 5 square meters, housing a variety of meticulously nurtured magical beasts. The training and care of magical beasts is an intricate discipline. After all, magical beasts are still wild at heart. Even the most domesticated wild ones retain their untamed nature. Only the second generation of magical beasts, born from the initial domesticated ones, possess a genuine potential for taming. This greatly escalates the costs associated with nurturing these creatures. Thus, the possession or training of magical beasts often serves as a significant measure of a family stature. Moreover, magical beasts are categorized into combat beasts and riding beasts. It is evident that the training of combat beasts is far more challenging than that of riding beasts. Recently, with the surge of cultivators in Jiangsheng, this establishment capitalized on the opportunity, massively introducing riding beasts to reap considerable profits. Even ordinary families can afford 1 or 2, typically F-grade Qingta cattle or Zhuai foam horses. Before Liu Hong's eyes, the shop displayed a remarkable specimen for sale, a fully grown 3rd-generation D-grade red-striped leopard. The red-striped leopard, being a D-grade riding beast, was exceptionally mild-tempered due to its 3rd-generation domestication. Yet, as a feline magical beast, it could occasionally fulfill the role of a combat beast under the right circumstances. What stood out was its strikingly bright white fur, a rarity compared to the usual reddish-yellow hues. Could this be a mutated red-striped leopard? It was indeed an ideal riding beast, boasting a speed thrice that of a blood-sweating steed, with endurance unmatched by any horse. An onlooker gasped in astonishment. Indeed, a mature, mutated riding beast is already a rarity. This one must be quite expensive. Upon overhearing another's whispered remarks, Liu Hong felt an inexplicable itch in his hands. What was happening? Could it be that the urge to squander his wealth was stirring within him? This impulsive desire was unmistakably a craving to spend. Chapter 49. The frenzied bidding. Clearly, you all are connoisseurs. I shall refrain from elaborating further. The beast tamer from the shop, brimming with pride, proclaimed this newly introduced riding beast. A 3rd-generation D-grade magical beast, comprehends human speech and is fiercely loyal to its master. The mutated red-striped leopard is swifter than the ordinary variant and exhibits a more formidable attack when serving as a riding beast. As he spoke, the beast tamer gestured, and immediately, someone brought forth a standard yellow cow. Upon seeing the cow, the mutated red-striped leopard instantly grasped the tamer's intention. With a powerful leap, it soared into the air, twisting mid-flight, and with a swift paw, struck the cow's head, producing a sharp crack. The bewildered cow, caught off guard, was rendered utterly crushed beneath the force of the leopard's paw. This mutated striped leopard is indeed well-trained, and one can discern its excellence. This striped leopard truly is a remarkable creature. Lu Miaoyin, unbeknownst to anyone, emerged from behind Liu Hong, clutching a skewer of candied hawthorns, which bore a tiny bite mark, clearly indicating that she had already taken a nibble. However, upon catching Liu Hong's glance, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she hastily concealed the candied hawthorn, playfully sticking out her tongue at him that moment. A gullible fool stepped forth from the crowd, a round, bulging pouch affixed to his waist, evidently filled with a substantial amount of soul crystals. Daha! What a splendidly audacious young master, according to the market. An F-grade beast costs 500 soul crystals, while a D-grade beast is priced at 2,000. This striped leopard, being both a beast of burden and a combat creature, typically commands a price around 3,000 soul crystals. The one in my possession, being a third-generation beast, is gentle in nature and obedient to commands, thus valued at 5,000 soul crystals. The beast tamer, with unabashed arrogance, proclaimed this price, causing the eyes of those present to nearly pop out in astonishment. 5,000 soul crystals? This fellow truly dares to ask for such a sum. Liu Hong, with a slight curl of his lip, thought to himself that a D-grade beast priced at 2,000 soul crystals could equate to the annual income of an ordinary family. However, he could not exit in such a manner without losing face, so he defiantly retorted, 5,000 soul crystals. That is exceedingly outrageous. An F-grade beast only costs 500 soul crystals. With 5,000 soul crystals, one could purchase 10 F-grade beasts. His argument was not without merit. No matter how rare this D-grade, mutated striped leopard might be, it could not possibly surpass the value of 10 F-grade beasts. 5,000 soul crystals, not a single coin less. The beast tamer, upon hearing this, raised his head with even greater pride and retorted, "If you cannot afford this price, rest assured others can." Realizing his little scheme had been exposed, the man's expression soured further, and he could only huff in frustration before turning away. Indeed, from a rarity standpoint, a D-grade mutated striped leopard is not worth 5,000 soul crystals. However, if one already possesses a D-grade striped leopard, the situation changes dramatically. At this juncture, a hearty laugh resonated through the crowd as a flamboyantly dressed gentleman emerged, flanked by several equally self-important individuals. He appeared to be in his early 30s, sporting a rectangular hat and a plump visage, exuding the air of a shrewd businessman. That he was correct in stating that the breeding of mutated beasts and ordinary beasts could yield a higher probability of producing more mutated beasts. Should one already own a D-grade striped leopard, acquiring this mutated counterpart for 5,000 soul crystals would indeed be a tremendous bargain. "I will take it for 5,000 soul crystals. Someone, bring forth the money," the man declared with a broad grin, and immediately an attendant appeared bearing a small chest. 6,000 soul crystals. "I shall have it." Just as he seemed poised to finalize the transaction, a youthful voice rang out from the opposite end of the crowd. The speaker was none other than Liu Hong. In truth, Liu Hong had no ulterior motives. As someone who had traversed from Earth, horseback riding was not his forte, yet he was fortunate that this body had received training in the art of riding, thus sparing him the embarrassment of being jostled from the saddle. Last night, the jolting ride on horseback felt as if it had lasted for half the night, and Liu Hong sensed that his entire skeletal structure was on the verge of disintegration. The monstrous creature before him moved with even greater swiftness. Regardless of the relative comfort of riding, it would at least shorten the duration of Liu Hong's torment. Moreover, this mutated red-striped tiger had combat prowess. Even if he merely took it out for a stroll, it would undoubtedly exude an air of grandeur and prestige. Upon noticing someone competing with him for ownership, the man's expression turned icy, and he cast a disdainful glance over Liu Hong, scoffing, "Do you think this is an auction? The price is clearly marked. It's first come, first served. What are you meddling in here?" Liu Hong immediately flashed a grin, replying, "Being first doesn't guarantee you'll get it. For I believe no merchant will be foolish enough to forego profit, a full 1,000 soul crystals. Don't you desire them? Liu Hong turned a glance in the direction of the beast tamer, and instantly saw the tamer's face alight with excitement. Who would be a fool enough to refuse an extra 1,000 soul crystals? Yes, yes. Of course, 6,000 soul crystals. I'll sell it to you. The beast tamer declared without hesitation. Rascal, I'll bid 6,100 soul crystals. The merchant-like man exclaimed, stomping his foot in frustration. Liu Hong shot him a derisive look, exclaiming, Tiske, a mere 100 soul crystals more. And you have the audacity to utter such words? I'll offer 7,000 soul crystals. Upon hearing Liu Hong raise the bid once again, the merchant's fury reached a boiling point. Gritting his teeth, he thought, You little brat, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? This mutated red-striped tiger is mine for the taking. Every increase in your bid only causes me to lose more soul crystals. How can I not be furious? 7,100 soul crystals. The merchant gritted his teeth, hesitating momentarily before finally adding another 100 soul crystals. Tiske. Not only Liu Hong, but the onlookers also began to regard the merchant with disdain, some even stifling laughter behind their hands. Liu Hong raised his bid by 1,000, while he merely added 100. With such disparity in strength, how could he possibly contend with Liu Hong for this mutated red-striped tiger? Seeing Liu Hong prepare to raise the bid once more, the man grew frantic. The price was now perilously close to his limit. Should Liu Hong continue to escalate the bidding, he would lose the chance to acquire the tiger. Kid, I advise you to think carefully before acting. Do you know who I am? From the Wang family of Tianyuan City. Wang Youguang. Wang Youguang sneered coldly to himself, for even if one were unfamiliar with him, they should at least recognize the Wang family of Tianyuan City. His family was one of the most prominent in the city, having produced the city lord 8 years ago. Tianyuan City? Wang family? Wang Youguang. Liu Hong responded nonchalantly, casually scratching his nose. I'm sorry, I've never heard of you. However, I'm not one for idle chatter. 10,000 soul crystals. 10,000 soul crystals. The mere mention of such an amount sent a tremor through Wang Youguang's entire being, leaving the surrounding crowd utterly stunned. Initially, the asking price for the red-striped tiger was a staggering 5,000, and now, after all the back and forth, it had doubled. Such a figure was far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even some cultivators who had ventured into the realm of cultivation might never amass that many soul crystals in their lifetime. How could this be possible? How could you possibly produce 10,000 soul crystals? Absolutely impossible. You are merely a pawn of this establishment, are you not? Intentionally inflating prices to earn a greater profit, I presume. Wang Youguang's countenance darkened immediately, and he exclaimed in a voice bordering on a roar. It is inconceivable that even an ordinary young man, let alone someone of Wang Youguang's stature in the family business, could produce such a sum. The Wang family of Tianyuan City has focused on commerce in recent years, considerably enriching their coffers. Yet even under such circumstances, Wang Youguang could only extract 2,500 soul crystals from the Wang family treasury. However, having traversed far and wide over the years and acquainted himself with numerous trading guilds, he could temporarily procure an additional 5,000 soul crystals from several guilds by leveraging some of the Wang family's properties as collateral. Thus, the total of 7,500 soul crystals represents nearly all of Wang Youguang's available assets. And indeed, the entirety of the Wang family's fortune in Tianyuan City. How could this seemingly ordinary youth possibly muster such a sum? Indeed, it is quite plausible. Recently, with the influx of people in Jiangsheng, it is inevitable that some unscrupulous merchants would seek to deceive us for profit. A voice of reason emerged, swiftly validating Wang Youguang's claims. This rationale instantly garnered the trust of the majority present, and public sentiment began to shift like an overwhelming tide in favor of Wang Youguang. Some even began to shout, "Down with the unscrupulous merchants! Reject deception! Reject the pawns!" The most impassioned among them seemed eager to rush forth and demolish the sign of the beast tamer's pavilion. Nonsense! Observing the crowd's uproar, the beast tamer grew increasingly agitated, bellowing, "Though our establishment is substantial, we would never deceive our patrons. Our dealings have always been transparent, with fixed prices. There is absolutely no fraud." Ignorance as chaos ensued. Liu Hong could only smile wryly, slowly raising his hand to his chest at that moment. Wang Youguang, sensing the support of the crowd, became emboldened. Down with the pawns. Should you continue to seek them, I will immediately rally the guilds to bring you down. With that, his gaze shifted contemptuously to Liu Hong, delivering a derisive expression. Pawns, be gone. You should consider yourself fortunate that I have not changed my mind. Otherwise, should this crowd turn against you, do not blame me. Liu Hong merely smiled faintly, continuing his actions as he felt around his chest, eventually producing a jade slip. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable resonance. I'll settle the bill. Upon seeing the object in Liu Hong's hand, the previously roaring crowd fell into an eerie silence. The assembly gathered in Jiangsheng was not composed of the common folk. They were well acquainted with the significance of what Liu Hong held. The Tianyuan Pavilion jade slip? My heavens, such an item is typically reserved for guilds. Never had they heard of an individual possessing the means to acquire a Tianyuan Pavilion jade slip. Surely he cannot be a pawn. At that moment, an ill-fated soul dared to question Liu Hong's status, only to be met with a torrent of scorn from those nearby. Are you foolish? Which establishment could afford to employ someone possessing a Tianyuan Pavilion jade slip as a pawn? The murmurs intensified, with all eyes fixated on Liu Hong. 10,000 soul crystals. No more pleasantries. I have already squandered enough time here. With a decisive motion, Liu Hong sought to extend the jade slip to the beast tamer. Upon hearing the 5 characters Tianyuan Pavilion Yujian, the beast tamer was so taken aback that his hands began to tremble. This item was worth many times more than his life. Should it be damaged, he could never afford the repercussions. Thus, he hastily bowed and exclaimed, Please wait a moment. My lord, I shall fetch the manager to discuss this matter with you. Having uttered these words, the beast tamer promptly dashed into the beastmaster's workshop. Noticing the precarious situation, Wang Youguang's complexion turned pale, and he immediately attempted to flee. However, Liu Hong's cold voice rang out from behind him. Stop. Where do you think you're going? The chilling command startled Wang Youguang, causing him to stumble and freeze in place. Turning around, he forced a sycophantic smile, saying, Be brother, what seems to be the matter? Is there anything else? Liu Hong responded with a frosty grin. What were you just saying? You wish to leave without clarification? You ought to be aware that it is individuals like you who exploit the innocent masses. If they had heeded your slander and destroyed the shop, how would that have ended? His words sent a shiver down the spines of those present, and Wang Youguang's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Thank goodness I refrained from acting rashly. Otherwise, I would be unable to compensate for the consequences. He thought that it's all this scoundrel's fault. To think of striking him down, I had no grasp of the situation and spoke so recklessly. Yes, let us deal with him. He nearly brought about my ruin. As the crowd surged toward Wang Youguang, engulfing him in their midst, Liu Hong merely smiled faintly, amused by the manipulation of public opinion. Chapter 51. A secret passed through 100 miles. The manager, a man of considerable shrewdness, instantly recognized the bewildered expression on Liu Hong's face and swiftly provided an answer. The Beastmaster's workshop is one of the establishments of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce in Jiang City. This morning, we received instructions from the second-in-command, Di Qing, that upon Mr. Liu's arrival, he would be treated as a VIP, with all purchases at a 30% discount. With that, the manager grinned broadly, patting the beast tamer on the shoulder and exchanging a knowing glance. Ah, this beast is to be sold to Mr. Liu at the original price, discounted to 30, totaling 3,500 soul crystals. The beast tamer immediately comprehended, responding without hesitation. Wow, who is this person, truly? Such an impressive standing. Observing the scene, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, he had already quoted 10,000 soul crystals, and the merchant is still offering a discount, selling it at 5,000 as the original price. Not to mention the further reduction, exclaimed a traveling merchant, astonished. This scenario was unprecedented and utterly astonishing. Had it been an ordinary person receiving such news, they would likely laugh in disbelief, as it essentially meant saving Liu Hong 2/3 of the cost. But who was Liu Hong? A man determined to become the ultimate prodigal son, the unrivaled champion of extravagance. To prevent him from spending would be to obstruct his path to growth and empowerment. Such a situation was entirely unacceptable to Liu Hong. The 10,000 soul crystals promised today, he would ensure to spend. Cough, cough. Liu Hong cleared his throat gently, signaling the gathered crowd to quiet down. He then waved his hand and declared, "Do I strike you as someone who is concerned about a mere few thousand soul crystals?" The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what trick Liu Hong might be up to next. However, among the crowd, some began to ponder the implications. Given Liu Hong's esteemed status as a star-level guest at the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, effortlessly wielding the power of the renowned Tianyuan Pavilion, it was evident that he wouldn't be troubled by such a trifling sum. Surely, with his wealth radiating from him, he must be a magnanimous individual. Indeed, others in the crowd quickly echoed this sentiment. Only then did Liu Hong flash a smile and turn to the shopkeeper, saying, "I shall provide you with 10,000 soul crystals, not a single one less, should you attempt to overcharge me. It would certainly put you in a difficult position. Therefore, from this sum, you may take 3,500 soul crystals. The remaining 6,500 shall be offered to the next patrons of the shop. Any purchases made by these customers will be at a 70% discount, with the remaining 30% deducted from my 6,500 soul crystals, until that amount is exhausted." At Liu Hong's proclamation, the surrounding spectators erupted in excitement. This was tantamount to him covering 30% of their expenditures. Such a fortuitous arrangement was not a commonplace occurrence. Without hesitation, the onlookers flocked into the beast-taming pavilion, eager to seize the opportunity of discounted purchases. Who wouldn't want to indulge in such a deal? The shopkeeper, a shrewd individual, immediately recognized the value of this arrangement. It was a win-win for the beast-taming pavilion. Although Liu Hong's actions appeared to be reckless extravagance, in reality, the remaining 6,500 soul crystals would augment the shop's revenue by an impressive 15,000 soul crystals. Thus, when all was calculated, the greatest beneficiary was undeniably the beast-taming pavilion. The shopkeeper neither overcharged a single coin nor did Liu Hong lose face. This was a masterstroke that yielded multiple advantages. Young Master Liu is indeed magnanimous. Young Master Liu is wise. Young Master Liu possesses profound foresight. I am thoroughly impressed. At that moment, the shopkeeper's face radiated joy, and his words were devoid of flattery, instead filled with genuine admiration. Initially, upon receiving the news that morning, the shopkeeper had been somewhat perplexed as to why such an esteemed level of hospitality was extended to a young man. However, after meeting Liu Hong, he understood that not only was a 70% discount warranted, but even a 50% one would be justifiable. "Haha, you flatter me," Liu Hong exclaimed. "However, aside from purchasing this mutated red-striped tiger, I have another request." Liu Hong chuckled, moving closer to the shopkeeper and whispering, "After all, enlisting Hua Jindao to dissect the beast's corpse for profit is not a particularly honorable endeavor. The fewer who are aware of it, the better." "Indeed, indeed. Young Master Liu, whatever you require, do not hesitate to command me. I shall face any challenge to fulfill your wishes." The shopkeeper responded with utmost respect. This reverence stemmed not merely from Liu Hong's status as a star-level guest, but from an appreciation of the young man's extraordinary wisdom and his expansive spirit. "I wonder if Brother Di Qing is still in Tianlong City. Would it be possible for you to convey a message to him, asking him to relay it to Hua Jindao?" Liu Hong inquired. "Convenient, convenient." Upon hearing Liu Hong address Di Qing as Brother Di, the shopkeeper's eyes twinkled with realization, prompting him to divulge the truth. The second-in-command's current northern expedition aims to reorganize the 8 county shops, and he is expected to remain in Tianlong City for an additional 3 to 5 days. That if Liu Gongzi has any messages to convey, he need only send a word to this old man, and within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the second-in-command will receive the message. Such swiftness! Liu Hong felt a jolt of surprise. These few individuals had journeyed tirelessly, arriving at Jiangqing only shortly before noon. It appeared that the Longxing Chamber of Commerce indeed possessed its own efficient channels for information dissemination. Rest assured, Liu Gongzi, the message will be known only to you and me. That I can assure you that apart from us and the second-in-command, no third party will be privy to its contents." The shopkeeper, having spent many years in commerce, had a keen intuition for human nature, and his words struck a chord with Liu Hong. "Excellent, splendid indeed." Liu Hong paused briefly, contemplating, then leaned closer to the old shopkeeper's ear. "Relay this message to Hui Jindao. I have a request, and upon its fulfillment, I shall reward you with a culinary recipe of extraordinary merit." It would be impossible for Hui Jindao, the proprietor of the Xianshan Fong, to be lacking in funds, so only a recipe could truly sway him. Liu Hong recalled how Hui Jindao had been utterly captivated by a simple egg-fried rice he prepared last time. Merely presenting a recipe would likely be enough for him to consider it a culinary masterpiece. Having uttered these words, Liu Hong began to deliberate whether to instruct Hui Jindao in the art of preparing kung pao chicken or fish-fragrant shredded pork. The old shopkeeper, upon hearing Liu Hong's request, promptly bowed his head, mentally repeating the message, and immediately responded, "I have committed it to memory. Please wait a moment, Liu Gongzi. I shall convey it at once." With that, the old shopkeeper turned. Why not invite Liu Gongzi into the back hall to finalize the necessary arrangements? The beast tamer nodded respectfully and, turning around, led Liu Hong and Liu Miaoyin, accompanied by the mutated red-striped tiger, into the back hall of the beast taming pavilion. Chapter 52. Unlocking the refining monster platform, Liu Hong followed the beast tamer to the back hall of the beast taming pavilion, where they completed all the necessary formalities. Shortly thereafter, the old shopkeeper returned to inform Liu Hong that the message had been successfully relayed. With all matters settled, the beast tamer escorted Liu Hong to the enclosure of the mutated red-striped tiger. The once imposing mutated red-striped tiger, which had been displaying its might just moments earlier, was now dozing within its enclosure. As the beast tamer approached, the tiger sensed his presence, instantly opening its fierce eyes, leaping to its feet, and shaking its head with a sneeze. "Liu Gongzi, this is the beast we have successfully tamed. All that remains is for you to establish a bloodline contract with it, after which you will be able to communicate telepathically, and it will follow your every command." As he spoke, the beast tamer opened the enclosure, gently gesturing for the tiger to step out. This mutated red-striped tiger had been trained by the beast tamer, who naturally shared a bloodline contract with it. Previously, ordinary magical beasts could only form a bloodline contract with one person. Only exceptionally powerful beasts had the capacity to share such contracts with multiple individuals. Therefore, the beast tamer must first dissolve the bloodline contract with the mutated scarlet-striped tiger before transferring it to Liu Hong. With a face full of reluctance, the beast tamer approached the mutated scarlet-striped tiger and gently stroked its head. Seemingly engaging in a silent exchange, in just a few fleeting seconds, the tiger appeared to comprehend that it was about to change owners, its eyes brimming with sorrow as it nuzzled affectionately against the beast tamer. Having accompanied the tiger since its infancy, the bond between them was likely akin to that of father and son. After a brief farewell, the beast tamer extended his right hand and lightly tapped the tiger's forehead. With a flash of golden light, the contract was nullified. Immediately, the beast tamer waved his hand, smiling at Liu Hong. "Young Master Liu, I have now dissolved my bloodline contract with the mutated scarlet-striped tiger. It is now your turn to forge a contract with it." Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback, pondering the notion of signing a contract, something he had never done before. Observing Liu Hong's bewilderment, the beast tamer burst into laughter and remarked, "It seems young Master Liu has never engaged in a bloodline contract before. I had assumed that someone from a prestigious family like yours would have a companion beast to bond with." Realizing his oversight, the beast tamer promptly offered to teach him the method of signing the contract. The jade tablet from the Chinga Pavilion had made it evident that Liu Hong hailed from an illustrious lineage, which explained the beast tamer's misunderstanding that AS for companion beasts. They are magical creatures that grow alongside their masters. When a master is born into this world, a magical beast that has recently been born is chosen, and a bloodline contract is formed using the first drop of blood from the umbilical cord. Thus, the beast and its master grow together, renewing the contract annually until the master reaches 18 years of age, thereby reinforcing the master's bloodline vitality. After 18 years, the companion beast will pass away, yet the master, having been influenced by the companion beast, will possess extraordinary traits and abilities. This may sound cruel, yet among noble families, many resort to such methods to defy the heavens. One must ask if wealth allows one to contract formidable magical beasts and absorb their attributes, enhancing one's own cultivation journey. Who wouldn't desire that? Remarkably, at the first signing, the initial drop of blood from the Master's umbilical cord is utilized, establishing a shared origin. Thus, this companion beast is not bound by the limitations of the bloodline contract. The contract itself requires merely a chant and a drop of blood. Upon learning the incantation from the beast tamer, Liu Hong promptly signed the bloodline contract with a mutated scarlet-striped tiger. In that instant, he felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, even causing his steps to become lighter. How astonishing! Liu Hong understood that this enhancement was the result of establishing the bloodline contract. Should he choose to dissolve it, the benefits would vanish that a soul imprint can accommodate up to 3 distinct bloodline contracts with different magical beasts. The more soul imprints one possesses, the greater the augmentation of power from the contracts. However, the aforementioned companion beast is exempt from such constraints, serving as a perpetual enhancement. System, status. Liu Hong gazed at the status that had appeared before him, his eyes swiftly scanning downwards until they settled upon a newly added status. Bloodline contract from the mutated scarlet-striped tiger. Effects: Strength 17, Constitution 22, Bone 7, Luck 9. Quite formidable. Liu Hong cast a glance at the attributes. This was far superior to what he possessed upon arriving in this world. With the enhancement from the mutated scarlet-striped tiger, his strength and constitution had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has signed a contract with a demon beast. Unlocking feature: Demon Refinement Platform. A demon refinement platform? Another new feature has been unlocked. What purpose does it serve? Liu Hong pondered momentarily, then promptly commanded, "Open." No sooner had Liu Hong spoken than a blueprint materialized before him, depicting a circular altar-like platform, flanked on either side by 4 towering pillars, each entwined with several loops of chains, presenting a rather impressive sight. Beneath the blueprint altar were several buttons, each representing different functionalities. Refinement. This allows the demon beast to be refined into demon beast essence. The higher the level of the demon beast, the more essence is obtained from the refinement, with the essence from mutated demon beasts being doubled. Transmutation. This enables the use of demon beast essence to evolve the demon beast into a stronger form, with chances of failure, as well as the possibility of mutation. Fusion. This allows for the merging of 2 demon beasts into one. Synergy properties: same species or opposite genders yield superior fusion results, and the new demon beast will randomly inherit any abilities from the 2 original beasts. Additional materials can be incorporated during fusion to grant the demon beast new abilities or remove old ones. Recalibration. This can reset the abilities of the demon beast, or refine it into a mutated demon beast, or consume its mutated attributes to evolve it into a more powerful creature. After perusing the summaries of the 4 functionalities, Liu Hong grasped the general concept. Mutation serves merely as a label, providing a slight enhancement to the demon beast itself. This enhancement is feeble and cannot compare to ascending to a higher-level demon beast. The foundational attributes remain unchanged. View the attributes of the mutated scarlet-striped tiger. Liu Hong promptly commanded. Since he currently possessed a mutated demon beast, it would be prudent to test the waters, especially given his streak of good fortune, to see if he could refine something worthwhile. Ding! Reading in progress. Reading successful. Scarlet-striped tiger, mutated. Attributes: Demon Beast Wind. Type: Beast Tamer. Level: D. Abilities: Wine Capture. When tamed, riding speed increases by 130. Dual Nature: endows the beast with combat capability, which is 1 level lower than its original level. Water Fear: this beast is terrified of water and cannot cross water bodies. What a surprise! This creature is afraid of water. The first 2 abilities bore green labels, indicating enhancements, while Water Fear bore a red label, clearly indicating a weakness. Liu Hong felt a wave of discontent. He had purchased the demon beast, only to discover it bore a weakness label. Indeed, even the finest low-level demon beasts come with their flaws. Time to refine. Just as Liu Hong was about to click on the refinement option, he suddenly noticed a small icon in the lower right corner of the scarlet-striped tiger's attribute panel. Chapter 53, Refining the Mutated Scarlet-Striped Tiger. Liu Hong's gaze shifted to that small icon, which promptly revealed several words. Demon Beast Codex. Without hesitation, Liu Hong clicked on the Demon Beast Codex, and the blueprint of the scarlet-striped tiger immediately materialized before him. Scarlet-striped tiger. Mutatable Codex. Possible attributes: Demon, Beast, Wind, Metal, Fire. Possible type: Beast Tamer. Possible rank: D. Possible abilities: Wind Capture. As a Beastmaster, the movement speed while riding is at 130, advanced wind capture is 190. Only mutated beasts can comprehend this. Dual Nature. Endows the beast with combat capabilities, which are one level lower than its own rank. Advanced Dual Nature grants combat power equivalent to its own rank. Only mutated beasts can comprehend this. Water Fear. This beast harbors a dread of water, rendering it incapable of crossing water bodies. Mutated beasts may have this ability nullified. Intimidation reduces the action speed of hostile beasts of a lower rank by 30. Advanced Intimidation can affect beasts of a rank 1 higher than itself. Only mutated beasts can comprehend this. Upon reviewing the beast's attributes, Liu Hong felt a sense of exasperation. As it stands, this mutated red-striped tiger before him truly appears to be rather feeble. Firstly, Wind Capture and Dual Nature are inherent abilities of the red-striped tiger, while the remaining two are random abilities, one favorable and one unfavorable. It has unfortunately acquired the latter. Furthermore, both Wind Capture and Dual Nature have advanced variants that this creature has failed to awaken, resulting in both being at a basic level. One must question the value of its mutated status. Merely for show, it is imperative to undergo refinement without delay. Liu Hong's frustration grew, prompting him to exclaim, "Refine this mutated red-striped tiger immediately." At the command, the mutated red-striped tiger let out a mournful wail, collapsing to the ground. This reaction startled the beast tamer. How could a beast just summon be in distress? The responsibility for this incident fell solely upon him. Moreover, the tamer had raised the mutated red-striped tiger from a young age, thus forming a bond. He rushed forward in panic, inspecting the creature. Meanwhile, on the system altar before Liu Hong, the figure of the mutated red-striped tiger suddenly materialized, ensnared by several chains, as a golden light descended from above. Ding! Refinement requires the consumption of soul crystals, and each beast is entitled to one complementary refinement opportunity. Refinement in progress. Refinement successful. Red-striped tiger. Mutated. Attributes: Beast Gold. Type: Beastmaster. Rank: D. Abilities: Advanced Wind Capture. As a Beastmaster, the movement speed while riding is at 190. Advanced Dual Nature grants the beast combat capabilities, matching its own rank. Advanced Intimidation, capable of reducing the action speed of hostile beasts 1 rank higher by 30. Water Fear. This beast harbors a dread of water, rendering it incapable of crossing water bodies. Upon witnessing these attributes, Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback. The refinement did not strip away its mutated characteristics, nor complete its evolution, but instead unveiled 3 advanced attributes. Quite a rare find. TSK, TSK, TSK. Observing the icons for Advanced Wind Capture, Advanced Dual Nature, and Advanced Intimidation transform into orange, Liu Hong felt a surge of excitement. With 3 advanced attributes, despite the retention of Water Fear, the capabilities of this mutated red-striped tiger had undoubtedly surpassed its previous state. Firstly, its riding speed had increased, and its combat prowess now matched that of its peers, augmented by the addition of Advanced Intimidation. This development was enough to pique Liu Hong's interest. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized that he would soon need to capture beasts and have what Jindao dissect them for their detoxifying structures. The ability to intimidate and thus reduce their speed would prove to be most advantageous. Well, that settles it. With a wave of his hand, Liu Hong exited the beast refinement platform that moment. The beast tamer was sprawled atop the mutated crimson-striped tiger, weeping inconsolably. The mere thought of compensating Liu Hong weighed heavily upon him. A burden he feared would crush him for a lifetime. Just as Liu Hong was about to offer a word of comfort, the mutated tiger suddenly twitched, flipped over, and leaped up with renewed vigor, appearing far more robust than before. The beast tamer immediately recognized the transformation in the tiger, but was bewildered by the underlying reason, momentarily frozen in place. Perhaps the contract signing had drained him of too much energy. But now it looked even better, didn't it? Liu Hong chuckled heartily, approached, and patted the beast tamer's shoulder. The tamer promptly nodded, casting a gaze of gratitude towards Liu Hong. "It is indeed Master Liu. Blessed beyond measure. Bidding farewell to the tamer with the mutated crimson-striped tiger in tow, Liu Hong swiftly mounted the tiger's back. He then turned to look at Lu Miaoying. After all, it was a large tiger. While she feared no beast that could fight or kill, the prospect of riding on its back instilled a sense of trepidation in her. Observing the apprehensive expression on Lu Miaoying's face, Liu Hong laughed heartily, reaching out to stroke the tiger's head. The tiger, in turn, affectionately licked Liu Hong's palm with its tongue. See, it is quite gentle. With a wave of his hand, Liu Hong encouraged Lu Miaoying to give it a try. Still feeling uneasy, Lu Miaoying glanced at Liu Hong and exclaimed, "Ah, no. Thank you, young master. I don't want to." However, Liu Hong was not one to relent easily. He pulled Lu Miaoying closer to the tiger, displaying an uncanny understanding. Playfully stuck out its tongue and made a silly face at her, startled by the sight of a large tiger making a face. Lu Miaoying froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, her fears dissipating as she reached out to gently touch the tiger, enjoying its affectionate nuzzles against her arm. Yet when a certain name was mentioned, both Liu Hong and the tiger's expressions fell in unison. How could he name his beast so adorably? It ought to have a name like Silver Lightning or Steelmane. Something impressive. To call it Tuan, that would be utterly embarrassing. No, perhaps that name was simply too endearing. Since you are a boy, let us call you Tuanzi. As the duo rode the mutated crimson-striped tiger with an air of flamboyance, they were suddenly met with an all-too-familiar and grating voice. "Ha ha! Is this all you esteemed disciples of the Heavenly Academy can muster? Your junior sister can't even afford such a trinket. Lu Yao, why not call out brother for me to hear? If it brings me joy, I might just gift you this item." Chapter 54. Mocking Chun Feng upon hearing the name Lu Yao, Liu Hong's ears perked up, and he gently stroked the tiger's head. The creature obediently halted and squatted down. Allowing Liu Hong to dismount, it is uncertain whether it is due to a peculiar connection, but Liu Hong found himself paying a bit more attention to Lu Yao. However, it was not only Liu Hong who heard these words. Lu Miaoying was also present. Upon noticing Liu Hong's intention to approach, Lu Miaoying immediately exclaimed, "Young master, what do you intend to do? Do not stir up trouble." Her face was painted with jealousy, not because she genuinely feared Liu Hong would cause discord, but simply because she did not wish for him to involve himself in Lu Yao's affairs. It is not uncommon for a beautiful woman to harbor an inexplicable animosity towards another equally enchanting woman, especially considering the intimate rapport that Lu Miaoying and Liu Hong had already established. Her feelings of jealousy were more difficult to conceal. Nevertheless, Liu Hong paid no heed to Lu Miaoying's objections. Striding forward with confidence in the direction from whence the voice had come, Lu Miaoying attempted to pursue him, yet the crowd surrounding the mutated red-striped tiger surged forward, effectively barring her passage. Heavens! A mutated red-striped tiger. Observing its fur and vigor, it was a creature of the highest caliber, and that girl is quite remarkable as well. Exquisite. Just as this wicked remark escaped someone's lips, the mutated red-striped tiger promptly glared, sending the speaker scurrying away in fright. "Make way! Make way!" Lu Miaoying, however, had no time to concern herself with them. She struggled to navigate through the throng, eager to chase after Liu Hong. Yet not only was the crowd unyielding, but the red-striped tiger seemed to be opposing her as well, lying down on the main road and promptly dozing off. Liu Hong made his way to a side street, where a modest stall showcasing exotic earth was situated. A number of individuals from the Xianlong sect were gathered around the stall, with Chun Feng and Lu Yao shielded in the center, Chun Feng's face reddening with pent-up frustration. Exotic earth refers to certain underdeveloped regions of the continent, including the southern expanse of the Wanli Dark Marsh, the northern snowy domains, and the western jungle of Xizjiang. The Dark Marsh, snowy terrain, and jungle are all situated thousands of miles from Pingnan County. Wild and barren, yet brimming with talented individuals and exceptional resources, including countless rare herbs and exotic beasts. Occasionally, trade caravans from these exotic lands venture into the Central Plains, bringing with them goods that are often in high demand and command exorbitant prices. This time, Lu Yao had her sights set on a fire phoenix hairpin brought by an exotic merchant. As Liu Hong approached the stall, his gaze fell upon the hairpin tightly clutched in Lu Yao's hand, and he silently commanded, "System, appraise, ding!" Appraisal complete. Fire Phoenix hairpin. Type: accessory. Grade: C. Attribute: luck 18. Special effect: fire repulsion. An accessory crafted from the feathers of the fire phoenix, possessing the ability to repel fire, effective only against mundane flames. Fire repulsion? It even has a special effect. After all, it is a grade C accessory, boasting a third-rate special effect, and it is quite aesthetically pleasing as well. No wonder Liu Yao is fond of it. Chapter 55. Fire Phoenix Hairpin. Liu Yao: my junior sister, let us depart. There is no need to quarrel with them. Chen Feng's face flushed crimson, spurred on by Dong Dong's words. Indeed, the Celestial Academy is the most impoverished among the 4 academies of the Xuanlong sect. Typically, their allowance is less than half that of the other academies. To speak of allowances, Dong Dong, as the eldest senior of the Earth Academy, receives a monthly stipend of 100 taels of silver and 5 soul crystals. In contrast, Chen Feng receives a mere 30 taels of silver and 3 soul crystals. This is not merely a case of favoritism within the sect. Rather, the distribution of resources within the sect is calculated based on monthly contributions. Coupled with the relatively independent income of each faction, the disparities become quite pronounced. The Tianyuan faction, with its limited numbers and diminished standing, can only acquire the least favorable medicinal fields and the poorest soul crystal veins, among other resources. Consequently, lacking in strength, wealth, and soul crystals, the Tianyuan faction finds itself in a state of impoverishment and weakness, gradually losing its status. There are even rumors suggesting that in a few years, the Tianyuan faction may be disbanded, and its disciples will be absorbed into one of the other 3 factions, leading to a difficult existence. What is there to hesitate about? You are unwilling to purchase a trifling 20 soul crystals for your most cherished junior sister? Chen Feng's affection for Liu Yao has long been the talk of the Xinlong sect. However, out of respect, no one has dared to confront the matter directly. Today, Chen Feng had resolved to muster the courage to depart. Yet a single remark from Dong Dong caused him to halt abruptly, his entire being trembling to end this venture. Chen Feng had painstakingly amassed his savings over 2 to 3 years, bringing together a total of 16 soul crystals and over 600 taels of silver, all in an effort to maintain his dignity. Originally, these 16 soul crystals could have been utilized for Chen Feng's breakthrough to the Soul Master realm. It appears that today, the question looms: to sell or not to sell the 16 soul crystals along with the 600 taels of silver. Gritting his teeth, Chen Feng pivoted and swiftly produced the 16 soul crystals alongside the silver notes, placing them decisively before the alien merchant. Observing Chen Feng's determined demeanor, it was evident that he was resolute in his pursuit today. Senior brother. Liu Yao, being a member of the Tianyuan faction herself, understood the significance of such a substantial sum to Chen Feng. The alien merchant had initially set the price at 20 soul crystals, but upon hearing Chen Feng's offer, he appeared somewhat swayed. While the value of soul crystals is undeniably high, serving as the primary currency among cultivators, genuine silver is also of considerable worth. The merchant required both. Soul crystals are essential for cultivation, yet certain necessities, such as livestock, can only be procured with real silver, resources vital for the survival of the alien populace. Although the value of silver pales in comparison to that of soul crystals, its broader purchasing power is undeniably appealing to merchants. I had long heard that our junior sister Liu Yao has a penchant for red items. Upon venturing into the market today, I spotted this striking fire phoenix hairpin, and I thought it would surely delight her. As I approached, I fortuitously encountered Liu Yao herself. What a coincidence! Dong Dong, displaying no signs of distress, nonchalantly shifted the conversation, just as the crowd was left puzzled regarding Dong Dong's intentions. His next words gradually unfolded. Unfortunately, there is but one of these items that I too would like to acquire it as a gift for junior sister Liu Yao. As they say, the highest bidder prevails. My apologies, Chun Shitty. With that, Dong Dong let out a hearty laugh, producing 20 soul crystals and tossing them before the merchant with undeniable bravado, declaring, "I shall take this." Chun Feng's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. A mere coin can spell disaster for a hero, and it was obvious which option was preferable: 20 soul crystals or 16 soul crystals along with 600 taels of silver. The alien merchant, upon witnessing the genuine offer of 20 soul crystals, had no further interest in the silver and was about to accept the transaction when a deep, resonant voice interrupted the proceedings. Hold on. The speaker, of course, was Liu Hong. In an instant, everyone turned their heads in unison, and suddenly a third figure emerged, causing everyone to realize that yet another captivating spectacle was about to unfold. Upon hearing that voice, Dong Dong's face contorted with anger as he turned to see who dared to disrupt his enjoyment. To his surprise, it was none other than Liu Hong, which instantly deflated his previously inflated bravado. Liu Hong, now backed by the formidable Shimin Yin, was not someone he could afford to offend lightly. Liu brother, have your eyes fallen upon this exquisite hairpin? Are you perhaps intending to gift it to the lovely Liu Yao? Your junior sister, Dong Dong, inquired with a smile that barely concealed his disdain. At this moment, Liu Miaoyin, accompanied by her mutated crimson-striped tiger, finally arrived. Her expression soured upon spotting Liu Hong in the company of Liu Yao. When a beast suddenly emerged from the crowd, Chun Feng mistakenly assumed that a monster had breached the city, prompting him to anxiously reach for his waist and shout, "Beware, junior sister, there's a monstrous beast." His words elicited scornful glances from the passers-by, who found it laughable that he could not even recognize a tamed creature. Amused, Liu Miaoyin chuckled softly. "Elder brother, this is a tamed crimson-striped tiger, and a rare mutated one at that. There's no need for alarm." Seeing Chun Feng embarrass himself, Dong Dong burst into laughter, derisively remarking, "Oh dear, Chun Feng, it's quite all right if you're unfamiliar with the world, but please refrain from bringing shame upon our Xinlong sect." With that, Dong Dong stepped forward, gently stroking the tiger's head, his face a mask of envy as he lamented, "My dream has always been to possess a tame beast of my own. Yet their prices are exorbitant, far beyond the means of ordinary individuals. I suspect the owner of this beast is either a powerful figure or a promising young talent." Having just endured humiliation from Liu Hong, Dong Dong scoffed coldly, casting a glance at Liu Hong. "You for the Tian Academy will never have the fortune of owning such a magnificent creature. As for you, Liu brother, I doubt you've even laid eyes on a tame beast before." "Have you?" With Chun Feng's previous blunder as a backdrop, Dong Dong's words were clearly intended to belittle Liu Hong as a country bumpkin. This simple action left both Chun Feng and Dong Dong momentarily stunned. They never anticipated that this tame beast belonged to Liu Hong. Just before they set out, they had not seen Liu Hong accompanied by a beast. Could it be that he had just acquired it? "Is this beast truly yours?" Dong Dong pressed on, still in disbelief. The sight of Liu Hong casually producing hundreds of soul crystals had already astonished him. The notion that Liu Hong could purchase a tame beast worth thousands of soul crystals was utterly implausible to Dong Dong. Even for a disciple of the Xinlong sect, that amount of soul crystals was astronomical. Without uttering another word, Liu Hong mounted the tiger, and Liu Miaoyin gracefully leaped up, wrapping her arms around Liu Hong's waist as they ascended onto the creature's back together. This was unfathomable. How could you possibly be so wealthy? Dong Dong could hardly reconcile the spectacle before him. Tamed beasts would never allow just anyone to ride them. In Liu Hong's presence, Dong Dong appeared nothing more than a foolish jester. Yet the urgency of the situation left Liu Hong no time to deal with him. "Liu Yao, would you care to join us?" Upon hearing these words, Chun Feng's expression darkened instantaneously. After all, he was the esteemed senior brother of the Heavenly Academy. It was hardly fitting for him to be the one running errands. Yet, with Liu Hong now possessing a mutated red-striped tiger as his beast, compounded by his previous failure to present a hairpin, Chun Feng found himself unable to ascend to the esteemed position Liu Hong currently held in Liu Yao's heart. Watching Liu Hong, flanked by companions, ride the mutated red-striped tiger as it leapt onto the rooftop, Chun Feng could only stamp his foot in frustration. Damn Liu Hong, just you wait. It was not only Chun Feng who felt disheartened. Dong Dong shared in this sentiment. However, Dong Dong was more cunning and astute. He too aspired to win Liu Yao's affection and become a celestial couple with her. Yet, having recognized Liu Hong's exceptional talents when he repaired the Shizi sword, and now witnessing Liu Hong's considerable wealth, Dong Dong was wise enough not to confront Liu Hong directly. But was there not a fool before him? With a sly smile, Dong Dong remarked, "Junior brother Chun, if you do not exert yourself, your little junior sister may soon become someone else's prize. Mind your own business." Chun Feng retorted angrily, turning away in a huff. Meanwhile, Liu Hong rode the mutated red-striped tiger, moving silently across the rooftops, stealthily following the individual who had previously disguised himself as a foreign merchant. Upon reaching a secluded alley, the man promptly shed his garments, revealing a fitted deep green martial attire beneath. Gleefully counting the soul crystals Liu Hong had provided, blissfully unaware that his fate was already sealed. Good gracious, so many soul crystals. This trip has truly been lucrative. He chuckled, stowing the soul crystals securely before making his way toward a remote house on the outskirts of the city. Indeed, a spy from the 100 Poisons sect. To think that amidst our encirclement, they could still dispatch spies to gather intelligence on us. Liu Yao immediately recognized the attire, her beautiful eyes tinged with anger. Evidently recalling the numerous vile deeds of the 100 Poisons sect, gritting her teeth in fury. There must be other affiliates of the 100 Poisons sect within the city. We must pursue them and capture them all. To venture alone into the lair of dragons and tigers was indeed exceedingly perilous and could easily alert the quarry. Liu Hong raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, with Lu Miaoying beside him and a mutated red-striped tiger at his command. Along with the recent completion of the 6 volumes of the wordless heavenly scripture enhancing his wild monkey fist, Liu Hong was already itching for a fight. Without another word, he patted the head of the mutated red-striped tiger and charged forward. Ding! Hidden quest triggered. Secret chamber of the 100 Poisons sect. System prompt. The chamber contains the map of the 100 Poisons sect and their unique internal martial arts. Completing the quest rewards 30 wasteful coins and 3 additional treasure chests. What? A map of the 100 Poisons sect? Unique internal martial arts? Upon hearing these 2 items, Liu Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement. These were indeed treasures. With the map of the 100 Poisons sect, when the day arrives to breach their stronghold, wouldn't he be able to plunder at will? 30 wasteful coins were quite substantial, and obtaining a wave of soul seals would pose no issue, while the additional treasure chest reward comprised 3. With his fortunes at an all-time high, the potential loot from 3 chests was bound to be extraordinary. Chapter 57. Secret location of the 100 Poisons sect. The speed of the mutated red-striped tiger was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside the courtyard, with Liu Hong closely trailing the spy from the 100 Poisons sect, who had only just entered. Wait! Liu Hong gently commanded with a single word and a wave of his hand, bringing the mutated red-striped tiger to a halt. Surrounding the courtyard, an array of peculiar and vibrant flowers and plants flourished, and Liu Hong noticed several lifeless mice scattered near this circle of flora. A faint poisonous barrier lingered in the air. Lu Miaoying also sensed that something was amiss. Her brows furrowed as she promptly remarked, "This toxic barrier appears to be designed merely to deter ordinary individuals. We should be able to pass through it with ease using our cultivation." Liu Hong approached, inhaling deeply, the intoxicating fragrance of the flowers resonating within his lungs. Such a trivial poison posed no threat to someone with Liu Hong's remarkable resistance to toxins. It might be prudent not to proceed, he advised. Since the 100 Poisons sect has dispatched spies, this area is undoubtedly fraught with traps. Liu Yao's expression remained one of concern. She could discern Liu Hong's level of cultivation and was understandably apprehensive. Without the presence of the 2 soul masters, Shimin Yin and Wang Shiming, Liu Yao felt an unease that lingered. However, Liu Hong dismissed these concerns. To him, any practitioner of poison was but a mere serpent before his prowess. The formidable Wujin feather had previously proven powerless against him. With determination, Liu Hong pushed open the courtyard door and strode confidently inside. Observing Liu Hong's boldness, Lu Miaoying instantly activated her skills to counteract the poison and followed suit. With both of them entering, Liu Yao could only grit her teeth in resignation and hasten after them. The courtyard resembled that of an inn. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs, though a thick layer of dust suggested they had not been disturbed in quite some time. And no sooner had the trio stepped inside than the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, accompanied by a chilling shout from the air. "Who dares trespass here? Do you value your lives so little?" Given the presence of the toxic barrier, it was evident that only cultivators could breach this space. With their intentions clear, the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, 3 disciples clad in green from the 100 Poisons sect leapt down from the second-floor corridor. one wielding a sickle, another brandishing a dragon-headed lock, and the last brandishing a long sword, all regarding Liu Hong and his companions with malevolent glares. Upon seeing the trio, both Lu Miaoyin and Lu Yao's faces reflected a sudden tension. The three adversaries were all at the 8th level of soul practitioners. Although Lu Miaoyin and Lu Yao also possessed 8th level strength, Liu Hong was only at the 5th level, necessitating their constant vigilance in protecting him, which was quite troublesome. Yet, Liu Hong's expression remained unperturbed. Instead, he laughed heartily. You disciples of the 100 Poisons sect have audaciously underestimated your position. With your sect on the brink of being besieged by various factions, you still dare to send spies to our rear. At Liu Hong's words, the three exchanged surprised glances, realizing their identities had been uncovered. They were resolute in ensuring that Liu Hong and his companions would not leave this gate alive. Attack. One of the green-clad disciples of the 100 Poisons sect barked decisively. The disciple wielding the dragon-headed lock shouted loudly before swinging his weapon towards Liu Hong with fierce intent. The dragon-head lock is essentially an elongated iron chain, with a dragon-head-shaped iron weight affixed to each end. These dragon heads presumably possess mechanisms capable of snapping their jaws to bite, and perhaps even spewing forth projectiles. Liu Hong, fully aware of the principle that a soldier's blade is formidable, observed as the dragon-head lock swung towards his chest. In an instant, he activated the thief's step, deftly evading the impending strike. The disciple of the 100 Poisons sect, wielding the dragon-head lock, was taken aback. Despite Liu Hong's seemingly lowly prowess, his agility was remarkably uncanny. With a sharp command, the disciple erupted in a surge of green light, and a creature, akin to a dragon yet not quite, ascended above him, radiating an eerie green glow. Simultaneously, the dragon-head lock appeared to come alive, twisting in midair and lunging towards Liu Hong's arm. With a soft exclamation, a brilliant golden light erupted from Liu Hong's back as the colossal figure of the strengthened ape filled the space. Lu Yao, who had been sparring alongside, was momentarily stunned. She had previously witnessed Liu Hong's soul imprint, which was undeniably that of a malevolent demon ape. How had it transformed into a celestial being now? Could it be true, as her master had said, that soul imprints were devoid of inherent good or evil? Yet, even so, the imprint itself shouldn't change. Was it possible that he harbored both a righteous and a sinister soul imprint within him? While cultivators could awaken two distinct soul imprints, encountering someone so young possessing both was unheard of. As the dragon-head lock hurtled towards him, the mighty strengthened ape mirrored Liu Hong's movements and delivered a powerful swing. Before Liu Hong's fist could connect with the dragon-head lock, the golden fist of the ape had already struck the lock with tremendous force. A faint hum resonated as the dragon-head lock quivered in midair, surprisingly halted by Liu Hong's punch. Although both wielded E-grade soul imprints, the disparity in their strengths was glaring. How could this be possible? The disciple of the 100 Poisons sect was momentarily stunned, forgetting to strike again. However, Liu Hong would not grant him such an opportunity. With a thunderous shout, Liu Hong unleashed the mountain splitter palm. Thrusting his hands forward, 2 beams of golden light shot forth from his being. The disciple clad in green robes barely had time to react before he was struck, stumbling backward, his expression one of utter disbelief. A 5th-tier soul wielder could inflict harm upon an 8th-tier cultivator. Was this not a tale spun from fantasy? Damn it! Cried the disciple, his face darkening with pain as he swung the dragon-head lock with ferocity. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrists, the dragon heads launched towards Liu Hong's shoulders to bite. Yet, in that moment, Liu Hong merely shook his head in disappointment. His strength had only recently reached the 5th tier, and the palm strikes he had executed were derived from his inner spiritual energy. But, given that his opponent was indeed an 8th-tier individual, the harm inflicted by his 5th-tier assault was exceedingly limited. Liu Hong lamented that the power of those 2 palm strikes, owing to his own lack of strength, was eclipsed by the sheer force of his own fists up close. After all, having consumed numerous rare and precious materials, his strength and physique far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Even an 8th-tier martial artist would scarcely withstand the full might of a punch infused with Liu Hong's sheer brute force. As Liu Hong beheld the 2 dragon-headed locks soaring towards him, he discarded any flamboyant maneuvers and instead let out a thunderous roar, launching his fist directly forward, bracing himself to face the dragon-headed locks head-on. Witnessing Liu Hong's audacious choice, the disciple of the 100 Poisons sect could not suppress a cruel smirk that crept across his face. Ha! You truly are a fool, wandering into hell when there's a path to heaven. Chapter 58. The dragon-headed lock shattered. Just moments ago, Liu Hong had thrown a punch, and the disciple of the 100 Poisons sect, confident in the strength of his soul imprint, believed he could withstand the dragon-headed locks. However, to meet them with mere flesh was beyond absurdity. With a swift motion, the chains quivered under the disciple's control, and the mechanisms within the two dragon heads activated instantaneously. The dragon heads opened their gaping maws, revealing razor-sharp, venom-coated emerald teeth. The disciple was utterly convinced that as soon as Liu Hong's fist drew near, his dragon-headed locks would effortlessly sever them, rendering Liu Hong a mere cripple. Yet Liu Hong, with his peculiar agility and astonishing speed, did not retreat upon witnessing the dragon heads ominously parting. Rather, he accelerated with fervor. Crack! Young master, be careful! No! A chorus of alarmed gasps echoed around him. To confront the dragon-headed locks with his fists was as ludicrous as attempting to catch a blade with one's bare hands. As the dragon heads snapped shut, Lu Miaoyin and Lu Yao felt their hearts plummet in despair. However, the reality unfolded in a manner contrary to their expectations as the two dragon heads clamped down. Instead of severing Liu Hong's wrists, a series of resounding cracks filled the air. The multitude of teeth within the dragon head shattered as if they had bitten into solid stone. Liu Hong's physique was extraordinarily robust, fortified by the protective aura of the strengthened ape soul seal, rendering him an immovable boulder. Crack! Crack! In the next instant, Liu Hong's fist had penetrated the mouths of the dragon-headed locks, striking their very depths. This was followed by a cacophony of explosive pops, as visible fissures erupted across the surface of the dragon-headed locks, spreading like wildfire. Break! Liu Hong inhaled deeply, unleashing a mighty roar as he forcefully spread his hands apart. The air erupted with the sound of two firecrackers detonating as the dragon-headed locks shattered mid-air, scattering into countless fragments. Ah! The disciple clad in green let out a terrified scream, his face now etched with pure dread. His weapon had been obliterated by a single punch. In the very next moment, the disciple noticed several crimson marks adorning Liu Hong's wrist, the result of the dragon head's venomous teeth. Ha! Ha! Even if you could destroy my weapon, what does it matter? The dragon-headed locks are laced. Why this was something Liu Hong had anticipated long. A disciple of the 100 Poisons sect. How could he not comprehend the necessity of poisoning his weapons? 5. The disciple of the 100 Poisons sect casually tossed the chain he held to the ground and extended 5 fingers, beginning the countdown. Instantly, all those who had been engaged in combat ceased their actions. After all, Liu Hong's previous display of strength, shattering the dragon-headed lock with a single punch, had left everyone astounded. Now, as the countdown commenced, all eyes converged upon Liu Hong. Although Lu Yao felt a tinge of worry, it was Lu Miaoyin who was more apprehensive. She understood that Liu Hong had been poisoned by the feather of the black vulture, which had led him to the Xinlong sect, and it had only been half a day since then. The effects of the first poison were still unknown, and now he was faced with a new toxin. The combination of these two poisons would undoubtedly intensify their potency. 4. The disciple of the 100 Poisons sect observed Liu Hong's stillness and assumed he was paralyzed by fear. A smug expression spread across his face. However, Liu Hong merely gave a slight shake of his wrist and then strode forward confidently towards the disciple. The disciple was caught off guard, still convinced that Liu Hong would collapse before reaching him. 3. Liu Hong was now directly in front of the 100 Poisons sect disciple. Point 2. Liu Hong raised his hand and displayed a middle finger towards him. 1. At last, the disciple could no longer contain his inner laughter. Just as he finished counting, he erupted into laughter. Ha! Yet in the next moment, his laughter was abruptly silenced, for Liu Hong not only remained standing before him, but also raised his other hand to present a second middle finger. Brother, has your poison gone bad? It seems ineffective. Liu Hong chuckled mischievously, abruptly retracting his hands his fists unleashing a tempest of power. What? This is impossible. The disciple of the 100 Poisons sect had yet to scream when two muffled thuds rang out. As Liu Hong's fist struck his chest, ah! With a piercing cry, the disciple was sent flying by Liu Hong's force, crashing against a distant wall, his body sliding down lifelessly. Do not be deceived by the simplicity of those two punches. The inner force behind them had torn through the disciple's internal organs. Attack! Seeing that the disciple of the 100 Poisons sect had fallen, Lu Miaoyin was the first to react. Her dual blades quivered as she swiftly aimed for the opponent's neck. Following Liu Hong's demonstration of strength, morale surged among their ranks. Liu Hong was not the weak link among them, but rather a sharp blade. Noticing that both Lu Miaoyin and Lu Yao were too preoccupied to regard him, Liu Hong leaped forward, swiftly reaching the now lifeless disciple of the 100 Poisons sect, grasping his hand to instantly consume his soul imprint. Among the remaining four, the battle was evenly matched at the 8th tier, with Lu Miaoyin holding the advantage, while Lu Yao found herself evenly matched. Although Lu Miaoyin and Lu Yao possessed similar strength, Lu Miaoyin's combat experience far surpassed that of Lu Y as time passed. Lu Yao began to leverage her treasure, the Red Lotus, gaining a greater advantage, which would certainly lead to her victory, albeit with injuries. Without hesitation, Liu Hong turned and rushed to assist Lu Yao. The adversary facing Lu Yao was a disciple wielding a short sickle. Previously, Liu Hong had mercilessly annihilated his fellow sect members, and he had observed this with keen awareness, understanding that both Liu Hong and his soul imprint were exceedingly enigmatic, warranting his heightened vigilance. As Liu Hong charged towards them, the disciple with the short sickle immediately intensified his assault, intent on swiftly disposing of Lu Yao. Taken aback by the opponent's sudden and reckless onslaught, Lu Yao hastily waved her hand, summoning the red petals in an attempt to defend herself. But it was already too late. The disciple, his face contorted with malice, brandished the sickle without regard for the swirling petals threatening his limbs and torso. And with a fierce swing, he aimed a vicious strike at Lu Yao's shoulder. The sound of fabric tearing pierced the air, and the outcome was all too predictable. Observing from a distance, Liu Hong felt a surge of urgency and quickened his pace. Chapter 59. 1,000 Threads of Gu. The weapon, known as the Red Petals, was inherently difficult to wield, yet Lu Yao, fond of this particular armament, had devoted considerable time to mastering it. Consequently, her agility was somewhat compromised, and under such dire circumstances, she found herself unable to withstand the reckless assault of the disciple from the 100 Poisons sect. With a frustrated grunt, Lu Yao flicked her wrist, propelling the disciple away, though she too staggered back several paces. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a significant gash on her shoulder inflicted by the sickle. Damn it! Liu Hong gritted his teeth, swiftly pivoting in midair to seize the disciple by the collar, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Already injured from Lu Yao's prior attack, the disciple succumbed to Liu Hong's brutal blow, convulsing as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Liu Hong had previously examined the disciple's soul imprint, which resembled a sinister black centipede. This was the reason he opted for the sickle, as its form mirrored the claws of the centipede, making it the most suitable weapon for his soul imprint. "Are you all right?" Liu Hong inquired, as he pressed on the disciple's acupoint to immobilize him before rushing to Lu Yao's side. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the crimson wound on her pristine shoulder had begun to darken ominously. "It's poisoned." The disciples of the 100 Poisons sect were notorious for coating their weapons with venom, each concoction uniquely tailored, rendering them particularly troublesome adversaries. "Mind your own business," Lu Yao retorted, hastily wrapping the red petals around her injury, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, although the wound spanned merely the width of a finger. The sickle had torn through her garment, exposing a smooth expanse of shoulder, and it was no wonder she felt humiliated, especially with Liu Hong having witnessed her vulnerability. This incident inevitably reminded her of the events of the previous night, intensifying her feelings of shame and indignation. What vexed her most was the stark contrast she had just witnessed. Liu Hong had effortlessly vanquished a disciple from the 100 Poisons sect, while she had been ambushed and injured by another. In comparison, was she not inferior to this insufferable Liu Hong? It was worth noting that Liu Hong was merely a 5th-tier soul practitioner, whereas she was an 8th-tier practitioner. The complexities of a woman's heart are notoriously intricate, and having already suffered a setback the night before, Liu Yao's competitive spirit compelled her to subconsciously measure herself against Liu Hong. If she faltered even slightly, it left her feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Only by surpassing him, by becoming immensely stronger, could the humiliation she felt begin to dissipate, even if just a little. This feeling is akin to vowing to live a life better than that of someone who has humiliated you. At this moment, Liu Yao embodies such a complex blend of shame and indignation. Liu Hong, anticipating Liu Yao's reaction, offered a bittersweet smile before saying, "There exists an energetic connection between us. If you were to encounter misfortune, I would undoubtedly suffer as well. If you wish for me to refrain from caring about you, then let it be that I care for myself instead." Yet, Liu Hong himself found it hard to believe that this was merely a simple, energetic connection. Last night, Liu Yao had entrusted him with her first time, and Liu Hong was hardly unaffected by it. In his past life, he had been a mere nobody, completely oblivious to the nuances of a woman's affection. Yet in this life, he had, rather unintentionally, come to possess someone like Liu Yao. His feelings of subtle fondness and concern for her were ingrained in his heart. Impossible to erase that. I've said it. I don't need your concern. It would be best if both you and I were to perish. That way, neither of us owes the other anything. You scoundrel. In this moment, a torrent of shame and indignation surged within her. And with tears in her eyes, Liu Yao shouted in frustration. Grinding his teeth, Liu Hong realized that reason would not prevail here. He had no choice but to resort to force. He swiftly turned, seizing the neck of the poisoned sect disciple, demanding in a stern voice, "Speak. Where is the antidote? If you fail to provide it, I shall make your death far more agonizing than hers." Liu Hong's heart was already simmering with anger, and his words were spoken with utmost seriousness. Yet, the disciple of the poisoned sect merely laughed heartily. "Antidote? I would never give you the antidote. If I die, it is but one life lost for you all. I have countless others in my sect." "You vile wretch," Liu Hong exclaimed, cutting off the disciple with a resounding slap. That moment, visions of the 10 most excruciating tortures filled Liu Hong's mind. He could not fathom that, as a modern man with knowledge of such torment, he could not extract a single antidote from this individual. Turning away, Liu Hong swiftly picked up a small stone from the ground, pinched off a piece, and meticulously crafted a needle the thickness of a toothpick, which he then plunged into the gap of his right middle fingernail. The pain was excruciating, a torment that was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. The disciple of the poisoned sect let out a horrifying scream, his face turning ashen with pain, and in a fit of agony, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Liu Yao, sitting nearby and feeling aggrieved, was taken aback by this brutal scene. However, realizing that Liu Hong's actions were for her sake, her heart unexpectedly warmed. Though her heart softened somewhat, Liu Yao still pouted defiantly, muttering, "A monster is indeed a monster." More ruthless than the disciples of the poisoned sect, women can often be like this. Even when they internally accept your kindness, they may not verbally acknowledge it. "Will you speak?" Liu Hong inquired with a cold smile. Come what may. I'm already a dead man." The disciple of the poisoned sect was as obstinate as a stone in a cesspool, reeking and unyielding, refusing to divulge anything. Still unwilling to speak, Liu Hong's smile grew ever more pronounced as he casually picked up a fragment of stone from the ground and hurled it towards the disciple's toes. Ow! Although the disciple was rendered immobile by the pressure point, his body could not help but spasm in response to the intense pain. Hiss! In that moment, Liu Yao was not only astonished but also struck with fear, her entire being shrinking in response. The agony, she could only imagine, must have been unbearable. "You scoundrel! If you have the capability, go ahead and kill me." The disciple of the 100 Poisoned sect was already in such pain that his eyes were veined with blood. "Why are you still hesitating?" Liu Hong's lips curled into a cruel smile, and he aimed the stone in his hand directly at the disciple's groin. "You stop? I will tell you. I beg you for a swift end." The disciple of the 100 Poisoned sect, terrified by Liu Hong's movement, hurriedly exclaimed, "The poison on my scythe, the 1,000 threads goo. Its venom is rife with insect eggs. Once it mingles with blood, it will hatch into countless thousand threads insects, which will gradually infiltrate the bloodstream and devour the internal organs. Fear was etched across the disciple's face as he stammered, "The poisons of the 100 Poisons sect are famously unsolvable. No antidote." Liu Hong's eyes widened in immediate disbelief. The disciple let out a wretched cry. "I've said it all. I've revealed everything, brother. Please grant me a swift release." Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Hong hurled the stone at the disciple's groin. The disciple's scream lasted barely a second before he fell unconscious. Liu Hong rose to his feet, turned around, and swiftly extracted the soul mark from the disciple's body, all the while calling out in his mind, "System, identify. Ding. Identification successful. Toxin. 1,000 threads goo." The venom mixed with 1,000 threads insect eggs hatches upon contact with blood, beginning to consume the body within half an hour. If the 1,000 threads insects are killed within the body, the toxins released upon their decomposition will seep into the bones and flesh, rendering it incurable. Indeed, it is incurable. Liu Hong's expression darkened, and anxiety surged within him. What should I do? Having heard the disciple's words, Liu Yao was also greatly alarmed and quickly turned her head to inspect her wound, only to let out a startled cry. "Ah, there are insects." Chapter 60. Blood oath detoxification. At that moment, Liu Yao's face had turned pale with fear. On her shoulder, the wound had suddenly birthed countless thread-like tiny insects, translucent and as thin as a strand of hair, entwining around the injury, slowly burrowing into her flesh. The disciple of the 100 Poisons sect had spoken the truth. These 1,000 threads goo insect eggs indeed hatch upon contact with blood. In mere moments, they had already emerged. Women are inherently fearful of insects. And at this moment, Liu Yao was trembling all over, instinctively casting a pleading glance toward Liu Hong. "Scoundrel!" Liu Hong was enraged, his body trembling with fury, and he raised his hand to strike the disciple's forehead, causing him to die instantly. Liu Hong was acutely aware that Liu Yao and he were two lives bound as one. If she were to perish, he too would suffer grievous harm. "System, please assess immediately. Is there any method to delay or treat this?" Liu Hong, frantic with worry, hurried to Liu Yao's side and crouched down. "I'm sorry." As Liu Hong approached, Liu Yao's expression softened slightly, as one approaches the end of life. Their words often bear a profound wisdom. Liu Yao, who had once harbored an intense aversion towards Liu Hong, found herself at a loss for words in this moment. Although she was reluctant to acknowledge the existence of any bond between them, denial did not equate to absence. Liu Yao was acutely aware that her recent blunder could inflict considerable harm upon Liu Hong. "Silence. I will not permit your demise. As long as I am here, not even the king of hell himself shall take you away." Liu Hong's countenance abruptly chilled as he spoke in a low voice. This declaration warmed Liu Yao's heart, accustomed as she was to the insincere flattery of the Xuanlong sect. Liu Hong's genuine concern stirred something deeper within her, perhaps a nascent affection. Assessment complete. This poison is ineffective against the host, as the host possesses a significant resistance to toxins in their bloodline. It may be possible to neutralize the poison using the host's blood. The system's voice echoed in Liu Hong's ears. A shudder coursed through him, and his heart soared with joy. How could he have forgotten this crucial detail? He owed his gratitude to Hua Jingdao. The potent venom of the Wuzhen feather had no effect on him, let alone the toxin from a disciple of the 100 Poisons sect. "Young master, what is the situation?" Upon witnessing the turmoil surrounding Liu Yao, Liu Miaoying grew anxious, not for Liu Yao, but for the reckless actions Liu Hong might undertake. Thus, she exerted herself to swiftly conclude the battle and rushed over. The knife, kneeling before Liu Yao, Liu Hong stated resolutely. Liu Miaoying hesitated for a moment, but ultimately handed him the short blade she wielded. Without hesitation, Liu Hong raised the knife and swiftly sliced into his own palm, blood immediately gushing forth. Both Liu Yao and Liu Miaoying gasped in shock. Maybe by the time they processed what had, Liu Yao could feel her physical discomfort gradually dissipating. Ignoring the injury on her shoulder, she hurriedly retrieved a snow-white silk ribbon from her waist and, gripping Liu Hong's wrist, began to bandage his wound. "Ah, haha." Liu Hong chuckled. Noticing Liu Yao's sudden change in demeanor, he laughed heartily, if the roles were reversed. You would undoubtedly save me too. It's nothing. Upon hearing Liu Hong's words, Liu Yao paused slightly, then with a firm smile declared, I would indeed. This affirmation was not only directed at Liu Hong, but also served as a reminder to herself. What a poignant scene of mutual affection it was. Even an old man like me could not help but shed a tear. While the group was momentarily elated over their detoxification, a sinister, cold laugh echoed from afar. Liu Hong immediately turned his head, only then noticing an old man with a head full of gray hair, a goat-like beard, triangular eyes, and a short, rat-like stature, hanging from the second-floor porch. He looked utterly detestable. As the old man spoke, hissing sounds filled the air, and countless black and white snakes surged forth from every corner like a tidal wave. Be careful, Liu Hong exclaimed, instantly alert as he regarded the old man. How had this old man appeared without his notice? Neither Lu Miaoyin nor Liu Yao seemed to have perceived him either, indicating that this elder's strength likely far surpassed theirs. He must have reached the realm of a soul master. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Liu Hong could not afford to be complacent. However, he had never underestimated the difficulty of this quest from the outset. After all, this was a dungeon capable of yielding the map to the 100 Poisons sect. Could the challenge be anything less than daunting? Yet, even against an adversary of this caliber, Liu Hong was uncertain of his ability to defeat him with his Taoist techniques and wild monkey fist. At that moment, the elder dangled upside down from the railing of the second floor, gazing down at them with arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance, completely disregarding the three of them. Chapter 61. The poisonous elder. Just by observing the expressions of the two women, it was clear that this old man was no ordinary figure. However, they both seemed well aware of his background, leaving Liu Hong puzzled about his own ignorance. Had he been so uninformed? It dawned on Liu Hong that before his transmigration, he had been nothing more than an uneducated wastrel. Liu Yao belonged to the Xinlong sect, and her involvement in the battle against the 100 Poisons sect surely meant she had done her research, while Lu Miaoyin's mysterious identity explained her knowledge as well. What do you mean by this? Someone, please explain it to me. Liu Hong scratched his ear in confusion. Always surprised, the old man, remarkably sharp of hearing, caught Liu Hong's softly spoken words. Enraged by Liu Hong's ignorance of his title, the elder's face darkened, and he bellowed, Where did this yellow-haired brat come from, not knowing my name? I'm the poisonous elder, one of the 3 elders of the 100 Poisons sect. The divine poisons I have concocted have already slain thousands of your kind. With that, the poisonous elder erupted into a raucous laugh, his pride unmistakable. The most troublesome aspect of the 100 Poisons sect was indeed these 3 elders, the poisonous elder, the cunning elder, and the malevolent elder. Liu Yao immediately whispered from the side, All 3 possess immense strength. Although the poisonous elder is the weakest, his power has likely reached around the 3rd tier of Soul Master. Hiss upon hearing this statement. Liu Hong couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The prowess of a 3rd-tier Soul Master surpassed his own by more than just a few levels. With such might, it seemed plausible that a mere snap of the fingers could extinguish his life. How perplexing, then, that such a significant figure remained outside the sect at this moment. Could it be that the righteous faction's siege on the 100 Poisons sect instilled no fear in them? Liu Hong articulated this thought not only for Liu Yao's benefit, but also to provoke the Poison Elder at this moment. The Poison Elder was utterly consumed by arrogance, and such a narcissistic disposition made him susceptible to being drawn into conversation. What does your righteous alliance amount to? With just 1 elder to guard our sect, we can render you utterly powerless. Upon uttering these words, the Poison Elder's expression abruptly shifted, and he bellowed, You scoundrel! How dare you pry into my words? It seems there is indeed only 1 elder within the 100 Poisons sect. Liu Hong couldn't help but chuckle. Once reinforcements arrived, with their combined strength, capturing this Poison Elder and locating the other elder outside the sect would significantly enhance their chances of overcoming the 100 Poisons sect. You cunning brat, your schemes are not to be underestimated. But soon, you shall become my test subject for poisons. Once I administer the divine toxin to you, I shall relish in your slow torment. The Poison Elder's countenance darkened, followed by a strange shriek as he leapt from the second floor. You handle the snake. I shall meet the enemy head-on. Liu Hong shouted coldly, and the soul imprint within him erupted instantaneously. Buzz! The imprint of the mighty ape resonated with a powerful force, seemingly invigorated by the presence of a formidable foe. Such a soul imprint, I do not recognize it. It appears to be quite extraordinary. You, my boy, possess a meticulous mind and commendable aptitude. Alas, it is regrettable that you shall soon fall into my clutches, cackled the poison elder. As he crouched low, a verdant toad materialized behind him, a millennium-old venomous toad. A sea-grade soul imprint. Ha ha ha! Old fool, your head is quite green. Liu Hong laughed heartily, yet the poison elder's face turned a shade of fury. You insolent wretch, should I catch you, I shall shatter your mouth to pieces. The poison elder puffed his cheeks, and upon opening his mouth, a stream of greenish smoke laced with black mist erupted forth. Da-ha-ha! Now, it is just the two of us. Let me witness your abilities. The elder inhaled deeply, causing his chin to jut towards the ground, and with a sudden movement of his limbs, he propelled himself like a cannonball. To hell with you. Liu Hong swiftly raised his hand, synchronizing his gesture with the giant ape's fist, and struck down with great force. Boom! The combined might of his physical prowess and soul imprint sent the airborne poison elder crashing into the floor, creating a massive hole with a thunderous roar. Ha! Not bad, young one, though perhaps a tad too gentle. Against you, even ordinary 8th or 9th tier soul masters would find themselves at a disadvantage. A peculiar laughter emanated from the depths of the newly formed P.I.T.O. wield such power at merely the 5th tier of soul mastery is a dire threat to us. I cannot allow you to live any longer, lest you become a calamity for the 100 Poison sect. Thud! A muffled sound resonated from a hole, and suddenly, the toxic mist surged violently as a figure burst forth. I shall now demonstrate to you the true power of a soul master. The poison elder halted midair, and the surrounding poison gas rapidly converged around him. Quack! As the venomous elder gathered his breath, he unleashed a resounding roar, a colossal wave of sound entwined with poisonous gas, forming a dark green tide that struck fiercely at Liu Hong's chest. Thud! 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 Although the space appeared vacant, Liu Hong felt his meridians tremble violently, an excruciating pain coursing through him. The force of the sound wave sent him hurtling backward for over 10 meters, crashing through the door with a thunderous impact and landing in the courtyard outside. Goodness, how does one defend against this? It is utterly indefensible. Liu Hong stumbled to his feet, his ears ringing incessantly, and upon touching them, he found his hands drenched in blood. Just as Liu Hong regained his footing, a chilling voice questioned him from behind, and in the blink of an eye, a razor-sharp beam of sword light shot towards him from distance. The brilliance of the sword had nearly solidified into substance, far exceeding the strength of mere sword energy. With a single strike, it cleaved a chasm in the muddy ground over a foot wide, flying 100 meters without showing any signs of dissipating. Seeing the sword light's ferocity, the venomous elder could only evade with a laugh, exclaiming, I am not one of the righteous, so why should I fear your scorn? Hilarious, indeed. Following the sword light, the west wind sword descended, revealing a figure standing atop it, swiftly joining the fray. It was Shi Minyan. Brother Liu, are you unharmed? Shi Minyan leaped down from the west wind sword, hastily assessing Liu Hong's injuries. After all, Liu Hong had repaired the west wind sword and helped Shi Minyan break through his mental barriers, making his contributions invaluable. This venomous elder wields a soul-ensnaring melody, quite peculiar, and with the poisonous mist, be cautious, brother Shi Min. Despite being a soul master himself, Shi Minyan, armed with the west wind sword, should manage against this old poisoner. Chapter 62. Wang Shiming takes action, such a brazen child. Utterly shameless, the venomous elder guffawed. 2 mere first-stage soul disciples dare to stand against me. At this moment, the elder was in high spirits. With the west wind sword in hand, Shi Minyan might still have a fighting chance. However, from a strength perspective, a newly ascended first-stage soul master like Shi Minyan could not possibly contend with the third-stage power of the venomous elder, a disciple of the mysterious dragon sect. Whether they could withstand his might would be revealed through trial. Typically stoic, Shi Minyan felt a surge of anger upon seeing Liu Hong injured, for Liu Hong was his benefactor in an instant. Shi Minyan raised the west wind sword high above his head, directing a strike towards the venomous elder Daha. Child, if you do not reveal your true abilities, do you still wish to challenge me? The venomous elder sneered coldly, inhaling deeply, his belly swelling to the size of a large watermelon. The next moment, he opened his mouth, spewing forth a multitude of black ice needles that rained down upon Shimin Yin like a tempest. Shimin Yin had intended to gauge the elder's strength with a single strike, refraining from employing techniques or his internal energy. Yet, upon witnessing the elder's unrelenting assault, he could only hastily spin his sword, creating a curtain of blades that clanged together, barely managing to deflect a portion of the black ice needles. Damn it! In the next moment, the sinister elder extended his arm, and a colossal toad sprang forth from behind him. This ethereal toad, suffused with spiritual energy, opened its mouth wide, unleashing a crimson tongue that lashed out like a whip, striking Shimin Yin squarely in the chest. Soul Mark Summon. In the realm of soul practitioners, one could merely display their soul mark. Only upon attaining the rank of Soul Master could one solidify and summon their soul mark. With a resounding clang, Shimin Yin hastily raised his Shizi sword in defense. But the tremendous force sent him sprawling. The disciples of the sect prioritized cultivation, yet their combat prowess left much to be desired. Though Shimin Yin wielded the formidable Shizi sword, his own strength fell short, rendering him incapable of severing the elder's soul mark attack. After several exchanges, the elder's relentless strikes left Shimin Yin in a state of utter disarray, despite being a formidable soul master himself. Shimin Yan's unstable realm prevented him from executing a soul mark summon, placing him at a significant disadvantage compared to the elder, who had already manifested his soul mark. Suddenly, the toad summoned by the elder began to swell, opening its cavernous maw to engulf him, its distended belly forming an impenetrable barrier that shielded the elder. Thuds resounded as countless attacks rained down, yet none could breach the toad's protective girth. Just as Shimin Yin closed in, the toad's belly erupted violently, and the elder, with a sly grin, raised his hand, sending a silver needle hurtling towards Shimin Yan's shoulder. Be careful. Divine poison. The disciples of the Shenlong sect had witnessed the demise of their comrades at the hands of divine poison, an affliction delivered via silver needles. Wang Shiming, the foremost disciple, recognized the threat immediately and shouted a warning. Just as the silver needle was about to pierce Shimin Yan's shoulder, a golden streak shot in from the distance, slicing towards the elder's wrist. Gritting his teeth, the elder was forced to withdraw his attack. Among the disciples of the Shenlong sect, Wang Shiming and Liu Yao were the most gifted, both having awakened A-rank soul marks. Shimin Yin, possessing a B-rank white forged sword soul mark, was of comparable strength to Wang Shiming. Yet this was not due to any extraordinary talent on Shimin Yan's part, but rather Wang Shiming's dedication to honing his soul mark. While Shimin Yan's B-rank soul mark stood at merely the second layer, Wang Shiming's A-rank wheel blade had achieved a terrifying fifth layer of power in the first tier of soul masters. Wang Shiming's soul mark was superior, with a higher level of cultivation, placing him far above Shimin Yin. Of course, Shimin Yan's possession of the Shizi sword, along with his earlier ineffective attempts, was also significantly influenced by his own second-layer cultivation of the white forged sword soul mark. Upon reaching the fifth layer of their first soul mark cultivation, one might awaken a second soul mark, though it remained unknown whether Wang Shiming had achieved this. Should he have awakened a second soul mark, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. The elder glanced at the soul mark hovering above Wang Shiming's head, his eyes betraying a profound sense of dread. The foremost disciple of the Shenlong sect, Wang Shiming, had become a formidable adversary. Seeing Shimin Yan's imminent defeat, Wang Shiming would not stand idly by. With a powerful leap, he closed the distance to confront the elder. "Bind him," the elder commanded coldly, and the toad behind him opened its mouth, its long tongue transforming into 5 crimson tendrils that shot towards Wang Shiming. Buzzing resonated in the air. Wang Shiming let out a cold snort, his 2 revolver knives whirring to life, emitting a buzzing sound as they effortlessly severed the ropes. What had previously caused Shimin Yin considerable vexation was now being cut through by Wang Shiming's blades, as if they were mere strands of hair. Astonishingly simple. Swish, 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 as the ropes fell one by one. The toxic elder unexpectedly grinned, exclaiming, "Good lad, you are indeed a tough nut to crack." Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. The toxic elder reached his waist and produced what appeared to be an unremarkable herbal pestle, which he tossed towards Wang Shimming. Measuring merely the length of a palm, the pestle seemed innocuous save for one end, darkened by the infusion of potent herbs. However, Wang Shimming's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly wielded his twin blades to block the impending strike. Clang! Clang! The herbal pestle struck his blade squarely, forcing Wang Shimming to stagger backward, his foot crashing down and shattering the stone slab beneath him. How could such a diminutive pestle possess such formidable power? Liu Hong was taken aback. Scrutinizing the scene closely, it appeared as though the toxic elder was manipulating the pestle, pressing it relentlessly against Wang Shimming's blade, rendering him unable to summon any strength and compelling him to retreat step by step. Buzz! Suddenly, the soul imprint on Wang Shimming's back flared brilliantly, and the two soul imprint revolver knives soared into the sky, cleaving towards the herbal pestle. Hiss! The sight of a single individual wielding four blades was nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 63. Forced Disassembly Ping Pong. Two crisp sounds echoed as the blades struck the herbal pestle, merely igniting a few sparks and leaving behind a couple of white marks. Astonishingly, the pestle proved to be extraordinarily resilient. Dong Dong, who had just arrived, paled at the sight and exclaimed that he and Chun Feng could only observe from the sidelines, their own strength as mere soul practitioners rendering them incapable of intervening in such a battle between soul masters. Even Shimin Yan had suffered defeat moments ago. What use would they be? Ha! Give up? It's futile. This humble herbal pestle is more than enough to crush you. The toxic elder raised his left hand slightly, evidently manipulating the pestle. System, identify. Liu Hong's expression darkened further. This herbal pestle was indeed extraordinary. It was known that Wang Shimming's soul imprint had been cultivated to the 5th level. The 5th level soul imprint revolver knives, summoned through the soul imprint, possessed power that could rival the Shizi sword currently wielded by Shimin Yan. To leave merely 2 white marks on such a formidable weapon was truly perplexing. What material was this herbal pestle crafted from? Clang. Identification successful. Ming pestle. Crafted from the dark wood of the netherworld beneath the 9 nether, this herbal pestle has been tempered by countless herbs, absorbing the essence of innumerable medicinal plants. Not only is it a vessel of extreme toxicity, but it also possesses the strength exceeding 1,000 pounds and hardness surpassing that of gold and stone. Ming pestle. Grade A. Quality. Spiritual artifact. Attributes. Attack hits inflict an additional 200 poison damage. Effect. Forged through trials. This weapon, having undergone the refinement of countless toxic essences, imparts additional weight upon attack, causing tremors to the opponent's meridians and bones, resulting in 20 internal injury. So, it is indeed an A-grade spiritual artifact. No wonder it is so powerful. It is essential to recognize that the 3 novice sets bestowed upon Liu Hong are all Class C spiritual artifacts, which are already quite formidable. Although this class of spiritual artifact may appear unimpressive, its actual efficacy is undeniably potent. Upon completing the appraisal, Liu Hong slightly turned his head and suddenly noticed a diminutive icon on the netherworld scepter. As Liu Hong's gaze shifted towards it, the icon expanded instantaneously, revealing 2 characters. Decompose. Astonishingly, I can decompose it. At this moment, the poisonous elder wielded his weapon, the netherworld scepter, a spiritual artifact of considerable power, capable of challenging even Wang Shimming's 4 rotating blades. If I could decompose this herbal scepter, a smile spread across Liu Hong's face, and he inwardly roared, Decompose! Decompose! Grant me decomposition. Ding! Your forging decomposition proficiency is insufficient. Current decomposition ability. Level 01. Effective range. 1 meter. The system's prompt echoed in Liu Hong's ears. Ding! As the item to be decomposed does not belong to the host, a payment of 499 soul crystals is required for forced decomposition. Please approach the item and try again. Hiss! 500 soul crystals for a single decomposition is exorbitantly expensive, isn't it? However, it matters not. I am not short on funds, investing 500 soul crystals to turn the tide of battle. Why not? Liu Hong sprang up from the ground and dashed towards Wang Shimming. The onlookers were left utterly stunned. In this tense situation, Wang Shiming and the poisonous elder were locked in a stalemate. And neither should act recklessly. Wang Shiming, in a moment of panic, realized that he was fully engaged in combat with the poisonous elder and had no energy to spare for Liu Hong. Yet, in this fleeting moment of distraction, the shadowy grin on the poisonous elder's face suddenly grew triumphant. The herbal scepter quivered slightly, expanding to the size of a stone pedestal, and with a forceful downward thrust, it spun and sent Wang Shiming flying. Wang Shiming was struck heavily in the chest and staggered backward, while Dong Dong and Chen Feng leaped forward to catch him. But Wang Shiming trembled all over and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had sustained at least a minor injury. "What are you doing?" Upon witnessing this, Liu Yao felt a mix of anger and urgency, just as she was about to step forward to assess Wang Shiming's injuries. She saw Liu Hong colliding with the stone, pedestal-sized herbal scepter in midair. "You brat." "Heh." Seeking death, the poisonous elder chuckled, forcefully pushing with his left hand to manipulate the herbal scepter, intending to crush Liu Hong into a fine powder. Decompose. Just as the herbal scepter was about to fly before him, Liu Hong seized the opportunity and exclaimed. In an instant, a golden light enveloped the herbal scepter, causing the entire stone pedestal-sized artifact to halt midair. Motionless, Ding acquired Netherworld Black Wood 1. Ding acquired highly toxic poison sac 1. Ding acquired highly toxic poison sac 1. Ding acquired highly toxic poison sac 1. Liu Hong spun in midair and landed swiftly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That was a close call. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and nimble. Looking down, he noticed that his forging materials inventory had increased with several new items. Spiritual Essence 1. Acquired from decomposing spiritual artifacts. Adding spiritual essence during equipment forging can enhance the probability of creating spiritual artifacts. Each spirit essence enhances the probability of forging spiritual weapons by 25, increases the chance of crafting soul artifacts by 2.5, and augments the likelihood of creating miraculous items by 0.25. Wyomii Haimu 13 pieces. Grown beneath the abyss of Juyo. Wyomii Haimu is a superior variety of the Juyo wood, possessing the unique ability to absorb all substances to enhance its own attributes. Highly toxic venom sac 670 drops. A premier material for toxic refinement and toxin crafting. What a surprise to think that dismantling a mere herbal pestle could yield such exquisite treasures. Liu Hong was nearly laughing with delight, yet the poison master before him was utterly dumbfounded. Where had his Wyomii pestle gone? How could it just vanish with a thud? The same bewilderment enveloped others around. This scene was undeniably bizarre. At this moment, Liu Hong gradually rose to his feet. Without his weapon, the poison master was akin to a toothless tiger, presenting little threat to Liu Hong. Now it was my turn to perform. A slight grin crept across Liu Hong's lips. The soul imprint was temporarily sealed. That is of no consequence. White Tiger set. Equip. With the White Tiger set, I could vanquish you with my bare fists. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped Liu Hong, and 3 pieces of equipment materialized. White Tiger finger gloves. White Tiger soft armor. White Tiger beast boots. Chapter 64. The might of the White Tiger. Now, stripped of his herbal pestle, the poison master resembled a toothless tiger, posing almost no threat to Liu Hong. The poison master, who relied on toxic arts, found himself helpless against Liu Hong's formidable poison resistance. Just moments ago, his grotesque weapon had been dismantled by Liu Hong. And no matter how powerful you are, you remain but a mere dish. Liu Hong's foot stirred, his mind racing with the moves of the wild monkey fist. Ding! Dragon Stride effect activated. Dragon Stride. For every meter moved, a layer of posture effect is stacked. Each layer of the posture effect grants a damage bonus for the next attack or mitigates damage for the next hit. The posture effect can stack up to 100 layers. At full capacity, it can enhance damage by up to 100 or reduce damage by up to 50. How formidable! Liu Hong felt his momentum intensify with each step, and by the time he stood before the poison master, his aura had sharpened into a piercing blade, as if it could cleave the heavens. The poison master, still reeling from the inexplicable disappearance of his pestle, looked up to find Liu Hong already in front of him. Rising Tide Technique. Liu Hong called out lightly, his hand seizing the Poison Master's shoulders, flipping himself up to balance on the Poison Master's shoulders, resembling a mischievous monkey. Ah, you little rascal. The Poison Master felt as if he were merely a plaything in Liu Hong's hands, his annoyance surging as he grasped Liu Hong's wrists. Yet at that moment, Liu Hong leaned back, effortlessly tossing the unsuspecting Poison Master away. Ding! Growing braver with battle, effect activated, growing braver with battle. Each time attacked. A layer of Tiger's Body effect is accumulated, with each layer granting 2 points of strength and 1 point of constitution, lasting for 4 seconds. IT can stack up to 20 layers. After being hurled out, the venomous elder rolled on the ground, crashing against the courtyard wall, his clothing now marred with several ragged holes, rendering him a sight of disarray. This infuriates me to no end. The venomous elder, a figure of prominence within the 100 Poisons sect, had never before endured such humiliation. Enraged, he let out a cacophony of cries, and the soul imprint of the toad behind him flared to life. Upon summoning, a gargantuan toad emerged, larger than a house, terrifying in its enormity. Ha ha! Today I shall vanquish you, foul toad. Liu Hong erupted in laughter, immediately activating the stealthy steps, his speed so swift that even the venomous elder struggled to keep up. Liu Hong employed the stealthy steps not for any other reason, but to accumulate the effects of Dragon Stride. Among the 3 pieces of equipment, Dragon Stride proved to be the most effective, while the other 2 required actual combat to stack their effects. In the exchanges between masters, there were rarely numerous encounters. Rather, mobility and evasion were paramount, hence the cost-effectiveness of Dragon Stride was unparalleled. Ha! Run. I shall see how long you can escape. The venomous elder, already seething with frustration, found Liu Hong bouncing before him like a monkey, further aggravating his irritation. With a thunderous roar, the colossal toad leapt into action. The onlookers, witnessing the initial clash between Liu Hong and the venomous elder, were slightly astonished to see Liu Hong gaining the upper hand, yet their concern grew as it seemed the elder was unleashing a formidable move. Competing in size with me? Liu Hong chuckled to himself, as the soul imprint behind him glimmered momentarily, coming under the influence of the elder's formidable strike. Although it took a toll, it had now recovered to about 70 to 80%. Manifesting the magic ape soul print was no longer an issue. I shall strike. As Liu Hong's magic ape soul print manifested, it towered several feet above the toad, and with a powerful swing of its robust arms, it aimed to strike at the enormous toad beside the venomous elder. How could this be possible? Under normal circumstances, it would be unthinkable, yet now it was feasible. The brilliance lay in the fact that Liu Hong was not summoning the soul imprint. The soul imprint manifested by a soul wielder differs fundamentally from that summoned by a soul master. The latter is a fragment of the soul master's consciousness, capable of independent action. In contrast, the soul imprint of a soul wielder mimics the wielder's movements. Liu Hong performed a hammering motion, which prompted the forceful ape within the magic ape's soul print to imitate the same. Having just accumulated the posture effect from Dragon Stride, this strike's effect could be transferred to the magic ape's soul print attack, meaning that the attack from the embodiment of the magic ape had been bolstered with double the power. Should Liu Hong attain the realm of a soul master, the summoned magic ape would no longer inherit this effect autonomously. Strike, strike, strike. Liu Hong erupted into hearty laughter, his movements accelerating with fervor. Ding! Ebullient effect activated. Ebullient. Every successful hit will accumulate a layer of swiftness effect, with each layer increasing attack speed by 8, lasting for 4 seconds, that a maximum of 5 layers could be accumulated. After Liu Hongshui delivered several powerful punches, the effect of Indulgent Flow had reached its maximum capacity, enhancing his attack speed by 40. The rapidity of his strikes was akin to the relentless patter of raindrops simultaneously under the onslaught of continuous attacks. The effect of Growing Valor began to accumulate wildly. Ding! Indulgent Flow effect has stacked to 5 layers. Ding! Growing Valor effect has stacked to 20 layers. Strength increased by 40. Constitution by 20. Quack! 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 Amidst a flurry of blows, Liu Hong's speed escalated exponentially, causing the frog to croak in disarray, diminishing in size with each hit, until it was ultimately reduced to less than a foot in size by the relentless pounding of the mighty ape. I am infuriated. Witnessing his soul imprint being subjected to such humiliation, the poison elder let out a series of anguished wails. The soul imprint he summoned was being ruthlessly pummeled by a mere child. What would his peers in the 100 Poisons sect think if they learned of this folly? I will have your life. A frigid glint flickered in the poison elder's eyes as he waved his hand, producing 10 needles between his fingers. These needles were imbued with none other than the divine poison. Chapter 65. The might of divine poison. Liu Hong's lips curled into a smirk. The poison elder was indeed obstinate. Attempting to use these poison needles to ambush Shimin Yan had already failed, and now he sought to ensnare me. By the time everyone witnessed this scene, the poison elder had already made his move. The 10 needles soared through the air at breakneck speed, so swift that even with Liu Hong's enhanced movement speed, he could barely evade them. After all, a concealed weapon must be swift, otherwise it would be rendered useless. However, no speed could rival Liu Hong's own. This trick won't work on me. Old man, you should concede. Just as Liu Hong began to dodge and was about to burst into laughter, his expression suddenly shifted. He realized that among the 10 silver needles, only 8 were aimed at him, while 2 had vanished without a trace. Young master, no. At that moment, Lu Miaoying had finally grasped the situation, but it was already too late. Her immediate instinct was to utter those words. She could not evade the speed of the poison elder's needles, and she had resigned herself to the inevitability of death. The legendary divine poisoned, thus far, no cultivator has managed to evade it. There is no antidote. Those cursed by the divine poison are doomed without exception. No, absolutely not. Liu Hong felt an overwhelming urgency within. He pushed the movement of his Taoist steps to its utmost limit. Faster, even faster. At that moment, a soft sound echoed. Lu Miaoying heard a faint noise near her ear, causing her to tremble as she beheld a colossal hand suddenly appear before her. The poison needle pierced through that hand, its frenzied momentum finally halting just half an inch before Lu Miaoying. Young master, I am so sorry. Lu Miaoying's lips quivered slightly, tears welling in her eyes. Had it not been for the young master shielding her from the poison of the black wren feathers, she would never have ventured to the Xianlong sect, and this calamity would not have befallen her. Who could have foreseen that the young master would once again shield her? Was it she who was meant to protect him? Or was it he who was protecting her? Ding! Intensity 200. Ding! Illusion poison 200. Ding! Corruption poison 200. The toxins are categorized into 6 distinct types: cold toxin, red toxin, stagnant toxin, illusion toxin, fierce toxin, and decaying toxin. Typically, a toxin will possess only 1 or 2 of these varieties. However, it is astonishing that the formidable poison of the poison elder encompasses all 6. Each type contains a concentration of 200. A toxin level of 200 is not particularly alarming, as Liu Hong boasts a toxin resistance of 1,000. Any toxin below this threshold poses negligible effects on him. Ding! Toxin derivation warning. Upon hearing this, Liu Hong was taken aback. He quickly glanced at the area on his hand where the poison needle had pierced. It was rapidly beginning to decay. The fierce toxin, known for inflicting external injuries, would cause the wound to burn and ache intensely, subsequently leading to the manifestation of red toxin. In excess of red toxin results in wound decay, giving rise to decaying toxin. Fierce births red, red births decaying, decaying births illusion, illusion births stagnation, and stagnation birth cold. Liu Hong had previously studied the characteristics of these toxins. A single toxin must exceed 5,000 for it to give rise to others. Thus, it was illogical for such a minor wound, with only 200 of fierce toxin, to trigger the emergence of red toxin. Yet, why did the divine poison cause all 6 toxins to begin their derivation immediately? Is this the terrifying nature of the divine poison? Ding! All toxins have surpassed a level of 500. The derivation speed is alarmingly rapid. Immediate action is advised to counteract the toxins within mere moments. The 6 toxins had already begun to interderive at an astonishing rate. If this continues, it would likely exceed his toxin resistance, and the toxins would manifest. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Hong settled down to cultivate and resist the toxins. However, lacking any specific method to counteract the toxins, he could only hasten the flow of his inner spiritual energy, slightly delaying the toxin's progression. Curse it, why is the speed so formidable? As everyone observed Liu Hong meditating, they immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Just as they were about to inquire, they were met with the triumphant laughter of the poison elder. Ha ha! Young man, do you now comprehend the might of my divine poison? Having succumbed to it, you are as good as dead. Ha ha ha! What to do? Liu Hong gritted his teeth, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind. The only possible escape might lie in absorbing the poison elder's soul imprint, thereby enhancing his own soul imprint's strength and toxin resistance. Yet in this precarious situation, he found himself unable to take action. Hope now rested with Wang Ximing and Shimin Yin, perceiving Liu Hong's dire predicament. Shimin Yin and Wang Ximing exchanged a knowing glance. Realizing that they could no longer delay, they immediately sprang into action, charging towards the poison elder. Meanwhile, Liu Yao, feeling anxious, quickly turned to Chen Feng. Senior brother, where is the detoxification pill? Chen Feng was taken aback, and his expression darkened. He understood all too well why Liu Yao sought the detoxification pill, and his heart brimmed with reluctance. Little junior sister, the detoxification pills we brought from our sect are limited. If we waste one to save this person now, what will we do when we assault the 100 Poison sect? Chen Feng was not about to let this rare opportunity to indirectly eliminate Liu Hong slip away. At that moment, Dong interjected, if we do not eliminate Liu Hong, it will continue to be a thorn in my side. Liu Yao, I believe that what your senior brother has said holds merit. The ones afflicted by the divine poison are undoubtedly doomed, and moreover, the detoxifying pill is not a remedy for such toxins. Administering it would merely be an act of futility. Besides, he is not even a member of my Xinlong sect. Instantly, Liu Yao's face turned pale with anger as she stamped her foot, retrieving the detoxifying pill that Wang Ximing had given her. She rushed towards Liu Hong, extending her hand. You must not die. Quickly, take this. Upon hearing her words, Liu Hong could only smile bitterly, though warmth blossomed within him. The severity of divine poison is not something that an ordinary detoxifying pill can withstand. Chapter 66. Symbiotic Soul Seal Shimin Yin and Wang Ximing launched their assault together, and the poison elder, bereft of his herbal pestle, began to falter under their relentless onslaught, gradually revealing signs of defeat. The revolving blade and the Shizi sword are both extraordinary artifacts, and with Shimin Yin and Wang Ximing being from the same sect, their coordination was impeccable, leaving the poison elder lamenting in distress. Liu Hong observed the battle from the periphery, fully aware that he would be unable to assist the two until he resolved his own poisoning. However, he found it quite peculiar that the poison elder, despite being a figure of renown within the 100 Poison sect, seemingly had only the herbal pestle and divine poison at his disposal. Just then, as Liu Hong pondered, a crisp sound of fabric tearing drew his attention upwards. Under the coordinated assault of Shimin Yin and Wang Ximing, the poison elder finally sustained injuries, and the pressure coupled with the stinging pain on his skin brought a more sinister expression to his countenance. You dare to harm me. You two juniors, truly, you are audacious. With that, the poison elder let out a fierce laugh. It seems today, your grandfather the poison elder must reveal some true prowess to deal with you. As his words fell, the poison elder suddenly recoiled, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. Both Shimin Yin and Wang Ximing were momentarily taken aback, unsure of what the poison elder was about to do next. Behind the poison elder, a yellow-green light began to coalesce, a soul seal summoning. Liu Hong mused, curiously observing the poison elder. The large toad summoned previously had not possessed this hue. Could it be that the poison elder had awakened a second soul seal? That should not be the case. With a grunt of apparent agony, the poison elder shrank back, and the soul seal toad leapt forth, hovering above his head, mirroring the elder's expression of torment, its short limbs flailing helplessly. This bizarre scene left Shimin Yin and Wang Ximing momentarily stunned, completely forgetting to seize the opportunity to attack. With a sudden crack from the toad atop the poison elder's head, a beam of green light burst forth, shooting skyward as if something within it were writhing. Indeed, it was the second soul seal, system identification. Liu Hong surmised, a shout escaping his lips. Ding! System identification in progress. Detecting symbiotic soul seal. Zombified worm soul seal. Grade A Soul Seal. Extremely powerful. Host must exercise utmost caution. Upon hearing the name zombified worm, Liu Hong felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He noticed that the poison elder seemed to be clutching a pitch-black object in his hand. System, what is the symbiotic soul seal? Observing the ominous black object clutched by the poisoned elder, Liu Hong felt an increasing sense of foreboding and hurriedly inquired once more. The system swiftly delivered an explanation, causing Liu Hong to break into a cold sweat. The symbiotic soul seal is an extraordinarily sinister entity. Its malevolence lies in the fact that it is not a natural phenomenon, but rather a product of dark sorcery. The symbiotic soul seal, also known as the twin soul seal, as the name implies, is the amalgamation of the soul seals of two individuals, fused within a single body. The poisoned elder has a twin brother who perished at birth. However, due to the fetus already being fully formed, it possessed the potential to awaken a soul seal. After the poisoned elder was born, there was a significant probability that the spirit of his deceased brother would temporarily reside within him, resulting in a dual soul existence. Yet, this state typically dissipates quickly at this juncture. Should one use dark arts to transform the other stillborn into a corpse puppet, it would allow the soul of the poisoned elder's twin brother to be eternally imprisoned within the puppet. Growing up alongside the corpse puppet, and due to their fraternal bond, the poisoned elder could summon the spirit within the puppet into his own body at will. Thus, during the awakening of his soul seal, he could unleash a dual soul power, calling upon heavenly might to awaken two soul seals. This implies that one of these seals rightfully belongs to the corpse puppet. The most terrifying aspect is that this zombie worm soul seal, cultivated by the poisoned elder, resides within the frog soul seal, absorbing its power and the resentment of the corpse puppet, rendering its malevolence and strength several times greater than that of the frog soul seal. This is dire. Once the zombie worm soul seal emerges, the poisoned elder's strength will likely double instantaneously. Even the formidable Xi Minyan and Wang Shiming would stand no chance against him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The vibrant green zombie worm surged skyward, its black-green luminescent eyes fixating on Xi Minyan and Wang Shiming. Rise. Corpse soul energy. The poisoned elder's face turned ashen, yet he mustered the strength to wave his hand and utter a soft command. At that moment, not only was the poisoned elder drained, but even the large frog appeared to have its strength sapped, lying motionless on his back. However, the zombie worm was invigorated, opening its mouth to unleash a jet of black mist. Naturally, Xi Minyan and Wang Shiming recognized the malevolence of this soul seal and swiftly evaded. Wang Shiming, possessing greater strength than Xi Minyan, moved with remarkable speed, evading the onslaught in an instant. However, Xi Minyan was not so fortunate. As he turned, the black mist was already upon him. Lunging at his back with a sizzling sound, Xi Minyan let out a blood-curdling scream, rolling forward as his face turned pale. The black mist clung to his back, as if countless insects were devouring him, instantly stripping away his clothing and spreading across his skin, transforming it into a viscous black substance, perilously close to reaching his bones. Fortunately, Wang Shiming reacted swiftly, wielding his spinning blade to strike at Xi Minyan's back, severing the affected flesh in one decisive blow. Dong Dong and Chun Feng dared not hesitate, rushing forward to support Xi Minyan, frantically applying herbal medicine to dress his wounds. Although Xi Minyan was bleeding profusely from his back, staining a large portion of his clothing, everyone understood that, fortunately, it was Wang Shiming's blade that had spared Xi Minyan's life. The malevolent entity, upon witnessing Xi Minyan's sudden and severe injury, Liu Yao felt a surge of urgency within her. Just as she was about to act, a figure abruptly rose before her and firmly restrained her. It was Liu Hong. His complexion was ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably, for the toxic gas within him was surging, nearing the limits of what he could endure. I will do it. Liu Hong gritted his teeth. He knew that once the poison elder summoned the soul imprint of the zombie centipede, there was no hope for salvation. At this moment, it was imperative for someone to step forward and risk their life to sever the corpse puppet in the poison elder's grasp. Only then could this dire situation be resolved. Undoubtedly, Liu Hong was the most suitable candidate, for he had already been afflicted by the divine poison. an incurable venom. Death? It was merely a matter of time. The IT was better to sacrifice his life to save everyone once more. Liu Yao was momentarily taken aback, her lips trembling. You must sit down. The poison within you has yet to be neutralized. Liu Hong halted abruptly, turning to Liu Yao with a cold expression. We all know the divine poison is incurable, do we not? Allow me to play the hero. Perhaps I can bring you a glimmer of hope. Liu Yao was instantly stunned, while Lu Miaoing beside her could no longer contain herself, just as she was about to intervene and stop Liu Hong. Liu Yao grasped her in an instant. Liu Yao's eyes brimmed with tears, her lips parted as she hesitated, unable to utter a single word. Liu Hong gave a slight nod, a gesture of consent and farewell. Before turning to Shimin, Brother Shimin, may I borrow your sword for a moment? Chapter 67. Self-created martial arts. Despite the excruciating pain and pallor of his face, Shimin Yan, upon hearing Liu Hong's words, exerted great effort to draw forth his shizi sword. Gasping for breath, he shouted, Good! Brother, catch the sword! The shizi sword traced a beautiful arc through the air as Liu Hong leaped forward, effortlessly catching the sword and landing with a thud. At this moment, Liu Hong's vital energy surged within him, causing him immense discomfort, yet a grim smile of defiance appeared at the corner of his mouth. Poison Elder, your divine poison is indeed formidable. But as long as I still draw breath, I will ensure you suffer. In that instant, Liu Hong possessed a resolute awareness of his impending death, showing no fear as his spiritual energy surged upward, instantly elevating his strength to its zenith. Haha, a cornered beast still fights. A mere cough, fifth-tier soul practitioner like you thinks you can truly break through my web of the zombie centipede's poison? The poison elder trembled, clearly straining to control the zombie centipede's soul imprint in his weakened state. Despite his exhaustion, he showed no signs of yielding. How could such a distinguished soul master deign to regard a mere fifth-tier soul practitioner like Liu Hong? This fool was courting death. Even with the divine poison afflicting him, he was charging forth to meet his demise. He would likely be reduced to a puddle of pus before even getting close to the poison elder. Dong Dong, while tending to Shimin Yan's wounds, sneered dismissively. Wang Shiming's expression darkened instantly. If you have not been afflicted by the divine poison, then why not step up yourself? Upon hearing the reprimand from the esteemed senior brother Wang Shiming, Dong Dong immediately recoiled. Then his eyes darted. Esteemed senior brother, why don't we seize this opportunity to hastily depart from this perilous place? Wang Shiming suffered considerable internal injuries, and upon hearing Dong Dong's words, he was instantly enraged, nearly spewing forth a mouthful of old blood. How could a reputable and upright clan abandon a companion and flee alone? Shimin Yan abruptly shrugged his shoulder, shaking off Dong Dong's hand, which was still tending to his wounds, then turned his gaze towards the distance. That moment, Liu Hong summoned all the spiritual energy within him, transforming the magic ape's soul imprint into a mighty warrior ape, which let out a resounding roar and burst forth from Liu Hong's back. Its colossal and majestic golden form was as imposing as the menacing zombie centipede hovering in the air. The zombie centipede, summoned from the soul imprint, possessed not only the poisonous spirit of the old toxicist, but also its own intellect. The instant the warrior ape emerged, it sensed a threat and immediately unleashed a stream of toxic gas from its mouth. Break through, Liu Hong bellowed, gripping the hilt of the shizi sword tightly and delivering a heavy slash forward. He had never studied swordsmanship. This was purely a product of his imagination, a haphazard swing devoid of any sword energy, merely a rudimentary sword maneuver. However, the same stance, when adopted by the warrior ape, transformed into an entirely different spectacle. The warrior ape raised its right hand, grasping the air, and instantly a resplendent golden staff appeared in its grasp. With both hands firmly holding it, mirroring Liu Hong's grip on the sword, it executed a ferocious downward strike. With a resounding whoosh, a brilliant golden light erupted, and a massive gust of wind surged forth from the staff's end, charging directly into the toxic mist. Astonishingly, the very poison that the zombie centipede had just expelled was scattered by this force. Stunned by this turn of events, Liu Hong found his mind flooded with countless staff techniques. The image of Sun Wukong wielding the golden staff from Journey to the West became increasingly vivid in his mind, just as an avalanche of martial arts fragments surged into his consciousness. A sudden chime echoed in his brain. Ding! Martial arts inspiration value detected to be soaring. You may now enter the self-created martial arts mode. Would you like to expend all current fortune to enhance the success rate of self-created martial arts? Hearing this, Liu Hong was filled with elation. The possibility of creating his own martial arts, consuming all fortune to increase the success rate of martial arts creation, must mean expending his current fortune buff. Right? If it must be consumed, so be it. If I am to perish, what use is it to keep it? Gritting his teeth, Liu Hong felt a heaviness in his heart, and with a buzzing sound in his ears. The world around him dimmed instantly, the speed of surrounding objects slowing to a crawl, including his own movements. However, at this moment, Liu Hong's eyes quickly swept downwards, fixating on the sword in his hand. In that fleeting instant, a jolt of insight struck him like lightning, accompanied by a sharp pang. Yet it was soon replaced by a clear and profound understanding, instilling him with a newfound confidence as if he comprehended all martial arts and could wield any weapon with mastery. Almost involuntarily, his mind began to analyze. In his grasp was a sword, while the warrior ape wielded a staff. If he were to create staff techniques for the warrior ape to execute, it would undoubtedly be a disadvantage. For Liu Hong's current strength was only at the 5th level of a soul practitioner, and the potency of the soul imprint was directly linked to the warrior ape's strength that, if one were to devise a sword technique without having cultivated sword energy, it would be impossible to transcend the venom of the reanimated corpse. Even if the creation were successful, it might not be of any practical use. Therefore, Liu Hong must forge a martial arts maneuver that could be utilized by both himself and the mighty strength of the ape. A technique that merges the essence of both staff and sword. As the name implies, a technique comprises both moves and forms. Moves are founded upon forms, and when different forms intertwine, they create a move. Moves are infinitely varied, yet forms remain fixed. The shared forms of sword and staff include thrusts, slashes, sweeps, and chops. At this moment, countless sword and staff techniques flitted before Liu Hong's eyes like scenes from a film, rapidly filtered and rearranged. Eureka! The first move will be employed to dispel your noxious mist. Behold my creation, conjured from nothingness. Liu Hong immediately sidestepped, thrusting the sword forward. With a flick of the blade, a whirlwind of sword light erupted. Amidst a swarm of shimmering afterimages, a sharp beam of sword light surged forth, piercing the air ahead. Liu Hong remained outside the toxic fog, and with his strike wielding the Shiman sword, he naturally struck nothing but air. However, the mighty ape, emulating his actions, thrust its staff forward in a chaotic flurry akin to a king of monkeys stirring the sea, instantly dispersing the toxic gas in all directions, within the swirling shadows of the staff. A sudden flash of golden light burst forth like a fierce dragon, directly impaling the airborne reanimated corpse. Observing the staff thrusting toward it, the reanimated corpse remained unfazed, its countless claws interlacing before its chest to form a dense armor-like shield. With a soft thud, the staff made contact and was instantly deflected by the reanimated corpse, dissipating without inflicting even the slightest harm. Ah! You should concede, for with your meager strength, you pose no threat to my reanimated corpse at all. The poison elder laughed heartily, his complexion seemingly brightening with mirth. Is that so? Then taste my second strike. Witnessing the efficacy of his first move, Liu Hong's heart surged with elation and confidence, and forth came his second maneuver. Chapter 68. A Glimmer of Hope. However, as he thrust, Liu Hong's shizi sword quivered, producing a whirl of sword blossoms. At first glance, this move appeared inconsequential. Yet to the discerning eye of the onlookers, it became evident that Liu Hong had already plunged into the toxic fog. While the mighty ape leaped into action, its staff swirling around him, enveloping Liu Hong in a cocoon of golden light, effectively dispersing the toxic gas and shielding him from harm. Seconds. The chief disciple Wang Shiming immediately discerned the profundity of this technique, unable to restrain himself from applauding in admiration. This maneuver could be described as one within another, where one is real and the other illusory, despite not having attained the soul master realm nor summoned a soul imprint. The synchronization achieved was remarkable to this moment. Shimanyan's expression grew grave, as profound respect for Liu Hong blossomed within him. This technique is aptly named One Becomes Two. Liu Hong erupted into hearty laughter, causing the shizi sword in his hand to tremble before he decisively cleaved toward the Poison Elder's hand. Liu Hong's target was to sever the corpse puppet from the Poison Elder's grasp. The Poison Elder, momentarily blinded by a dazzling golden light, barely managed to prepare a command for the reanimated corpse to defend itself when he realized that Liu Hong's shizi sword was already upon him. At this moment, the Poison Elder found himself in a state of weakness. Even upon witnessing the unfolding events, he could not evade his fate. A faint sound echoed, and as he grasped the hand of the corpse puppet, his wrist was abruptly severed by the razor-sharp shizi sword, the severed limb falling to the ground. The instant the corpse puppet collapsed, the enormous zombie centipede trembled violently, as though struck by a devastating blow. The shizi sword, originally forged to cleave through demonic entities, though it did not sever the connection between the zombie centipede and the Poison Elder, nonetheless exerted a profound influence upon them. This strike not only caused the Poison Elder excruciating pain, nearly rendering him unconscious, but also enraged the soul imprint of the zombie centipede. The creature twisted its body like a serpent, emerging entirely from the toad's form, brandishing countless terrifying claws as it lunged towards Liu Hong. However, upon witnessing this scene, Liu Hong remained utterly unperturbed. He raised the shizi sword high and thrust it fiercely toward the corpse puppet. "Break for me!" With a fierce shout, Liu Hong wielded all his strength and lunged at the corpse puppet. At that very moment, the mighty ape also lifted his staff, bringing it down with tremendous force. The zombie centipede, which had been on the verge of pouncing on Liu Hong, was abruptly struck upon its back by the mighty ape's staff. The colossal force sending the unsuspecting creature crashing to the ground. In that fleeting instant, the shizi sword sliced through the corpse puppet with a sharp crack, cleaving it in twain. The zombie centipede quivered violently, emitting a piercing shriek before disintegrating into nothingness. With the soul imprint damaged, the Poison Elder was also subject to a backlash, as Liu Hong struck down his right hand once more. His legs buckled, causing him to collapse onto the ground, his face flushed with pain, unable to utter a sound. As the soul imprint of the zombie centipede dissipated, so too did the toxic miasma, and the anxious onlookers outside the circle quickly grasped the state of the battle. Just as they were about to rush forward, a thud echoed. Liu Hong had fallen. Liu Hong's complexion had turned ashen, his legs trembling, his hands gripping the shizi sword fiercely for support. "Heh, young one, the poison is taking effect, isn't it? To have endured thus far after being afflicted by my divine poison is nothing short of miraculous, despite having lost half his life to Liu Hong's strike." The Poison Elder still clung to existence. A soul master of his caliber was not easily vanquished. Ding! Warning! Toxic levels are about to exceed resistance. The incessant warnings from the system flooded Liu Hong's senses as he gritted his teeth. Darkness encroaching before his eyes. Was he destined to falter here? Susuani. Uncle by Dot and meowing that "I am so sorry." Slowly, he turned his head, the dizziness intensifying. He beheld Liu Yao rushing toward him with palpable urgency, and a faint, sorrowful smile crept upon his lips. That moment, it seemed Liu Yao had also set aside her prejudices against him. Suddenly, the sole imprint of the mighty ape, on the verge of collapse, radiated a brilliant golden light. An authoritative voice resonated in Liu Hong's ears. "Want to die? It is not that simple. As the heir of the demon ape, you shall not perish in such a disgraceful manner. I grant you 3 minutes. There remains a glimmer of hope. Should you fail to seize this chance, ha ha ha." At this moment, the Poison Elder, observing the crowd rushing toward him from afar, recognized the peril of his situation and let out a cold sneer. "You possess some skills. I concede defeat. However, when we meet again at the 100 Poison sect, this old man will make you little ones understand the meaning of a fate worse than death." Just as the Poison Elder was about to take his leave, Liu Hong suddenly rose to his feet, raising the shizi sword in his hand, and with a swiftness that could scarcely be perceived, he plunged it directly through the Poison Elder's chest. "You will not have another opportunity." With both hands gripping the sword, this singular strike nearly exhausted all of Liu Hong's strength. in the instant before he fell. Liu Hong gritted his teeth and uttered two words: devour, consume. At this moment, the battlefield was chaotic, the poisonous mist still lingering, and the golden light of the mighty ape surged forth, effortlessly engulfing the poison elder's soul imprint in the blink of an eye. Unnoticed by anyone, this decaying centipede was originally a product of vile poison and dark arts. Upon absorbing the soul imprint, it inexplicably gained such an effect. Truly remarkable. Once the soul imprint was consumed, Liu Hong began to feel the toxins coursing through his body gradually dissipate, while his vital energy slowly began to recover. However, the speed at which the divine poison's toxins proliferated was alarmingly swift. Relying solely on this effect would not suffice to achieve a balance. Thankfully, now that the mighty ape's true soul imprint was firmly in place, Liu Hong had a fleeting opportunity to catch his breath. Wait, this decaying centipede's soul imprint has such a peculiar effect, and all soul imprints must be practiced in conjunction with corresponding techniques. This implies that the poison elder must possess a manual capable of absorbing toxins. The divine poison was indeed concocted by the poison elder. Such a brutal toxin could only be mitigated by some means he employed himself. Thus, among all poisonous entities, there must exist something to counteract them within 5 steps. This is the underlying principle. The mighty ape's words were not mistaken. There truly is a glimmer of hope. Chapter 69. The Secret Manual of 100 Poisons. How could you? The poison elder, despite being a figure of soul master caliber, was still able to barely hold on after sustaining such grievous injuries. Yet at this moment, Liu Hong had already consumed his soul imprint. Aside from feeling his internal power being gradually siphoned away, he found himself powerless. You are also a wicked. The poison elder's eyes widened, filled with indignation and disbelief. He had activated a task within the secret chamber of the 100 Poisons sect, which meant that the cluster of the 100 Poisons sect and its map were likely contained within that chamber. It was only logical. Something as significant as the poison elder could hardly be expected to keep it on his person. Liu Hong lowered his head, intending to inquire of the poison elder, only to discover that the elder had already breathed his last, prompting him to stomp his foot in frustration. Liu Hong, are you all right? Seeing Liu Hong, who had clearly been on the brink of collapse, suddenly rise and counterattack the poison elder, Liu Yao rushed over, her face a mask of bewilderment at this moment. Although Liu Hong's complexion remained somewhat pale, his spirit had improved considerably. Yet Liu Hong understood that this was merely a test bestowed upon him by the mighty ape's true soul imprint. Such a powerful soul imprint as the mighty ape's indeed demanded a worthy individual to wield it. Nevertheless, Liu Hong felt a tinge of frustration. Was this not something extracted from his own system? Should it not obey him unconditionally? Now, with the mighty ape's true imprint causing such a ruckus, Liu Hong was left uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Yet, none of this mattered now. What was crucial was to locate the secret chamber and uncover the 100 Poisons sect's manual within the next 1 or 2 minutes. Or else he would surely meet a grim demise. There is no time for explanations. This place must harbor a secret chamber. Quickly, help me search. Liu Hong set down the shizi sword, mustering his breath, his gaze darting around in swift pursuit. Upon hearing this, Liu Yao and Liu Miaoyin did not hesitate for a moment and immediately joined Liu Hong in the search. Master brother, what shall we do with the old thief's corpse? Seeing that Liu Hong had already vanquished the poison elder, Dong Dong lost his fear and hurriedly followed Wang Shiming to clean up the scene, while Chun Feng stayed outside, tending to the severely injured Shimin Yan. The poison elder was a highly esteemed expert within the 100 Poisons sect. Liu Hong's contribution to his demise was indeed significant. We must take his corpse with us when we launch our assault on the 100 Poisons sect. Presenting his remains will undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to their morale. Wang Shiming's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Such matters were not for him to manage. With a wave of his hand, Dong Dong summoned his subordinates to carry the body. Although Liu Hong had achieved great merit, Master Brother and Shimin also played pivotal roles. If the sect were to learn of this, just as Dong Dong was about to flatter Wang Shiming. Unexpectedly, Wang Shiming turned his head and shot him a piercing glare, causing Dong Dong to retract his head and fall silent. Instead, Wang Shiming let out a deep sigh. Why is Liu Hong not a disciple of our Xianlong sect? Such talent, what a pity. Upon hearing this, Dong Dong immediately curled his lip, was Wang Shiming not outright expressing his disdain for him. What aspect of himself paled in comparison to Liu Hong? After all, he was a powerful, ninth-tier soul wielder and a well-known figure within the Xianlong sect. Found it. Liu Hong slowly paced forward, his gaze quickly landing on a distant tile. This place, being the secret stronghold of the 100 Poisons sect, was seldom inhabited, and the edges of the tiles typically bore wild grass and moss. However, one tile in a distant corner was remarkably clean, its edges slightly raised, clearly a mechanism tile frequently utilized. Liu Hong immediately approached and gently kicked it. With a soft crack, the entire room quivered slightly, and the tile where the poison elder had lain suddenly fractured, revealing a dark passageway underneath. A hidden tunnel indeed. At this moment, the chief disciple Wang Shiming stood beside the passage, his eyes lighting up instantaneously. "Master brother, be cautious of traps," Dong Dong exclaimed as Wang Shiming was about to descend. Yet in that fleeting moment, Liu Hong had already leapt down. A coward at heart, truly a disgrace to our sect. Wang Shiming, seeing a shadow flash past, realized Liu Hong had already descended. Comparing Liu Hong to Dong Dong, he stomped his foot in exasperation and quickly followed down the staircase. Upon descending, Liu Hong discovered a narrow passageway, at the end of which lay a modestly sized room, brightly lit. Indeed, it was a secret chamber. Aware that Wang Shiming was right behind him, Liu Hong deliberately quickened his pace. Upon entering, he spotted a sheepskin scroll in a nearby cabinet. With quick reflexes, Liu Hong snatched it, confirming it was an accurate map of the 100 Poisons sect before hastily stowing it away in his robe. Just then, Wang Shiming arrived, oblivious to Liu Hong's actions, and instead, his eyes were drawn to the various documents laid out on a small table within the secret chamber. The two individuals held differing perspectives. Liu Hong sought merely maps and secrets, while Wang Shiming was intent on gathering intelligence regarding the 100 Poisons sect. The secret missives of the 100 Poisons sect, indeed, proved to be encrypted. With a furrowed brow, Wang Shiming rifled through a few items on the small table, and suddenly his eyes brightened. A decoding jade slip. A remarkable find. Each sect possesses its own unique method of communication. For instance, they utilize jade tokens to convey messages. By infusing information into a jade token, the two linked tokens can transmit and display the message. However, the revealed message cannot be read directly. It necessitates the cooperation of the decoding jade slip to neutralize the poison before one can comprehend its meaning. Acquiring the decoding jade slip signifies the ability to unravel the communications within the 100 Poisons sect, granting immediate insight into their movements, which is immensely advantageous for besieging them. Liu Hong cast a sweeping glance and soon discovered a hidden compartment concealed behind the bookshelf. Upon reaching out, he promptly opened the secret recess and retrieved a slightly tattered tome. The 100 Poisons Secret Canon. A surge of joy filled Liu Hong's heart as he eagerly flipped open the book, only to find several prominent characters emblazoned on the pages. Unfailing in all endeavors, ever living. These 8 words aptly describe the divine poison, did they not? Liu Hong quickly turned a few more pages and, after reading just a few lines, confirmed that the book was indeed what he had hoped for, a supremely powerful technique capable of absorbing toxins. Ding! Unlocking the 100 Poisons Secret Canon. The 100 Poisons Secret Canon has been recorded in the system. And having discovered a book not previously cataloged, you have earned 50 wasteful coins. The 100 Poisons Secret Canon has been fully unlocked. Shall you commence cultivation immediately? Liu Hong had only turned 3 pages, but was already able to begin his cultivation, sparing him the years others would toil to comprehend a single manual. How formidable it is to possess a system! Very well, let us cultivate forthwith. Just as Liu Hong settled cross-legged to begin his practice, a chilling sneer echoed from behind him. Liu Hong, what on earth are you doing? Chapter 70. A surge in power. Hearing no sounds from within, Dong Dong surmised that there was no danger and thus strode confidently inside. To his surprise, upon entering, he found Liu Hong seated on the ground, a manual in hand, engrossed in some activity that a brief glance at the title on the cover made Dong Dong instantly comprehend the nature of the tome. Liu Hong barely lifted his gaze, hardly sparing Dong Dong a glance, before resuming his concentration on cultivation. This mad dog is exceedingly bothersome. For Liu Hong, every second counted. How could a disciple of a righteous sect engage in the cultivation of the 100 Poisons Sects Manual? Dong Dong couldn't help but emit a cold chuckle, deliberately raising his voice for the master brother Wang Shiming to overhear. What do you think? Dong Dong immediately elbowed Chen Feng, who followed closely behind him. Chen Feng, initially taken aback, quickly grasped Dong Dong's intention and remarked, "Indeed, if one were to cultivate the secrets of the 100 Poisons Sect, what difference would there be from those wicked practitioners? As a disciple of a righteous sect, I shall not allow such a thing to transpire before my eyes." Well said, Dong Dong laughed heartily, but his expression darkened in an instant. Liu Hong, cease at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Their back and forth drew an immediate frown from Wang Shiming, who turned his head in their direction. I could see this moment. Liu Hong had already slowly closed his eyes, phrases of incantations rapidly coursing through his mind. As the spiritual energy within him gradually stirred, the secret of the 100 poisons. As Wang Shiming approached, he immediately caught sight of the tome of the 100 poisons resting on Liu Hong's lap. This book had already been cataloged by the system. Even if they were to destroy it at once, Liu Hong would still be able to cultivate. Senior brother, what should we do? He has already begun his training. I believe we should act immediately. Upon seeing Wang Shiming approach, Dong Dong's heart leaped with joy, and he stepped forward anxiously. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Shiming interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Wang Shiming slowly picked up the 100 Poisons Secret, casting a glance at it, and his brow furrowed instantly. Witnessing this expression on Wang Shiming's face, Dong Dong felt an even greater surge of delight. As long as senior brother Wang Shiming confirmed that this book was indeed malevolent, it would be a foregone conclusion to execute Liu Hong. At that moment, Liu Yao and Liu Miaoying, who had rushed over, caught sight of the scene. Liu Miaoying, without a moment's hesitation, positioned herself protectively beside Liu Hong, her expression grave, exuding an aura that threatened anyone who dared to harm a single hair on Liu Hong. Liu Yao, on the other hand, approached Wang Shiming's side and glanced at the 100 Poisons Secret, her brows knitting together in concern. Senior brother, this text is quite obscure. Liu Yao turned to look at Liu Hong, her expression laden with worry. With him cultivating in this manner, could he fall into madness? But there was no turning back. This was his only path to survival. Who was Wang Shiming? The foremost disciple of the Xianlong sect. With unparalleled insight and strength, he could easily discern that this book could neutralize toxins and refine spiritual energy. Toxins are the essence of poisonous substances, and they're also a manifestation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The process of absorbing toxins to enhance strength is akin to the practice of cultivating the energy of the cosmos. Ordinary individuals can absorb the essence of demonic beasts to augment their power and physique. Thus, what malevolent art could the absorption of toxins be considered? In Wang Shiming's view, this book was not only devoid of malevolence, but was also the key to assaulting the 100 Poisons Sect. If everyone could cultivate this method, then attacking the 100 Poisons Sect would be as easy as pie. Hearing the exchange between Wang Shiming and Liu Yao, Dong Dong realized that the situation was amiss and grew anxious. Senior brother, are we to simply watch him cultivate this malevolent tome? The methods themselves possess no inherent righteousness or wickedness. It is only the human heart that holds such distinctions, if one possesses the capability. They too can cultivate this book, provided they can comprehend it. At this moment, Wang Shiming understood that Dong Dong sought to oppose Liu Hong, whether it was restoring the Shizi sword or capturing the Poison Elder. Liu Hong had indeed rendered significant contributions, and with his exceptional talent, he was surely a target for the Xianlong sect to court and befriend, if Dong Dong continued to act so rudely and myopically. Wang Shiming would likely no longer regard the bonds of brotherhood. Observing Wang Shiming extend the 100 Poisons Secret toward him, Dong Dong's face immediately betrayed his discomfort. How could Dong Dong not realize that this tome was no ordinary artifact? Yet, if he were to accept it now, would he not be slapping his own face? It was impossible for him to claim indifference towards such a valuable method, since senior brother said it was of no consequence. Then it was indeed of no consequence. I am curious to see just how obscure this book truly is. Chen Feng, being inherently fickle, was swayed by the allure of the 100 Poisons secret and immediately changed his tune, reaching out to accept it. However, just then, Dong Dong gritted his teeth, discarding all semblance of dignity, and shouted out, "The elder brother speaks wisely. The art of cultivation knows no distinction between righteousness and wickedness. Since it is the secret scripture of the 100 Poisons sect, perusing it might prove advantageous when we eventually besiege the sect." Before his words fell silent, Dong Dong, with the swiftness of lightning, snatched the 100 Poisons secret scripture from Wang Ximing's hands and began to scrutinize it immediately. Chun Feng, incensed, gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing Dong Dong for his shamelessness inwardly, yet feeling utterly powerless. He could only lean closer to Dong Dong, craning his neck to catch a glimpse that is not difficult at all. Dong Dong hastily flipped through a few pages, his face turning crimson as he completely failed to grasp its meaning. As for Chin Feng behind him, he was in even worse shape. Dong Dong flipped through the book faster than he could comprehend a single phrase. "If he can practice, so can I," with a determined bite of his teeth. Dong Dong abruptly laid the book on the ground, intending to forcefully cultivate. Buzz! At that moment, a gentle sound resonated from Liu Hong's body, and vibrant colors began to diffuse beneath his skin. Those radiant hues were the toxins within Liu Hong, which, after being traversed by the 100 Poisons secret scripture, were promptly locked in place. With another round of cultivation, he could commence their refinement. Could it be a success? Liu Yao gazed in astonishment at the colorful streams of light, utterly dumbfounded. This is simply unbelievable. He had only possessed the book for a brief moment. Wang Ximing inhaled sharply, realizing that he had merely glanced at it earlier, estimating that it would take him half a year to comprehend even a fraction of its depth. Yet Liu Hong that had already grasped its essence. Buzz! In the next instant, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from Liu Hong, shaking those nearby to their core. His power is surging. Chun Feng stumbled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he distinctly felt the spiritual energy within Liu Hong gradually expanding at an ever-increasing pace. The refinement speed of the 100 Poisons secret scripture is limited, yet it can simultaneously control the toxin's destructive effects on the body. However, the divine poison is unique. Although its toxicity has been suppressed by the scripture, various toxins continue to proliferate. Little do they realize, the more toxins that emerge, the greater the strength Liu Hong will gain. He has reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier of soul practitioners. Chapter 71. Forceful cultivation of the secret scripture is on the brink of breaking through the shackles. Standing beside, Liu Yao clenched his fists tightly. Even if the 100 Poisons secret scripture can refine the toxins, it cannot possibly eradicate all the toxins within him in such a short duration. Given Liu Hong's severe poisoning and grave injuries, it is evident to any discerning eye that this is a perilous gamble, and indeed Liu Hong's only option. Others can merely worry and pray for him. At this moment, Liu Hong's mind felt remarkably light, the toxins within his limbs appearing to him as vibrant streams of light flowing incessantly to Ha. You have truly discovered the key to unraveling the mystery. Young man, I did not misjudge you. Perhaps the time has come, as the voice of the true form of the demon ape echoed in Liu Hong's ears, imbued with a hint of admiration and acknowledgement. Yet, no sooner had the voice faded than the toxins within Liu Hong began to surge violently. Previously, the colorful radiance in Liu Hong's eyes appeared tranquil, but at this moment, it transformed into a surging river, flowing incessantly. With a sudden tremor, Liu Hong coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. This action instantly tightened the hearts of those present, while Dong Dong, who was poised to forcibly cultivate the 100 Poisons secret canon like Liu Hong, was frightened into withdrawing his hands. Gritting his teeth, Liu Hong's mind raced. Previously, the true form of the demon ape had suppressed the toxins for me, but now, under the influence of speed, it is impossible for me to properly absorb the toxins. I must find a way to balance it. Eureka! The demon ape! A roar echoed in Liu Hong's heart, and suddenly, darkness enveloped him as he plunged into his soul seal space. The poison elder, while cultivating the 100 Poisons secret canon, must have encountered the same dilemma. How did he resolve it? The answer to this conundrum, it seems, lies in but one thing: that the soul seal, Within the poison elder's body, two types of poisonous soul seals coexist. One is the essence of a toad, and the other, that of a centipede. Both are among the 5 poisons, and perhaps by integrating these 2 soul seals, I can mitigate the toxin's harm during cultivation. These 2 soul seals had just been devoured by the demon ape soul seal, thus acquiring the corresponding effects. Yet that is still insufficient. Liu Hong must delve deeper. Within the soul seal space, the immense form of the demon ape approached slowly. On the left shoulder of the mighty ape, the shoulder guard had morphed into a frog-headed ornament, while the right shoulder guard had transformed into a centipede coiling protector. Extract the soul seals of the Western region golden toad and the zombie centipede. Liu Hong speculated that these 2 soul seals had been absorbed not long ago, and there should still be a chance to salvage them. However, the mighty ape merely pointed to the shoulder armor and shook his head, indicating that it had been completely devoured. Not possible. This is quite vexing. Liu Hong scratched his head just as he was about to exit the soul seal space, when he suddenly saw the mighty ape extend a hand and rip the 2 shoulder guards from his own shoulders, tossing them towards Liu Hong. The 2 shoulder guards flickered midair and promptly appeared upon Liu Hong's shoulders. This is astonishing. Liu Hong was taken aback, hearing the system's voice resonate softly. This indicates that the soul seals are sharing their characteristics with the host. Logically, this function should only be available once the host reaches the Soul Master realm and can successfully summon the soul seals. Yet the demon ape soul seal is so extraordinarily unique that it has shattered the limitations. Even the system's voice, which typically bore no emotion, now carried a hint of surprise. IT seems to have surpassed the system's foresight. Liu Hong was equally astonished, recalling the moment the true form of the demon ape had spoken out to protect him. This seemed to transcend the system's domain, that it appears that there may exist entities that exceed the system in this world. For instance, that this true form of the demon ape. Without further contemplation, Liu Hong exited the soul seal space. Slightly tilting his head, and through the tear in his clothing, he beheld a tattoo of a toad and a centipede adorning his shoulder. Simultaneously, the toxins within him began to grow docile, seemingly subdued by the emergence of these 2 tattoos. It is truly miraculous. Once this tribulation is past, I must inquire thoroughly with the system about the origins of this demon ape soul seal. The toxin stabilized, and Liu Hong's rate of absorption increased significantly. Soon, the accumulation of spiritual energy within him reached a level sufficient to challenge the 6th tier of the Soul Master. With a deep breath, Liu Hong mobilized all his spiritual power and launched an assault on the shackles of the 6th tier. A thunderous roar echoed as the sound of breaking barriers resonated in his mind, signaling the success of his breakthrough. Below the realm of Soul Masters, the only considerable challenge seemed to lie beyond the 9th tier, where one must shatter the shackles to ascend to the esteemed level of Soul Master. Although the minor hurdles were relatively easy, it was indeed rare to witness a breakthrough as effortless as Liu Hong's. Akin to simply piercing through a paper window, that he actually broke through just like that. The onlookers felt a surge of spiritual energy emanating from Liu Hong and instantly realized he had made a breakthrough. Their astonishment palpable. Meanwhile, Dong Dong, witnessing Liu Hong's achievement, felt a stirring in his heart, secretly pondering if Liu Hong, having scarcely glanced at this manual and merely practicing haphazardly, could succeed. Why couldn't I? At this moment, Liu Hong continued to absorb the toxins within him, his strength soaring ever higher. Early stage of the 6th tier, mid stage of the 6th tier, late stage of the 6th tier, pinnacle, breakthrough. Again, a second breakthrough. Wang Shiming's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression akin to having seen a ghost. It had scarcely been 5 minutes since Liu Hong had ascended to the 6th tier, and he had astonishingly done so once more. The 100 Poisons Secret Manual was indeed a divine skill. The terrifying potency of the divine poison had, at this moment, propelled Liu Hong's power to unprecedented heights. Liu Yao shook her head in amazement. Though she envied the scene before her, she felt no jealousy, only admiration, for she understood all too well that this was the reward for Liu Hong's endurance against the divine poison, a merit he truly deserved. Early stage of the 7th tier. Mid-stage of the 7th tier, his strength surged until it gradually came to a halt at the mid-stage of the 7th tier. And at that moment, the divine poison within Liu Hong had dwindled to a mere remnant. Just moments prior, The effect of the special toxin brought by the zombie worm, which restored vitality when the toxin level fell below the resistance threshold, had taken effect. Liu Hong's condition was now akin to that of his arrival. Having only broken through 2 tiers, it was insufficient. While the others, this was an astonishing feat, to Liu Hong, it was still far from enough. After all, this time, he had nearly lost his life. Oh. Liu Hong smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that when he had decomposed the herbal pestle of the poison elder, he had obtained a multitude of poison sacs. Chapter 72. Dong Dong takes poison. With a single command from Liu Hong, 670 poison sacs were instantly consumed. These 670 poison sacs were saturated with the toxins accumulated over years from the herbal pestle used by the poison elder, their sheer quantity and potency evident upon mixing. As the 670 poison sacs were ingested, a colossal and ferocious wave of toxicity surged into Liu Hong's dantian, the force of which surpassed even that of the divine poison. In comparison to the divine poison, it merely lacked the subsequent toxicity. This surge of toxins was akin to a tremendous boon for Liu Hong. The previously slowed absorption rate of toxins instantly revved up like a fully charged engine, propelling him to the peak in an instant. Initially, the crowd presumed that Liu Hong's journey had reached its conclusion. Yet unexpectedly, a subsequent surge unfolded that in close proximity, one could distinctly perceive the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy pulsating within Liu Hong. The 7th stage of the soul mastered a breakthrough. The initial stage of the 8th stage, the mid-stage of the 8th stage, the late stage of the 8th stage, yet another breakthrough. The initial stage of the 9th stage. The mid-stage of the 9th stage, in mere moments of inhalation, Liu Hong's power astonishingly soared, escalating irrationally to the mid-stage of the 9th level. All present were left agape, their faces a canvas of disbelief. It is worth noting that at the outset, Liu Hong was on the brink of death, his strength barely noteworthy. Yet, within the span of a mere incense stick's burn, Liu Hong transformed into a vibrant force, his power skyrocketing, instantly surpassing the majority of those gathered. Could the 100 Poisons secret classic truly possess such miraculous efficacy? Chun Feng and Dong Dong, who had been closely observing, were instantly consumed with envy, their eyes aflame with jealousy. Before them stood Liu Hong, a living testament. The 100 Poisons secret classic was undeniably formidable. Without hesitation, Dong Dong sprang to his feet, his gaze directed towards the inner chamber, specifically to the small cabinet nearby. A bold idea abruptly ignited within his mind. Witnessing Liu Hong's exponential growth in power after resolving the divine poison with the 100 Poisons secret classic, how could he possibly remain unmoved? At that moment, within the secret chamber of the 100 Poisons sect, an abundance of poisons lay at hand. The small cabinet was filled with vials and jars of toxic substances. If he too could harness the 100 Poisons secret classic to experience a surge in strength, would he not ascend to become the 3rd disciple of the Xianlong sect to attain the Soul Master realm? Instantly, his status would be on par with Wang Ximing and Shimin Yin, freeing him from their scrutiny. With this thought, Dong Dong's resolve solidified further. He promptly seized a vial of poison and, without a moment's hesitation, consumed it. "Brother Dong, what are you doing?" The others remained focused on Liu Hong's actions, but Chun Feng, standing beside Dong Dong, was the first to notice his abrupt movement, instantly thrown into a state of panic. Although Chun Feng envied Liu Hong, he was the type to harbor thieving thoughts without the courage to act. Furthermore, he understood that to rashly cultivate without comprehending the 100 Poisons secret classic was not merely a path to madness. It bordered on self-destruction. As Chun Feng shouted, Dong Dong had already downed the entire vial of poison, a twisted satisfaction etching itself upon his face. "Ha ha ha ha." With his vial of poison consumed. "Once I cultivate the 100 Poisons secret classic, my power will soar, allowing me to break through to the Soul Master realm and stand equal with you all." Dong Dong tossed aside the empty vial and erupted into laughter. "You've lost your mind," Wang Ximing exclaimed in astonishment, turning sharply, his heart immediately gripped by dread. Having perused the 100 Poisons secret classic himself, he knew that the technique was exceedingly obscure, not something one could easily comprehend. Liu Hong was a figure blessed by fate, impervious even to divine poison. Such fortune was far beyond Dong Dong's reach. Ha ha ha. If Liu Hong can do it, why can't I? Dong dong. I am not mad. I am entirely lucid. Dong dong laughed heartily once more, then stepped back, seated himself cross-legged, and was about to begin his cultivation of the 100 Poisons Secret Classic, but his complexion suddenly turned ashen. Foolish, truly foolish. Hurry and find the antidote. Who still possesses the antidote pill? Wang Ximing's face turned ashen with fury as he rushed forward, raising his hand to strike a palm against Dong Dong's back. The poisons of the 100 Poisons sect are not to be taken lightly. Without the antidote, even the deities would struggle to save Dong Dong. At this moment, all Wang Ximing could do was to safeguard Dong Dong's heart pulse with his own spiritual energy, doing what he could to prolong his life. Let go, do not concern yourself with me. I must cultivate the 100 Poisons Secret Manual. I must absorb this poison. The power.my strength is surging. Dong Dong, nearly driven to madness, bore the excruciating pain within as he bellowed, and before his words could fade, his eyes bulged, and he coughed up a mouthful of foul blood. Liu Hong gradually withdrew his power. As the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ears, toxic absorption complete. The 100 Poisons Secret Chamber dungeon cleared. The treasure chest extraction is about to commence. Extracting treasure chest. 3 treasure chests as dungeon rewards. 1 bronze chest, 1 silver chest, 1 gold chest. Open immediately. Liu Hong, aware of the treasure chests awaiting him upon clearing the dungeon, felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart. Opening the bronze chest. Obtained 1 Qinggang sword fragment. Obtained 2 shattered cloud boots fragments. Obtained 1 primordial transformation skill manual fragment. Opening the silver chest. Obtained 88 soul crystals. Obtained 1 tiger strength belt. Opening the gold chest. Acquired 10 Sanqing healing ointments. Acquired 10 thunder pearl. Acquired 1-inch land technique manual. As the 3 treasure chests were opened in succession, a flurry of notifications erupted before Liu Hong, dazzling him with their abundance. The Qinggang sword and shattered cloud boots were both equipment fragments, requiring 5 to synthesize, while the primordial transformation skill manual needed 10 fragments for synthesis. The contents of the bronze chest were all fragments, somewhat lackluster. The silver chest yielded a modest amount of soul crystals and the tiger strength belt, which was rather commendable. Equipping the tiger strength belt immediately. Tiger strength belt. Item, equipment belt. Grade, D set. Attributes, the tiger strength belt, deer strength armor, and sheep strength headband form the 3 immortal set. The tiger strength belt boasts a storage capacity of 10 cubic units, adding 20 points to strength. Set effect. 3/3 triggers the 3 immortal protective effect, granting immunity to a single severe injury attack. Cooldown. 3 days. Tiger strength, deer strength, sheep strength. Aren't these the unfortunate immortals from the journey to the west? I never imagined they would be reimagined here as a D-grade set, capable of withstanding 1 severe injury attack, which is quite remarkable. However, it is rather awkward to gather the entire set. Furthermore, the Tiger Strength Belt provides its own storage space. Some items belong to the system and can be placed in the system's backpack, while others cannot. Thus, having the Tiger Strength Belt proves to be immensely convenient. Liu Hong's gaze shifted to the secret manual obtained from the gold chest. Inch Land Technique Manual. The name suggests that could be a form of evasion technique. Chapter 73. The little man, Wang Mingliang, Liu Hong, quickly clicked on the Inch Land Technique Manual's description page. It read, Inch Land Lightning, 1,000 miles in an instant. Indeed, it is a form of shield technique. The Xinlong sect, a prominent and esteemed faction, possesses no secret techniques for its disciples to study, particularly in the realms of spatial expansion and evasion, which are categorized under the esoteric arts of the 8 uncommon techniques. Aside from the commonplace martial arts manuals, these unique tomes are exceedingly rare and, consequently, highly precious. Mastering the art of inch space could significantly alleviate the burdens of travel and toil at critical moments. It allows one to locate adversaries from great distances, proving to be remarkably formidable. The inch space technique is divided into 9 tiers. With each tier mastered, the distance one can traverse increases, and the preparation time for its application diminishes. Unlike ordinary martial arts manuals, the mastery of any of the 8 uncommon techniques demands not only years of relentless dedication, but also a considerable amount of fortuitous opportunities. while one can typically attain an intermediate level of around the 6th tier in standard martial arts through sheer effort. Those with innate talent might reach the 7th or 8th tiers, achieving near-legendary prowess. Upon mastering any technique to the 9th tier, one essentially possesses the strength to dominate the world. However, the path to mastering the 8 uncommon techniques is vastly different. Even the initial tier requires immense perseverance and serendipity. Progressing through each tier becomes progressively more arduous. The first tier of the inch space technique allows instantaneous evasion for 10 miles, while the second tier extends this to a staggering 30 miles. The third tier enables a sudden leap of 100 miles. Thus, cultivating the inch space technique is no trivial endeavor. After Liu Hong joyfully secured the manual, he turned his attention to the remaining items. Thunderlight Pearl. Attributes. Concealed weapon. Grade. D. Remarks. When thrown, it can be detonated using spiritual energy. Upon detonation, the Thunderlight Pearl bursts open, creating a space filled with crackling lightning. The greater the infused spiritual energy and its purity, the larger the lightning space and the more devastating the impact, with a maximum range of 3 meters, capable of instantly scorching vegetation and causing lethal harm to both humans and beasts. Sanqing Duanxi Ointment. Attributes. Medicine. Grade. D. Remarks. Capable of eliminating 1,500 points of toxins. When toxins exceed this threshold, it can only purge 300 points. Additionally, it accelerates the body's healing process, enhancing physical constitution by 10 points for a duration of 30 minutes. When consumed in a toxin-free state, it provides double resistance to toxins and an increase in physical attributes, lasting 60 minutes. This Sanqing Duanxi Ointment is indeed potent and serves as a formidable asset against the 100 Poisons sect. Overall, the spoils obtained this time are quite impressive, particularly the 100 Poisons secret manual and the map of the 100 Poisons sect, along with the inch space technique manual, which can be considered exceptionally valuable, making Liu Hong's near brush with death worthwhile. Wang Shiming shook his head, his expression darkening as he remarked, "This fellow is utterly useless. He is fully aware of his inadequacies, yet insists on recklessly attempting to cultivate the 100 Poisons secret manual. He even ingested the poisons from within the secret chamber. We have already administered anti-poison pills to him, along with some antidotes brought from the sect that I am uncertain if they will be of any assistance." Despite Wang Shiming's words, his expression conveyed a sense of hopelessness. Suddenly, a wailing cry echoed behind Liu Hong, as one of Dong Dong's companions, Wang Mingliang, rushed forward, clutching Dong Dong's convulsing body, tears streaming down his face as he looked up at Liu Hong. "Oh, isn't this Wang Mingliang, Dong Dong's little brother. Now that he sees his senior brother poisoned and collapsed, he has emerged to feign concern. Wang Mingliang is also a shrewd individual. Just moments ago, when Dong Dong ingested the poison, he dared not intervene. However, upon witnessing Dong Dong's imminent demise and Liu Hong successfully counteracting the lethal toxin, he promptly exclaimed, 'Brother Liu, surely you possess a means to save our esteemed brother Dong. Do you not? I implore you to lend your aid.' As he spoke, Wang Mingliang stepped forward and, with a resounding thud, knelt before Liu Hong, tears streaming down his face, evoking a profound sense of camaraderie that even outsiders found touching. Yet, Liu Hong discerned that Wang Mingliang was surreptitiously pinching his own thigh, and those tears were born of pain. Prior to Dong Dong's ingestion of the poison, Wang Mingliang had refrained from intervening, fearing he might shoulder the blame. His concern for Dong Dong was far from genuine, that if Dong Dong were to suffer a misfortune, the position of the sect's foremost disciple would inevitably fall to him. Nevertheless, at this moment, failing to plead would leave him morally compromised. Regardless of whether Liu Hong could indeed save Dong Dong, Wang Mingliang would undoubtedly garner the approval of many. On one side stood Dong Dong, Wang Mingliang, and the bond of brotherhood. Even Liu Yao began to feel a twinge of discontent. She recalled how Liu Hong had used his own blood to cure the poison afflicting a disciple of the 100 Poisons sect, and she immediately spoke up, "Indeed, Liu Hong, your blood that is it not capable of dispelling toxins. Although my request may seem somewhat impertinent, could you not spare a few drops to save Dong Dong? After all, he is a disciple of our Xianlong sect, and I cannot bear to see him suffer." Liu Yao's face was etched with compassion. Upon hearing her words, Wang Shiming, the foremost disciple of the Qianlong sect, quickly stepped forward and respectfully stated, "I had no idea Liu brother's blood possessed such remarkable efficacy. I implore you, Liu brother, to be generous. Should you succeed in saving Dong Dong, our Qianlong sect will forever remember your great kindness." Both Liu Yao and Wang Ximing spoke with heartfelt sincerity, and Liu Hong found himself wavering. Just then, a loud voice broke the tension. "Wow, Brother Liu, please, I beseech you to save our master brother. Though I know he has often opposed you, which may have caused you some displeasure, let us not dwell on past grievances that a life hangs in the balance. If Brother Liu can intervene, I, Wang Mingliang, would dedicate my life to serving you in any capacity you desire." Wang Mingliang's thoughts were anything but innocent. Upon hearing that Liu Hong's blood could save a life, his heart leapt, and his words flowed with flattery, even emphasizing the conflicts between Dong Dong and himself. It appeared casual, but was, in truth, a deliberate tactic, fearing that Liu Hong might choose to save Dong Dong. Initially, Liu Hong held little regard for Wang Mingliang, but at that moment, his disdain for him surged to an all-time high. This man was cunning. One could hardly win Dong Dong's favor without such guile. Serving him as a menial? Very well, for I am in need of a lackey to fetch tea and water. A smirk crept upon Liu Hong's lips, and he quickly cast aside all memories of Dong Dong's malevolence. Now, his sole focus was on how to deal with the scheming Wang Mingliang. As Wang Mingliang absorbed Liu Hong's words, he momentarily froze. However, Liu Hong reached to his waist and produced a vial of Sanqing Duangsigo. With this bomb, Dong Dong would be safe. Take this and administer it to him. I am moved by the bond of brotherhood between Wang Mingliang and Dong Dong, which is why I present this invaluable Sanqing Duangsigo, that I trust Wang Mingliang will not forget his vow. Liu Hong concluded, chuckling heartily. Ate tea this moment. Wang Mingliang was drenched in cold sweat. His lips curved into a feigned smile of gratitude, while his heart was beset by a myriad of fears. Being an astute individual, he had naturally come to realize that Liu Hong was plotting against him. Chapter 74. The Art of Inchland. Upon hearing Liu Hong's words, Wang Ximing's face brightened with joy, and he promptly fetched the Sanqing Duanqu ointment to administer to Dong Dong. As expected, the ointment proved to be remarkably effective. After taking it, Dong Dong's complexion improved instantly. However, due to the poison's effects, he still suffered significant internal injuries, and the prolonged delay had caused irreparable damage to his meridians and muscles, which could not be restored immediately. Moreover, with one severely injured Shimin Yan and another severely wounded Dong Dong, managing their care was already quite troublesome. Fortunately, Liu Yao had been attending to both injured individuals in the relay station, sparing Liu Hong from having to run around with her as for Liu Miaoyin. She felt a sense of ease. With Liu Hong's power having surged to the mid-stage of a sole practitioner, he had surpassed her and no longer required her protection. Being within the city further assured her safety. She relaxed her mind and ventured out for a stroll with the mutated red-striped tiger. Liu Hong, on the other hand, did not wish to delve further into the matters of the Qianlong sect. Having rescued Dong Dong was already a considerable act of kindness, so he settled down in his room to study the art of Inchland. Seated at the table, Liu Hong waved his hand gently, and a blue light burst forth before him, within which words flowed like tadpoles. This was indeed the secret manual of the art of Inchland. Lightning of Inchland. All laws and phenomena. After thoroughly reading the incantation, Liu Hong waved his hands and immediately formed a hand seal. The complexity of the art of Inchland lay in the necessity of channeling the spiritual power within one's body. Both the incantation and the hand seal needed to be executed in tandem. This series of gestures was not only exceedingly intricate, but also quite peculiar. Liu Hong practiced the hand seal continuously for 15 or 16 attempts without mastering it. Now, while studying the manual of the art of Inchland, Liu Hong attempted to execute the hand seals, which comprised a total of 48 gestures. Completing the entire sequence took him a staggering 7 to 8 minutes. If this were during battle, he might very well be struck down before finishing the hand seal. After practicing for over an hour, twilight had nearly fallen, yet he had still not fully grasped the hand seal. It was truly vexing. Liu Hong flexed his fingers and rubbed his temples, slowly stepping outside. Just as he emerged, a fragrant breeze wafted past, and he nearly collided with someone. Liu Yao. Liu Hong's face lit up with surprise. He had not anticipated that Liu Yao would seek him out. I doubt I came here to Liu Yao, nearly bumping into Liu Hong, instantly displayed an expression of embarrassment that I wanted to go out for a stroll and get some fresh air. Would you like to join me? Liu Hong inquired with a subtle smile. All right, Liu Yao, evidently preoccupied with her thoughts, nodded slightly and agreed. Stepping out of the relay station, they walked a few paces to the bustling street, which had come alive with the gathering of numerous cultivators. The atmosphere was vibrant, adorned with lanterns and decorations, resembling a festive celebration. I truly must thank you today for saving both me and senior brother Dong, Liu Yao said softly, walking beside Liu Hong. Liu Hong took a deep breath, the air infused with the fragrance of osmanthus, which significantly lifted his spirits. However, amidst such a bustling scene, it seemed that Liu Yao remained unaffected. Although she adorned herself with the fiery phoenix hairpin gifted by Liu Hong today, she merely followed in his wake. Lost in her own thoughts, I'm somewhat concerned. I suppose, today, we encountered a venomous old man, and we nearly faced total annihilation. That Liu Yao's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, followed by a bitter smile. Yes, exactly. Had Liu Yao not uttered that final sentence, Liu Hong might have believed her worries were rooted in the potential casualties of battling the 100 Poison sect. Yet, that last affirmative remark clearly carried the scent of self-deception. It appeared that Liu Yao still withheld her true feelings. After all, their acquaintance had only spanned a few days, despite the experiences they had shared. It was unreasonable to expect her to fully divulge her innermost thoughts at this moment. Let us find a more secluded place, Liu Hong suggested, not dwelling on the matter any longer, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Upon hearing this, Liu Yao instantly tensed, recalling past experiences that made her suspect Liu Hong might harbor ulterior motives. Observing her anxious expression, Liu Hong could not help but smile wryly, clarifying, I intend to teach you a secret technique. Aren't you worried about the potential dangers of engaging with the 100 Poison sect? I will impart to you a method of self-preservation. His words. Liu Yao's face lit up with surprise. Secret techniques were rarely shared lightly. Even within sects, advanced martial arts secrets were not accessible to ordinary disciples. Some techniques were reserved solely for direct disciples, such as Wang Ximing, the foremost disciple, who had access to a greater array of skills than Liu Yao. Without further ado, Liu Hong grasped Liu Yao's delicate hand and led her down a narrow alley. Suddenly being taken by the hand sent Liu Yao's heart racing. Liu Hong's hand was broad, strong, and warm. Initially, she struggled slightly, but soon her resistance melted away in the warmth of his grip. The source of Liu Yao's discontent stemmed from Liu Hong himself. Prior to his arrival, her affections had solely been directed toward Ximenyan. Unfortunately, Ximenyan was burdened by family obligations, leaving Liu Yao, a beauty so close at hand, entirely indifferent to him. Then Liu Hong burst into her life, and after that fateful night, along with Liu Hong's selfless act of saving her. Their interactions gradually revealed the warmth of this man, kindling a burgeoning affection within her. Today, during the confrontation with the venomous elder, both Liu Hong and Ximenyan were injured. Intensifying her feelings, Liu Yao understood that she had to choose between the two. Yet arriving at that decision was far from simple. The pair hastened their steps, swiftly crossing the main street and arriving at the banks of a small river, where several floating wish lanterns had been placed by others, and boatmen ferried passengers for a nocturnal excursion. Descending the steps, Liu Hong led Liu Yao to a small pavilion by the riverside, gesturing for her to sit beside him. What I'm about to teach you is called the Inch of Earth technique, which allows one to instantly traverse several kilometers, Liu Hong declared. What? The Inch of Earth technique? A secret from the Chiba sect? Liu Yao exclaimed, her astonishment evident, her face brimming with excitement and anticipation. The secrets of the Chiba sect are exceedingly rare, let alone easily passed on to successors. When Liu Hong spoke, he unexpectedly offered to impart the techniques of the Chiba sect to her. Chapter 75. The Scoundrel of the Qinghong Sect. Indeed, are the secrets of the Chiba sect truly so scarce? Observing Liu Yao's astonished expression, Liu Hong could not help but inquire. Indeed, the manuscripts of the Chiba sect that have been handed down through generations are incredibly few. Within our entire Xinlong sect, Only the sect master possesses a single tome of Chiba secrets, a volume that has been passed down through the lineage of the sect masters. Even my own master has never laid eyes on that particular manuscript. With a bittersweet smile, Liu Yao remarked, I fear my aptitude may not suffice to practice the Chiba techniques. Perhaps it would be best if you refrain from teaching me. I could see that moment, as Liu Yao slightly lifted her gaze. A hint of envy flickered in her eyes. She admired and envied Liu Hong's talents. The 100 Poisons secret classic, so esoteric in nature, he managed to comprehend with just a single reading. Surely, he must be an unparalleled martial genius. Who said that? Liu Hong exclaimed, widening his eyes in mock anger. What is wrong with the Chiba secrets? How can you know whether you are capable of cultivating them if you do not even try? The very essence of the Chiba sect lies in its 8 techniques. Even the most dull-witted among us can surely master at least one. What if, for instance, the techniques of inch technique or evasion technique are precisely those that you are meant to learn? Hearing Liu Hong's comforting words, Liu Yao felt a warmth blossom in her heart. The reasoning was sound, yet the rarity of the Chiba manuscripts made the prospect of obtaining one from each of the 8 techniques exceedingly improbable. Mastering the Chiba techniques requires more than mere aptitude. It involves complex formations, evasion arts, spirit manipulation, and communication with the ethereal, which represent the upper 4 techniques of the Chiba sect. The lower 4 techniques comprise the arts of demonic sound, illusion, divine strike, and extinction. Together, these 8 techniques are collectively known as the Chiba sect. The very names of these arts hint at their intricate and challenging nature. With Liu Hong's encouragement, Liu Yao found it difficult to refuse any longer and began to diligently practice the hand seals alongside him. Perhaps due to her over a decade of martial training, she grasped the hand seals more swiftly than Liu Hong. After Liu Hong had demonstrated the seals 3 times, Liu Yao had memorized them with remarkable precision. With the hand seals firmly etched in her mind, the remaining tasks involved the incantations and the flow of spiritual energy, all of which Liu Hong meticulously taught her, cautioning her repeatedly not to attempt the inch technique in his absence. It would be disingenuous to claim that Liu Hong had no ulterior motives in teaching Liu Yao the inch technique. After all, a mysterious bond now connected them, should Liu Hong venture 10 miles away using the inch technique. The moment he landed, he would likely be writhing in pain that if Liu Yao could not perform the inch technique, then it would render the skill utterly useless for Liu Hong. Once Liu Hong had imparted the incantations and the routes for spiritual energy circulation, Liu Yao remained elatedly reciting the incantations when suddenly, a commotion erupted from upstream of the small river. Moments later, a splash resounded, as if someone had been forcefully pushed into the water. The ruckus from afar immediately caught the attention of Liu Hong and Liu Yao, who turned to witness a group of individuals struggling and jostling less than 100 meters upstream. It was a dock near the water, from which Liu Hong and Liu Yao had previously seen the wish lanterns being released. At this moment, only a few men and women remained at the dock, while below, in the murky depths, a figure was struggling violently in the water. It was a member of the Qinghong sect. Liu Yao furrowed her brow and immediately spoke. Liu Hong's gaze sharpened as he noticed 3 armed men on the dock, their faces alight with mirth, as they cornered a maiden clad in a flowing robe, uttering nonsensical words to her. The scene was all too clear. Liu Yao lowered her head and said, "The Qinghong sect is but 200 miles from here. They must also be involved in this grand hunt against the Baidu sect. I had previously visited the Qinghong sect with the chief disciple, so I can recognize them. These ruffians are clearly abusing their power here. You go save the drowning man, and I shall rescue the maiden." The robed maiden was being pressed ever closer to the edge of the cliff by the 3 disciples of the Qinghong sect. In a moment of despair, she cried out, "I might as well die," and immediately turned, leaping into the river. Just then, a crimson silhouette darted through the air, swiftly wrapping around the maiden's waist and pulling her to the shore. Clad in a flowing red robe, Liu Yao gracefully landed on the dock. Liu Hong promptly leaped into action, skimming over the water's surface to grasp the drowning man, and with a deft maneuver, they both descended beside the maiden, mere steps away from her. The man, in a disheveled state, was dressed like a scholar and appeared exceedingly frail. He coughed violently, nearly collapsing, yet he managed to clasp his hands in gratitude towards Liu Hong, exclaiming, "Thank you, thank you. noble hero, for your timely rescue." Liu Hong felt a flicker of surprise, a swell of pride emerging within him. Ever since he was a child, he had admired the chivalrous heroes of martial arts novels, those who could effortlessly leap across rooftops and fly through the air. Yet, the actions he had just performed, executed with his superior agility, felt almost routine to him. The scholar's ordinary perspective of him stirred an unfamiliar sensation in Liu Hong's heart. In terms of strength, he had already surpassed the heroes of those tales. With great power comes great responsibility. Witnessing this scene, had it not been for Liu Yao's fierce sense of justice, Liu Hong would not have intervened in such a matter. Reflecting on this, he felt a tinge of shame and quickly returned the gesture, saying, "No need for thanks. Just remain by the side. We shall deal with those scoundrels." The three disciples of the Qinghong sect were taken aback by Liu Yao's sudden appearance. Retreating a step, after a brief exchange of glances, they burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Brother, who would have thought that as one beauty departs, another even more exquisite arrives? Tonight truly seems to favor us brothers, bestowing upon us great fortune." One of them exclaimed, "Indeed, fair maiden, judging by your appearance, you must be a practitioner yourself. Being able to rescue that young lady indicates you possess some skill. However, we are three in number, and no matter how formidable you are, you cannot contend with our united strength. Why not surrender willingly and entertain us?" Each of the three chimed in, inciting a flush of fury upon Liu Yao's countenance. Clad in her signature red attire, she did not don the garb of the Qianlong sect, and thus they were oblivious to her true identity. It is crucial to understand that Liu Yao possesses considerable strength and a fierce temperament. Today, these three individuals are likely to face some hardships. Liu Hong casually crossed his arms and leaned against a willow tree, observing the scene. Earlier, Wang Shiming had disseminated the news of the poisoned old man's demise, convening the elite members of various sects to discuss the subsequent measures. This hour, those still wandering outside, are likely of the ilk of Wang Mingliang, mere second-rate followers accompanying the sect's senior disciples. Thus, Liu Hong harbored no concerns whatsoever. The Qinghong sect was founded by the esteemed predecessors Qing Shan and Liu Hong over 300 years ago, yet in the hands of this group, it had devolved into a band of bullies. Liu Yao's beautiful eyes glared in anger. "Today, I shall teach you scoundrels a lesson on behalf of the Qinghong sect." Chapter 76. One thing overcomes another no way. The elite figures from various sects had now gathered at the Mingmen Hall for discussions. Lacking any sect attire, she was certainly not a disciple of any major sect. Perhaps she was merely a rogue cultivator. If she were to be killed, who would know? Heaven knows. Earth knows, you know, and I know. If we remain silent, who could possibly hold us accountable? The leader of the three disciples, with a cold expression, let out a disdainful snort, already exuding an aura of murderous intent. Truly unaware of their impending doom. These three individuals possessed strength comparable to Wang Mingliang, each around the sixth tier of soul cultivators. In contrast, Liu Yao's prowess had already reached the 8th tier, complemented by her extraordinary soul imprint. Dealing with these three would be akin to child's play. Upon hearing that the three had developed intentions to kill her, Liu Yao's fury intensified. Little did she anticipate that these three miscreants would not only bully the weak, but also dare to slaughter righteous cultivators. Their sins were egregious, utterly unforgivable. Initially, Liu Yao had intended to spare them, considering the reputation of the Qinghong sect, but it seemed that mercy was no longer an option. With a flourish, she twirled her red lotus in the air, which instantly transformed into a crimson serpent, sweeping towards the trio. Liu Hong had previously suffered under this red lotus and recognized its extraordinary nature, a smile creeping onto his lips. The three disciples of the Qinghong sect promptly drew their treasured swords, forming a defensive formation as they slashed towards the red lotus. With a series of sharp sounds, the red lotus swelled magnificently, expanding to the size of a sail, enveloping the three within its embrace. No matter how fiercely they attacked with their blades, the pliable red lotus remained unresponsive, and despite their utmost efforts, they could only confine it around themselves, with the area of restriction growing ever smaller. The dark-faced leader immediately sensed the precariousness of their situation. Retracting his sword, he seized his two companions by their shoulders and bellowed, "Retreat!" With a leap, he soared into the air, landing atop a nearby treetop, intending to vault onto the adjacent rooftop. However, how could the Red Lotus allow their escape? With a tearing sound, the massive Red Lotus split into 3 tendrils, swiftly ensnaring the left feet of the 3 men and pulling them downwards. Damn it! The forceful tugging caused the dark-faced leader to lose his grip on his comrades, sending the 3 scattering as they dangled upside down in midair. Desperate, the dark-faced leader, undoubtedly the most skilled among them, seemed to possess some protective talisman. He promptly rummaged at his waist and produced a steel ball, flicking it deftly towards the Red Lotus. The steel ball suddenly erupted into a fierce blaze, instantly severing the red brilliance. Humph. To think it has compelled me to summon the celestial fire pearl. It seems your life is forfeit today. The dark-faced leader wore an expression of displeasure, seemingly oblivious to the fact that this entire situation stemmed from their initial bullying. Celestial fire pearl, swift. The dark-faced leader clasped it in his hands, and with a swift motion, that seemingly inconspicuous steel ball began to spin, soaring into the air, expanding to the size of a lantern in the blink of an eye. Surrounded by roaring flames, exuding an imposing presence. Crimson Sleeve Fairy. Lu Yao's complexion paled. The moment her red brilliance was shattered, she realized that the opponent's fire pearl seemed to possess a counteracting effect against her own. At this point, there was no room for concealment. She immediately summoned the Crimson Sleeve Fairy Soul Seal. Under the overwhelming pressure of power, Lu Yao found herself compelled to activate her Soul Seal first, highlighting the formidable nature of the Celestial Fire Pearl. Identification. Liu Hong silently recited. Celestial Fire Pearl. Grade. C. Category. Magical Artifact. Attribute. A magical tool forged from mysterious steel combined with the eye pearl of a fire dragon beast. Imbued with an intensely furious fire spirit power. The greater the strength of the wielder, the more formidable the power it can unleash, though it may appear to be merely a single eye pearl. A soul master of sufficient caliber can summon the complete spirit of the fire dragon beast to fight alongside them. Not bad, but I am not yet at the soul master level. This trinket holds little value for me, though I wouldn't mind adding it to my collection. Liu Hong chuckled, already eyeing the Celestial Fire Pearl. Now that the opponent possesses the Celestial Fire Pearl, Liu Hong felt no concern whatsoever. The saying goes, one object restrains another. Although the Celestial Fire Pearl countered Liu Yao's red brilliance, she too possessed something that could counter the Celestial Fire Pearl. Celestial Fire. Extinguish. The dark-faced leader chuckled sinisterly, pushing forth his hands, causing the flames upon the Celestial Fire Pearl to flare dramatically, as 2 fiery pillars surged toward Liu Yao. This scoundrel, still refusing to assist at such a crucial moment. Is he deliberately seeking to make a mockery of me? As Liu Yao watched the fire pillars barreling toward her, the searing heat seemed to scorch her face, and panic surged within her. Gritting her teeth, she summoned forth the Crimson Sleeve Fairy behind her, who waved her hand, immediately enveloping Liu Yao in a pink barrier. Whoosh! The 2 fiery pillars, almost towering infernos, charred the nearby trees, and Liu Yao, caught in the heart of the flames, was obscured from view. Witnessing this scene, gasps erupted around, many covering their eyes, unable to bear the sight, while others lamented Liu Yao's fate. After all, Liu Yao was a good person, easily discernible to the perceptive. Ha! Dare to oppose me, then do not blame me for being merciless and ruthless. The dark-faced leader burst into a raucous laugh, exuding a sense of triumph. With the Celestial Fire Pearl in hand, who could possibly thwart him? However, the instant the flames receded, the onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. Huh? What is so strange about this? Have you forgotten the hairpin I gifted you? The speaker was none other than Liu Hong. Liu Yao suddenly came to a realization, reaching up to touch the Fire Phoenix hairpin atop her head, and instantaneously, a surge of confidence filled her heart. It turns out this fellow had anticipated such a scenario all along. No wonder he and T rushed to her aid. Chapter 77. The Green Mountain Fist Formation. How could this happen? The black-faced leader widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed upon the unscathed Liu Yao. A flicker of fear evident in his gaze. Humph, did you not expect this? Your precious fiery orb is utterly ineffective against me. Just moments ago, Liu Yao had been rattled, but now she regained her composure, raising her hand as the crimson blades danced through the air once more. Although the heavenly fire orb posed no threat to Liu Yao, she was still wary of it. She was not foolish enough to deploy her blades again. Her display was merely intended to intimidate them. Let us go. The black-faced leader, a man of dubious character, recognized the unfavorable turn of events and decisively turned to flee. Trying to escape? Liu Hong scoffed coldly. No one could elude him. The three henchmen had barely taken a few steps when they felt a chilling sensation at the nape of their necks, as a hand swiftly reached from the side and snatched the heavenly fire orb from the black-faced leader's grasp. A fine orb indeed, yet regrettably in the hands of fool. Who dares to seize the treasures of the Qinghong sect? Liu Hong grinned mischievously. I care not for your Qinghong sect or Huangville Gate. What I desire is mine. If you wish to inquire about my name, I can only tell you that I share the surname of your grandfather, and whatever he is called, I am called as well. Upon hearing this, the black-faced leader's nose nearly crinkled with rage. Liu Hong did not even flinch, whispering, "Strike with both hands." In an instant, the heavenly fire orb vanished from Liu Hong's grasp, and with a swift motion of his fists, he launched an assault towards the two men. Seeing their numerical advantage, the two lackeys, emboldened, shouted in unison, engaging Liu Hong with both palms and fists. Now, caught between a wolf and a tiger, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands together and declared loudly, "Friends, we've exchanged blows. Let's not take this too far. To speak candidly, I am none other than the second son of Qing Zhuohai, the master of the Qinghong sect, Qing Haowu. If you are wise, return my heavenly fire orb, and I shall not pursue this matter further." So brazen. Now that he realizes he cannot win, he resorts to leveraging his lineage? Liu Hong curled his lip in disdain. This Qing Haowu was lacking in strength, yet his arrogance was palpable. Nevertheless, Liu Hong discerned that he was indeed a legitimate descendant of the Qinghong sect. But so what? For such a statement, Liu Hong would never return the orb. However, upon hearing this, Liu Yao's expression shifted, her eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. Clearly, the influence of Qing Zhuohai was significant. Returning the orb is out of the question. You are far too arrogant, and I find you intolerable. If you possess any courage, summon your father to retrieve it. Today, not only will I withhold the orb, but I shall also extend my sincerest apologies to this scholar. Liu Hong had made up his mind. Is it merely a powerful sect leader who backs you? It sounds impressive, but can it match Liu Hong's might? No matter how formidable this Qing Zhuohai may be, can he surpass Uncle Bai from Baiqing? Uncle Bai had reached the 6th tier of the second soul imprint. Individuals like Du So, who have yet to fully cultivate their first soul imprint, are on an entirely different echelon compared to Bai Shu. As for Qing Zhuohai, he is, at best, only marginally superior to Du So. Apologize to him? I have no reason to extend an apology to a commoner. The black-faced leader's eyes widened, instantly radiating defiance. Liu Hong's words sent a shiver down the spine of the scholar who had just been rescued from drowning. Absolutely not. This is utterly unacceptable. The scholar, not lacking in wit, realized that if he were to genuinely apologize, his tranquil days would be irrevocably altered. Observing the scholar's face turn pale, Liu Hong couldn't help but scoff. Such a lack of ambition. A man should possess some fortitude when faced with adversity. Liu Hong's remark caused the scholar to lower his head, blushing furiously in front of the one he admired. Very well. An apology is imperative. The scholar gritted his teeth, suddenly stamping his foot and puffing out his chest at "No, are you out of your mind?" The scholar's beloved, visibly flustered, immediately tugged at his hand, pleadingly urging, "Zhahao, let us depart." Damn it, does he not regard me at all? Qing Haowu, witnessing Liu Hong and the scholar engage in their debate over the apology, felt an uncontrollable surge of anger, exclaiming, "It seems I must showcase my true abilities for you to comprehend the might of our Qinghong sect." Qing Shan, fist formation. With a resounding shout, Qing Haowu's remaining two lackeys rallied behind him, forming a united front. A fist formation, you say? Liu Hong disdainfully smirked, raising his right hand to reveal only his left. Then allow me to demonstrate my prowess today. Two gods worshipped the moon. Qing Haowu executed a squat, while his two companions launched themselves off his knee, soaring into the air, their fists swinging furiously, the combined force of their spiritual energy creating a torrential downpour of punches aimed at Liu Hong. A solitary blade to the meeting. Following that, Qing Haowu retracted his position, merging his fists into one, striking down in a knife-like motion. A mere parlor trick? Liu Hong, unfazed by the explosion of spiritual energy, waved his left hand in the air, and a flash of yellow light erupted behind him. Chaotic staff, sword technique. Unbeknownst to anyone, a willow branch had materialized in Liu Hong's hand, transforming it into a sword. Today, he was determined to impart a thorough lesson to them. Chapter 78. Effortlessly breaking the formation. Swish, swish, swish. The willow branch in Liu Hong's grasp danced swiftly, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy with each flourish. After all, a willow branch is not a blade. Without the application of spiritual power, it would be obliterated by the oncoming punches before it could even be brandished. Bang, bang, bang. Previously, Liu Hong's lack of strength meant that relying solely on brute force yielded better results. However, the situation had changed. Liu Hong's power now overwhelmingly surpassed that of the three adversaries, a mere flick of his hand sufficient to put them in their place. As the willow branch swept through the air, it produced a cacophony of explosive sounds, effortlessly shattering all incoming punches. Amidst the tempest of fists, Qing Haowu's palm blade surged forward, closing in on Liu Hong, as Qing Haowu's hand was poised to strike Liu Hong's chest. A grin suddenly spread across his face, his mind already conjuring vivid images of Liu Hong wailing in agony from his blows. However, the willow branch that had been swirling in the air moments ago abruptly curved in an uncanny arc and swept downward, striking Qing Haowu's wrist with the force of a feather duster. Crack, snap. The energy Liu Hong had exerted in countering those punches was but a trifling fraction, yet this sweeping motion unleashed a full 50% of his spiritual power. With a cry of anguish, Qing Haowu spun like a top, his footing thrown into disarray, and he stumbled, his front foot colliding with his back, crashing to the ground with a thud. This formation of punches had centered around Qing Haowu, and with Liu Hong's decisive strike, the so-called formation collapsed without further ado. "Boss, are you all right?" The two younger brothers, having only experienced the shattering of their punches without injury, were alarmed to see Qing Haowu sprawled on the ground. Their primary duty was to protect him. If anything were to befall Qing Haowu, they would scarcely be able to bear the consequences. Qing Haowu, tears streaming from his eyes, clutched his wrist and rolled in agony on the ground. The two younger brothers pulled at his arms, prying his hands apart to inspect his wrist, and were instantly dumbfounded. Qing Haowu's wrist was swollen and bruised, his right hand hanging limply at his side. Could it be broken? It was essential to note that the assailant wielded a willow branch rather than a blade. Had it been a sword, Qing Haowu's wrist might have already been sent flying into the river. In that fleeting moment of chaos, a fierce gust of wind heralded the arrival of a massive golden staff sweeping towards them. As Liu Hong initiated his attack, he summoned the demon ape's soul seal. However, while Liu Hong's movement was swift, the manifestation of the soul seal required a brief moment, allowing the long staff and the strength of the ape's hand to sweep all three adversaries into the water as effortlessly as autumn leaves caught in a breeze. Liu Hong, Liu Yao, having noticed Qing Haowu's injury, rushed over and admonished, "A lesson is all that is needed. Do not take it too far." Liu Hong, taken aback, turned his head to see Liu Yao seemingly apprehensive. His curiosity piqued. She leaned closer to him and whispered, "Qing Zhuahai is notoriously protective of his kin. You have seized the heavenly fire pearl, and he will not let that slide lightly. Now you've injured his son, which complicates matters further. However, as long as this fellow remains alive, my Xianlong sect can ensure your safety." Raising an eyebrow, Liu Hong had never considered seeking protection from the Xianlong sect. Nevertheless, Liu Yao's words, born from concern for her own safety, prompted no further response from him. Instead, he turned his attention to the trio floundering in the water. "So, what will it be? Are you convinced or not? If you come up now and apologize, I shall overlook this matter." Enduring excruciating pain, Qing Haowu was aided by his two brothers as he staggered back onto the shore, immediately exclaiming, "I apologize." I am sorry. Liu Hong grinned broadly. Now, that's more like it. You come here. Upon hearing Liu Hong call his name, the scholar known as Zhao immediately puffed out his chest and strode forward, disregarding the anxious tugging of his frightened companion behind him. King, aided by two lackeys, approached, casting a glance at the imposing figure of the scholar before him. Gritting his teeth, seemingly suppressing his anger, he uttered, "Yes, yes." However, before he could finish, King Hao's expression suddenly shifted. "I curse your grandfather. You expect me to apologize? Perhaps in your next life?" Unexpectedly, Liu Hong was taken aback by this turn of events, but before he could react, a dagger had already pierced through Zhao's abdomen. "You scoundrel!" Liu Hong exclaimed in fury, stamping his foot. Zhao was merely an ordinary person, a frail scholar at that. He had nearly lost his life in the water just moments ago, and King Hao's stab was a blow he could scarcely withstand. Without hesitation, Liu Hong reached out and seized King Hao's shoulder. Yet at that moment, King Hao had completely lost his mind. With a swift motion, he withdrew the dagger and lunged it towards Liu Hong's abdomen. Liu Hong's expression turned icy as he growled softly, "You seek death. You dare to disrespect me." In an instant, Liu Hong raised his left hand and struck King Hao's chest with a mighty blow, even as King Hao's dagger came hurtling towards him. However, Liu Hong's physical prowess was far beyond ordinary. Such a common weapon could not harm him. The dagger merely grazed Liu Hong's clothing with a soft sound, while King Hao was sent flying by Liu Hong's palm, crashing into a wall several meters away, breaking through the bluestone bricks and becoming lodged within, his body convulsing as torrents of blood gushed from his mouth. This strike did not claim King Hao's life, but it had thoroughly disrupted his meridians, rendering him a complete invalid even if he were to recover in the future. You dare! King Hao's eyes widened in shock before he lost consciousness. "Ah, Zhao!" The woman behind, witnessing the scholar collapse, let out a piercing scream and rushed over to support Zhao, weeping uncontrollably. "Zhao, no! Zhao! Dong Zhao, you scoundrel! You shall not die. I forbid it!" Woo woo woo! Liu Hong, in a state of frantic urgency, realized that Zhao's demise was solely due to his own negligence, his arrogance, and his gross underestimation of the madness possessed by someone like King Hao. With the backing of a faction, King Hao was utterly reckless and insane. Step aside, he can still be saved. Liu Hong gritted his teeth, acknowledging his oversight and determined to rectify it himself. He quickly retrieved a vial of Sanqing Duanshu ointment, known not only for its antidotal properties, but also for accelerating the recovery of injuries. Although Dong Zhao was gravely wounded, his vital organs remained unscathed. The ointment should suffice to save him. As the contents of the vial were administered, Zhao's complexion began to flush with vitality, after a few violent coughs. He slowly opened his eyes and smiled at Liu Hong. "Thank you, benefactor." Chapter 79. The Inheritance of the Soul Seal. In the next moment, the jade pendant erupted, unleashing a beam of green light that surged towards Liu Hong at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The velocity was such that even with Liu Hong's current agility, evasion was impossible. Hiss! In an instant, a beam of green light penetrated the skin on the side of Liu Hong's neck, eliciting a faint sting that caused his brows to furrow slightly. What could this be? Liu Hong hastily summoned the spiritual energy within him, circulating it throughout his body, yet he discerned no abnormalities whatsoever. "The Soul Pursuit Jade!" exclaimed Liu Yao, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. "What is the Soul Pursuit Jade?" Liu Hong inquired, touching his neck with a puzzled expression. To that moment, the two underlings brought by Qing Haowu had hoisted him up, and one of them, with a cruel smile, remarked, "You have seriously injured our elder brother. The Soul Pursuit Jade has marked you, and our Qing Hong sect will trace your whereabouts through this mark, even if you flee to the ends of the earth. It will be futile. Is there truly such a thing?" Liu Hong, bewildered, touched his neck and turned to Liu Yao, who, with a grim countenance, nodded in affirmation to it. Seemed that Qing Zhuohai was not merely protective of his precious son. The two harbored mutual affections, yet familial disapproval loomed large. This outing was meant for a clandestine rendezvous, but their encounter with Qing Haowu had escalated the situation dramatically, forcing her to leave hastily. Dong Zhao's home was modest, a mere ordinary courtyard made of mud. Orphaned and unable to care for himself, the place reflected his disarray. Liu Hong did not allow Liu Yao to follow him inside. Instead, he assisted Dong Zhihao onto the bed, who attempted to rise. "Benefactor, today you have saved my life that I am at a loss for how to repay you, but I wish to gift you this ancestral tome," Dong Zhihao declared. Despite his injuries being largely treated by the Sanqing ointment, his body remained frail. Just as Liu Hong was about to decline, Dong Zhihao had already risen. He opened a wooden box at the head of the bed and rummaged through it, eventually producing a tattered, blue-covered ancient book, upon which 3 large characters were inscribed. Marching Decision, a manual of cultivation techniques. The moment Liu Hong laid eyes on those 3 characters, his brows shot up in surprise. Could it be that he had inadvertently triggered a hidden quest? Was this tome a reward? No. Under normal circumstances, the system would provide a notification. Why was there no hint this time? Just as Liu Hong pondered, the pages of the book suddenly began to flutter, and streams of golden light erupted from its pages, enveloping Dong Zhihao in an instant. In that humble courtyard, illuminated only by a solitary oil lamp used by Dong Zhihao for study, the dazzling golden light was unmistakably conspicuous. "What is happening?" came a sharp exclamation as Liu Yao swiftly entered. Both Liu Yao and Liu Hong stood frozen, gazing at the bizarre spectacle before them. The golden light that erupted from the book gradually diminished, transforming into a suit of armor that subtly cloaked Dong Zhihao's form, while countless streams of golden light coursed beneath his skin. Encased in this golden glow, Dong Zhihao's eyes widened, his mouth agape, as though he were silently screaming in agony. The golden light began to ascend, penetrating his eyes and staining his pupils of brilliant gold. Almost simultaneously, a figure the size of a palm began to coalesce above his head. What is this? Liu Hong stared in astonishment. He thought he is awakening the soul seal. Liu Yao also widened her eyes and quickly exclaimed, "Yes, it is indeed the awakened soul seal, and that it is an exceptionally powerful soul seal." The little figure above Dong Zhihao's head began to leap, and soon, the armor adorning it was revealed, displaying resolute patterns identical to those on Dong Zhihao. System identification, Liu Hong thought to himself. Detecting special soul seal. Military soul seal. Military soul seal. Grade. A. Attribute. Immortal inheritance soul seal. Special effect. Unknown. New soul seal recorded. Reward of 10 extravagant coins. The notion that a soul seal could also be inherited startled Liu Hong. He pondered for a moment. Since his demon ape soul seal could devour, what was so peculiar about an inheritance soul seal? Yet, discovering that it was an A-grade immortal soul seal indicated that it belonged to a disciple of exceptional quality. Just as Liu Hong and Liu Yao were taken aback, a sudden clatter of hooves resonated around the house, and they could even feel the ground tremble beneath their feet. This was truly the awakened soul seal. It was astonishingly cool. Liu Hong turned his head and immediately beheld a dazzling array of green, gold, and red lights swirling outside, a spectacle of shimmering brilliance. Countless ghostly soldiers and celestial warriors instantly gathered outside the courtyard. Detecting premium soul seal. Would you like to devour it? The soul seal had just awakened. Devouring it would maximize the preservation of its abilities. Without needing a system prompt, Liu Hong was already intrigued. Why had the soul seal suddenly awakened? Just moments ago, he had barely noticed its emergence. Could it be that his Sanqing Duanshu ointment fortuitously opened his run and Du meridians, and that the ancestral military strategy was the key to the soul seal's inheritance? With the run and Du meridians unblocked, upon encountering the military strategy, had he immediately attained the inherited soul seal? Recalling how in Kung Fu, Stephen Chow became an unparalleled master after unblocking his run and Du meridians, Liu Hong was increasingly convinced of this seemingly absurd notion. Chapter 80. A clever misstep, it was Hua Jindao, who had hurried through the night and finally found Liu Hong just before everyone set off for Qingyou Town. "Liu Xiao, brother, what is the urgent matter that compelled you to summon me? You must know that as soon as I arrive, my tavern will have to cease operations." Before Hua Jindao could finish his sentence, Liu Hong pulled him inside. All right, I understand that I've mentioned it before. Assist me with this, and I shall teach you a few culinary techniques, and the benefits you will reap will far exceed this." Liu Hong closed the door and mysteriously drew Hua Jindao into the room. "What is it about? You righteous sects are besieging the 100 Poison sect. Is there anything a mere chef like me can assist with? Hu Jindao inquired, perplexed. Hu Jindao's modesty was evident. In terms of strength, he was certainly at the level of a soul master. However, such matters as besieging the 100 Poisons sect required no soul master-level experts. In the eyes of most sects, this was merely an opportunity for disciples to gain experience. After all, the local sects calling upon the righteous to attack would naturally dispatch their own elite to oversee the operation. I certainly did not summon you to assault the 100 Poisons sect. Our objective is the... Liu Hong chuckled. As you well know, many poisonous creatures and beasts have escaped from the 100 Poisons sect, and the toxins contained within their sacs, or their very flesh and blood, are highly coveted. However, for those unversed in the field, not only would they be unable to procure the poison sac, but they would also jeopardize the entire value of the demon beast. At this juncture, Liu Hong paused slightly and chuckled. Pray tell, if one were to claim a deeper understanding of the anatomical structure of demon beasts than you, my dear brother Hua, would anyone dare to assert they know more? Upon hearing these words, Hua Jindao immediately puffed up with pride, letting out a soft huff. Indeed, I shall not conceal from you, young brother, that I have dissected countless ordinary demon beasts beneath my blade. I have also encountered quite a number of rare ones. With Hua Jindao's assertion, Liu Hong felt a wave of reassurance. Nonetheless, being a perceptive individual, Liu Hong mused that the antidote to any poison must exist. What he sought was likely more than just the poison sac of the demon beast. Hua Jindao, too, was no fool. Recognizing the significance of the impending battle and the opportunity for a substantial windfall, he was not blind to the situation. Liu Hong chuckled heartily and immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Brother Hua, you are indeed sagacious. I admire your insight. How about we split the profits evenly, 5 to 5, once we succeed? Hu Jindao was a pivotal figure in this plan. Liu Hong's proposal to divide the spoils was merely a tactic to secure his loyalty. Yet, Hu Jindao was not a man lacking in wealth. There is no need for such division. I will only take 3 items should I desire something that catches my eye. You, brother Liu, must not contest me for it. Just 3 items will suffice. Hu Jindao was astute and a seasoned merchant. While this might be an opportunity for a windfall, it paled in comparison to the value of rare medicinal herbs or culinary ingredients. Hu Jindao's choice was not to split the profits with Liu Hong, but rather to seize 3 precious items for himself. This bounty was no less advantageous than a shared division. Liu Hong, delighted, extended his hand to pour Hu Jindao a cup of tea, exclaiming, "It's a deal." After all, Liu Hong sought immediate cash, and the two reached an agreement that benefited them both. With Hu Jindao secured, Liu Hong turned his thoughts to a second matter. Qingyou Town, the closest settlement to the 100 Poisons sect, was chosen by Wang Shiming and the leaders of various sects, obviously intending to confront the 100 Poisons sect directly. However, Liu Hong's focus was not on the 100 Poisons sect, but rather on the demon beasts in the vicinity. Once they reached Qingyou Town, the personnel from all sects would inevitably be divided. A portion of the weaker individuals would be tasked with dealing with the demon beasts, while the stronger members would lead the assault on the 100 Poisons sect. Liu Hong was determined to profit from dealing with the demon beasts, which meant he needed to keep Liu Yao closely tethered to him. Otherwise, should their paths diverge, their connection could be severed, rendering Liu Hong vulnerable to that moment. Only 3 members remained from the Xuanlong sect. If Liu Hong were to seek out Liu Yao and request her assistance in eliminating the demon beasts, she might find it difficult to decide. Thus, Liu Hong could only approach Wang Shiming. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Shiming's quarters were but a few steps away, and Liu Hong soon found himself at the door. Moments later, Wang Shiming opened the door, his expression somewhat strained. Brother Liu, have you gathered your things? After breakfast, we shall prepare to depart. Wang Shiming, surprised by Liu Hong's sudden visit, sensed that there was something amiss. I'm ready, but I have a small request. Upon our arrival in Qingyou Town, I will not choose to besiege the 100 Poisons sect. Instead, I wish to clear the surrounding demon beasts. Additionally, I hope to bring Liu Yao along to that moment. Wang Shiming's expression darkened. This was indeed an unwelcome request. Nonetheless, I implore you, Brother Wang, to acquiesce. Liu Hong furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to offer Liu Miaoyin as a bargaining chip. However, Wang Shiming suddenly shifted his tone. Although I am unaware of the reasons behind Brother Liu's decision, it is absolutely unacceptable to take Liu Yao away. If you must proceed, let the three of us accompany you. Liu Hong was taken aback. The fewer people who were privy to this matter, the better. Wang Ximing's words complicated Liu Hong's situation. The sect had dispatched you to partake in the siege of the 100 Poisons sect solely for the sake of maintaining the reputation of the righteous path. If the Xinlong sect refrains from participating, no worries. No worries. Wang Ximing chuckled heartily. With Brother Liu's assistance, the Xinlong sect has already gained significant renown by subduing the Poison Elder, achieving the first merit and inspiring other sects. Presently, our sect is short-handed, merely tasked with cleansing the surrounding chaos of demonic beasts. That is also acceptable. In that case, that's splendid. I shall express my gratitude in advance for Brother Wang's support. Liu Hong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Realizing he had inadvertently complicated matters further. Chapter 81. Picking and choosing the young talents from various factions within the city departed in 3 groups, heading towards Qingyou Town, Xianmen Pass, and Hanyang City. These 3 locations formed a triangular encirclement around the 100 Poison sect, ensuring a concerted siege. The 3 local sects spearheading this assault were the Qinghe Academy, Xianmen, and Zhangquangmen. Elder Zhang received word this morning that Qingyou Town had been overrun by the demonic beasts that had escaped from the 100 Poison sect. With hundreds of villagers meeting their demise, it had become a den of beasts. Elder Zhang made a last-minute decision to station at Qingyou Town, of course, after purging the town of its monstrous afflictions. Elder Zhang's cautious nature was evident to any astute observer. Leading a contingent of over 100 individuals, if they were to recklessly occupy the Qinghe Academy, the depletion of its resources would be inevitable. Such parsimony sparked discontent among some of the sect disciples who had come to lend their assistance. After all, it was understood that they should have stationed at the Qinghe Academy, where the provisions were abundant, and sufficient resources were available for treatment in case of injuries. Now, to suddenly suggest moving to Qingyou Town, requiring them to reside in the humble abodes of rural villagers, naturally displeased these pampered disciples. Ahead lay Qingyou Town, now under the occupation of the demonic beasts. Before our main force could take residence, someone had to scout the area first. Zhang Yuanxian raised his hand, signaling the entire troop to halt. And then, with a smile, he proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the ranks were immediately abuzz with discussion. Given that Qingyou Town was now fraught with peril, if a cleanup was indeed necessary, it should be the Qinghe Academy that led the charge, clearing a stronghold for our esteemed guests. This is, after all, a fundamental courtesy of a host, is it not? Elder Zhang Yunchuan's insinuation suggested that the Qinghe Academy was not yet prepared to take action, instead expecting others to do so, fearing they might incur losses. Since Qingyou Town has become a den of beasts, for the sake of everyone's safety, it is only right that we all join forces. Someone remarked, precisely. However, it is well known that at this moment, the town of Qingyou is fraught with peril. The most prudent strategy, undoubtedly, would be for everyone to unite in their efforts. Yet, has anyone considered the possibility that Qingyou might merely be a facade? A trap? Elder Zhang Yuanxian chuckled and said, thus, I believe it prudent for us to first dispatch a few individuals to scout the situation before taking action. If it is indeed a trap, the potential losses could be catastrophic, wouldn't you agree? After a brief exchange of murmurs, silence enveloped the group. Elder Zhang's reasoning was sound. However, the question arose as to which sect should be chosen for the task. After all, we are here primarily to assist you, the Qinghe Academy. It is only fitting that your people undertake this mission, is it not? Indeed, we were initially promised accommodation at the Qinghe Academy, and now, with this sudden change of plans, we deserve an explanation, do we not? The conversation shifted abruptly, and once again, the focus of discontent fell upon the Qinghe Academy. Little did they know, Elder Zhang seemed to have anticipated such a turn of events. Remaining completely unfazed, I understand that the sudden relocation has caused considerable dissatisfaction, and I wish to extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Qinghe Academy. Upon hearing of fine wine and sumptuous meals, the Navi disciples of various sects brightened instantly. Even Chun Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Liu Hong, however, let out a cold snort. Zhang Yuanxian was indeed quite shrewd that I in such a perilous situation within Qingyo. He deftly selected only his academy's disciples to bear the brunt of the labor, transporting the provisions of wine and meat. How much value do these mundane supplies hold? 10 soul crystals could procure enough food and drink for this group for nearly half a month. If they were to take residence in the Qinghe Academy, it would not only be a matter of providing sustenance, but also of supplying medicinal elixirs for cultivation, depleting the resources of their own sect. Ha! A crafty old fox. Since the disciples of the Qinghe Academy are intent on securing benefits for us, why not take action? Let us swiftly eradicate the demonic scourge in Qingyo and await the feast of fine wine and exquisite meats. Shall we? Good, good. It is uncertain who first spoke these words, but they ignited a chorus of agreement among the crowd, a sight that left Liu Hong feeling quite nauseated. The pressing question then arose: who would be the most suitable candidate for the task? Elder Zhang Yuanxian, with a smile, suggested, in my opinion, let us collectively elect the most experienced disciple among us. This would be the safest course. Old rogue. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiming clenched his teeth, his face paling with indignation. Currently, the Xianlong sect was left with only a handful of members, making them the easiest target. Moreover, having recently subdued the poisonous old man, they were undeniably the prime choice in the eyes of the others. Sure enough, as Elder Zhang's words faded, all eyes turned to Wang Shiming. Excellent. We were just thinking the same. Liu Hong chuckled, stepping forward. Wang Shiming was taken aback, glaring at Liu Hong in disbelief. He had always considered Liu Hong to be astute, yet was shocked at his apparent folly. The town of Qingyo had become a den of beasts, indicating that there was certainly more than one ferocious creature lurking within. Dispatching anyone there would be tantamount to signing their own death warrant. Before Elder Wang could officially announce the decision, a chilling scream echoed from the riverbank, causing the gaze of the crowd to shift, and panic ensued. One cannot ascertain which sect's disciple it was that unexpectedly approached the banks of the Qingyo River, scooping up a handful of water to wash their face. The wretched scream emanating from that disciple's lips was harrowing. The moment their arm, face, and neck came into contact with the water, they turned an ominous shade of black before festering with pus and sores under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As the individual writhed in agony, they tumbled into the river with a splash, struggling feebly before being swept away by the current, leaving behind a trail of blackened blood that stained both the water and the shore. The river is toxic. It must be that the venomous substances from within Qingyo town have contaminated the waters. One must absolutely avoid contact with the river. The crowd was instantly thrown into disarray. Countless pairs of eyes fixating intently on Wang Shiming, Liu Hong, and their companions, as if urging them to hasten their journey to Qingyo town. Chapter 82. The march towards Qingyo town, let us depart. I can no longer endure this place, devoid of humanity and spirit. A flicker of displeasure crossed Liu Hong's face as he patted Wang Shiming on the shoulder. The mutated red-striped tiger seemed to sense Liu Hong's discontent, letting out a low growl before turning to follow Liu Hong, accompanied by Lu Miaoing. How presumptuous of one to think so highly of themselves. You suggest we go, and we simply comply. You are not even a chief disciple of our Xianshan sect. Witnessing the fate of the earlier disciple left Chun Feng's complexion pale with fear. What awaited them were the venomous beasts that had escaped from the 100 Poisons sect, and none of those creatures were to be trifled with. These beasts were inherently poisonous, and the 100 Poisons sect further cultivated them with even more potent toxins for their own purposes, whether for cultivation or the concoction of poisons, making their venom even more ferocious. It is no wonder that mere mortals are filled with dread at the sight of these beasts. Even cultivators like themselves harbor immense trepidation towards them. Upon hearing Chun Feng's words, Wang Shiming's expression darkened instantly. Was Chen Feng not merely embarrassing himself? Fear is a natural response, yet to stir discord at such a moment would only serve to make them a laughingstock. Indeed, as soon as Chen Feng spoke, disciples from other sects cast scornful glances in their direction. How can one be so verbose? Were it not for Liu Hong, do you truly believe you would have survived this long? You would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh by the toxic elder's divine poison. Wang Shiming, usually composed, could no longer restrain himself and rebuked his fellow disciple, Chen Feng. With Shimen Yan absent, Wang Ximing realized he could only rely on Liu Hong. Liu Hong was an exceedingly vital piece in their current situation and for the future of the Xinshan sect. The six of them departed from the main group and soon arrived at the outskirts of Qingyou Town. Once a modest settlement, Qingyou Town had flourished since the establishment of the Qinghe Academy. Although it was merely a small sect, the resources and herbs required by the sect were plentiful, all supplied by the Qinghe Academy, which effortlessly boosted the economy of the town. Over the 300 years since the founding of the Qinghe Academy, a small family, the Gu family, had emerged in Qingyou Town. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that the Gu family would escape unscathed. The situation that appears rather grim. Hawking Dao, a figure of considerable seniority, is undoubtedly recognized by the disciples of the Xianlong sect. During their discussions on the road, Wang Ximing voluntarily relinquished command of the current operation to Hawking Dao. With a mere wave of his hand, Hawking Dao signaled Liu Hong and the others to halt. They had now arrived at the entrance of Qingyou Town. The town's gateway stood a grand stone archway, now in a state of disrepair. With half of it collapsed, and the signboard of Qingyou Town lying shattered on the ground, its remnants trampled into fragments by some unknown force. Beside the archway lay several majestic black steeds, their abdomens hollowed out, with entrails and blood spilling profusely onto the ground. It was only upon nearing Qingyou Town and reaching the archway that the devastation became apparent. This indicated that the attack by the venomous beasts had been utterly unexpected, leaving no opportunity for anyone to escape from Qingyou Town. Though there were carcasses of pigs, cattle, and horses, not a single human body was sighted. Liu Hong stepped forward, reaching out to stroke the head of the mutated red-striped tiger, signaling it to discern any human scent. The mutated red-striped tiger leaped ahead, cautiously approaching the carcass of a horse and sniffing it lightly, only to be startled into retreating several paces. Fortunately, the tiger's quick reflexes saved it. At that moment, the horse's carcass emitted several cracking sounds, causing the entire body to shudder. In the next instant, a swarm of small, dark spiders emerged from within the horse's belly, their bodies drenched in blood, each smaller than an ant, spilling forth like a deluge, swiftly covering the entire horse carcass and beginning to feast upon it. Spiders? Liu Hong immediately turned and picked up several branches from the roadside, igniting them with a fire starter and tossing them onto the horse's corpse. This must be some form of spider demon beast, aware that visitors would soon arrive in Qingyou Town, and it was likely nesting within the town. As a chef, Hawking Dao was well versed in the habits of demon beasts and promptly remarked. However, this did not explain the absence of humans, leaving only the remains of animals. Wang Ximing approached with a tone tinged with respect, inquiring further. This signified that within this town there existed demon beasts even more formidable and advanced than this spider. Hawking Dao's expression grew more somber. All things possess a spirit, and humans are the apex of all spirits. This spider may lack the strength to lay its eggs in anything but ordinary animal carcasses. Spiders are, of course, fearful of fire, and given that these were newly hatched spiders, they posed no resistance against the flames. Crackling and sputtering as the stench of charred flesh wafted through the this moment, the mutated red-striped tiger became noticeably agitated, glancing up at Liu Hong before a somewhat rough and coarse voice resonated in Liu Hong's mind. Mastered, IT has discovered. It is enraged by the death of its offspring and is now hastening towards us. The small spiders emitted horrific, inaudible shrieks as they perished, sounds discernible only to demon beasts. Hawking Dao, Liu Hong took a step forward. The spider is surely on its way. Hawking Dao nodded, reaching behind his waist to grasp a pitch-black kitchen knife that fell into his hand. Liu Hong was taken aback. He had previously witnessed Hu Jindao wielding his soul-imprinted golden knife for cooking tea. His astonishment. Hu Jindao possessed a weapon as well, and it was yet another kitchen knife. In fact, when Hu Jindao utilized his golden knife for culinary purposes, Liu Hong had already discerned that Hu Jindao's prowess surpassed that of an ordinary soul master, for only those of such caliber could summon and materialize a soul imprint. Thunderous roars echoed in the distance. As expected, mere moments after Hu Jindao unsheathed his knife, a cacophony erupted from afar, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Within that haze, a dark figure was rapidly leaping up and down. Be careful, Hui Jindao's eyes suddenly gleamed. He soared in the air, his blade striking down before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events. Chapter 83. Combat Mode. Ding. Detected a small boss-level monster, six-eyed spider. Defeating it will yield 1 treasure chest. Combat Mode unlocked. Acquired finishing move. Rending slash. Finishing move. Rending slash. After 10 consecutive critical hits, it can be unleashed to instantaneously eliminate the foe. Combat Mode? Liu Hong's brows immediately knitted together. Why had it never been triggered before? Upon inspection, he quickly understood that this combat mode was specifically tailored for monsters if it could be utilized against humans. The finishing move would undoubtedly result in instant annihilation, an overwhelming advantage. Yet it seemed that it could indeed be applied to human opponents. It simply had not been activated previously. Liu Hong scrutinized the description, realizing that this finishing move could only be employed against adversaries of significantly inferior strength, suggesting it was a formidable mowing skill. However, currently, rending slash was limited to one-on-one encounters. The finishing move might also necessitate a collection process. Should he manage to gather a range, finishing move, the prospect of obliterating a multitude of foes in one fell swoop was tantalizing. He envisioned himself challenging Sex, effortlessly dispatching numerous disciples with a mere wave of his hand. Such an aura would surely terrify them into submission. Suddenly, the noise from the distance grew increasingly intense as countless strands of spider silk descended like relentless raindrops, enveloping the surroundings. Everyone hastily drew their weapons to sever the silken threads. Move quickly, or you 1ts gap. Liu Hong's foot struck the ground, propelling him into the air with remarkable ease, deftly evading the spider silk and even landing atop it, rebounding effortlessly. In an instant, he performed a somersault and found himself above the six-eyed spider. Such swiftness, Wang Ximing's eyes widened. He knew he could never match this speed. Liu Hong narrowed his gaze, fixated on a glimmer of red light on the spider's back. This spot marked the junction between the six-eyed spider's waist, thorax, and abdomen, an exceedingly vulnerable area. Moreover, this position was precisely a blind spot where the six-eyed spider could not retaliate, making it the most opportune target for an attack. Surely, the spider was not oblivious to this fact. Instinctively, it shifted, twisting mid-air, its side claws resembling razor-sharp blades, lunging toward Liu Hong with ferocity. Almost simultaneously, its corpulent abdomen flicked, spewing forth dozens of strands of silk aimed at Liu Hong. "Young master!" "Ah, Liu Hong!" Lu Miaoying and Lu Yao cried out in unison. Their movements synchronized as they prepared to assist, having just extricated themselves from the web. However, standing at the forefront, Hui Jindao swiftly raised his hands, barring their advance. "Hold on. Liu is not a reckless individual. He surely has a plan. In the moment Liu Hong landed, he had already altered his strategy. Although the air presented an excellent vantage point for attack, it diminished his maneuverability significantly. Thus, it was more advantageous to seize this opportunity to close in on the six-eyed spider. The spider silk rapidly drew Liu Hong closer, and the spider's 2 forelegs immediately rose, poised to strike at his chest with lethal intent. At that precise moment, Liu Hong clapped his hands against the ground, propelling himself skyward, his body contorting perfectly to slip through the gaps between the spider's legs, which were as sharp as blades, severing the silk and snaring him. Liu Hong executed a swift roll, finding himself beneath the spider's abdomen. The belly was yet another vulnerable point for the arachnid. Die. Liu Hong delivered an uppercut that struck the soft underbelly of the six-eyed spider, the tremendous force infused with spiritual energy coalescing into a golden punch that shattered the spider's belly. Ah! The spider emitted a wretched cry, its body convulsing in agony, nearly collapsing to the ground. As its abdomen ruptured, a torrent of yellow pus mixed with white fluid splat, Liu Hong harbored doubts in his heart. In the earlier moment of urgency, he had failed to observe the peculiar characteristics of the spider. Moreover, this six-eyed spider had been refined with poison by the 100 Poison sect, so it ought to possess greater prowess. At that instant, the six-eyed spider began to accumulate its formidable attack. The exoskeleton that had covered its head emitted a series of cracking sounds, shattering in an instant to reveal countless snow-white eyeballs within. This was no mere six-eyed creature. This was a 100-eyed monstrosity, Chapter 84. The Six-Eyed Spider Hiss. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Hong could not suppress a gasp of horror. It was evident that among the multitude of eyeballs, only 6 blood-red ones belonged to the six-eyed spider, while the remaining snow-white ones varied in size, seemingly sourced from different creatures and beasts. This was utterly terrifying. 100 eyeballs of varying dimensions, swirling about and fixating on him, instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, all the eyeballs began to tremble in unison, unleashing beams of red light with ferocious intensity. Liu Hong reacted swiftly, rolling aside to evade the onslaught. While he managed to escape, the wall behind him was not so fortunate. The conflux of red light pierced through, creating a gaping hole from which oozed a viscous, yellow-green pus, emitting wisps of acrid smoke. Was this toxic light? Liu Hong widened his eyes, utterly perplexed by the underlying mechanics of this phenomenon. The formidable aspect of the six-eyed spider lay in its ability to emit such toxic light. With the addition of more eyeballs, it could naturally unleash even more potent beams. Ziz! Observing its first attack miss, the spider swiftly pivoted its gaze back towards Liu Hong, knowing better than to grant it a second opportunity. Liu Hong leaped into the air. The spider hastily followed suit, raising its body, but no matter how swiftly it elevated its toxic appendages, it could not match Liu Hong's speed. Furthermore, as a spider, it was limited in its upward reach, allowing Liu Hong to swiftly evade into its blind spot. The spider became agitated. At such close proximity, it could not lock onto Liu Hong, and even the silk within its abdomen proved ineffective. With a resounding thud, Liu Hong's foot landed on the spider's waist, followed by a crisp snapping sound. The entire six-eyed spider was crushed beneath him. The six-eyed spider emitted a mournful wail, convulsing violently on the ground, its claws frantically scraping the earth, sending soil flying in all directions. Lo! A critical hit too. Having only delivered 2 critical strikes, it seemed that a couple more would suffice to bring this six-eyed spider to its demise. With its waist shattered, the spider had virtually lost its ability to move. Liu Hong managed a bitter smile, realizing that this spider was still insufficiently formidable. With a firm grip on the spider's back, Liu Hong delivered a powerful punch, causing the six-eyed spider to emit one final creak before it breathed its last. Meanwhile, all the eyeballs atop the spider desperately sought the heavens, refusing to relinquish their search for Liu Hong's whereabouts until the very end. Observing that the situation had calmed, Jinda gestured for Wang Shiming and the others to remain in place while he approached to investigate further. As Jingdao approached, Liu Hong had already descended from the carcass of the six-eyed spider, standing nearby while pinching his nose. After the demise of the six-eyed spider, a considerable amount of pus had oozed from its body, presenting an utterly grotesque sight. What do we have here from before? Liu Hong inquired, still holding his nose. The six-eyed spider. Huh. Hu Jingdao circled around the spider's remains, shaking his head in dismay. Upon seeing the multitude of eyes that adorned the creature's head, a deeper complexity flickered in his gaze. Well, it seems my efforts have been in vain, Liu Hong remarked, rolling his eyes. Not entirely. I haven't lost anything. Hu Jingdao chuckled heartily, his golden knife spirit mark glimmering as he struck the belly of the six-eyed spider with a swift blow, causing a pool of white substance to flow forth. He then pinched a white ring on his right hand, and the viscous liquid was promptly absorbed into the ring, a spatial ring. It appears Hu Jingdao is indeed quite affluent and well-prepared. The spider sac fluid is an excellent fuel source. Once dried, it transforms into a lightweight, sturdy, and flexible fabric, suitable for crafting clothes-fitting armor. Hu Jingdao leisurely waved his knife, extracting a milky white pearl and tossing it in Liu Hong's direction. Grinning as he said, "This is a spider essence formed within the six-eyed spider. Soaking in water or grinding it for consumption can provide detoxifying benefits. However, I wouldn't recommend swallowing it whole. Humans cannot digest it, but it would be quite beneficial for your Tianyuan tiger." Hu Jingdao's breadth of knowledge was indeed impressive. Subsequently, he approached the six-eyed spider's head, slicing it open to retrieve a beast core, which he tossed to Liu Hong. "Give this to your Tianyuan tiger as well. It could enhance its cultivation." As Jingdao appeared ready to depart, Liu Hong hastily called out to him, "Shouldn't such poisonous creatures possess venom sacs?" Could you extract one for me? Liu Hong asked. Hu Jingdao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Venom sacs? They do exist, but I thought only those who dabble in poisons would desire such things. Liu Hong chuckled in response. The venom is also a manifestation of the essence of heaven and earth, refined through the convergence of spiritual energy. Coincidentally, I've recently acquired a technique for absorbing toxins to refine spiritual power. So, is there truly such a wondrous technique in existence? Hu Jingdao's eyes lit up, though he hesitated to borrow Liu Hong's precious technique, that he swiftly turned away, kicking the six-eyed spider to flip it over. On its abdomen, 2 rows of venom glands were visible, each containing distinct venom sacs. However, Liu Hong had inadvertently shattered a few earlier. With a casual flick of his knife, Hu Jingdao extracted 6 sacs and handed them to Liu Hong. Within the town, following the chaos wrought by the beast, the scene was utterly disarrayed. Not a single intact house was in sight, and even the floors had been overturned, revealing numerous pits and mounds of earth. Ugh! How revolting! Suddenly, a cry from Chun Feng echoed from the back of the group, prompting everyone to turn around and see him standing beside a pit, repeatedly shaking his foot. Countless transparent, sticky substances clung to his foot, exuding a nauseating stench. Upon noticing this, Hu Jingdao immediately approached, his expression growing grave. You know what it is? Liu Hong asked. Hawking Dao turned his head and surveyed his surroundings. Behold, when we first entered the town, it was ensconced in a web of silken threads. Yet here, not a single strand remains. This place has undoubtedly been claimed as territory by a monstrous beast, and I fear we may have already trespassed into the domain of yet another creature. No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled slightly, causing ripples to dance across the viscous liquid within the pit. Chapter 85. The Peculiar Hawking Dao. Surely, this cannot be an earthworm. Liu Hong mused, observing the uneven terrain that had been disturbed by some unseen force. What creature delights in burrowing beneath the surface, if not the humble earthworm? Yet you are mistaken. This entity preys upon earthworms and serpents alike, and even the more formidable beasts cannot escape its ravenous maws. He spoke. Hawking Dao's throat emitted a distinct gulp as he swallowed. However, I must concede, the flesh of this creature is simply delectable. Chun Feng regarded Hawking Dao with a look of astonishment. Were all the beings before him mere monsters? In the face of such a beastly assault, one would expect fear or panic to ensue. Yet here was Hawking Dao, exhibiting the countenance of a famished wraith, while Liu Hong displayed an expression of eager anticipation, tinged with a hint of disdain. Suddenly, the earth in the distance erupted, revealing a slender, elongated snout that rivaled the size of a horse, a pangolin. Liu Hong scratched his head in confusion. After all, a pangolin was not a venomous creature, a lychee mouse. The most formidable is yet to come. Hawking Dao chuckled, urging Liu Hong to continue watching in quick succession. The street ahead detonated, and a rodent-like form, nearly the size of a house, emerged. Its forelimbs were short and sharp, and it dug with astonishing speed. The rotund belly was accompanied by 2 powerful hind legs, which Hawking Dao deemed the second most delectable part of the creature. With a cacophony of sounds, rustling, hissing, and roaring, the massive lychee mouse turned its head, its lantern-sized black eyes fixating on Liu Hong and his companions. Before unleashing a thunderous bellow, as it opened its mouth, Liu Hong felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him. The previously slender snout unfurled like a blooming flower, spreading wide like a dandelion in the wind. The mouth of the lychee mouse was adorned with a tongue covered in scales, woven together in 100 strands, resembling a drill bit. Beneath its outer shell lay tender, succulent flesh, as Hawking Dao described it. Saliva nearly dripped from his lips. Inexplicably, the fear that had gripped the group dissipated significantly, akin to the tentacles of a squid. Liu Hong nodded in acknowledgement, yet he recalled that the tongue bore barbs, layer upon layer of venomous fangs, with poison coursing within. Hawking Dao narrowed his eyes. It is these very fangs that can strip the scales from a serpent and inject venom. Truly, it is a marvelously exquisite and beautiful poison. Exquisite and not beautiful. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's complexion paled, utterly unable to concur with Hawking Dao's sentiment. This implied that should he fall victim to such a creature's bite, the multitude of tongues would surely strip the skin from his very bones. Thud, thud, thud. The willow-tongued rat half rose, locking onto the positions of those nearby before charging forward, its foreclaws swiping up clumps of earth and hurling them in this direction. Be careful. Liu Yao immediately stepped forward, her red lotus flicking in the air to form a sturdy wall that blocked the incoming stones. Wang Shiming waved his hand, and the rotating blade instantly came to his grasp. He leaped into action, aiming to strike at the willow-tongued rat. Oh dear, be cautious. If you damage it, it won't be delicious anymore. Hu Jindao watched anxiously as Wang Shiming charged ahead with his large blade. With a resounding clash, the air was filled with two light sounds as the willow-tongued rat effortlessly deflected Wang Shiming's rotating blade with its forepaw, while its other two paws seized him with ease, gritting his teeth. Wang Shiming had no choice but to summon the soul-marked rotating blade, using 4 of them to barely contend with the willow-tongued rat. Help! Liu Yao cried out, rushing forward first, her red lotus swinging in the air, aiming to bind the rat's head. However, the willow-tongued rat opened its mouth, and an array of barbed tongues danced wildly in the air, startling Liu Yao into retracting her attack. The red lotus was her life as treasure, and having sustained damage previously, she feared that facing this willow-tongued rat might reduce it to mere rags. Unlike the six-eyed spider encountered earlier, this willow-tongued rat seemed devoid of weaknesses, given Lu Feng's meager strength. How could he possibly contend with the rat? Wang Shiming had already engaged it, and they remained locked in a fierce struggle. Does this creature truly lack vulnerabilities? Liu Hong immediately turned to inquire. The willow-tongued rat lives underground, a burrowing creature, its fur as tough as iron, he continued. There is a weakness. Inside its mouth. One must enter the tiger's den to seize its cub. Hu Jindao chuckled. Liu Hong focused intently and soon spotted a flickering red light within the rat's mouth. This to strike at its weak point. One would have to be reduced to pulp first, wouldn't one? Truly, one must enter the tiger's den to seize its cub. An idea sparked. Liu Hong smiled as he stepped forward, gradually closing in, and with a raised hand, a burst of golden light erupted from behind him. Mighty ape! The imposing figure of the mighty ape stood tall, its stature rivaling that of the rat before it. At that moment, the mighty ape wielded a long staff in its hands. Upon seeing the mighty ape's appearance, the willow-tongued rat instantly tensed, as if sensing a threat. It shook vigorously, dislodging Wang Shiming and Chun Feng, and let out a roar, extending a round tongue covered in fleshly spikes from its throat. What is this? Hu Jindao exclaimed, utterly astounded by the scene before him. These toxins have been modified by the 100 Poisons sect, much like the six-eyed spider earlier. Clearly, this was the result of the 100 Poisons sect's alterations. Their modifications targeted the most formidable aspects of this particular beast, and in transforming the willow-tongued rat, it had inadvertently obscured its own throat's weakness with the very tongue that now extended from its throat. Brother Wang, sever that monstrous tongue. Liu Hong shouted urgently, but that was no mere tongue. It resembled a thick pillar, entirely covered in barbed fangs. A single swipe could easily take off half a roof. Who could withstand such a force? At that moment, Wang Shiming let out a thunderous roar, and the 2 soul seal spinning blades beside him whirled rapidly through the air, intersecting as they aimed at the massive tongue. It was precisely at this moment that the Lushi mouse had just extended its tongue. Completely unguarded, upon seeing the 2 streaks of light in the sky, the Lushi mouse instinctively sensed danger, its 4 tiny paws flailing in the air, attempting to block Wang Shiming's soul seal spinning blades. But it was utterly futile, as its paws were designed for burrowing and were far too short. Chapter 86. The ultimate fatal scissors crack. Just moments ago, the Lushi mouse, which had been preparing to cover its mouth in pain, now froze mid-air. With a mighty thrust of the long staff, an overwhelming force was poised to reduce its brain to a pulp. It perished in an instant, as the power of the strengthened ape soul seal dissipated. The Lushi mouse, rigid in place, trembled and succumbed to its demise, crashing to the ground. Ha ha! A feast awaits! Hu Jindao laughed heartily and immediately rushed forward, seizing the opportunity while Hu Jindao went to collect the meat. Liu Hong quietly activated the system. Kill the six-eyed spider, receive chest X1. Kill the Lushi mouse, receive chest X2. Now Liu Hong still had chests left unopened. Open a chest. Ding. Extracted a silver chest. Acquired soul crystal 888. Over 8,000 soul crystals? What a paltry amount. For an ordinary cultivator, soul crystals might be considered a valuable asset, but for Liu Hong, they hardly held significance. However, if the amount reached tens of thousands, it would indeed be worthwhile, as it could fulfill some extravagant tasks. Ding! Extracted another silver chest. Acquired ultimate skill book. Hiss! Just when Liu Hong felt a twinge of frustration, the mention of an ultimate skill book instantly exhilarated him. Currently, he possessed only one ultimate skill, the Raging Slash, which required accumulating 10 critical hits to activate, making it somewhat cumbersome. The recently encountered six-eyed spider and Lushi mouse had perished before he could even land 10 critical hits. Moreover, it was likely that if he encountered a beast capable of withstanding 10 critical hits, Liu Hong would also find himself outmatched. Not every monster could endure such an onslaught. Thus, Liu Hong was in urgent need of an immediately usable ultimate skill to facilitate his monster-slaying endeavors. Ultimate Skill Book. Upon use, one will learn a random ultimate skill. Unwanted ultimate skills can even be fused to create other ultimate skills. Use. After glancing at the description, Liu Hong promptly chose to use it. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and the ultimate skill book integrated into his mind, followed by a resonant chime. Ding! Acquired ultimate skill. Hanging Head Kill. Hanging Head Kill. Grasp the beast's head and perform a back slam onto the ground to complete the ultimate skill. It sounded quite simple, yet the name of this ultimate skill was rather silly. Liu Hong gazed at the words Hanging Head Kill and couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Moreover, while the usage of this ultimate skill appeared unrestricted, it actually bore significant limitations in essence, it required him to grasp the beast's head and perform a reverse slam. Given the larger physique of most beasts, take the Lushi mouse for instance, which is about the size of a small house, how could he possibly manage to execute a reverse slam with its head? Embracing it offers no point of leverage. Moreover, grasping that creature's head would likely result in Liu Hong's arms being scraped raw. Yet another futile endeavor. Did the system not just mention the possibility of merging finishing moves? Let us give it a try, and may it not yield another trivial result. Merge. Liu Hong bellowed softly. Ding! The fusion of finishing moves will create a new finishing move based on the characteristics of the two original moves. By selecting different finishing moves, one can merge to obtain the desired technique. Merging in progress. Ding! Acquired new finishing move. Extreme Deadly Scissor Kick. Goodness, why does this name sound so familiar? Liu Hong couldn't help but chuckle as a scene from Stephen Chow film flashed through his mind, prompting him to quickly open the finishing move description. Extreme Deadly Scissor Kick, an exquisite finishing move, capable of execution when the opponent's head possesses a weakness, by ensnaring the beast's neck with both legs. This technique can be unleashed. Spinning Lethal Strike. Haha! Indeed, it retains that familiar flair. Now that the Deadly Scissor Kick is at hand, I wonder if there exists a hug and kill move as well. The conditions for this finishing move are considerably more lenient, as most beasts possess a weakness in their heads. With the Deadly Scissor Kick, Liu Hong's efficiency in hunting will undoubtedly increase significantly. Liu Hong closed the system display, feeling quite pleased as he approached the corpse of the Lushi rat. At this moment, the Lushi rat had been nearly disassembled by the Huajin blade, leaving nothing but a few bones and skin. All the delectable meat had been meticulously collected into the spatial ring by the Huajin blade, and the creature's numerous tentacle-like tongues had also been systematically removed. My dear brother, your luck seems rather unfortunate. This fellow is once again to my taste, and there is nothing here for you. The Huajin blade wore a beaming expression, having amassed several hundred pounds of meat, undoubtedly reaping substantial rewards. Venom sacs and inner cores. Here you go. In comparison to what the Huajin blade had acquired, these two items seemed rather insignificant, leaving Liu Hong feeling somewhat vexed. After all his efforts, he had come away with not even a single hair. Qi Wenhu, come here, with a wave of his hand. Liu Hong summoned the mutated Qi Wen tiger, producing a spider core and two beast inner cores, tossing them all to the mutated tiger. Upon seeing them, the tiger's eyes instantly brightened. These beast cores are indeed valuable. While they may hold little use for humans, they are a substantial boon for beasts. After consuming the 2 beast cores, the mutated Tianyuan tiger appeared lethargic, its gait somewhat unsteady, likely exhausted from absorbing the core's energy. Liu Hong, stop wandering around the periphery. It's a waste of energy. Did you not mention that there's a small clan within Tianyuan town? Let us proceed directly to the clan and see if there are any survivors to aid us. Chun Feng approached, almost speaking in a commanding tone. In truth, Chun Feng's words held merit. The number of beasts remaining in Tianyuan town was uncertain. Continuing this way until nightfall might not guarantee the eradication of every last one. Furthermore, since everyone had taken residence in Tianyuan town, they would undoubtedly be staying within that clan's estate, making a wise choice to investigate there first. However, what Chun Feng did not anticipate was that Tianyuan town had already been systematically divided among the beasts, each territory distinctly claimed. Within that family, there exist cultivators. Where there are cultivators, treasures abound, making it an undeniable haven for demonic beasts. I fear that within that family lies the most formidable demonic beast in Tianyuan town at this very moment. Why are you looking at me? I am merely a chef. As Liu Hong's gaze shifted towards him, Jin Dao immediately scoffed. I share the same sentiment. I have visited Tianyuan town once and possess a general understanding of the family's location. If there are any survivors, it would be most prudent to rescue them first. Upon noticing Liu Hong's attention directed at him once again, Wang Ximing promptly remarked, Chapter 87. The Crimson Striped Tiger's Advancement Tianyuan Town's Marketplace, which should have been bustling with prosperity, now lay desolate, enveloped in a scene of decay. The tables and chairs were coated in a layer of dust, as if untouched by human activity for an extended period. Liu Hong observed a thick layer of dust on a distant tea stall and furrowed his brow, stating, given the proximity of Tianyuan town to Qinghe Academy, it is unexpected that the demonic calamity has persisted for so long without the Academy's awareness. It appears that this calamity has only transpired within the last 2 or 3 days. Jin Dao glanced at a scattered plate of peanuts on the tea stall, dried and somewhat moldy, and remarked, thus this white powder cannot be attributed to a long absence of activity. What could it be? Liu Hong inquired, astonished, before hastily approaching a railing, taking a handful of the white powder and rubbing it between his fingers. The powder was remarkably smooth, even possessing an unusual luster, albeit somewhat muted, yet still discernible. Moth scales. Jin Dao, echoing Liu Hong's actions, examined a portion of the white powder and promptly declared, Moth scales? Liu Hong turned. Perplexed at that moment, Wang Ximing appeared startled, urgently asking, is it the 3-striped moth? Jin Dao, taken aback, turned to Wang Ximing. You are familiar with the 3-striped moth? Indeed, in the past, while accompanying my master on a journey to the southern frontier, I encountered a 3-striped moth that terrorized a village. However, it was slain by my master before it could cause any harm. Wang Ximing's expression darkened, revealing a palpable apprehension towards this creature. What is the 3-striped moth? As someone present had knowledge of it, Liu Hong saw no need to consult the system and directly inquired. The 3-striped moth is a demonic beast capable of cultivating through 3 distinct forms, the ghost path, the beast path, and the human path. Wang Ximing explained. Indeed, it is referred to as a moth not merely because it resembles one, but due to its habit of cocooning. The initial stage of the 3-striped moth resembles a malevolent spirit. Upon completing the first cocoon, it develops a physical form, becoming akin to a flesh-eating maggot that continues to feast upon souls. Once the second stage is completed, it seeks a host, undergoing a second cocooning process, transforming into a ghoul wearing human skin, yet harboring a monster within. Jin Dao elaborated languidly. The 3-striped moth has seized control of the ancient family's estate. It seems we are facing one that has completed the beast path and is on the verge of entering the human path. Wang Ximing finally revealed the source of his trepidation. Given that this area is strewn with moth scales, it indicates that a portion of the 3-striped moths has successfully completed their second cocooning. Jin Dao reached for his waist, producing a kitchen knife. Whoosh! In the distance, a few tiles slipped off the corner of the street, prompting everyone to simultaneously look up. There, against the far corner wall, several shadowy figures were half crouching, half standing. Their garments were tattered, their skin in a state of decay, and their eyes were dark voids, while their parched lips curled back to reveal sharp, blackened fangs. The moth matriarch must be within the premises. It is imperative to locate her. The poison sect certainly spares no effort. To have brought a moth matriarch all the way from the southern borders and nurtured it to the point of hatching such a multitude of three-striped moths must have taken nearly a decade. I reckon, squeak, 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 the three-striped moths that had already possessed human forms emitted an eerie cacophony before leaping away, vanishing from sight. The toxin can directly strip your soul for their consumption. This is the legendary. Poisoning to the point of soul extraction. How utterly lethal. Liu Hong couldn't help but feel a shiver of awakening. The group swiftly made their way along the street until they reached the entrance of the ancient family mansion. As they approached, the moth scales beneath their feet grew thicker, yielding a soft, spongy layer. Creak! Liu Hong cautiously pushed open the door and peered inside. The vast courtyard was strewn with moth scales, and only a few three-striped moths lingered in the corner. Their desiccated lips contorted into a sinister grin. Upon noticing their presence, they immediately turned and fled. Do not follow them. The moth matriarch seeks to ensnare us. She must be underground. Jin Dao turned his head, glancing at Wang Shiming. Friend, it is your turn. With a swift motion, Jin Dao carved a circle in the moth scales. Wang Shiming instantly understood, wielding two rotating blades and striking down with tremendous force. A resounding boom echoed as the moth scales exploded outward, and the bluestone slabs began to cave in, preparing to descend, swift and decisive. Jin Dao called out lightly, meeting the oncoming humanoid three-striped moth with a single slash. Cleaving it in two, beneath its skin lay a hard exoskeleton, and with that strike, it made a satisfying crunch. However, Wang Shiming's strength was not as formidable. Even with the soul imprint blades, it took 7 strikes to dispatch a single humanoid three-striped moth. Just as Liu Hong was about to take action, a deep growl resonated from behind. The previously lethargic crimson striped tiger suddenly exhibited vigor. Liu Hong turned to look and was taken aback. In mere minutes of inattention, it had seemingly undergone a transformation. Its bones appeared larger than before. The black king symbol on its forehead had turned golden, and its eyes shone with a brilliant golden hue. Under its claws, a faint golden radiance emanated, exuding an imposing presence. The mutated crimson-striped tiger that appears to have advanced. The deep growl carried a hint of pain, and upon closer inspection, Liu Hong noticed that the tiger's upper fangs had elongated significantly, resembling 2 gleaming swords. This is a golden version of the saber-toothed tiger. Goodness, this is quite impressive. Clearly, the emergence of these new teeth was not a comfortable experience, and the newly sprouted fangs likely caused some discomfort. With a mighty roar, the mutated crimson-striped tiger leapt forth, its massive teeth piercing through the body of a three-striped moth with ease. These fangs were far more formidable than Wang Shiming's rotating blades. Chapter 88. The trap following its previous evolution. The combat prowess of the mutated red-striped tiger had evidently ascended to an entirely new echelon. The humanoid three-striped moths appeared almost as fragile as paper before it. Utterly incapable of withstanding its relentless onslaught, in this manner, a throng of 30 to 40 humanoid three-striped moths swiftly succumbed under the collective assault of the group, with the mutated red-striped tiger accounting for a significant portion of the victory. Having dispatched the humanoid three-striped moths surrounding the ancient family's estate, the group then converged upon a vast pit before them. This chasm, approximately 3 to 5 meters deep, was shrouded in darkness, and a foul, sanguinary stench wafted up from its depths with every gust of wind. The number of corpses concealed below was unfathomable. Jin Dao slowly raised the kitchen knife in his hand, his brow furrowing deeply. Upon witnessing the mutated red-striped tiger leap into the abyss, Liu Hong seemed similarly influenced, taking a bold leap himself and descending into the pit. The three-striped moth matriarch was no mere beast. Even Jin Dao harbored a degree of trepidation towards it. Yet, recalling Di Qing's admonition to protect Liu Hong at all costs before departing the tavern, Jin Dao felt compelled to follow suit. A bittersweet smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, as the two plunged into the cavern. The remaining members of the group cast aside their hesitations and followed suit, with the sole exception of Chun Feng. who hesitated for several moments outside. During the prior skirmish with the humanoid three-striped moths, he had exerted considerable effort to defeat just one that within the dark confines of the cavern. He felt ill-equipped to confront the onslaught of the moths. I believe it is far too perilous for us to descend together. Perhaps it would be wiser for you to proceed while I summon the main force, Chun Feng suggested, his eyes darting thoughtfully. Wang Shiming furrowed his brow upon hearing this remark. As a disciple of the Shenlong sect, he found Chun Feng's apparent cowardice both shameful and contemptible. Nevertheless, he chose not to engage in further dispute with him. During this journey away from their sect, he had witnessed the true nature of many of his fellow disciples. Chun Feng was but one, and Dong Dong another T, a Wang Shiming. Liu Hong seemed far more genuine and amiable than either of them. Extracting several fire torches from his pack, Wang Shiming struck them alight and distributed one to each member of the group. Beneath the feeble glow of the torches, they cautiously advanced into the cavern. Meanwhile, the mutated red-striped tiger sniffed the air, guiding the group deeper into the cave. We have already dealt with the humanoid three-striped moths outside. The BY now. The three-striped moth matriarch is likely aware of our presence, and we may soon face an ambush, Hua Jindao cautioned, drawing his kitchen knife and carefully following the mutated red-striped tiger, his eyes scanning their surroundings with acute vigilance. Although Hua Jindao possessed a slight edge in strength over Wang Shiming, he was not primarily a combat-oriented cultivator. In a true confrontation, he would only marginally surpass Wang Shiming. After walking for a minute or two, they soon reached a fork in the path, with 3 distinct routes leading in different directions. Apart from the differing directions, the 3 paths were nearly identical in size, each emanating the same nauseating stench. I could tea that moment. The mutated red-striped tiger, leading the way, also paused at the fork. Seemingly having lost the scent and trail, unable to discern the location of the 3 moth mothers. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the depths of the 3 paths. Liu Hong swiftly raised the fire stick in his hand. As he looked up, he saw several shadowy figures racing towards them from the far end of one of the paths. Undoubtedly, it was not just this path. The remaining 2 paths also concealed shadows that were steadily encroaching upon their position. Retreat. Hua Jindao immediately reacted, his voice a low command. I end such an environment. Unfamiliar with the terrain and shrouded in darkness, their situation was exceedingly perilous. Just then, at the back of the group, Lu Miaoying turned her head and let out a piercing scream. Unbeknownst to them, they had been silently surrounded by countless humanoid moths, drawing perilously close to the fork, less than 10 meters away. What do we do? We're surrounded, Lu Yao anxiously inquired, raising her red silk. The more the moth mothers wish to remain hidden from us, the more determined we must be to find them. Liu Hong replied in a hushed tone, then swiftly positioned himself to block the direction from which they had come. Leaving the other 3 paths to Hua Jindao, Wang Shiming, and the remaining Lu Miaoying and Lu Wai. As soon as the group had steadied themselves, the battle was imminent, but a dark tide of humanoid moths surged towards them. With the assistance of the mutated red-striped tiger, Liu Hong quickly cleared his side of the humanoid moths. Turning his gaze, he noticed that the situation at the fork was rather dire. Lu Miaoying and Lu Yao were holding their ground, barely managing to fend off the onslaught of the humanoid moths, while Wang Shiming was single-handedly facing the brunt of the attack, despite wielding 2 rotary blades and a pair of soul-engraved rotary blades. He struggled against the relentless assault, sustaining several varying degrees of wounds on his shoulder and chest. Don't worry about me. I can hold on a bit longer. Focus on dealing with them over there. Hua Jindao raised his kitchen knife, swiftly cleaving a humanoid moth attempting to flank him in 2. With his other hand, he wielded the soul-engraved golden kitchen knife, dispatching 2 more humanoid moths. Seizing the opportunity, he turned to Liu Hong and urged, "Go assist Wang Shiming." Liu Hong bent down, gently patting the head of the mutated red-striped tiger. Then, with a leap, he joined Lu Miaoying and Lu Yao. The bond between Liu Hong and the mutated red-striped tiger was profound. They understood each other's intentions without words. Upon hearing Liu Hong's command, the tiger immediately charged to Wang Shiming's side, alleviating some of the pressure he faced. Chapter 89. Poisoning after approximately 3 to 5 minutes. The group managed to clear away 3 branching paths and fend off the onslaught of the humanoid 3-striped moths. Before them lay a grim tableau of bodies, likely numbering over 100 humanoid three-striped moths. Deeper within the lair, it was probable that more of these creatures remained unhatched. We must annihilate them all before they emerge, lest we find ourselves entombed within this nest. At this juncture, Hu Jindao was utterly exhausted, drenched in perspiration. Typically a pampered top chef, he had seldom engaged in such desperate combat, and at his advanced age, this fierce battle had proven quite taxing. Not only was he fatigued, even Liu Hong, the young lad, felt his strength waning significantly. Turning around, he noticed Wang Shiming seated cross-legged on the ground, his complexion notably pale. This was a dire sign. It appeared he had been poisoned by the humanoid three-striped moths. Hu Jindao, recognizing the change in Wang Shiming's pallor, swiftly sheathed his kitchen knife and rushed to his side. He pressed his hand against Wang Shiming's pulse and checked his breathing, his expression darkening further. Among their party, Wang Shiming bore the most severe injuries, tallying no less than 7 wounds. The deepest gash, a 5-centimeter laceration on his right shoulder, had been inflicted by the claws of a humanoid three-striped moth, exposing bone beneath the torn flesh. Fortunately, Wang Shiming had applied pressure to staunch the bleeding post-battle. Otherwise, the blood loss might have already rendered him unconscious. Hu Jindao quickly tore open Wang Shiming's shirt to inspect the deepest wound, which exhibited a slight greenish hue around its edges that a pale green liquid mixed with blood coursed through the injury. Liu, quickly use your spiritual energy to safeguard his soul. Otherwise, as the venom seeps further into his bloodstream, his spirit will be compromised and susceptible to being siphoned by these humanoid three-striped moths. Hu Jindao instructed, turning the seated Wang Shiming around. He pressed his palms against Wang Shiming's back and continued. As I mentioned earlier, due to the humanoid three-striped moths being cultivators of the 3 paths, their venom is exceptionally unique, capable of forcing a person's soul from their body. Now that Wang Shiming was already afflicted, it was uncertain whether an antidote existed for this particular poison. Liu Hong rummaged through his pockets and suddenly recalled that he still possessed a spider core. He pondered whether this spider core might possess any antidotal properties. Previously, he had extracted 2 cores for the mutated red-striped tiger, yet he had retained this one, reasoning that even a mosquito's leg is meat. Whatever could be salvaged could be of worth that I cannot be certain. But since it is also a creature of the supernatural, it may prove effective against this malady, he mused. Hu Jindao swiftly seized the white spider essence from Liu Hong's grasp, holding it delicately in his hands. With a swift motion, he clapped his palms together, reducing the essence to a fine white powder. He then meticulously sprinkled the powder over Wang Shiming's wound. A hissing sound emerged as the powder transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, absorbing the faint green venom mingled with blood until nothing remained. Observing the efficacy of the white powder, the onlookers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. However, Wang Shiming remained in a meditative state, seemingly lost in deep contemplation, unresponsive to their frantic calls. Hu Jindao reached out to touch Wang Shiming's crown, shaking his head in dismay. "It is my fault. All my fault. I have grown old, and my reactions have slowed." One of his souls has already been taken by the 3 moth matrons. Thankfully, we utilized the spider essence in time to preserve his remaining spirit. Without dealing with the moth matrons, he may remain in this slumber for the rest of his days. Hu Jindao lamented, striking his head in frustration. Were it years past, he would not have been so sluggish. Indeed, comfort dulls one's drive. There is no need for excessive self-reproach. We must hasten to locate the 3 moth matrons. Liu Hong turned to Lu Miaoyin and Lu Yao, continuing, "The deeper we venture into their lair, the greater the peril. A.S. Wang Shiming is now unconscious. You 2 should carry him outside the courtyard and await the main force. Hu Jindao, the mutated scarlet-striped tiger, and I will descend to confront the moth matron." Upon hearing this, Lu Miaoyin expressed her discontent, yet Lu Yao quickly pulled her arm. Together, they reluctantly escorted Wang Shiming away from the den. Hu Jindao, the mutated scarlet-striped tiger, and Liu Hong continued deeper into the passage. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the second layer of the lair. As they approached, the stench of decay intensified, causing Liu Hong to wrinkle his brow, while Hu Jindao remained relatively unfazed, accustomed to such sanguinary scents. The odor suggested the presence of countless decaying corpses, if the stench is too much to bear. "We can pause here for a moment," what Jingdao suggested, patting Liu Hong on the shoulder with understanding. Although Liu Hong's relationship with Wang Ximing was not particularly close, they shared common goals, and his concern for Wang Ximing far outweighed his discomfort with the foul odor. As they traversed the passage, they ventured further until they reached a relatively spacious doorway, the corridor widening considerably, accompanied by a faint rustling sound from the far end. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the passage, inciting a wave of commotion from the opposite side. "Something is approaching," Hu Jingdao warned in a hushed tone, drawing his cleaver. Creaking sounds filled the air as two grasshopper-like creatures, their carapaces glistening black and unsettling, crawled into view at the broad entrance of the passage. These were the moth matron's guards, larger than their kin and devoid of human disguise, making them all the more formidable. However, upon locating them, it could essentially be concluded that the moth matron was indeed in close proximity, Hu Jingdao declared. Whoosh! Invading this place was tantamount to a death sentence. The two tri-striped moth sentinels advanced without a moment's hesitation, launching themselves directly at him. Chapter 90. The Golden Treasure Chest. Creak. In an instant, one of the tri-striped moths clashed with Hu Jingdao, and despite the razor-sharpness of his kitchen knife, it was unable to penetrate the creature's carapace. It is worth noting that this knife, wielded by a chef who prepared dishes using demonic beasts as ingredients, was designed to cleave through dragon bones and strike down upon gold and stone. How could it possibly lack sharpness? The fact that it could not cut through demonstrated just how formidable the armor of these tri-striped moth sentinels truly was. This thing was akin to a stone in a latrine. Foul and unyielding. Hu Jingdao muttered with annoyance. Liu Hong, turning his head, met one of the tri-striped moth's arms with a punch. The impact reverberated through his arm, leaving it tingling, truly solid. At this moment, the mutated red-striped tiger was equally relentless, lunging forward to bite. Yet even it could not breach the creature's armor, producing merely a shower of sparks. Is this fellow made of iron? Liu Hong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Observing the mutated red-striped tiger engaging with the creature, a sudden illumination struck Liu Hong. This being, clad in armor as if forged of iron, had few vulnerabilities. The only apparent weak points were at the joints of its carapace, which were difficult to target. However, Liu Hong soon discerned a faint red glow flickering at the back of the creature's head. A weak point on its head. Could this be the opportunity to unleash a finishing move? Liu Hong chuckled heartily, charging forth while the beast was occupied with the mutated red-striped tiger and swiftly mounted its head, clamping his legs tightly. Finishing move. Ultimate, deadly, scissor kick. Liu Hong leaped into the air, twisting his legs, and with a resounding crack, the tri-striped moth's head was twisted off by Liu Hong's might. Instantaneous annihilation. Ding! Achievement unlocked. First use of finishing move. Earn 10 wasteful currency. How did you achieve this? Hu Jingdao was still embroiled in a fierce struggle with another tri-striped moth when he suddenly heard a crisp crack. Turning his head, he saw one of the tri-striped moths had already fallen. These tri-striped moth sentinels were no mere pushovers. After such a protracted battle, Liu Hong's sudden kill left him astonished, having witnessed Liu Hong annihilate a tri-striped moth sentinel with a single strike. He couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. With a hearty laugh, Liu Hong turned and dispatched the remaining one as well. Watching Liu Hong execute yet another instantaneous kill with the ultimate, deadly scissor kick right before his eyes, Hu Jingdao was utterly astounded. What kind of technique is this? So bizarre and extraordinary. Liu Hong chuckled. This, my friends, called the deadly scissor kick. Deadly scissor kick. It certainly proves fatal, but the scissor part one cannot comprehend. Hu Jingdao gazed at Liu Hong with profound admiration, ultimately chuckling. Liu Xiao, brother, you have truly surprised me. After exchanging a few more words, the two proceeded towards the inner lair. The tri-striped moth matron herself bore no offensive thus. It is of paramount importance to eliminate the moth matriarch of the three-winged moths. Upon entering the vast subterranean chamber, one is immediately engulfed by a pungent aroma of blood and decay. Within the circular nest, there lie numerous figures in a state of meditation, their heads bowed, yet they are but lifeless corpses, their faces pallid, with three-winged moths hatching within them. The human body has become a host for the larvae of the three-winged moths. This is no mere act of malevolence. It transcends to the realm of demonic entities. Hu Jindao gazed upon the multitude of cadavers strewn about and could not suppress a lament. The true culprit behind this calamity is indeed the 100-poisoned sect. Is that the moth matriarch of the three-winged moths? Liu Hong lifted his gaze towards the largest pit at the center of the nest, where a colossal white worm lay, its enormous snow-white abdomen comprising nearly 90% of its form. Upon that abdomen rested the remnants of a human torso. As Liu Hong peered closer, his pupils constricted in shock. It was a woman. The moth matriarch occupies the bodies of women in their reproductive phase. Otherwise, it cannot ensure that its progeny, the three-winged moths, can seamlessly adapt to the human form. This wretched woman has been kept alive solely to produce countless moth eggs, enduring this agony for several days before it culminates. At that point, the moth matriarch will seek a new vessel. Hu Jindao turned to Liu Hong. You should assist her in ending her suffering that a white silkworm, the size of a pinky finger, resides in her chest. That is the true moth matriarch, a substance of immense value, rumored to possess the power to bring the dead back to life. So terrifying. Liu Hong gasped, then swiftly descended before the woman. At this moment, she was too weak to utter a word, her face marred with filth, her eyes reflecting sheer terror as they met Liu Hong's. Fear not. I am here to end your suffering. Liu Hong raised his hand and struck the woman on the head with a decisive blow. Her eyes widened, and she instantly perished. Subsequently, the enormous white worm within her abdomen began to convulse violently, while something within her chest writhed with fervor. With a sudden pop, a white silkworm, as thick as a pinky finger, shot forth from her chest. Liu Hong, quick of hand, seized it and immediately deposited it into the system space. Ding! Acquired 1 moth matriarch of the three-winged moths. New item discovered. Reward: 20 spendthrift coins. Ding! Defeated the moth matriarch of the three-winged moths. Reward: 3 treasure chests. Oh, 3 treasure chests? Has the exhilarating moment of unboxing arrived? Liu Hong chuckled. Open all the treasure chests. Ding! Extracting from the bronze chest. Acquired 2 spendthrift coins. Ding! Extracting from the bronze chest. Acquired 1 spendthrift coin. What the heck? How unlucky can one be? 2 bronze chests in a row. At the very least, they should be silver. Moreover, I have yet to encounter any gold or platinum chests. Ding! Extracting from the gold chest. Acquired weapon: autumn water sword. Just as this thought crossed Liu Hong's mind, the system's voice startled him. A sword from the gold chest. At last, he possesses a proper weapon. He promptly examined it. Autumn water sword. Grade. Attributes: Strength 24, Constitution 18. Special effects: Draw the sword to sever water. Capable of breaking gold and stone. While wielding this sword, sword energy amplitude 20, sword energy power 20. Introduction: The sword crafted by the master artisan Qiuzi is both lightweight and razor sharp, making it an exceptional weapon. Liu Hong hurriedly grasped the Qiushui sword, and indeed, it felt as light as a child's plastic sword. Almost weightless in his hand, to achieve such a level of craftsmanship with a sword is truly remarkable. By the way, did he not previously deconstruct the toxic old man's herbal pestle and acquire a substantial amount of, or, furthermore, having activated the forging system through the repair of the Shizi sword? Perhaps he could forge this sword as well. Chapter 91. Forging. The Ice Flame Sword. Liu Hong swiftly opened the system and discovered that he still had 13 pieces of netherwood in his backpack, along with a portion of spiritual essence. Although the Qiushui sword was powerful, it was merely an ordinary weapon, inferior even to the toxic old man's herbal pestle. With all the materials combined, he exclaimed, "Forge!" Liu Hong felt no remorse for these items as he shouted decisively. Ding! System notification. There is one more magical artifact available for deconstruction. Unlike weapons, magical artifacts possess special functions, although some can also serve as weapons, such as Liu Yao's Hongling, her innate magical artifact, which is quite rare. Another magical artifact? Liu Hong rummaged through his pack and smacked his forehead, realizing, yes, he still had the Tianyuan Pearl. This Tianyuan Pearl was a precious treasure. He had intended to deconstruct it when he acquired it, but had completely forgotten. Inspecting it, he found Tianyuan Pearl, grade, C. Type, magical artifact, Attributes: a magical item forged from mysterious steel and the eye of a fire dragon beast. Possessing an intense, fiery spiritual power. The stronger the wielder, the greater the power it can unleash. Though it may seem merely a single fire dragon beast's eye, a soul master of sufficient strength could summon the complete soul of the fire dragon beast to fight alongside them. It is forged from mysterious steel and the eye of the fire dragon beast, which are opposing elements. However, the netherwood used by the toxic old man possesses the ability to absorb all and enhance its own power. Perhaps it could absorb the fire dragon beast's eye as well. Deconstruct. Ding. Acquired. Mysterious steel X8. Fire dragon beast I X1. Excellent. Fuse them all together. Liu Hong laughed heartily and immediately commanded. Before him, several items flew out of his backpack, gradually merging together and enveloping the Qiushui sword. The mysterious steel fused with the blade of the Qiushui sword, reforging its edge. The netherwood melded with the hilt, transforming it into an intricately carved wooden handle. The fire dragon beast's eye was embedded in the center of the wooden hilt, igniting a burst of flame that colored the wooden handle a brilliant red. Remarkably, the netherwood did not burn away. Instead, it absorbed the flames, shifting from its original dark hue to a striking dark red. The remaining flames surged upward, resembling molten lava, carving a fiery red groove into the center of the blade, while the edge forged from mysterious steel took on a cool sky blue hue, appearing extraordinarily exquisite. Finally, with the infusion of spiritual essence, the abundance of materials provided a greater chance of forging a spiritual weapon. Ding! Forge successful. Ding! Acquired spirit. Ice flame sword. Wonderful. Ice flame sword, such an imposing name. It is my first weapon. Inspect. Ice flame sword. Grade. S.Type. Spiritual weapon. Description: a sword forged by the host himself. Attributes: Strength 40. Constitution 68. Charging: with each attack, a portion of both allies' and enemy strength is absorbed, enhancing the subsequent strike. Ice and fire: attacks randomly inflict burn and freeze effects, if the effects from the previous attack differ from the current one. An explosive ice-fire conflict occurs. Goodness, this seems rather formidable. Liu Hong, with a sense of satisfaction, drew the ice flame sword and casually struck a nearby rock. With a sizzling sound, a few red flames immediately flickered in the gash carved into the stone. A second strike, sizzle. Again, flames erupted, and the two cuts in the stone glowed faintly red, indicating the high temperature. Thus, he and Hui Jindao began to eliminate the demonic beasts around Qingyou Town. With the demise of the Moth Mother, some of the demonic beasts stationed in Qingyou Town chose to flee. For if even the strongest Moth Mother had perished, what purpose remained for them here? Consequently, the duo scoured both the interior and exterior of the town, ultimately locating 3 demonic beasts. After dispatching them, Liu Hong acquired several venom sacs and antidotes. By the time the group reconvened, evening had already fallen. Liu Hong promptly dispatched the mutated red-striped tiger to inform those waiting by the river, while he and the others cleared a side room within the Goof family residence for lodging. Meanwhile, Hui Jindao was outside grilling meat. Being a chef of some repute, Hui Jindao naturally carried his culinary essentials, and within half an hour, a sumptuous feast of grilled demonic beast meat left everyone salivating. The meat of demonic beast possesses restorative properties, especially when prepared by Hui Jindao himself. After indulging, the group immediately felt rejuvenated. Even Wang Ximing's complexion improved significantly. What a delightful aroma! What is that? Amidst Hui Jindao's tidying up, a cacophony of sounds echoed from outside, indicating the arrival of their companions. That a few greedy souls, lured by the scent, quickly found their way over, and upon seeing the grill and the bones strewn on the ground, they instantly understood. Originally, residing in Qingyou Town would have afforded them fine wine and delicacies, but now that the town lay in ruins and the people from Qinghe Academy had yet to arrive, they were left with only dry rations. Hey, old man, you're a chef, right? The smell of your grilled meat is irresistible, and I happen to be starving. Consider this a favor. Hurry and prepare some meat to satisfy my hunger. A man with a scruffy beard stepped forward, patting his belly and shouting arrogantly, "If you manage to fill me up, I might just reward you with a couple of soul crystals as a gesture of goodwill." Understand? The old man he referred to was none other than Hui Jindao. Though regrettably, this individual was unaware of his true identity, brazenly making such bold declarations. Chapter 92. The Duel of Life and Death in Torn Robes. Hui Jin Dao raised an eyebrow, continuing to tidy his cooking utensils, too indifferent to engage with such a petty character. However, the scruffy bearded man, noticing Hui Jin Dao's silence, grew even more arrogant, reaching out to press down on the grill. "I'm speaking to you, old man. Do you hear me? I could easily end you, you know. I'm hungry, so hurry up and serve me something to eat." Liu Hong, glancing at Hui Jin Dao, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though he managed to hold it in. After all, Hui Jin Dao was a person whose meals were measured in thousands of soul crystals. You request someone to prepare a meal for you, offering them a soul crystal, while expecting them to perceive it as a gracious gift. Perhaps he regards Hui Jin Dao as merely an ordinary cook, akin to the residents of Qingyou Town who were inadvertently rescued during Liu Hong and his companions' hunt for demon beasts. For an average individual, a soul crystal indeed represents a significant sum, sufficient to secure a livelihood. Yet, can Hui Jin Dao be considered an ordinary person? A single soul crystal scarcely suffices even to purchase a plate. Ha! However, the moment this fellow calls out, the crowd behind him reacts vehemently, for they have been hungry for quite some time, drawn in by the enticing aroma. "We want meat." "Yes, meat. Barbecue. Hurry, we are disciples of the sect. Serving us is a blessing you have earned over 3 lifetimes. As the uproar escalates, the burly man with the beard grows bolder, charging forth to kick over Hui Jin Dao's barbecue stand. Are you deaf or mute? At that moment, Hui Jin Dao raises his head, a formidable aura surging forth, causing the bearded man to stagger, nearly kneeling before him. "You wish for me to cook for you? You should consider whether you possess the qualifications." Hui Jin Dao's cold rebuke silences the crowd, for this pressure emanates from a figure of soul master caliber. They are not fools. Ha ha! At this juncture, Liu Hong can no longer contain himself, the hand over his mouth failing to muffle his laughter. The bearded man's face flushes with embarrassment, turning his gaze towards Liu Hong. "What are you laughing at? Seeking death, are you? I challenge you. Do you dare accept?" As he speaks, the bearded man produces a dagger, slicing a piece from his clothing and slamming it onto the ground with malice. A challenge. "Me?" Liu Hong is taken aback, the smile at the corner of his lips deepening. "Very well, a challenge it is. Who is afraid?" Upon uttering this, Liu Hong promptly claps Hui Jin Dao on the shoulder, his intention unmistakable. "I shall avenge your grievance." "Hey, what are you doing?" Upon seeing Liu Hong genuinely accept the challenge, Liu Yao becomes anxious, grabbing hold of him. This is no ordinary challenge. Severing one's garment signifies a fight to the death. Liu Yao explains hastily to, "Oh," Liu Hong scoffs dismissively, "A fight to the death it is. I fear him not. Brother Hua is my invited ally. His humiliation reflects upon me." Liu Yao, exasperated, stomps her foot and rushes to Liu Miaoying's side, crossing her arms. Unappreciative fool. In contrast, Liu Miaoying remains untroubled, comforting Liu Yao. "Calm down, Yao Yao. You know the master's strength has surpassed both of ours. There are few who could gain the upper hand against him. Indeed, from a strength standpoint, even in his prime, Wang Shiming would find it challenging to gain an advantage against Liu Hong. Dare to mock me. Today, I shall see you dead. Power of the Qingyou." The bearded man bellows, and immediately a Qingyou manifests behind him. This individual possesses the Qingyou soul mark, clearly relying on brute strength. To win, it would be a simple feat for Liu Hong. Given his agility, "Taste my fist." The burly man with a bushy beard lunged forward with a powerful punch, akin to a rampaging bull, exuding an intimidating presence. Care for a Snickers? Liu Hong, being a man of modern times, was well acquainted with earthly possessions, yet the bearded brute was utterly oblivious to such a confection. Nevertheless, the taste of humiliation was palpable. "You scoundrel!" the burly man bellowed, straining to free his hand, but to no avail. Liu Hong, clad in formidable gear, boasted a terrifying strength exceeding 100 points solely from his equipment. Such power was far beyond the burly man's capabilities. "Oh, come now. No need to get angry. Your face is turning green. Perhaps you should nibble on some mud and return." Liu Hong forcefully shoved the man down, pinning him to the ground, which was not mud but rather a stone slab adorned with moth scales. With a thud, the man bit into the scales, the taste utterly repugnant. Enraged, he sprang up, bending over as a surge of azure light enveloped him, as though he had transformed into a blue bull charging at Liu Hong. Wild monkey fist, rising wave style, Liu Hong effortlessly leapt into the air, grasping the man's shoulder and flipping him away. The man's imposing physique contrasted sharply with Liu Hong's smaller stature, and from a distance, it appeared as if a flamboyant little monkey had tossed a great blue bull. The spectacle left many in awe. Thud. The man crashed into two walls, and by the time they looked again, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Liu Hong had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. He merely sought to relieve his frustrations at Huijingdao. He quietly dusted off his hands, feigning sorrow. If you're hungry, simply eat. Why imitate others in fighting? What are you thinking? This remark elicited laughter from the onlookers, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Brother, your skills are commendable, but to harm a member of our Ruishan sect and then attempt to leave is rather inappropriate. Don't you think? Just as Liu Hong intended to turn away, a deep voice resonated behind him. This is a life-and-death duel. If you refuse to kill my junior, then I shall take it upon myself to end you. The voice caused Liu Hong's brow to furrow. Another challenger had emerged. He had just finished his meal and sought merely to burn off some calories. Yet this was entirely unnecessary. The newcomer was robust and muscular. Though not as foolishly large as the previous adversary, his chest was broad, with a tiger-striped belt accentuating his waist, and his bald head and fierce gaze exuded an air of authority. I am Hubugue of the Ruishan sect. State your name, for I do not slay nameless fools. Hubugue coldly huffed, raising his arm to flaunt his biceps, his pretentious demeanor almost inducing Liu Hong to retch. Liu Hong grinned widely, crossing his arms in a manner that suggested delight at the absurdity. You insolent fool, you're courting death! Hubugue roared, his arms flailing as his expression contorted with rage. Behold my tiger claw technique. With his hands transformed into claws, he lunged sideways, shredding the air towards Liu Hong with remarkable speed. Your grandfather's monkey claw is here. Liu Hong remained unfazed, instead smiling mischievously as he clenched his fists, unleashing the wild monkey fist in response. Crack, snap. Though Hubugue has achieved a modest level of mastery in his tiger claw technique, with his claw extension speed deemed remarkably swift, how could he possibly rival Liu Hong's wild monkey fist? The strikes of the wild monkey are inherently elusive, materializing without a trace and vanishing just as swiftly. Each time Hubugue extended his claws, Liu Hong would effortlessly tap his wrist. Although Liu Hong exerted minimal force, the incessant taps accumulated to dozens, rendering Hubugue's hands intolerably sore. Howling in agony, Hubugue persisted through 20 or 30 claw strikes, yet he could not graze a single hair on Liu Hong. Unable to suppress his pain, he withdrew his hands, emitting a mournful scream. Upon glancing down, he discovered his hands were inflamed and swollen, resembling dumplings. With his first attempt thwarted, Hubugue felt a profound sense of humiliation surge within him, unleashing a roar akin to a tiger's, as a radiant golden light enveloped his back. In an instant, a colossal tiger head emerged from behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura, adorned with golden markings upon its forehead, and its eyes gleaming a resplendent gold. Upon witnessing this soul imprint, Liu Hong momentarily faltered. Ha! Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant. How is it that you now find yourself at a loss upon encountering my soul imprint? Are you afraid? Hubugue, sensing Liu Hong's astonishment, felt a surge of vindication and promptly declared, My junior brother's azure soul imprint may be commendable, yet it pales in comparison to mine. Mine is the golden patterned tiger soul imprint. Is that so? Liu Hong quickly regained his composure, casually touching his nose with an air of indifference, responding, No wonder it felt so familiar. It turns out to be the golden patterned tiger. Familiar? Hubugue scoffed, his face contorting with disdain, as if you have ever encountered one. The golden patterned tiger is the sovereign among tiger-like demonic beasts, exceedingly rare among its kind. Correspondingly, the strength of the golden patterned tiger is immense, far beyond the capabilities of a mere weakling like you. With that, Hubugue proudly raised his head, proclaiming, "Only such a powerful demonic beast's soul imprint can bestow aura upon its master. Now allow me to demonstrate the regal aura of the golden pattern tiger." With a slight shake of his arms, he spread them wide and unleashed a mighty roar. This roar indeed possessed considerable power, causing a few weaker onlookers in the surrounding crowd to falter, nearly collapsing to their knees. Wow, that is quite impressive. Indeed, it's no surprise it is the soul imprint of the king of tigers. Goodness, what s with the shouting? You nearly scared the life out of me. The crowd erupted in exclamations, and Hubugue basked in the moment, feeling a surge of elation. However, he failed to notice Liu Hong before him, who appeared utterly unfazed, wearing a look akin to that of someone staring at a simpleton. In truth, Liu Hong had only observed the evolution of the mutated red pattern tiger, not fully grasping what it had transformed into until Hubugue's declaration revealed that his mutated red pattern tiger had evolved into the higher-tier golden pattern tiger. It's genuinely a golden pattern tiger. Damn, that startled me. This fool's pretense has finally encountered the real deal. I am utterly amused. Is this what they call flaunting one's prowess before Guan Yu? The moment Liu Hong's golden striped tiger appeared, it rendered Hubugue utterly dumbfounded. When one's soul imprint collides with the rightful owner, it is inherently suppressed. If the golden striped tiger were to ascend just one more level, it could render all soul imprints within its domain completely ineffective. However, at present, the golden striped tiger has merely evolved from a mutated red striped tiger that does not possess such formidable power. Otherwise, before it, Hubugue would be nothing more than a mundane being devoid of a soul imprint. How delightful! How splendid! Today, I take pride in my father's achievements. Liu Hong stifled a laugh, reaching out to stroke the golden striped tiger's head, which obediently tilted to the side, seemingly relishing the affection and squinting its eyes in sheer bliss. Witnessing this scene, Hubugue was beside himself with rage. He felt as if Liu Hong's hand on the golden striped tiger's head was akin to it resting upon his own. The discomfort was unbearable. So what if you have a golden striped tiger? I am stronger. Hubugue let out a thunderous roar, channeling all his spiritual energy in an attempt to intensify his soul imprint. Yet, as he had not yet reached the realm of a soul master, his soul imprint could not stand independently, and in such circumstances, it would always be constrained by the golden striped tiger. At this moment, his soul imprint appeared utterly wilted, flickering ineffectively. Chapter 94. The autumn landscape of Ruishan. Upon witnessing this, Liu Hong could only shake his head in resignation. Oh well, since you can no longer utilize your soul imprint, why not concede defeat? I have no inclination to bully others. As he turned to leave, he suddenly smacked his forehead. I am not one for violence. You might as well keep your life and use it to slay a few members of the 100 Poison sect. You wish to spare me, but I have yet to consider sparing you. Hubugue suddenly lunged forward, shouting loudly. Liu Hong, taken aback, turned his head in astonishment, filled with suspicion. Could it be that these cultivators are all so stubborn? Each one more thick-headed than the last, having just sent a clumsy oaf flying. Now here comes another single-minded fool. Take this. Hubugue reached to his waist and swiftly produced a scroll. This scroll was about the length of his forearm and could be grasped with one hand. It was crafted from exquisite golden silk, adorned with intricate azure patterns, suggesting it was no ordinary item. However, curiously, while ordinary scrolls typically feature two ends, this one possessed only a single end, resembling a work of calligraphy that had been cleaved in half and then rolled up. With a flourish, Hubugue grasped the scroll's end and tossed it into the air. Instantly, the scroll unfurled, expanding rapidly as if catching the wind, and within moments, it grew to the size of a canopy, large enough to envelop Liu Hong entirely. Liu Hong quickly looked up to behold the true nature of this enormous scroll. It was a landscape painting. Just as Liu Hong had surmised, this artwork was but half of a complete piece, a fragment of the autumn landscape of Ruishan. The moment Hubugue unveiled this scroll, someone behind him recognized it at once. After all, the autumn landscape of Ruishan is the prized treasure of the Ruishan sect. This time, in the campaign against the 100 Poison sect, they have astonishingly brought forth the sect's most revered artifact. The autumn landscape of Ruishan is indeed divided into two scrolls, with Ubugue possessing the upper scroll. It is said that the founding patriarch of the Ruishan sect was a cultured scholar, particularly fond of landscape paintings and ink wash. It was due to this passion that he unexpectedly grasped the soul imprint of the inkstone during his artistic enlightenment. The inkstone's soul imprint may seem insignificant at first glance, yet ever since its awakening, the mountains and rivers he painted with it could manifest illusions. With the horses and cattle, he depicted leaping gracefully from the paper. Later, by fortunate coincidence, he mastered a formation from the enigmatic 8 gates. He then combined this formation with his art, creating the treasured autumn landscape of Ruishan. This artwork, split into the upper and lower scrolls, features the upper scroll as the killing diagram, which appears to be an ordinary landscape painting. Yet within it lie treacherous mountains and perilous waters, teeming with ominous beasts. The lower scroll, however, serves as a maze, safeguarding the entrance to the Ruishan sect. Without guidance from someone within the sect, it is utterly impossible to enter. Though the Ruishan sect is not a large sect, its fame resonates far and wide, thanks to the autumn landscape of Ruishan. Now, in their pursuit against the 100 Poisons sect, the sect master has actually deployed the upper scroll. The killing scroll. He has always been eager to achieve merit and elevate the sect's reputation. Yet this precious artifact is being used by Ubugue against Liu Hong, while others may recognize the autumn landscape of Ruishan. Liu Hong remains oblivious. As Liu Hong looks up and sees the painting approaching ominously, the ground beneath him turns as treacherous as quicksand. Despite his attempts to utilize his lightness skill, he finds himself ensnared by the scroll's influence, unable to move even a few steps. As the scroll draws nearer, panic grips Liu Hong, and he sidesteps, only to find the scene before him shifting to another location. To the onlookers, it appeared as if the autumn landscape of Ruishan enveloped Liu Hong, drawing him into its depths. Subsequently, Ubugue waved his hand, and the autumn landscape of Ruishan rested in his grasp, now adorned with an ink-washed depiction of a figure. Liu Hong. Both Liu Yao and Liu Miaoying recognized the formidable nature of the autumn landscape of Ruishan and were instantly alarmed. "What are you doing? Hurry and release Liu Hong," Liu Yao exclaimed, ready to confront Ubugue. However, Wang Ximing and Hui Jindao swiftly intervened, blocking her path. In the deadly duel of severed robes, we have already set aside the notion of life and death. Must I really explain this to you? Ubugue leisurely tucked away the autumn landscape of Ruishan, casting a glance at Wang Ximing, and with a slight scoff remarked, "How can a prestigious sect like the Xuanlong sect be so undisciplined? Moreover, he does not appear to be one of your own, does he?" Liu Yao was immediately rendered speechless with anger. Furthermore, in this battle of techniques, one relies on their own abilities that if he loses, then he must accept his fate. Let's take a step back. Even if I wish to release him, could a high-grade artifact like the autumn landscape of Ruishan simply be dismissed at will, without the secret manual of the sect leader? I can only collect, yet cannot release. With a hearty laugh, Ubugue remarked, "Of course, you may seek our sect leader at Ruishan sect, but the journey will take at least 3 or 4 days. By then, this lad may very well have been reduced to a mere pulp by the killing formations within the autumn scenery scroll of Ruishan." Liu Miaoying felt a surge of urgency within her. Yet she understood deeply that this matter could not be resolved by Xinshan's sect. What troubled her further was the uncertainty of how long Liu Hong could endure within the autumn scenery scroll. "Are you all just going to stand by and watch?" Liu Yao exclaimed in distress, turning her head point one who claims to be Liu Hong's friend, and another who is an ally brought by Liu Hong. "This matter is beyond our capacity to resolve. However, I know someone who can." Hui Jindao turned his gaze and glanced at Liu Miaoying. Liu Yao was taken aback, swiftly redirecting her hopeful eyes toward Liu Miaoying. Liu Miaoying smiled bitterly. "It is not I, but another individual. I know where he is. I shall contact him immediately." Liu Miaoying hastily retrieved a blood-red jade slip from her belt, bit her finger to draw blood, and let a drop fall onto it. Then, she channeled her spiritual energy to shatter it. The blood order. As the blood order shattered, both Lu Susu and Bai Cheng, as well as her elder brother Ma Jiayuan, would receive the message, because the blood order was infused with Liu Miaoying's essence blood. They would all know that something had transpired with her. Lu Susu had instructed that the blood order should only be activated in the event Liu Hong faced life-threatening danger. The closest Bai Cheng. upon receiving the message from the Blood Order, would likely arrive here in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Chapter 95. The Appearance of Bai Chang's System. Where am I? Liu Hong inquired, as he observed the rapidly changing scenery around him, stabilizing after several seconds of that moment. Liu Hong found himself in a valley surrounded by towering ancient trees, where sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense foliage. The air was thick with a musty odor, indicative of a place untouched by human presence for centuries. Ding. Scanning in progress. The host is currently within an illusion, identifying. Ding. Identification complete. This location is a magical artifact illusion. Retrieving artifact information. Autumn Scenery Scroll of Ruishan, upper volume. Grade, attribute. Magical artifact. Description. The Autumn Scenery Scroll of Ruishan, painted by the founder of Ruishan sect, Tianyuan Daoist, later enhanced by formations to become a magical artifact. Divided into upper and lower volumes. The upper volume is the killing volume, while the lower volume is the illusion volume that a magical artifact. Such a powerful artifact exists. The integrated formation is merely an A-grade artifact. Liu Hong scratched his head. Nevertheless, the term killing volume still aroused his wariness. Once the upper and lower volumes of the Autumn Scenery Scroll merged, it would become an S-grade magical artifact. It is important to note that the crafting of this artifact is linked to the ancient beasts imprisoned within the scroll, some of which are formidable primordial beasts. The system further elucidated that that's so. Does this mean that if I were to be killed by those beasts, I would truly perish within the scroll? Liu Hong pondered, momentarily taken aback, realizing that the system's statement implied the beasts within the scroll were not mere illustrations, but rather real creatures. Indeed, currently, 3 primordial beasts have been detected hiding within the scroll. The 3 ancient demonic beasts are known as Zhu Long, Ding Niu, and Yu Ming Viper. To think that ancient demonic beasts could be captured, it seems that Tianyuan Daoist, the founder of the Ruishan sect, possesses some remarkable skills. It is unfortunate, however, that the current disciples of the Ruishan sect are woefully inadequate. Liu Hong immediately shook his head. Among these 3 demonic beasts, he was somewhat familiar with Zhu Long, for he had initially used 3 drops of Zhu Long's blood. It was likely that the creature held numerous treasures. Were it not for Liu Hong's current lack of strength, he would undoubtedly seek ways to abscond with all 3 ancient demonic beasts. However, these 3 creatures merely possess the bloodline of ancient demonic beasts that, in comparison to their ancient counterparts, their strength is significantly lacking. Take Zhu Long, for instance. The ancient demonic beast Zhu Long is a being of legend. Yet, this one here is merely a descendant of the ancient Zhu Long, an ordinary Zhu Long at best. The system continued to elaborate. That's so. Then where might it be located? Upon hearing this, Liu Hong felt a surge of confidence. Nevertheless, that given the host's current capabilities, it remains inadvisable to provoke Zhu Long. The system's tone shifted yet again, plunging Liu Hong's spirits back into despondency. Very well, after all this talk. It seems it was all for naught. Now, pray tell, how does one exit this place? Liu Hong rolled his eyes and hastily inquired. Time is nearly at a standstill. What does that mean? Liu Hong found himself utterly baffled by this statement. The relative speed of time is exceedingly slow. The system corrected itself once more. Speak plainly. Liu Hong rolled his eyes again. According to my calculations, for every second that passes in the outside world, a day will elapse here. Cultivating in this realm will yield results far beyond one's expectations. The system fell silent for a moment before finally providing an explanation that Liu Hong could grasp. Wait, this akin to the age-old adage of a day in heaven equating to a year on earth. Liu Hong gasped in astonishment. A mere minute outside would translate to 2 months within the scroll. Hiss! Liu Hong was immediately struck by the sheer terror of it all. Hold on, if that's the case, then those 3 ancient demonic beasts have been trapped here for several hundred years. Haven't they already transformed into formidable beings? Not at all. The formation affects only humans, proving ineffective against demonic beasts. Furthermore, the demonic beasts cannot cultivate within the Ruishan autumnal scroll, meaning that those ancient beasts remain as powerful as they were upon capture. Liu Hong finally felt reassured and, after scanning his surroundings, quickly found a large stone upon which he sat cross-legged. Having only arrived in this world a few days prior, he had been preoccupied with survival and had scarcely had the opportunity to properly cultivate. Now, with several manuals in his possession, although he could expedite his training with the system's assistance, his comprehension of the techniques remained limited, resulting in an unstable foundation. This was merely a matter of time. An unstable foundation would become the greatest impediment to Liu Hong's ascension to higher realms of power. Outside, following the duel, the atmosphere quickly settled as the recent loss of life cast a pall over the crowd. A somber silence enveloped them, with some even deliberately distancing themselves from the members of the Ruishan sect. The saying goes that the eyes of the masses are sharp as snow. Just moments ago, Liu Hong had already extended an opportunity to the members of the Ruishan sect, whether it be Hu Buguwei or his junior disciple. Yet, in the end, it was Hu Buguwei who remained unyielding, resorting to the sect's treasured artifact meant for dealing with the Baidu sect against Liu Hong. The poor Ruishan sect initially aimed to enhance its prestige with this act, hoping that its disciples could achieve merit during the siege of the Baidu sect. Little did they know that Hu Buguwei's actions would likely earn them the disdain of numerous righteous factions. After this minor uproar subsided for about 10 minutes, everyone had divided into their respective groups and found their rooms to settle in. Just as Lu Miaoyin finished tidying her room, she noticed a faint white glow approaching from the distance. Before she could react, the figure had already arrived before her. It was none other than Bai Cheng. "I've seen the fourth master. Enough with the pleasantries. Where is Hong Er?" Bai Cheng's demeanor was imposing, his face etched with urgency. Seeing Bai Cheng's serious, intense expression only heightened Lu Miaoyin's anxiety. Liu Hong was unaware of the strength of Lu Susu and Bai Cheng. But Lu Miaoyin knew. He thought he was captured by a disciple of the Ruishan sect using the Ruishan Autumn Color Scroll. Lu Miaoyin hurriedly explained. "The Ruishan Autumn Color Scroll? Is it the upper volume or the lower volume?" Bai Cheng paused slightly, his fist clenching suddenly. "The upper volume? It must be the upper volume. It's fourth master. It's all the servant's fault. It's the servant." Just as Lu Miaoyin was about to kneel, the door of the adjacent room creaked open, and Wang Shiming stepped out. Having heard the commotion outside, thinking something was amiss, Bai Cheng's eyes narrowed, a fierce glint suddenly flashing across his face, and he cast a harsh glare at Lu Miaoyin. "If anything happens to Hong, you know the consequences. Now take me to that Ruishan disciple." Chapter 96. "If you're unwilling, come and fight. Oh dear, oh dear." Lu Miaoyin hurriedly led Bai Cheng to the entrance of the small courtyard designated for the Ruishan sect disciples. And from a distance, they could already hear the anguished cries emanating from within. "What are you shouting for? Hold it together. Today, you've brought disgrace upon our Ruishan Academy." The one speaking was Hu Buguwei, his tone filled with indignation. "Senior brother, it's fortunate that you took out the Ruishan Autumn Color Scroll in time. Oh dear, otherwise our Ruishan sect would truly— oh dear. How can you still say that? It's all your mess." Hu Buguwei snorted coldly, his grip tightening a few notches. Little did he know that these words had reached Bai Cheng's ears, and his expression grew even darker. "Who are you?" At that moment, a disciple of the Ruishan sect stepped out of his room and immediately spotted Bai Cheng, who was glaring at him. He quickly inquired with vigilance. Lu Miaoyin recognized him and knew he was from the opposite faction. And this Bai Cheng, well, it was evident that he had come as a provocateur. "Get lost." Without even sparing a glance at the disciple, Bai Cheng issued a curt command, causing the Ruishan disciple to tremble in fear. Collapsing onto the ground with a thud, Lu Miaoyin's anxiety intensified. Among the four brothers, Liu Hong's father, Liu Eryi, was a stranger to her, and thus she was unaware of his temperament. The elder brother of the four, the authoritative Ma Jiayuan, possesses a rather stern demeanor. In contrast, the third in command, Lu Susu, exhibits a more impatient temperament, while Bai Cheng embodies a refined elegance, occasionally displaying a hint of flirtatious charm. However, Bai Cheng's current irritable disposition is something Lu Miaoyin has never encountered. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Hu Buguwei promptly leapt from his bed and hastened to the courtyard, where he found himself locking eyes with Bai Cheng. Having just driven away a disciple, Bai Cheng had already exuded an air of intimidation, causing Hu Buguwei to realize that the scholar clad in white before him was undoubtedly a formidable expert, one he could never hope to contend with. Hand over the landscape of Ruishan in autumn, and I shall spare your life," Bai Cheng declared, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing that the true master had emerged. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued, "However, considering the outcome of the duel to the death, isn't it rather inappropriate for you to come here demanding the treasure of the Ruishan sect?" With a firm grip on the scroll concealed behind him, Bai Cheng knew that the landscape of Ruishan in autumn was a deadly item, and with each passing minute, Liu Hong's peril within grew increasingly dire. How could he not be enraged while Hu Buguwei continued to argue in vain? "Since reason fails, do not blame me for being impolite." Bai Cheng raised his right hand slightly, preparing to strike, when a light reprimand rang out nearby. "Fellow Taoist, is it not overly dismissive of you to attempt murder and pillage within the jurisdiction of my Qinghe Academy?" The speaker was none other than the duplicitous elder of Qinghe Academy, Zhang Yuanxian. Upon witnessing Zhang's timely arrival, Hu Buguwei felt as if he had swallowed a calming pill, his face lighting up with joy as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Elder Zhang." While Hu Buguwei was elated, Elder Zhang remained vigilant. He had noticed Bai Cheng's presence upon his arrival, recognizing a strength that even he could not discern. It was evident that the prowess of this scholar in white likely surpassed the 8th tier of soul masters, possibly even reaching the level of a soul sovereign. The most formidable 4th-generation elder of Qinghe Academy possessed only the 7th tier of soul master strength, rendering him wholly incapable of confronting the individual before him. Therefore, he had to exercise utmost caution. Qinghe Academy, Bai Cheng turned a glance, suddenly recalling that this was Qingyou Town, indeed within the territory of Qinghe Academy. "I am Zhang Yuanxian, the 6th-generation elder of Qinghe Academy. The Ruishan sect is one of the righteous factions besieging the 100 Poisons sect. Should you choose to oppose the Ruishan sect, you are also opposing my Qinghe Academy and the many righteous factions attacking the 100 Poisons sect." Zhang Yuanxian understood that the strength of Qinghe Academy alone was insufficient. Thus he invoked the alliance of righteous factions besieging the 100 Poisons sect to exert pressure. Another one, Bai Cheng shook his head in disappointment, feeling frustrated that this group seemed to dance around the issue, speaking in circles without addressing the crux of the matter. Did he truly appear to be so easily provoked? "I shall take it myself." Bai Cheng extended his right hand forward, and the previously jubilant Hu Buguwei turned pale, his entire being lifted into the air. "Ah, stop!" Zhang Yuanxian exclaimed in alarm, leaping into action as a blue light erupted beneath his feet, enveloping his form and propelling him towards Hu Buguwei. "Get lost!" Bai Cheng raised his left hand once more, pointing his index finger at the elder Zhang Yuanxian, who hovered in mid-air that moment. A soft sound like a pop was heard. The protective blue light surrounding Zhang Yuanxian instantly shattered, propelling him backward at great speed until he crashed violently against the courtyard wall, his complexion turning ashen. Meanwhile, Hu Buguwei, who had already floated into the air, cried out in panic. After struggling a few times, a tremendous explosion erupted, tearing his garments into countless tatters. Subsequently, the Ruishan Xiu Sei too emerged from his chest, drifting towards Bai Cheng. "Ah, you dare to seize the treasure of the Ruishan sect, thereby declaring yourself an enemy of our sect. Cease this at once. How dare you act so audaciously under the jurisdiction of my Qinghe Academy, showing such blatant disregard for us?" Almost simultaneously, both Hu Buguwei and Zhang Yuanxian shouted in unison. Yet Bai Cheng did not even raise an eyebrow, effortlessly taking possession of the Ruishan Xiu Sei too with a casual wave of his hand, nonchalantly stating, "What is the Ruishan sect to me? What is Qinghe Academy? I shall temporarily safeguard the Ruishan Xiu Sei too. If you object, come and find me." Chapter 97. The Rampaging Elder Zhang, Elder Zhang. What shall we do now? Hu Buguwei, not one to be easily fooled, immediately donned a mournful expression upon witnessing that even Elder Zhang could not restrain this individual. He turned to Zhang Yuanxian for assistance. The treasure of the Ruishan sect had been stolen, and it was the responsibility of its members to reclaim it. However, given the vast distance and the current circumstances, they could only seek Zhang Yuanshuan's aid. Having uttered these words, Zhang Yuanxian leapt over the courtyard wall, making his way towards the gate of Qinghe Academy. Bai Cheng, clutching the upper scroll of the Ruishan Xiu Sei too, briskly walked to a resting pavilion belonging to the Shenlong sect, seated himself on a stone bench in the courtyard, and promptly unfurled the scroll. He reached out to caress it, then closed his eyes once. A vibrant green light emanated from his hand, enveloping the entire Ruishan Chiosei too. Earlier, Lu Miaoyin and Bai Cheng had rushed out, and Wang Ximing had naturally sensed something amiss. Moreover, Hu Jindao was particularly concerned about Liu Hong, so the group had long been waiting in the courtyard. Refraining from disturbing Bai Cheng upon his arrival, Wang Ximing had anticipated that Liu Hong's identity was far from ordinary, and he was acutely aware of the connection between Lu Miaoyin and Liu Hong. Now, with Lu Miaoyin trailing obediently behind Bai Cheng like a dutiful maid, the identity of the man in white had become glaringly evident, coupled with Hu Jindao's gaze filled with profound respect towards Bai Cheng. Wang Ximing's suspicions were further solidified. At this point, Liu Hong had been ensconced within the Ruishan Chiosei II for half an hour, meaning he had been in seclusion for an entire month. With a sigh, Liu Hong slowly opened his eyes, descending from the blue stone in a cross-legged position. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent a full month in meditation. Initially, his intention was merely to practice casually, intending to move should any beast intrude upon his solitude. However, a month had passed without a single beast approaching, which struck him as quite peculiar. Throughout this month, Liu Hong had focused intently on comprehending the Baidu secret classics, as it was of utmost importance to prepare for the impending confrontation with the members of the Baidu sect. With the system's assistance, Liu Hong was able to memorize every word of the Baidu secret classics without needing to read through it in its entirety. After a month of contemplation, Liu Hong has gained a modicum of understanding. The foundation of the secret of 100 poisons lies in the absorption of spiritual energy akin to the starting point of any cultivation method. Moreover, venom is also a secretion of poisonous substances that gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thus, it can be posited that venom is merely another manifestation of this spiritual essence. The secret of 100 poisons has merely discovered a means to revert venom back into spiritual energy. However, this constitutes only the first layer of the text's efficacy. Is it the case that the poison sage practices the secret of 100 poisons solely to harness venom for cultivation or to shield himself from poisoning? Certainly not. This ancient tome possesses a second layer of purpose, the ability to transform the toxins within one's body into any form of venom. Over the course of the past month, Liu Hong has delved into the study of hundreds of toxins, gaining a profound comprehension of their structures. With his current grasp of the secret of 100 poisons, he is entirely capable of concocting venom. Yet, to reach the same realm as the poison sage and produce the exquisite divine poison, he requires additional time. The fact that the poison sage can manufacture divine poison indicates that he has mastered the secret of 100 poisons to an unparalleled degree. However, in his fervent desire for destruction, he has overlooked the third layer of the text's significance. This layer pertains to healing. Liu Hong's pursuit of the secret of 100 poisons was originally aimed at detoxification. Thus, his objectives diverge significantly from those of the poison sage. Upon traversing the first and second layers, Liu Hong suddenly realized that the secret of 100 poisons serves as a guide for cultivators to comprehend toxins. The third layer, healing toxins, entails utilizing one's spiritual power to disintegrate and absorb the toxins present within others. Absorbing toxins constitutes the first layer's function, while disintegrating the toxins within another requires the completion of the second layer, necessitating a comprehensive understanding of the properties of those toxins. The confluence of the first and second layers culminates in the third. Furthermore, one could potentially employ toxin against toxin within another's body, signifying the ability to wield another's spiritual power to directly generate toxins within an adversary. Yet this layer defies description as merely unparalleled. It verges on the miraculous. Liu Hong mused that if he could cultivate the secret of 100 poisons to such an extent that with a mere wave of his hand, others would succumb to poisoning, it would be truly imperceptible, untraceable, and unstoppable. However, as he has yet to fully comprehend the second layer, he shall refrain from further speculation for the time being. Liu Hong leapt down from the large azure stone, and with a subtle wave of his hand, the spiritual energy at his fingertips quickly coalesced into a drop of emerald green venom. This particular venom, derived from his insights gained from the secret of 100 poisons, is known as blossoming of 100 flowers. This venom induces plants to grow uncontrollably within a brief period, only to wither and decay shortly thereafter. Should a person be poisoned, they would enter a state of extreme euphoria or uncontrollable madness, culminating in a sudden demise amidst violent exertion. Plop! The venom condensed and Liu Hong's hand plummeted to the ground, landing beside a nearby plant. The plant trembled slightly, visibly absorbing the venom at an astonishing rate, and soon began to grow wildly. Within merely half an hour, the plant burgeoned and blossomed, only to quickly turn yellow and collapse, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. In such a short time, it had consumed a vast amount of nutrients, leaving it in a state of severe depletion, rendering survival nearly impossible. For humans, the same principle applies. Thus, once afflicted by this poison, the chances of recovery are slim, and the damage inflicted is often permanent. Indeed, Liu Hong gazed at his own hands with a sense of satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just at that moment, the sky quivered slightly, and a beam of green light enveloped him. The light swept across the surroundings, swiftly locking onto Liu Hong's position. This sensation feels oddly familiar. The instant Liu Hong felt the green light bathing over him, he furrowed his brows and muttered softly. Chapter 98. SS Level Soul Seal. This green light emanated from Bai Cheng's Pixiu Soul Seal. Previously, Bai Cheng had bestowed upon Liu Hong a Pixiu Heart Protection Barrier, which meant that a trace of his essence flowed through Liu Hong. It was precisely for this reason that Bai Cheng could locate Liu Hong outside the Ruishan Autumn Scenery map. This moment, Bai Cheng, outside, exhaled deeply in relief. How is it? Lu Miaoying inquired anxiously. He's alive. Moreover, he appears to be in good condition. Bai Cheng smiled faintly, retracting his hand. Fourth Master. Are you not going to rescue young Master? Lu Miaoying was taken aback and questioned Bai Cheng, who had unexpectedly withdrawn his hand and was rolling up the Ruishan Autumn Scenery map. Her surprise mingled with urgency. No need. This lad has a considerable amount of fortune. Let him find his way out, Bai Cheng replied confidently. What? Isn't the Ruishan Autumn Scenery map a deadly scroll? Is Liu Hong not in danger inside? How can you, as an elder, be so irresponsible? Liu Yao, emerging after Wang's shimming, grew anxious upon hearing Bai Cheng's words, and she couldn't help but reproach him. However, Bai Cheng, instead of being angered, chuckled at her words. Casting a glance at Liu Yao with a playful smile, you remind me of someone quite familiar. Weren't you the one clamoring just a few days ago to kill our Hong-er? How swiftly you've changed your mind. It seems Hong-er has quite the charm with the ladies. With the crisis averted, Bai Cheng finally resumed his previous demeanor, calm and slightly mischievous. Tiske, I didn't notice before, but you, young lady, are rather striking. Well suited for my Hong-er. Bai Cheng's sudden remarks left Liu Yao blushing, prompting her to quickly lower her head and retreat behind Wang shimming this moment, within the Ruishan Autumn Scenery map. Liu Hong mused. Its uncle bit out a slight smile appeared on his face as he recognized the aura, akin to his Pixiu Heart Protection Barrier, and quickly deduced the situation. Now that Bai Cheng had arrived, it was likely due to Lu Miaoying's efforts, and Liu Hong felt a newfound sense of assurance. With Bai Cheng present, he could indulge in his escapades without restraint. System immediately marked the location of Zhulong. We're about to stir things up, Liu Hong declared with confidence. Liu Hong believed that should he encounter any trouble, Bai Cheng would undoubtedly extricate him from the Ruishan Autumn Scenery map. However, unbeknownst to him, Bai Cheng had already withdrawn his hand from the map. Host, Zhulong poses too great a danger for you. Mind your own business. I have my elder brother's protection. Quickly mark Zhulong's position on the map. I'm going to cause some chaos. Liu Hong laughed heartily, thinking even if he couldn't defeat Zhulong, obtaining a piece of dragon skin would still be a worthwhile endeavor, and if he could acquire a drop of its blood, that would be an even greater fortune. After systematic calculations, the probability of the host's demise against the candle dragon stands at an astonishing 99.99999. The system reiterated relentlessly, "Oh, spare me the theatrics. Enough with the nonsense. Just mark the target already." Liu Hong rolled his eyes, his impatience palpable. Very well. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new achievement. Master of Self-Sabotage. You have earned double the extravagance currency. 42. Marking the location of the candle dragon now. What the hell? This can actually unlock an achievement. And I get a reward of 80 extravagance coins. Liu Hong was taken aback, his body trembling in shock as he hastily opened the shop to take a glance. 80 extravagance coins is no trifling sum. The first S-rank soul imprint he had drawn, the Heavenly Dragon Chaos Beast, cost 64 extravagance coins. Regrettably, at that time, Liu Hong's funds were insufficient to make the purchase. Extravagance coins. 135. Recently, Liu Hong had been frantically completing achievements for double rewards, accumulating a modest amount of extravagance coins, and now this windfall had effectively doubled his assets. What does 135 extravagance coins signify? An S-rank soul imprint costs 64, while an SS-rank soul imprint is priced at 128. Liu Hong could now afford an SS-rank soul imprint. Shop. Open the shop immediately. I want to draw a soul imprint. Upon seeing the number of his extravagance coins, Liu Hong was nearly beside himself with excitement. Aren't you going to fight the candle dragon? The system inquired, puzzled. Of course I'm going to fight, but with so many extravagance coins just sitting here. It would be a disservice to the very name of extravagance coins if I don't indulge a little the system. The shop's list quickly materialized before Liu Hong's eyes, drawing soul imprints. Liu Hong scanned the soul imprint interface in the shop and suddenly exclaimed. Among the 9 soul imprints currently available, there is 1 C rank, 2 B rank, 3 A rank, 2 S rank, and 1 SS rank soul imprint. The chance of drawing an SS rank soul imprint is merely 1 in 9. If I can draw an S rank, that would still be commendable. Beep, beep, beep. The drawing box moved rapidly, soon decelerating. A rank, C rank, S rank, B rank, A rank, B rank, S rank. Liu Hong's mood oscillated like a roller coaster as he watched the drawing box crawl along, convinced that the soul imprints were displayed in a staggered manner. SS rank. Holy smokes, I actually drew one. A card emblazoned with SS soared from the shop, gently fluttering as it turned over. How significant is the difference between soul imprints? The Pishio soul imprint is S rank. When Bai Cheng's Pishio soul imprint had reached its 4th layer, it had utilized the Pishio soul imprint to bestow upon Liu Hong the Pishio Heart Guard, which had nearly saved Liu Hong's life. Now, once again employing the Pishio soul imprint, it directly shattered the array's confinement of the magical artifact, Ruishin Chiosu, pinpointing Liu Hong's location. The higher the level of the soul imprint, the greater the power it embodies, allowing one to disregard many existing rules and laws. However, it is worth noting that, for ordinary individuals, each awakening of a soul imprint results in the subsequent imprint being inferior to its predecessor. Bai Cheng's 3rd soul imprint is the S-rank Pishio imprint, thus the second must be at least an SS rank imprint, and the first must be at least an SSS rank imprint. Hence, it is evident how formidable a figure Bai Cheng is. Nevertheless, this limitation does not apply to Liu Hong, and the SS rank soul imprint he subsequently draws is, in certain respects, even more potent than the Pishio soul imprint. As the SS rank soul imprint card flipped over, it instantly radiated a brilliant golden light. As the golden light faded, an enormous silhouette of a disc emerged before me. The ancient dragon tortoise soul imprint. The colossal form of the ancient dragon tortoise loomed like a small mountain, its dark blue shell adorned with intricate and profound patterns. Beneath the shell lay a majestic dragon head, a sinewy and powerful tail, and formidable dragon claws. At the edges of its carapace, several circles of razor-sharp bone spurs could be seen. The dragon tortoise, that is it not the offspring of dragons? How could it be so formidable? Why then does it possess an SS-grade soul imprint? Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback, as the legend of the 9 sons of the dragon echoed in his mind. The dragon tortoise is indeed a dragon tortoise, but it is also known as Baxia, a creature of an entirely different caliber. This is the ancient dragon tortoise, the very progenitor of the dragon lineage. The dragon tortoise is simply a dragon clad in a shell. If dragons without shells are so powerful, just imagine the might of the dragon tortoise. The system, left speechless, began to enlighten Liu Hong. Chapter 99. On the brink of demise. All right, I understand now. System, please open the soul imprint and let me see. Liu Hong, feeling somewhat exasperated, casually brushed aside the conversation and immediately expressed his eagerness. Having just acquired an SS-grade soul imprint, how could Liu Hong not be anxious? He was eager to discover the true extent of this formidable SS-grade soul imprint. Host, It appears that your previous soul imprint has yet to be cultivated to the 5th level. And as such, the SS-grade Ancient Dragon Tortoise Soul imprint remains sealed. Only after you have elevated your previous soul imprint to the 5th level can it be unlocked. The system's words instantly dampened Liu Hong's spirits. Although there were no restrictions on the grade of the soul imprint, there were limitations pertaining to the level of cultivation. However, this restriction was ultimately for the host's benefit. Liu Hong could hardly master the power of the Strength Ape. Adding a new soul imprint would undoubtedly lead him down a path of chaos. Damn it, you've made me rejoice for nothing, Liu Hong lamented. From the very beginning, he had never cultivated a soul imprint. All his progress had been achieved through devouring soul imprints to enhance his cultivation level. Is it my fault that you have neglected to cultivate the soul imprint? The system chuckled. Liu Hong's face contorted into a perplexed expression. Why was this system becoming increasingly anthropomorphized? It even had the audacity to jest with him. Liu Hong, unwilling to further quarrel with the system, was instantly captivated by the allure of the SS-grade soul imprint, propelling the matter of cultivating soul imprints to the forefront of his agenda. Following the markers provided by the system, Liu Hong navigated through the terrain and swiftly located the lair of the Candle Dragon. The area inhabited by the Candle Dragon had been desolated for miles, a veritable wasteland devoid of life. In the midst of this barren expanse stood a small peak, its summit littered with peculiar rocks. As Liu Hong ascended, an eerie chill swept over him, making it feel as though he were traversing a haunted place. This is Dragon's Breath. It emanates from the cave within the mountain. Legend has it that when dragons spit, rain falls, and when they sneeze, fierce winds arise. However, the Candle Dragon is rather weak, and thus the winds generated by its breath lack lethal force. The system played the role of a narrator nearby. Liu Hong extended his hand, carefully attuning himself to the direction of the wind, and indeed he discerned that this breeze originated from the cave within the peak. How astonishing! This truly is wind born of Dragon's Breath. According to the system, if the Candle Dragon is so weak, what then can be said of my soul imprint, the Ancient Dragon Tortoise? Can a mere sneeze blow away a mountain? It is essential to understand that the ordinary Zhu Long is but a remnant of the dragon lineage, possessing only a fraction of true dragon blood. In contrast, the genuine dragon lineage contains merely a smidgen of the blood of the dragon turtle. Astonishing! The more Liu Hong pondered, the more he felt a surge of pride swell within him. Believing that Bai Cheng was still outside providing him protection, he became emboldened and charged toward the dragon's lair. Just as Liu Hong reached the entrance, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, followed by a deafening roar that resonated from within the cavern. In the next moment, a grayish-blue figure darted out, colliding with the entrance of the lair and rushing directly toward Liu Hong. The strengthened ape! Liu Hong bellowed, and instantly a golden light erupted behind him, revealing the figure of the strengthened ape. Take this punch! Liu Hong swung his fist with great force, unleashing it in a powerful blow. Almost simultaneously, the strengthened ape behind him also launched its own punch. With a resounding thud, a massive dragon head emerged from the lair, perfectly aligning with the golden fist of the strengthened ape. However, in the following instant, a faint sound of fabric tearing was heard in the air. The strengthened ape's fist struck the forehead of the Zhu Long, its force dissipating entirely, causing the soul imprint of the strengthened ape to tremble and shatter in an instant. At the same time, Liu Hong felt as if he had been struck with tremendous force in his chest, sending him hurtling backward without warning. 99.999. Could it be that even the weakest of dragon lineage is beyond my capability to defeat? Straining to open his eyes, Liu Hong caught sight of the Zhu Long gradually emerging from the lair, its body adorned with grayish-blue scales, its robust form twisting gracefully in the air. Two dragon eyes fixed intently upon him. Foolish mortal, how dare you disturb my tranquil meditation? You are seeking death! Before the Zhu Long even opened its mouth, a resounding voice echoed in Liu Hong's ears. It can even speak. This is dire. Liu Hong forced a bitter smile, filled with regret for not heeding the system's warnings, for his hubris had led him to this perilous situation. No matter how inferior the Zhu Long may be, it is still a dragon, enveloped in draconic aura. With your current strength, you cannot withstand even the backlash of that aura. The system momentarily paused before speaking slowly. upon hearing these words. Liu Hong was taken aback for a full 3 seconds before realizing that given Zhu Long's speed, he should have already met his demise. What could possibly allow him to engage in idle chatter with the system at this moment? As Liu Hong turned around, he was immediately struck by the sight of Zhu Long twisting frantically in midair, clawing and snapping, yet unable to grasp him, as if an invisible barrier of air stood between them. Mere 2 meters apart. Good heavens! Was it divine intervention? Was Zhu Long's range of movement somehow restricted? Just as Liu Hong was filled with joy, he suddenly noticed a small shadow lurking behind the wildly thrashing body of Zhu Long. To his astonishment, it was a person. Liu Hong focused intently and was instantly dumbfounded. Behind Zhu Long, a figure floated in the air, extending 2 fingers to grasp Zhu Long's tail, and no matter how the dragon squirmed, it could not break free from that delicate hold. Whoosh! Zhu Long's massive form swayed in the air before being flung away, tumbling through the air before vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Goodness, was that truly a human? Liu Hong's mind instantly plunged into a state of confusion. He couldn't even breach Zhu Long's protective dragon aura, yet this person seemed to hold Zhu Long's tail as effortlessly as one would grasp an eel. After casually discarding Zhu Long, the figure began to drift slowly towards Liu Hong. You possess an aura familiar to me, child. What is your name? The figure floated closer, tilting his head slightly, his expression somewhat dazed. Liu Hong scrutinized the individual before him. The man was dressed in a rather antiquated manner, his hair and beard entirely white, yet there was a certain ethereal quality to his movements that suggested a celestial demeanor. Otherwise, Liu Hong might have mistaken him for an old beggar. My name is Liu Hong. And what shall I call you, old man? Liu Hong replied readily upon sensing no hostility from the newcomer. I believe I have an inkling of your identity, the elder remarked, lifting his gaze towards the distant horizon with a smile. I am known as Qianshan. I see that you are connected to an old acquaintance of mine. Hence I cannot bear to harm you. Pray tell, what brings you to be ensnared within the scroll of my Ruishan sex disciple? Qianshan. Liu Hong furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had encountered this name before, when suddenly a flash of realization struck him. Goodness, you are the founder of the Ruishan sect, Qianshan Taoist? But weren't you supposed to have passed away centuries ago? Indeed, this is but a remnant of my primordial spirit left within this scroll. Its purpose is to prevent future generations from misusing the autumn colors of Ruishan. Qianshan Taoist explained, It seems I had a conflict with your sex disciple, which is why I was trapped here. Upon learning that this elder had left his spirit behind to safeguard against the misuse of the treasure, Liu Hong felt a wave of relief and recounted the entire series of events in detail. So that is the case. Qianshan Taoist pondered for a moment. At this juncture, the autumn colors of Ruishan have fallen into the hands of an old acquaintance, and I can now rest easy. This incident was indeed a fault on the part of my Ruishan sex disciple, and I extend my sincerest apologies once more. Liu Hong was taken aback to see the old man perform a respectful bow, prompting him to quickly extend a hand to gesture for him to stop. There is no need for such formalities, Senior. You have just rescued me from the jaws of the candle dragon, and that is already a tremendous favor. Your junior. I find myself at a loss to repay such kindness. The hardships I have endured are more than sufficient to cancel any debt. Furthermore, this matter pertains solely to the disciples of the Ruishan sect and does not involve you, so there is no need for such deference. Upon hearing the phrase Ruishan autumn landscape painting fall from the lips of the Taoist Qianshan, Liu Hong immediately understood that the old friend mentioned was likely Baiqing's Uncle Bai. Given that Taoist Qianshan had passed away centuries ago, it was puzzling to consider that Uncle Bai could possibly be a centuries-old specter himself. It was precisely due to this connection with Baiqing that Liu Hong chose to restrain his impudence and treat Taoist Qianshan with the utmost respect. Well then, what brings you to seek the candle dragon? Taoist Qianshan inquired, nodding with apparent satisfaction. However, when Liu Hong recounted the circumstances of his confinement, Taoist Qianshan's spiritual essence exhibited a hint of skepticism. Yet, Liu Hong's respectful demeanor, combined with his ties to Baiqing, ultimately led Taoist Qianshan to place his trust in him. While that I suppose I was somewhat overambitious, attempting to procure a bit of the candle dragon's essence to enhance my vitality, Liu Hong confessed, slightly embarrassed by the inquiry. The candle dragon was undeniably a significant weapon within the Ruishan autumn landscape painting. If Liu Hong were to eliminate it, he would inadvertently diminish the artifact's power. A deed that would be far from honorable. My sincerest apologies. I truly regret my audacity. Liu Hong hastily offered his contrition. You are quite honest, young man. Taoist Qinshan's spirit chuckled heartily. It is merely an ordinary candle dragon. There is no cause for concern that if you genuinely desire it, I shall capture it for you and present it as a gift. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Liu Hong was well aware of his own transgressions in this matter. Although he possessed a thick skin, he had not yet reached the point of gladly accepting such a gift and promptly declined. Huh. Who would have thought your expression would be so flustered? This only brings me greater amusement. Taoist Qinshan's previously vacant expression began to brighten with life. You seek treasures, do you not? Within my cave, which lies in the Ruishan autumn landscape painting, there are certain items that you may take. In light of my old friend's sentiments, you may carry them all away. Also, please convey a message to my old friend. Do not trouble the disciples of the Ruishan sect. I shall handle matters personally. Liu Hong's eyes sparkled with realization as he grasped the underlying significance of Taoist Qinshan's words. The Taoist had likely sensed the presence of Baiqing through the Pixiu protection barrier that Liu Hong bore, which served to safeguard his life. The fact that Baiqing had released the Pixiu barrier indicated that he cared deeply for Liu Hong's well-being. Offending Liu Hong would inevitably result in incurring Baiqing's wrath. Should Baiqing choose to retaliate against the disciples of Ruishan, it would be unavoidable. Taoist Qinshan's offer of a gift served dual purposes. It honored the old friend's wishes while also encouraging Liu Hong to speak favorably on their behalf. Very well, I shall graciously accept, Liu Hong exclaimed with a playful grin. One must seize such fortuitous gifts when they present themselves. Excellent. Taoist Qinshan's spirit beamed with delight, and with a wave of his hand, the surroundings shifted, transporting Liu Hong into a cave. Within the cave, the decor is simple, featuring merely a modest stone table and stone chairs, accompanied by a few candle holders. Liu Hong's previous dwelling bore a similar unpretentiousness, suggesting that cultivators from a century ago lived in such simplicity. Unlike the present day, where even slightly larger establishments of the Qianlong sect are resplendent with gold and jade, as if to flaunt their wealth. This is what one might call the old-fashioned style. Take this. With a wave of his hand, Taoist Qinshan conjured 7 or 8 items onto the stone table. Taoist Qinshan was certainly generous. Your soul imprint is still unstable, and your training in this regard lacks a bit of refinement. Here, I have a soul-calling herb that can assist you in solidifying your soul imprint. As he spoke, Taoist Qinshan waved his hand once more, and a plant of icy blue hue emerged on the table, exuding a faint fragrance. Ding! Obtain soul-calling herb 3. Ding! Obtain candle dragon bone blood 15. Ding! Obtain dragon tendon 2. Ding! Obtain dragon bone 5. Ding! Obtain phoenix perchwood 5. As Liu Hong watched the treasures continuously enter his pouch, he was so elated that he felt like jumping for joy. Chapter 101. Farewell, Uncle Bai Child. Please remember the promise we made. With Liu Hong having received his gifts, Taoist Qinshan smiled gently and waved his hand, sending Liu Hong out of the autumn colors of Ruishan painting tea that moment. Outside the painting, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward due to Bai Cheng's earlier remark, causing Liu Yao to blush. In the blink of an eye, a blinding light emanated from the autumn colors of Ruishan, and Liu Hong's figure appeared in the courtyard. Liu Hong, our young master. The people in the courtyard instantly reacted, their expressions varying. Uncle Bai. Liu Hong grinned, noticing Bai Cheng immediately cast a concerned glance in his direction. I'm fine. It was a fragment of Taoist Qinshan's primordial spirit that brought me out of the autumn colors of Ruishan painting. He also asked me to convey a message to you, urging you not to trouble the disciples of Ruishan sect. He will handle the matter himself. What kind of person is Taoist Qinshan? To even request Bai Cheng to spare the Ruishan sect? This indicates 2 things. First, Bai Cheng and Taoist Qinshan are figures of the same era. Their longevity speaks volumes about their formidable strength. Second, Bai Cheng's power, in conjunction with the influence represented by Liu Hong, suggests that even the Ruishan sect, not to mention the slightly stronger Qianlong sect, would be utterly unworthy of provoking them. No wonder Liu Hong had the audacity to be so arrogant earlier. Ahem, there's another matter I need to trouble Uncle Bai with. Liu Hong suddenly recalled something and discreetly pulled Bai Cheng aside. What is it that you must be so secretive? Bai Cheng glanced at Liu Hong quizzically, wondering why this rascal, who was once so brazen, now appeared so bashful. It's not a major problem, but a minor one has arisen. Before Miao Yin and I arrived, we fell victim to the treachery of the Xianlong sect. They placed something on Liu Yao and me, creating an unbreakable bond between us. Liu Hong whispered, yes, that's so. The Xianlong sect, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Bai Cheng's eyes, quickly replaced by a composed demeanor. Then, he gently raised his hand and probed Liu Hong's chest, his expression shifting dramatically. Could it be? Haha. Does that mean you and Liu Yao have already done? In a fleeting moment, Bai Cheng came to a realization. While Liu Hong's little secret was instantly unraveled by Bai Cheng. After all, this matter pertained to the reputation of the young lady Liu Yao, leaving no room for Liu Hong's carelessness. Indeed, ahem, that is not the crux of the issue. The real question is there a solution? Liu Hong coughed awkwardly and quickly adopted a serious demeanor. You are being rather harsh on your Uncle Bai. Aren't you? Bai Cheng immediately scoffed, then a sly smile crept upon his lips. You cannot sever your ties with Liu Yao at this moment. That is a constraint imposed upon you by that person. And Liu Yao is also aware of the connection between you. And oh wonder this young girl is so infatuated with you. It appears there is an underlying relationship. What your Uncle Bai can do extends beyond this minor matter. I can release you from this binding connection while preserving Liu Yao's link to you, essentially unilaterally severing this bond. What do you think? Bai Cheng chuckled and patted Liu Hong on the shoulder, revealing an expression understood by all men. Thank you, Uncle Bai. However, I believe that a man should strive for what he desires rather than relying on any underhanded methods. Liu Hong immediately straightened his chest, proclaiming with righteous fervor. Yet he felt a pang of regret soon after the beauty of Liu Yao's caliber sigh. It's somewhat hard to part with. Good lad. You possess spirit. Bai Cheng regarded Liu Hong with a newfound admiration, and then remarked, who knows how many girls will fall under your spell in the future? Perhaps you will, like your father, enchant a woman like your mother. This point, Bai Cheng's expression abruptly shifted. As if he had spoken out of turn, he scratched his head and swiftly changed the subject. Well, bring Liu Yao over. I shall release your connection. What about my mother? What's wrong with her? Liu Hong was taken aback, his curiosity piqued by Chang's words. Previously, he had been utterly disinterested in this body's past. The deceased parents were not his, devoid of memories or emotions. However, Bai Cheng's sudden half-revelation sparked Liu Hong's interest. In that case, I will tell you later, but as a condition, this matter must not reach your Aunt Susu's ears. Otherwise, if she discovers I let slip a secret. Bai Cheng shivered, a flicker of fear dancing in his eyes. Is Lu Susu really that terrifying? Liu Hong regarded Bai Cheng with confusion. Even someone of Bai Cheng's prowess appeared so apprehensive. Nevertheless, Liu Hong promptly acquiesced. Hey, Liu Yao, could you come over for a moment? Liu Hong stepped aside and quickly approached Liu Yao. Given Liu Hong's earlier disregard for advice, opting to duel Hubugue, which led to him being absorbed into the autumn colors of fruition, causing Liu Yao to worry for several hours, and Bai Cheng's sudden appearance leaving her flustered, Liu Yao was not inclined to engage with Liu Hong at this moment. What do you want? Your family reunion has nothing to do with me. Besides, now that I see you are alive, I am relieved. I would prefer not to have you perish at the hands of another before I have vented my frustrations upon you. Upon finishing her statement, Liu Yao's expression abruptly shifted, as she became acutely aware that her words had conveyed a somewhat overly delicate sentiment. It is not that. There is a matter for which I have long felt remorse towards you, and thus I wish to bring closure to it. Liu Hong responded with a broad smile. Oh, you possess such self-awareness at times. What is it? What closure do you seek? Speak on, encouraged by Liu Hong's words. Liu Yao turned to face him directly, her interest piqued. Uncle Bai has arrived. He can assist us in severing our connection, that I believe this bond occasionally influences your actions and thoughts. Hence, Liu Hong chuckled. I feel it is imperative that I restore your freedom. That moment, Liu Yao's heart skipped a beat. Liu Hong's words filled her with a mixture of joy and sorrow. Very well, I have longed to dissolve it. she exclaimed, her tone tinged with a hint of defiance. However, you must remember, what you owe me cannot be settled so easily, nor can it be concluded in such a manner. Chapter 102. Severing ties. The two approached Bai Chong, and under his guidance, they sat cross-legged, facing each other, commencing their cultivation. Soon, a faint red light flickered between them, and under the influence of their practice, this bond manifested as if it were a tangible entity. Break! Bai Chong extended his right hand, slowly forming a mudra and directing it towards the connection. Instantly, the bond quivered slightly and began to disintegrate. Liu Hong focused intently on his cultivation, and at the instant the connection severed, he felt as though something within him had been drawn away. Presumably, Liu Yao experienced a similar sensation. This thought stirred a pang of discomfort within Liu Hong, causing him to hesitate in opening his eyes. Seemingly apprehensive of witnessing Liu Yao's expression, after a considerable duration, Bai Cheng's voice broke the silence. Stop feigning unconsciousness. The young lady has already departed. He gently patted Liu Hong's shoulder, seemingly resigned, and murmured, I did not expect you to be such a sentimental soul. In the distance, Qinghe Academy, a figure darted swiftly through the academy's entrance, heading straight for the main hall. At this moment, a critical juncture was unfolding in the assault on the 100 Poisons sect, and the majority of the elders at Qinghe Academy remained in the council chamber deliberating strategies. What brings you here? Upon the figure's arrival, Zhang Qianru, the academy's master, lifted his gaze and calmly inquired while raising his teacup. Elder Zhang clasped his hands solemnly and immediately replied, Master, there's been an incident. Zhang Qianru, taken aback, set down his teacup. Is it regarding Qingyou Town? No, the beasts of Qingyou Town have already been dealt with by several disciples of the Xuanlong sect. The situation is far more grave that it concerns the Ruishan sect. Zhang Yuanxian spoke softly. The Ruishan sect? What has transpired? Zhang Qianru's expression turned serious. For Qinghe Academy and Ruishan sect, both primarily focused on painting and calligraphy, shared a close relationship. At this moment, one of Ruishan's elders was visiting Qinghe Academy. Quickly summon Elder Ma from Ruishan sect. Zhang Qianru decisively commanded, recognizing that this matter, being tied to Ruishan sect, could not be resolved unilaterally. This time, the disciples sent by Ruishan sect had taken their sect's treasure possession, the autumn scene of Ruishan. Zhang Yuanxian reported. Initially, the disciples of the Ruishan sect found themselves in conflict with a rogue cultivator unaffiliated with any school. To their astonishment, the disciples of Ruishan were no match for this solitary practitioner. In a state of desperation, they resorted to utilizing the Ruishan autumn scenery scroll, capturing the rogue within it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianru's expression softened considerably. So they captured him. What is the big deal? A mere rogue cultivator cannot possibly stir up much trouble, can he? Even if he were to cause a commotion. A formidable expert later appeared and seized the Ruishan autumn scenery scroll directly from the hands of the disciples. At this juncture, a hint of shame crossed Zhang Yuanxuan's visage. It is my lack of strength that rendered me incapable of preventing the adversary's actions. Zhang Qianru's eyes widened in disbelief, his astonishment palpable. Is there truly someone you are unable to stop? What was their level of power? Zhang Yuanxian could only manage a bitter smile. At the very least, they were a sole master of the 8th or 9th rank, or perhaps even a figure of sole sovereign caliber. What? Someone dares to snatch our Ruishan sect's treasure, just as these words escaped his lips. Elder Ma of the Ruishan sect rushed over in a flurry, his temper flaring as he caught the tail end of the conversation. Elder Ma, known for his fiery temperament, wasted no time on decorum as he strode up to Zhang Yuanxian. How could you let our sect's prized possession be stolen right before your eyes? If not for Zhang Yuanxuan's status as an elder, he might have already seized him by the collar, ready to take action. In comparison to the sect's treasure possessions, what is a century of friendship worth? If this matter is mishandled by the Qinghe Academy, it could very well lead to a serious rift between the two sections. Elder Ma, please remain calm. Few in our sect are capable of confronting such a formidable individual. Yet I am aware that within this alliance formed to besiege the 100 Poisons sect, a greatly powerful figure is stationed at the forefront. Zhang Qianru promptly retrieved a jade slip from his waist. I shall inquire about this person's whereabouts immediately. Strong, you say? How strong! The arrogance on Elder Ma's face did not wane in the slightest, his tone dripping with disdain. Indeed, he is a figure from that era. Zhang Qianru inhaled deeply, articulating those words. That era, upon hearing this phrase. The previously haughty Elder Ma trembled, his face now a mask of trepidation and reverence. Then did I implore you, Master Zhang, to make contact swiftly. At this point, Elder Ma dared not show any disrespect, respectfully clasping his hands and waiting quietly to the side. Relay my message urgently. Notify General Jiang Chuanxiong of Jiangdu, the head of the Qinghe Academy, that there is an urgent matter requiring his attention. Zhang Qianru raised the jade slip in his hand, proclaiming loudly, "This jade slip is a privilege reserved for the heads of the local sects spearheading the assault on the 100 Poison sect, with the Qinghe Academy among them, specifically designed for coordinating the joint forces of various sects. The General Jiang Chuanxiong is the appointed leader of this alliance. I am here. What is the matter? You wish to seek assistance from the esteemed one." Jiang Chuan maintained a moment of silence before responding, his voice tinged with anger. Yes, indeed. Zhang Qianru's body quivered slightly as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Can you truly command the likes of such a revered individual? Jiang Chuanxiong let out a cold snort. Enough talk. This matter shall be resolved by myself. I am quite aware of the strength of Qinghe Academy. As Jiang Duzhong, Zhang Qianru was about to struggle once more when the voice from the jade slip resonated again. Do not struggle. The esteemed one has temporarily departed for an urgent matter, and I am unaware of the return date. Take care of yourself. With that, the brilliance of the jade slip dimmed abruptly, plunging the hall into silence. What shall we do? We cannot summon the esteemed one. Upon hearing this disheartening news, Elder Ma's temper flared instantly. Chapter 103. The Legacy of the Thousand Gates at such a time. We can only call upon the 4 elders of Qinghe Academy to take action. Jiang Qianru took a deep breath, his fingers toying with a jade ring. With the 2 fourth-generation elders, alongside our Academy's treasured artifact, we should be able to subdue that villain. Having been allied with the Ruishan sect for over a century, they had mutually benefited from one another. Elder Ma understood that Qinghe Academy currently had only 2 fourth-generation elders remaining, and their sacred treasure, the Jue Can, was no less formidable than the Ruishan's autumn landscape. Both 4th-generation elders possessed the strength of 7th-tier soul practitioners. With the Jue Can in hand, as long as the opponent was not of the Soul Lord level, victory would be nearly assured. Master, who exactly is this esteemed one? And what era are we speaking of? Observing Jiang Qianru calming the crowd as he headed to the back mountain to summon the reclusive 4th-generation elders. One disciple mustered the courage to quietly inquire of another elder from Qinghe Academy. Our Qinghe Academy and the Ruishan sect were established at the twilight of that era. Heavens! Does that mean this esteemed one is of the same caliber as our Academy's founding ancestor? The disciple's face lit up with admiration. To meet such a personage would be a fulfillment beyond life itself. You may be overly optimistic. Encountering such a figure is akin to moving mountains and filling seas, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Even our 4 fourth-generation elders have yet to lay eyes upon any among them. The elder sighed softly. It is precisely for this reason that an esteemed one has stepped forward to maintain order. After all, the founder of the 100 Poison sect was also a figure from that era. Those individuals shared connections amongst themselves that to obliterate a sect requires the acknowledgement of at least one esteemed one. In the depths of night, outside Qingyo town, 2 shadows darted swiftly through the woods. Liu Hong gritted his teeth, pushing his speed to its utmost, yet he still could not catch up to Bai Cheng. Faster! You can go faster! Bai Cheng called out ahead. Given Liu Hong's capabilities, he naturally could not match Bai Cheng. This was merely a special training exercise devised by Bai Cheng. How can I go faster? Liu Hong panted, his entire being taut with effort, having reached the limits of his speed with no room for further advancement. Your doubts are holding you back. Cast aside your uncertainties. Bai Cheng led the way ahead, resembling a fleeting phantom, always just out of Liu Hong's reach. Doubts? Damn it, this forest is filled with trees. How can I not have doubts? Liu Hong grumbled, dodging the trees that relentlessly encroached upon him. Hey, look behind! At that very moment, Bai Cheng suddenly swayed to Liu Hong's rear and let out a thunderous shout. Liu Hong instantly lost focus, and with a thud, collided against a tree, an immense trunk that seemed to split Liu Hong in two. "Damn it, Uncle Bai, are you seeking revenge on me?" Liu Hong exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, grumbling. "Are you all right?" Bai Cheng chuckled, approaching Liu Hong with concern. "What could possibly be wrong?" Liu Hong retorted with a roll of his eyes, asserting that given his current physique, he could crash into not just a tree, but even a mountain without a scratch. "Indeed, if you're unscathed, why fear colliding with a tree?" Bai Cheng tilted his head, countering the point. Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback, a torrent of bewilderment flooding his mind. Why indeed should he fear crashing into a tree? Perhaps it was because he mistakenly believed he had not fully transitioned into his new role. Despite possessing strength beyond that of mere mortals, deep within, he still harbored the innate fears that plague ordinary humans that on a physical level. Liu Hong had undoubtedly become a cultivator, yet psychologically, he had yet to achieve complete transformation. Moreover, remember, the tree is not your adversary. You must learn to utilize it rather than evade it. With these words, Bai Cheng darted off once more. Liu Hong quickly pivoted and pursued him again. Thud! As the first tree loomed closer, Liu Hong slightly twisted his body and kicked off, the tremendous force nearly splintering the tree, while simultaneously propelling his speed beyond previous limits. Observing Liu Hong's increasingly dexterous movements, Bai Cheng finally slowed down, leading Liu Hong to a distant hilltop. "So, Uncle Bai, was I disappointing?" Liu Hong swung from a branch and landed beside Bai Cheng with a grin. "Far from it," Bai Cheng scoffed, "given your prior inability to cultivate. We had few expectations of you, but now it's different. To your age, remaining at the spirit realm is akin to being as slow as a snail." Liu Hong was taken aback, incredulous. Was he truly lagging? The disciples from various sects were not even close to his prowess. Do not grow complacent. We are situated on the fringes, with limited strength. If you were in the Central Plains, among those sects, you wouldn't even qualify as a last resort. Bai Cheng seemed to discern Liu Hong's thoughts. "If we were to consider our past, that you wouldn't even be deemed cannon fodder. Is it really that terrifying?" Liu Hong asked, disbelief etched across his features. "System, please assess the average strength of cultivators across the continent for my age group." Ding. Compiling data. Ding. Over the past century, the average strength of cultivators at the same age as the host stands at the third tier of the Spirit Master realm. Generating chart. In the next moment, a fluctuating graph appeared before Liu Hong. The most alarming revelation was that 600 years ago, individuals of Liu Hong's age possessed an average strength of the 7th tier of the Spirit realm. That was during the era of the Thousand Doors. Following the decline of the Thousand Doors era, the cultivation standards across the continent had deteriorated annually, plummeting to the current 3rd tier of the Spirit Master realm. "This is simply too horrifying." Liu Hong gulped nervously, unaware that the system had unleashed yet another deep-sea bombshell. At this juncture, the statistical data from various sects across Zhongzhou revealed that the average strength of disciple from these sects hovered around the 6th tier of Soul Masters. The information presented by the system struck Liu Hong like a thunderbolt. He had previously believed himself to be among the upper echelon, but this revelation served as a profound blow to his ego. Indeed, when considering the multitude of heroes emerging from a myriad sects, Liu Hong appeared rather inconsequential. In the grand sects of Zhongzhou, with their abundant resources, it was hardly surprising that they could cultivate top-tier disciples. It seemed imperative for him to expedite the unlocking of his second soul imprint. Otherwise, should he encounter disciples from Zhongzhou in the future, he would truly be perceived as a mere rustic bumpkin. As Liu Hong pondered this, he turned to Bai Cheng, who was beside him, and inquired, "Uncle Bai, how do you all cultivate your soul imprints?" Bai Cheng paused, slightly taken aback, before casting Liu Hong a peculiar glance. Cultivating soul imprints is generally a consideration for those who have already attained the rank of Soul Master. To awaken a second soul imprint while still within the confines of the Soul Master realm is a mark of genius. Given your current status, contemplating the cultivation of soul imprints seems rather premature. Does it not? Not at all. I merely wish to plan ahead. Liu Hong chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "I wonder, Uncle Bai, do you possess any unique secrets for cultivating soul imprints that you could share with me?" Bai Cheng rolled his eyes in response. "Do you think the secrets of soul imprint cultivation are as easily found as cabbages lying around? Most cultivators discover the path to cultivating their soul imprints through personal exploration and practice. Soul imprints are akin to the essence of a person's spirit. While refining the body may be relatively straightforward, mastering the spirit is an entirely different challenge. Liu Hong, undeterred, pressed on, with so many sects in existence. Is there truly not one that specializes in cultivating soul imprints? Bai Cheng's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. You, my boy, may be inexperienced in the world, yet you seem to know quite a bit. Indeed, there are such sections, however. The intention of cultivators is to utilize soul imprints to enhance their own strength. The foundation of one's power is paramount. Solely focusing on cultivating soul imprints can lead one astray. Consequently, those sects that primarily concentrate on soul imprint cultivation, while often able to awaken a second soul imprint sooner, frequently falter due to insufficient foundational strength. Nevertheless, as your abilities have nearly reached the soul master realm, it is of little consequence. Bai Cheng suddenly shifted his tone. I see that you have already reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier of soul practitioners. If within 3 days you can break through to the 9th tier, I shall make an exception and teach you a method for cultivating soul imprints. Excellent. It is settled then. Liu Hong had spent a considerable amount of time honing his skills amidst the autumn scenery of Ruishan. And although he had only solidified his foundations, he had made some progress and reached the peak of the 8th tier. However, the path to the 9th tier remained elusive. Had he grasped it, he would have broken through long ago. The true challenge lay in transcending from the pinnacle of the 8th tier to the soul master realm, as this breakthrough would allow for the external manifestation of soul imprints, resulting in a qualitative transformation, an intricate and complex process to comprehend. Then I shall commence my breakthrough now, and I would be grateful if you could serve as my protector. Uncle Bai, Liu Hong, without uttering a word, promptly settled into a cross-legged position and proceeded to unseal the contents of the system's package. Previously, within the picturesque autumn colors of Ruishan, Qianshan Taoist had bestowed upon Liu Hong a plethora of treasures, which he had hastily collected without thorough examination. Now he was keen to ascertain if any of these items could assist in his cultivation. Dragon tendons. No, this material would be better suited for crafting a bow. Candle dragon bone blood? This substance is quite effective for healing. It is best to retain it. Soul-binding grass. That can wait until I cultivate the soul seal. Candle dragon inner core. Suddenly, Liu Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the only item that appeared suitable for absorption. It turned out that when Qianshan Taoist captured the candle dragon, a male and a female were ensnared. Fearing that capturing both would lead to uncontrollable progeny within the autumn colors of Ruishan, he opted to slay one, which is why Liu Hong found himself in possession of dragon tendons, dragon bones, and this singular candle dragon inner core. Candle dragon inner core. Type, demon core. Age, 800 years. Description, an inner core from a candle dragon. When absorbed by a beast, it can enhance its cultivation by at least 400 years. Truly a remarkable treasure. System. What would happen if a human were to consume this demon core? Liu Hong gazed intently at the candle dragon inner core, his mouth watering at the prospect. With an age of 800 years, even if it had been forcibly absorbed by another, it would still hold the cultivation essence of a demon beast for 400 years. Quite a considerable amount. If this essence were to be transferred to Liu Hong, wouldn't he instantly ascend to the status of a great deity? However, the demon core, when consumed by a human, is not only highly toxic, but could also engender inner demons within ordinary cultivators. The cultivation essence contained within the demon core is exceedingly crude and unfit for human use. The host must not attempt it lightly, warned the system. Not to attempt it lightly implies it is indeed a possibility, does it not? Such a lavish demon core would be a waste if given to another. Yet, there's a distinct difference between the spiritual energy absorbed by humans and that absorbed by demon beasts. Cultivators refine and purify their energy through specific techniques, while demon beasts merely accumulate it. How much of the 400 years of accumulated energy would remain after refinement? Liu Hong could not ascertain. The crux of matter is that if this demon core were to be offered to a demon beast for absorption, it might take a year or more if Liu Hong were to absorb it. Considering the need for refinement, the process would likely be even slower. Adding various negative effects into the mix, it is no wonder that, despite the demon core being a direct source of spiritual energy, few dare to attempt it. Highly toxic? Liu Hong's eyes gleamed with realization as he slapped his forehead. Of course, Was he not capable of absorbing toxins? Why then could he not absorb the demon core? Fundamentally, these substances are all forms of spiritual energy, and they originate from demon beasts. Just as Liu Hong channels energy to absorb toxins, transforming them into spiritual essence, could he not decipher the structural composition of the demon core's energy and convert it into his own strength? Without hesitation, Liu Hong retrieved the candle dragon inner core from the system's space and, akin to indulging in a sweet, tossed it into his mouth, immediately activating the secret art of 100 poisons to dissolve the demon core. "What are you doing?" Bai Cheng exclaimed, his brows furrowing sharply. The moment Liu Hong produced that item, Bai Cheng sensed the presence of both dragon energy and demonic aura emanating from it, two forces that no ordinary person could withstand. Chapter 105. The reversal of spiritual energy. Just moments ago, Liu Hong's unexpected and audacious move to extract the demon core left Bai Cheng utterly unprepared at a demon core, infused with both dragon energy and demon aura. What manner of demon core could this possibly be? Bai Cheng could easily conjecture the answer. No worries. No worries at all. Liu Hong chuckled to himself, promptly activating the secret tome of 100 poisons to envelop the inner core of the Zhulong. In a moment of desperation, Bai Cheng nearly struck Liu Hong's back with a palm, intent on forcing him to relinquish the Zhulong's inner core. However, upon glancing at Liu Hong, he realized that Liu Hong's spiritual energy had already enveloped the inner core at that very moment. If he were to forcibly extract it now, the consequences would be dire. Alas, such recklessness! Bai Cheng could only sigh deeply, summoning all his energy to provide protection for Liu Hong to absorb a demon core. The foremost task is to dispel the demon aura, which serves as a formidable barrier cloaking the core. Humans are utterly incapable of absorbing demon aura. The Zhulong's inner core not only harbors demon aura, but also dragon energy, which is even more troublesome. Bai Cheng, having lived for centuries, was well aware of the intricacies involved in absorbing demon cores. He had witnessed countless attempts, most of which ended in failure to dispel the demon aura, leading to invasion by the aura and ultimately resulting in the emergence of inner demons, driving them to madness. A mere 2 out of 10 succeeded in dispelling the demon aura, with a single demon core taking decades to fully refine. Given that this particular core possessed both demon aura and dragon energy, the difficulty increased manifold. In Bai Cheng's mind, Liu Hong was destined to fail. He even began to summon his own Pishio soul imprint, preparing to assist Liu Hong in overcoming his inner demons. At that moment, ding! The process of refining the demon core commenced. Step 1. Dispel the demon aura. Liu Hong's mind instantly conjured an image of a beige orb, constantly rotating, shrouded in a faint layer of purple mist. And no wonder my attempts with the secret tome of 100 poisons bore no fruit. It turns out there was a layer of demon aura yet to be dispelled. After swallowing the Zhulong's inner core, Liu Hong had already begun the refining process with the tome, though to no avail. Thankfully, the system proved to be a reliable ally. Suddenly, a dark card flew out from Liu Hong's side. The card bore the inscription, Alien Refinement Method. Increases the speed of dispelling demon aura by 150 from Secret Tome of 100 Poisons. This card flashed and immediately began to orbit the Zhulong's inner core. Shortly thereafter, a second card emerged, Special Soul Imprint Devouring Effect. Increases the speed of dispelling demon aura by 100 from Demon Ape Soul Imprint. The Demon Ape Soul Imprint inherently possessed devouring properties and could absorb soul imprints, providing some auxiliary benefit which took Liu Hong by surprise. As the next card materialized, it was accompanied by a blinding golden light. The suppression of pure dragon bloodline increases the speed of dispelling demon aura by 300 from Ancient Dragon Turtle Soul Imprint. Upon seeing the staggering percentage of 3,000, Liu Hong exclaimed in disbelief. What an astounding effect! The bloodline of the ancient dragon clan exerted a suppressive influence on the demon aura, significantly enhancing the dispelling speed. Ding! Total increase in dispelling speed. 3250. Commencing the dispelling process. 3 cards whirled frantically around the inner elixir of the candle dragon, while the progress bar for the decryption plummeted at a visibly rapid pace. 99%. 98. In just over a minute, the demonic aura was dispelled. At this moment, Bai Cheng, who was anxiously waiting outside, had no idea that the troublesome demonic aura that plagued countless individuals had been effortlessly unraveled by Liu Hong. The second step, breaking the dragon's aura. Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Utterly dumbfounded, he had forgotten that this was the inner elixir of the candle dragon, which contained not only demonic aura, but also dragon's aura. Liu Hong had experienced the potency of dragon's aura firsthand. While the demonic aura was relatively easy to dispel, the dragon's aura, if the demonic aura was akin to fragile sand, then the dragon's aura was undoubtedly like diamonds. The first card, Alien Refinement Technique, increases the speed of dispelling Dragon-S aura by 5 from 100 Poison Secret Manual. Goodness, having just achieved a 150 increase in dispelling the demonic aura, the boost for dispelling the dragon's aura was merely 5. This dragon's aura is incredibly formidable. The second card, Special Soul Seal Devouring Effect, increases the speed of dispelling dragon's aura by 1 from Demon Ape Soul Seal. My goodness, this is even more outrageous. Only a mere 1. At this moment, Liu Hong could only manage a wry smile. He had already lost all hope for the third card, based on the efficiency of the previous 2 cards. Even a 100 increase from the third card would be considered a stroke of luck. It seemed that Liu Hong had miscalculated this time. At that instant, the third card emerged amidst a golden radiance. Suppression of the pure bloodline of the dragon race. Direct absorption of ordinary dragon's aura from Ancient Dragon Turtle Soul Seal. Upon reading this line, Liu Hong was instantly jolted. What? Direct absorption? Wouldn't that mean instant dispelling? Ding! Total increase in dispelling speed is infinitely large, directly dispelling. As the system's announcement concluded, the originally beige inner elixir of the candle dragon shed its color, transforming into a flawless white orb. The dragon's aura and demonic aura were both eradicated. The 3 cards shimmered once more, enveloping the candle dragon's inner elixir. Ding! Total absorption speed increase of 5,800. Commencing absorption. With a command, under the influence of the 100 Poison Secret Manual, wisps of white filaments began to extract from the now white orb. An increase of 5,800 meant an absorption speed 58 times faster, and countless frenzied spiritual energies instantly flooded Liu Hong's Dantian, filling it to the brim. Once the Dantian was filled, the spiritual energy surged chaotically, rushing towards Liu Hong's meridians. This is bad. Liu Hong wasn't foolish. He had read his fair share of cultivation novels back on Earth, and reverse flow in the meridians was a clear sign of going astray. Although the 100 Poison Secret Manual could absorb this chaotic spiritual energy, the absorption speed was far too slow, rendering it utterly insufficient against the 58 times absorption rate. In less than half a minute, Liu Hong's meridians would be overwhelmed by the spiritual energy. What to do? The most conventional method would be to hastily circulate his energy to digest this spiritual energy, directing it back to the Dantian. However, the current flow was entirely reversed. The Dantian was full, causing a chaotic backlash outward, rendering the normal method useless. What could be done? In this life-and-death moment, Liu Hong's mind raced, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck. Of course, the reverse Peiran technique. Wasn't is Peiran technique precisely a form of reverse practice? I'm indeed a genius. Liu Hong forcefully suppressed the overwhelming joy within and cast aside the secrets of the 100 poisons. Commencing the practice of the Peiran Ju. You have your Zhongliang stratagem, and I have my wall-climbing ladder. The spiritual energy surges counter to my will. I can resolve it all. What is there to fear? Chapter 106. Forced Breakthrough. The Peiran Ju is fundamentally a foundational technique designed to integrate spiritual energy into the meridians and flesh, thereby solidifying one's foundation, rather than merely storing in the Dantian to enhance cultivation. Thus, at this moment, practicing the Peiran Ju in reverse is akin to sourcing materials on the spot, remarkably convenient. Simultaneously, due to the reverse practice of the Peiran Ju, the speed of cultivation has accelerated. And with Liu Hong's meridians now filled with unrefined spiritual energy, the pace of his training has further quickened. It is this multifaceted acceleration that enables him to barely absorb 70% of the spiritual energy overflowing from the Zhulong's inner core. Enough! Cease absorption! As Liu Hong observed his meridians nearing their capacity, he immediately shouted. Ding! The absorption of the Zhulong's inner core is instantly cancelled. No sooner had the system's voice faded than the Zhulong's inner core ceased its rotation, dimming into a subdued state. Yet Liu Hong continued to operate the Peiranju, absorbing the spiritual energy. Buzzing, Liu Hong felt the spiritual energy continuously permeating his meridians, a prickling pain spreading throughout his limbs and bones. And the ominous sensation of approaching the 9th stage barrier of a soul master loomed ever closer. It has come. Liu Hong suddenly felt the surrounding space rapidly collapsing, a formidable pressure enveloping his consciousness. He understood that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Overcoming this pressure would grant him the power of a 9th stage soul master. Breakthrough, Liu Hong immediately rallied the spiritual energy within his dantian, mixed with some unrefined, tumultuous energy, and charged at the pressure. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Countless sounds of impact echoed in Liu Hong's ears, and the pressure was momentarily pushed back, yet it did not dissipate. No, again. Liu Hong gathered his energy once more, launching a second assault. Thus followed the 3rd and 4th attempts. After 5 rounds of charging, Liu Hong's spiritual energy had been largely depleted, leaving only 30% of unrefined energy, which he found increasingly difficult to mobilize. Typically, the exhaustion of spiritual energy marks the failure of a breakthrough. But Liu Hong was unwilling to concede. Tonight he must break through. He resolved to refine the energy on site, to assault the barrier throughout the night. He refused to believe he could not shatter it. In the preceding 5 attempts, Liu Hong had merely repelled the pressure, which returned like the tide, showing no signs of fracturing. At this moment, Liu Hong opted for the simplest approach, a quantitative change leading to a qualitative transformation. He would charge hundreds of times, and eventually, the pressure would be depleted as Liu Hong continued to practice the Peiranju while gradually accumulating energy. Upon initiating his 8th charge, he sensed something amiss. At this juncture, most of the turbulent spiritual energy within him had been refined to break through the shackles. Yet these 8 attempts had not only failed but yielded no results whatsoever. In the past, after several charges, Liu Hong would always perceive a slight reduction in pressure or the emergence of cracks, revealing potential weaknesses. Liu Hong then inquired further. The reason lies in the fact that the spiritual energy cultivated by the host today was primarily absorbed from toxins, lacking the refinement process for the body and meridians, rendering this particular barrier exceptionally challenging. The system soon analyzed the cause. The host's physique and various strength indicators had reached the standards of a soul master. Yet the resilience of the meridians was only at the level of a 6th-tier soul master, rendering the breakthrough beyond the 9th tier exceptionally arduous. So that was it. The meridians resembled a water pipe. While spiritual energy was akin to water, the stronger the resilience of the meridians, the higher the pressure of the water that could be expelled, and the greater the volume of water sprayed forth, thus making the breakthrough against this barrier all the more challenging. Currently, due to insufficient cultivation, Liu Hong's meridian resilience and width were inadequate. Even if he summoned all his spiritual energy, he could not surmount the obstacle. It was advised that the host first utilize the Peiran decision to solidify the foundation before attempting to break through again. The host's current breakthrough was nearing its conclusion, and forcing a breakthrough posed the risk of losing control. The system gently reminded that I understand. Liu Hong furrowed his brow, succinctly stating that his attacks against the barrier were simply not powerful enough for a breakthrough. The fundamental issue lay in the weakness of his meridians. Akin to the difference between sucking water through a straw and blasting it against a wall with a high-pressure water gun, if he wished to force a breakthrough tonight, he needed to amplify the power of his breakthrough. But how? Should he replace the straw with a high-pressure water gun? That was already impossible for Liu Hong, as refining the meridians required an abundance of time. Then change the water. Yes, if the straw contained sulfuric acid, it could erode the wall. As a person from Earth, Liu Hong's understanding of such matters was distinctly unique, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. Changing the water meant not using his own spiritual energy to break through, but rather employing a more turbulent energy, which would yield greater power. Suddenly, an idea struck Liu Hong, directing his thoughts toward the Zhulong demon core. Although the energy of the Zhulong demon core was crude, it was exceedingly ferocious and perfectly suited for his needs. System, begin absorbing the Zhulong inner core. Ding! Host, it is not advisable to absorb the inner core. Forcing a breakthrough is risky. Who said I intended to absorb it? Liu Hong lightly huffed. I aim to have it assist me in breaking through. The system fell into silence for a moment. I do not comprehend your intention. However, very well. Commence absorption immediately. The once dim Zhulong demon core began to spin, and waves of turbulent spiritual energy surged forth once more. Charge forth for me. Breakthrough! Breakthrough! The spiritual energy from the Zhulong inner core, under Liu Hong's guidance, surged toward the intangible pressure, while Liu Hong clenched his teeth tightly. This energy, emerging from his dantian, had to traverse his meridians to impact the barrier. Yet, this tumultuous energy raced through Liu Hong's meridians with the ferocity of countless blades, incessantly slicing at his channels. Thud! 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 When the energy collided with the barrier, Liu Hong finally heard the long-awaited sound of the barrier crumbling, and his heart surged with joy. His method had proven effective, however, but it seemed his meridians were struggling to withstand it. This energy had been flowing with Liu Hongxiang gritted his teeth, feeling the essence of the candle dragon's blood infuse into his meridians, while simultaneously his channels were being torn apart by the frenzied spiritual energy. Scorching, pain, and itchiness, three unbearable sensations surged one after another. If only that if he could endure this, success would surely follow. Chapter 107. The successful breakthrough. Da-da. Ah. Ah. Liu Hong roared madly, yet he was in seclusion for cultivation. Even his screams were confined to the recesses of his mind. Bang! After an indeterminate duration of perseverance, a violent explosion echoed, and a sense of ease finally returned. He had broken through. Liu Hong's entire body relaxed instantly, that comforting feeling akin to being doused with a bucket of cold water from head to toe on a sweltering 40-degree summer day. Only one word could encapsulate it: bliss. Assess the extent of meridian damage. Liu Hong's immediate reaction was to do just that. Meridians are currently being assessed. The meridians have been fully restored by the candle dragon's blood. The current resilience of the host's meridians that has now reached the level of a second-tier soul master. What the hell? Liu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the torment his meridians endured followed by their restoration significantly enhanced their toughness? Is this the legendary concept of rising from the ashes? With the resilience of second-tier meridians, Liu Hong would face considerably less pressure while breaking through from the 9th level of a soul practitioner to the soul master realm. This could be considered good news. Turning his gaze towards the candle dragon's inner core, which had now shrunk considerably, it appeared that he had consumed about 1/5 of its spiritual energy. To be honest, Liu Hong felt a twinge of regret. After all, he had squandered quite a bit of spiritual energy. This energy represented years of cultivation. Liu Hong gradually awakened, and upon opening his eyes, he noticed a hint of brightness in the distance. Could it be that he had actually broken through the entire night? You actually succeeded in breaking through and absorbed the inner core imbued with dragon energy. In the next moment, Bai Cheng appeared beside Liu Hong, placing a hand on his shoulder. There was no trace of demonic energy, nor dragon energy. Bai Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment, infused with a hint of peculiarity as he asked, "How did you dispel the demonic energy?" No. For an ordinary person, dispelling demonic energy is already a formidable challenge. Dispelling dragon energy is nearly impossible. Even for me, it would be inconceivable to dispel the dragon energy from the inner core in one night, no matter how feeble it may be. Bai Cheng immediately fell into a monologue. Dispelling demonic energy, dispelling dragon energy, you even absorbed the spiritual energy within the inner core and completed the breakthrough. Any one of these feats would be unattainable in a single night. You! Bai Cheng's eyes widened further, as ever since the inception of the Demon Ape Soul Seal, Liu Hong had been experiencing a series of incomprehensible events. Unless that you possess even stronger dragon energy within you. Bai Cheng, disbelieving, seized Liu Hong again, lifting him into the air and spinning him around. There's no dragon energy. You haven't awakened the Dragon Clan's soul imprint. So where would the dragon energy come from? This is truly perplexing. Liu Hong's strength was no match for Bai Cheng, who flipped him around as though he were a piece of meat on a chopping board. Finally liberated, Liu Hong seized the opportunity to flee, fearing that Bai Cheng would capture him again to interrogate him about the system. Liu Hong was acutely aware that this matter must never be exposed. Should it come to light, they would likely realize that this Liu Hong was not the genuine Liu Hong, and it would undoubtedly lead to a perilous fate. Given their mindset, they would naturally be unable to comprehend concepts such as systems and traversals. They would certainly interpret it as a case of possession. In such a scenario, Liu Hong would surely meet a tragic end. It seemed that he would have to closely follow Liu Hong this time and observe diligently. Bai Cheng had just prepared to set off when a flicker of emerald light suddenly illuminated his belt. He retrieved the jade slip from his waist and lightly tapped it with his finger, allowing a voice to resonate forth. Supreme One, I am Jiang Chuanxiong that I sincerely apologize for disturbing you this early. According to reports from Qinghe Academy, there's a formidable individual nearby attempting to disrupt the alliance. Last night, Zhang Qianru of Qinghe Academy. Before Jiang Chuanxiong could finish his sentence, Bai Cheng furrowed his brow and impatiently interrupted, I am currently in Qingyo town. Jiang Chuanxiong was momentarily taken aback, stammering as he inquired. That person that I at you, Supreme One? This matter must remain confidential that I wish to see what Qinghe Academy intends to do. It seems that the sects requiring cleansing extend beyond just the 100 Poison sect. Bai Cheng scoffed coldly, evidently incensed by Zhang Qianru's actions. Logically, reporting such incidents would be prudent. However, Bai Cheng was in the know, and they were attempting to invert right and wrong, treating lives as mere trifles. Had Bai Cheng not arrived in time, who could say how this farce would have concluded? Yes, I shall comply with your wishes, Supreme One. Jiang Chuanxiong acquiesced and promptly severed the connection, causing the jade slip to dim. Although Qinghe Academy was one of the afflicted by the 100 Poison sect, the Supreme One was, after all, the Supreme One. If the Supreme One declared a desire to annihilate a sect, none would dare to intervene, unless another Supreme One were to safeguard that sect. At this moment, Jiang Chuanxiong realized that Qinghe Academy had crossed Bai Cheng and was about to face dire consequences. Not only had Bai Cheng instructed that this matter must remain undisclosed, but even without such a warning, Jiang Chuanxiong would not be foolish enough to inform Qinghe Academy and invite disaster upon himself. Meanwhile, in Qingyo town, several beams of light rushed forth from the direction of Qinghe Academy, totaling 5 individuals: the headmaster Zhang Qianru, Elder Zhang Yuanxian, and 2 fourth-generation elders, along with Elder Ma from Ruishan sect. As soon as the 5 landed, Zhang Qianru spoke. Elder Zhang, lead the way swiftly. The more discreet we are, the better. After uttering this, Zhang Qianru glanced upwards at the sky, which was only just beginning to brighten. That's so. Must righteous individuals resort to such measures? No sooner had Zhang Qianru's words left his lips than Bai Cheng gracefully descended from a distant wall, wearing a look of disdain. Chapter 108. Bai Cheng takes action. Who is this esteemed friend? Why not reveal your name? Zhang Qianru instead